For the next 30 days, I'll be trying to complete an Animal Crossing island while playing the game on hard mode. This is my own custom list of hard mode rules that include a ton of limitations. For example, Nooks is closed every day except Sunday. I can't time travel at all. I can't move buildings once they've been placed down. And all these other rules that you could just pause and read for yourself if you'd like. But don't worry, I'll make you well aware of each one as we move through the challenge. Anyway, my goals are pretty straightforward. By the end of this challenge, I need the island to reach at least 5 stars, I have to have an S-tier Happy Home rating for my house, and I need at least one top 10 villager living on my island as rated by this website, which is linked down below. I expect this place to be a chaotic mess by the time we're done with it, but let's just see how it goes. I'm always so excited to see this part of the game. We'll see if that excitement keeps up as I kind of battle the internal struggle of, ooh, fun new island and new challenge with, hey, these rules are really brutal, and I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it. As always, we're Dan, and I'll give my character kind of the usual features that I typically go for. I already selected my correct nose and mouth. Oop, wait, gotta grab my hair color, which is nothing like my real hair color. In fact, the hair color I just threw away is probably closer. And now the first big decision, one I cannot change my mind about more than once as per the rules, and I'm nervous. I'm hoping these first 4 islands offer a lot here. So I'm always excited to see maybe an opportunity to get resident services either perfectly lined up with the airport or just in a spot that's kind of farther away so I can have like a cool entrance. And if I'm looking for that in particular, it looks like this one is actually not a bad candidate. This map here looks exactly like the one I did for my Switch 2 island, Trip Falls, so that's a bit weird. Then there's this one on the bottom right, which doesn't meet any of the criteria I just said. But the reason I like this one is the very unique mountain and river layout it has, plus it has a big peninsula. I never get islands with a big peninsula, and I don't feel like re-rolling, so I'm choosing this one. I don't know how much terraforming I'm gonna do in this 30 days, so I hope I don't regret it, because one of those rivers kind of looks like a butt. Let's just hope that we get off this plane and somebody on the list is top 10 and we can just be done with that little, challenge right out of the gate. If we could just get that goal finished right now, that'd be fantastic. No, I don't think we did it. Who do we have here? I'm actually not too familiar. Samson, and he's got a rating of 62, which actually isn't that bad. And then the other villager just took off. Where is everybody? Okay. And then we have Faith. And I'm kind of surprised. Faith is 258. So if you could all do me a favor, if you could just maybe start voting for Samson right now on the site, which is linked down below, that'd be great. Then again, knowing my luck, he'll want to leave, and I'll have to let him leave again, as per the rules. So I don't know. Let's just do it anyway, okay? Samson for top 10, please. Let's take our tent, grab our map, and let's remember that I'm not allowed to move my house once I place it down, which is terrifying. So given that I don't have a diving suit, I don't have a pole vault, I'm very limited as to where these first buildings can go. But I kind of feel like this place is kind of cool. If I don't end up terraforming, this looks nice, having like a house next to the rivers and stuff. If I do end up terraforming, then it won't matter too much. I think we can like make this spot kind of in the center of the island. Well, not really the center, but kind of like in the middle-ish of the island. Pretty good little plot. Plenty of room around it for like farm and stuff without like having myself right on top of resident services. This is cool. You know what I just noticed? They cleverly blocked the bulletin board with these boxes here in this part of the game. I've never walked up to this thing at this stage. That's weird. I never even would have thought to do a bulletin right now, but the fact that I can't is interesting. Anyway, yeah, so we'll end up taking out a cherry tree, but I think we have enough room on either side of the house and very little room kind of in the back, and I'm just gonna send it. I really hope I don't regret this. And now it's time to find a plot for Samson and Faith. Now, their plots are set in stone. There's nothing I can do about this because, again, one of the rules of this challenge is they get to pick where they want to live. So once I find them, we're going to know where they stay for the remainder of this challenge. And it looks like we have, wow, okay, Faith down here and Samson up here. So they're not too far away from each other. I can work with this. This is fine. Faith is looking to have some oceanfront property here, so I'm sure Tom Nook is going to rake in some cash. This looks good to me. I really don't like that I can't choose where it is, especially because the way I do islands these days is I put everybody on the beach so that I can, mold and shape the island the way I want, and then just move them to like a permanent spot when I'm ready. Having to commit to this now, though, I guess takes a little bit of decision making off of my hands like early on, so there is that benefit, I guess. There you go, Samson. Enjoy. We got his orange tent ready to go. And now we get to prepare for our island warming party. So, easy enough. Scoop up some cherries, pick up our 10 tree branches, and then feed everybody cherry on a stick or whatever he's planning on making here. And with all that done, it's time to pick a name for the island. And as you may have seen in the rules, I have to have this island name named via a random name generator. So I found this random name generator for fantasy towns, and I guess I'll just see what this gives me. Some of these aren't that bad. Lizardwood's kind of funny. Mistfall, Sungate, Orwood. A few more clicks in, and I'm starting not to be able to actually read them, but I think I'm gonna settle on this one. Calling the island Grimvale kind of matches my like expected outcome for how this series is gonna go. If you can't tell, I'm just a little worried about reaching 5 stars in 30 days with no time traveling. So yeah, Grimvale feels fitting. All right, now I think it's time to get into the actual real day one on this island. We have our radio, we have our lantern, and of course, our camping cot. We'll get some rest and then wake up to an itemized bill. I kind of wish that in the game you would consistently get like actual paper bills from Tom Nook. That would be pretty funny. This is the only time you get like this piece of paper. Okay, we've officially been cut loose and it's time to get to work. First, I'm going to place a couple things down in my tent. You always get mailed this photo now. It's just so weird to give this photo before you even met Lottie or any of the characters in it. I'll put my radio over here for the time being, right in the corner. And we need to start collecting points. So my plan for day one is just to get the 5,000 points that I need to get my first loan paid down and go from tent to small house. So we get 500 for doing the, I don't know, existing? I don't really know. By now, I should be able to get these 5,000 points with my hands tied behind my back. We can definitely post something on the bulletin board. And I think the first bulletin board message really needs to set the tone for life on a new island. So I think I have a message here that will, you know, meet that criteria. I think something like this will get the point across. Yeah, I'll take some points for that. That'll be great. 300, not bad. We're on our way. I'll talk to Tom Nook and see if he can, you know, get us going on some stuff too. Starting with the DIY workshop. Let's learn how to make all of our starting tools and everything else. And what's cool about playing it this time of year is that we're actually getting things like acorns and stuff. So this is good, because we are going to need to rely pretty heavily on things like DIYs and stuff like that. We can't use Nooks, you know, for most days. It's open on Sundays, and that's it. So yeah, I'm kind of glad I'm playing at a time where the game is going to kind of dump a lot of DIY recipes on us. And overall, I think that's going to keep us really busy, because we are going to need a lot of stuff to get 5 stars in the amount of time that we've given ourselves. We'll also talk money-making methods soon, but I think we'll save that for like day 2 or 3. Speaking of money, I do have some stuff that I can sell to make some money, but again, it's Monday. I can't go to Nooks today. Well, unless the tutorial kind of requires me to. But we can at least start to, you know, gather up the belongings that we can sell to, you know, Timmy and Tommy. Right. I don't know if I mentioned it, but in this version of Animal Crossing, you can only wear clothes that are handcrafted or earned through other means, such as, you know, found in the trash bin or given to you by villagers. And I'm going to assume that these were clothes that I brought with me and probably purchased at like an outlet mall or something before I hopped on the plane. So they are tainted. I can't wear these, unfortunately. Anyway, let's make our fishing rod. And while we're here, our net as well. And why not? A campfire, just for giggles. We can also learn how to craft our simple DIY workbench that Nintendo sent us. And from there, yeah, I guess we just start catching bugs and fish. This is not a terrible time of year to be doing this. If we were playing closer to winter, that would be kind of annoying. But this should get us some nice, easy points to start with. As per the rules, I do have to donate everything I catch and collect the very first time I get it. And from there, we can sell it. So, you know, this will eventually become a money-making opportunity. This right here will fill up my inventory. So I'll go ahead and start donating, which of course unlocks the museum tent. Now, unfortunately, I'm very, very limited in places that I can put the museum, which is, you know, only a little frustrating. So basically, I'm trying to decide where I want it relative to resident services. Now, we know the airport is really close by. It's just right here. And part of me kind of wonders if this is an opportunity to make the museum line up with the airport, which actually I don't think is possible. I think the steps just wouldn't line up correctly. Interestingly, the beach over here is actually really big. Compared to, you know, just, I guess, other spots on my beaches at the moment. But putting Blathers over here on the beach just, I don't know, kind of feels wrong. So I kind of think my next best bet would be to put it somewhere up here. So it's really close to resident services, and we can maybe make like a little path that goes from the museum entrance over to the plaza. And yeah, you know, it won't be too far away or anything. But if you're standing like right here, it might kind of give like, you know, some nice kind of comfy, cozy town vibes. There's like a museum here, and you got resident services. We could put Abel's somewhere close by and just kind of keep everything consolidated kind of in the middle. And then, you know, a couple of houses nearby. I don't know. It won't look too bad. It'll just feel, I guess, a little bit more busy in this part of the island, and I can work with that. So again, I could overthink this, or I could just go ahead and plop this down here, hoping that this spot is epic enough. I really hope this town can look like something by the time we're done. I'm so nervous. Anyway, checking on our points now, it looks like we have some waiting for us for DIYs. Oh, and that's it. Luckily though, there's plenty of other things we can do right now to just stay busy. Like plant some flowers, craft some more tools, catch our first batch of bees. I know they're wasps, but it's funnier to say batch of bees. Gather up some furniture from trees. This is a cat litter box. That's cool. Gather up a new type of crafting material. Use it to craft more new things, and then try to shove those things in my house so I can earn some points for decorating. Don't mind the cat litter. That's just there for putting out tent fires. And then it's time to check on our Nook Miles. We gathered up some logs. There we go. We broke an axe. We put some things in our house. We put some things outside of our house. Shook up some trees. And that's it. The furniture from the trees. This is good because I usually forget you can get points for getting furniture from trees. And I don't often shake trees, so that's just kind of some extra icing on the cake for us. This puts us halfway towards our goal of 5,000 points. So yeah, I guess from here, I just kind of continue to do that grind until I get 5,000. There's other things we could do too, though. I think we get some points for talking to this Nook Stop. This will begin our daily bonus countdown here, or count up, or whatever you want to call it. But the main thing I'm here to do is basically make another axe. Oh wow, I found the money rock. I wasn't expecting to see that over here. I think this is the only other rock I can hit before I get my vaulting pole. So yeah, that's not bad at all. All right, I've given myself a little outdoor crafting area next to my tent, so I don't have to keep walking back into nooks all the time. Then we got some points for more bugs, and even more bugs, as well as DIY furniture and DIY tools. Let's go ahead and do our passport stuff right now. We obviously need a new photo, you know, one that captures, again, the essence of our challenge here. Perfect. We'll add our comment here as well, and I guess an appropriate title. An easy 300 points. Now, there are points on the table here if we're willing to sell some things like fruit to Timmy and Tommy. But again, Nooks is only technically open on Sunday, and even though this is the first day and it's the tutorial, I am going to try to abide by that rule unless it just becomes, I guess, impossible to continue. It's just like my personal goal to get these 5,000 points today. I don't necessarily have to do that. I could wait till tomorrow and get my points that way. It is hard mode. I can't expect to just snap my fingers and have all kinds of points like it's, you know, no problem. Oh boy. I think I'm gonna need your votes here for Samson. I was trying to like get him to stop fishing so I could interact with him. Maybe he'd have a present for me. So I ran into him for a bit, and well, yeah, now he's mad. Maybe Faith will give me something. Yeah, see, there we go, a recipe for a leaf umbrella. Anyway, all that was worth another 300 points, so I'll take it. And we got some points for using the Nook phone. We're almost there. Oh, and I almost forgot that we can get some, you know, points for taking a photo. So I don't know, maybe I end up using this in a future thumbnail or something. I'll just take it. An additional 300 points for me, bringing us to 5,050 points. Let's pay up. And now we are officially tent owners. This is also where we unlock the Nook Mile redemptions that we have for every, you know, everyday use. Look at that, 500 points for paying down our loan. It's important to remember that you absolutely need to tell him to upgrade your house after you pay down any loan. And I know I'm reminding you about this when the game is very old at this point, but I still forget to do it. This bit me recently during a different playthrough. So let's just go ahead and do that. I think I'll just go with, I don't know, like a black roof or something, and yeah, this is gonna be great. I'm excited that we already are gonna have a house with some storage in it by tomorrow. And this is where he gives us the upgraded Nook Mile redemption program, the Nook Mile Plus benefits. Now, these are something that we need to make sure we're on top of. We have to do 5 of these a day. So here it is, Nook Miles Plus has been added. And at this time, the current things we can do are plant trees or shrubs, which I don't have a shovel. Catch fish, we can do that. Spend bells to buy items. We can't do that. We also can't sell shells, and we can't earn bells by selling items. Now, this is why the language is do 5 of these a day. We may not be able to do some of them, but the ones we can do, we probably should, until we hit 5. So if I catch 5 fish, a new one will populate. If the game soft locks me and I can't do anything because of the Nook's Cranny rule, then oh well, then I get stuck. But basically, every single day, I got to do 5. For now, I'm going to put all of the fish and the bugs I've already caught in this spot here. And that's just kind of like a reminder to myself that these ones are safe to sell when the time comes. I went ahead and crafted the leaf umbrella. I actually think it kind of looks cool here by the campsite. I think putting it like that, I don't know, it just kind of adds something. Anyway, I just need to catch a few more fish for that first task, and I'm terrible at this. It's taking so long. Samson's back to fishing. Still seems a little bit upset, but you know, well, I don't know. One day we'll be friends, I guess. And look at that. We have a few things to claim here. We have angling for perfection, which I'm sure I'll mess up here at some point soon. And with that, we have our 5 fish caught. The next task is to catch a zebra turkey fish. Oh my gosh. This game is trying to get me to rage quit. Quick update. It looks like Samson is finally done being mad at me and is going to give me something. It's a hat. It's my first piece of earned clothing, and it's an outdoor hat. I am technically allowed to wear this, so let's see what it looks like. Okay, well, it's not a forever hat, but you know what? Yeah, why not? I still haven't caught the zebra turkey fish, but I am also at least still catching, like, new fish. So the museum's coming along. On the one hand, I'm still very annoyed at how long this is taking, but on the other hand, I've already caught a ray, and it's day 1. That's another fishing rod. This is going to be the 3rd fishing rod I'm making since getting this task. I don't know. I have mixed feelings right now. Usually in Animal Crossing, when I get a task to catch a specific fish, I always ignore it because of this exact problem. It's so hard to catch one very specific type of fish. Even a sea bass, I would usually ignore it. But being able to catch all these brand new fish is kind of rewarding. So I don't know. That's kind of the only thing keeping me going right now. I also caught one of these, the king salmon. It feels like we're getting some really rare fish now. And that just goes to show how long I've been at this. Ah, there it is. Oh my gosh. I cannot believe how long that took. All right, let's get our points and hope for not another fishing task. 300, I'll take it. And plant flower seeds. Okay, we can't do that. We don't have any flowers, shrubs, anything like that. So we are locked out of doing any more tasks for today. But that's all right. You know, I'm going to call that within the rules. Let's throw our king salmon on the pile here. And this is what the museum donation pile is currently looking like. This is a lot for, again, day 1. I know I was complaining about the zebra turkey fish, but I've only been actually recording here for a couple of hours. So things are moving along pretty fast. This is also the sell pile right here. We can now place down our zebra turkey fish and then the couple of extra sea bass as well. And I think that brings day 1 to a close. It is day 2 of designing an Animal Crossing island in 30 days on hard mode. As you can imagine, a lot of stuff gets unlocked right now. First, the Grimvale airport is open for business, so that's good because I think we're about to start villager hunting. And today, Blathers has moved to Grimvale, so we get to start working on the museum as well. And we'll have this up in a tent pretty soon here because we already have everything he's going to need to start actually building the building itself. By tent, of course, I mean construction tent. He's already in a tent. So yeah, we can go ahead and just grab all of this and start donating it, but I need to manage my inventory a little bit first. I also had some mail. So we got something from Mom, and the Happy Home Academy is announcing their presence in my home while I sleep. So great, that just is so comforting. Looks like our gift from Mom was 3 oranges, which is awesome. So that's another fruit for us that can actually make us some money. And then we have the wooden low table recipe from Happy Home. Speaking of our house, let's go check out the inside. Okay, here it is. So it's going to tell us that we can turn the lights on and off, and we have some storage. Amazingly, it didn't burn down, and the construction workers were nice enough not to put out our campfire. So we'll put that over here. We'll put this stuff over here. I'm going to take the log stakes out. I'm going to put this over here, and I'll put the radio beside it. Now, as you know, one of my goals is to get this to be an S tier ranking. I specifically did not make it a goal to get the house fully built, although I am going to try. It's kind of like my own personal side mission is to try to get the house as big as possible while still going for that S tier kind of rating with them. But it's going to be difficult. It's going to be really, really tough. I expect today we get a shovel, so I'll keep the oranges on me so we can plant some orange trees. I might as well grab some cherries too, because you get points for doing, you know, all the different fruit trees, even the ones that are already planted on your island. And yeah, let's load up our inventory with all of these different fish that we never got to donate with Tom Nook yesterday, and kick off our museum, I think, in a pretty big way. Here's where we get our pole vault recipe, so now we don't have to build our entire town on one quadrant of the island, which is good. And he did say 15 things, so excuse me while I painstakingly donate each thing one thing at a time. And done. All right, that means tomorrow we have a big construction tent where the museum's going to be. The next day we'll have the museum. All of that before even talking to Tom Nook today. We're going to need 98,000 bells to upgrade the house. And I don't know if that's going to be my goal to get today or not. It's kind of difficult not being able to sell things to Timmy and Tommy right now. So no, yeah, it's literally not possible. But let's go ahead and grab our daily points, and let's also see what rewards are currently available. We may not have access to Timmy and Tommy, but we do have access to everything in here. I'm going to go ahead and just get the tool ring now because this is an upgrade that I always miss having at the beginning of the game. And not only did we get the recipe for the pole vault, which I'm going to need to prepare for now because I don't have enough supplies to even make it, we also have our first Nook Miles ticket waiting for us at the airport, which means we get to go see who our first new villager is. But okay, tons to do. First, let's make ourselves a flimsy axe. Oh, we also have the shovel recipe already, and the pole vault is craftable. I thought it took more supplies, but no, just 5 softwood. I got my tool wheel set up how I like, and now it's time to gather up some money, some points, things of that nature. All the new stuff we're about to do should dump a whole bunch of Nook Miles on us. And I haven't forgotten that I also need to do the 5 Nook Miles tasks today as well. Maybe by the end of the day, we end up with an inventory upgrade. That could be a nice little goal. Hitting a rock already was a Nook Miles Plus task too, so that's great. In case you couldn't tell, speed running the early game is kind of my primary motivation right now. There's just so much we have to do. And 30 days, these 30-day challenges go by a lot faster than you would expect, especially when you're trying to get 5 stars with the limitations that I've put on myself. I haven't found the money rock yet, but I did find the money spot, so we'll be planting a tree with 10K once I get the money rock. This is the first time over the river. There's a chance the money rock is up on the cliffs too, and we don't have a ladder yet, so maybe we don't get to plant a really nice high-value money tree, but I'll do what I can. Here's a rock, though. Looks like we got wind flowers as our island flower as well. You know, that's of little consequence to me. You can kind of get flowers, whatever flowers you want. So not a big deal. My favorite things to see, though, that are like native to the island, I think are roses and tulips. Those have to probably be my preferred flowers. So didn't get those this time, but that's all right. I did manage to find the money rock finally. Fantastic. That means we can grab 10,000 bells and, break our shovel, which at least got us some points. Before I craft this, let's go ahead and see what kinds of Nook Miles tasks we have, because if some of these are crafting tools, that would be nice. Oh, grow fruit trees is the next one. Good. I'm glad I didn't plant any yet because I really don't want to catch fish. Selling clumps of weeds I can't do. We can chop wood though. I don't think I can chop down a tree yet because we don't have the sharp axe. Anyway, we got our initial points for hitting a rock for the first time and for digging up some money. And now we can go ahead and plant our very first money tree for 30K, well, I guess 20K in profit, but still, yeah, not bad. For the time being, I think I will plant these kind of in front of my house. So there's our money tree, and now I just need to find a place for, I don't have a slingshot yet. Now I need to find a place for, more fruit trees. Let's just start with a cherry tree like right here. Planting this is just for some Nook Miles. And this nice big open space feels like a good spot to place our first orange trees, which will probably be moved at some point. But there we go. 3 oranges planted, and we get our Nook Miles Plus reward for planting a fruit tree, which means we have to spend bells to buy items. Oh my gosh. So this is another one I can't do. That means all I could do if I want to do more of these is catch 5 fish and chop wood, and then hope the tasks that replace these are doable. But we've done 2 out of 5 tasks today. I won't complain. We'll get these done. Anyway, I wanted to collect my rewards for planting the other trees, so we got cherry and orange. And we are starting to look pretty good for 5,000 miles today. But back to exploring the island, because I know there's a fossil buried right here, and I want that. We may get some points for just digging this up. Let's see. Yep, first time digging up a fossil gets you 300 points. No recipe on this part of the beach just yet. There is a rock up there I can't reach, so I'm glad I did find the money rock on the first tier of land. That's good. I know there's also a fossil over the river on this side. I gotta be honest, the more I walk around this island, the more I'm appreciating, like, the placement of the rivers and things like that. I think this might be a run where I don't do a lot of terraforming. I usually terraform quite a bit. I've actually been more keen on like flattening islands in recent playthroughs. Now, this island in particular has a lot more hills. Like you can see the mountain kind of comes down and wraps around the island. In fact, we could look at the map here. And, oh, the first time opening the map. Yeah, you can see it went wild with the terrain. And so I don't know, something about this does look really cool. Even the Butte River. I might do minimal terraforming on this island. I didn't want to make it even more challenging by saying also no terraforming, but you know, as time goes on, who knows? Maybe I do next to none. I've not really played the game like that before. I usually kind of go wild with it. We do have another fossil on this side, and here's that big peninsula I was talking about yesterday. Look at this thing. I will probably put my campsite here. I just love decorating spots like this. And I think the campsite is always like a cool thing to put on something like this. So that's probably where it ends up. But then again, we do have a bit of a mountain range covering it. And I just said I'm probably not going to terraform a lot. So I suppose making a path to this with how little room we have would be kind of annoying if I wanted to leave this big mountain intact. I don't know. We'll see what happens. I haven't found the beach DIY just yet. Oh, here it is. Right next to the river and ocean. So, the river mouth, I meant to say. Open it up, and we see that we have a wooden table mirror. This is a good one. And I need to do a quick Gulliver check. If we get any NPCs that are on the island that you need to help, we have to help them. So, I need to look for Gulliver. It looks like he's not here today. Oh, never mind. I was like, which is weird because usually you see him on the second day. Yep, he's here. He's here. All right, let's do it. Oh, it only took 2 times to wake him up this time. That's good. One thing I've learned about Animal Crossing is that it's actually not super clear when you meet Gulliver for the first time that you have to keep talking to him. I introduced this game to a family member who doesn't play a lot of games, and they had Gulliver on their beach, tried talking to him, and he just mumbled. And they're like, oh, okay, and then walked away. They didn't know they had to keep talking to him. And the more I thought about that, I'm like, I guess that makes sense. If you don't play a lot of games, even if you do play a lot of games, it's just not clear that Gulliver is someone in need of actual help because of that thing you have to do to wake him up. So I think at some point, like Isabel will tell you, like, oh, if you see someone passed on the beach, like try talking to them or something like that. But without that warning so early on, all anyone knows is that there's a giant bird washed up on their beach mumbling at them. And it's like, okay, this game's weird. Which, to be fair, it is a very odd game. Like, this is not how cell phones work. I don't know what would cause someone to get washed up on the beach and have their phone mostly intact, but random little chips scattered around the beaches of the entire island. And then, covered in sand, they can just be shoved back into the phone. So yeah, I don't know, maybe it's more confusing to actually help Gulliver than it is to just leave a random bird on your beach, not understanding, you know, why it's there. Anyway, this should be all 5 parts. I don't know why this dude is sailing on a beach. Or sailing around and getting washed up on beaches. He should probably just open up like a T-Mobile nearby because he seems to understand cell phones pretty well. Anyway, we'll get a reward from him, and I did clock a finned fish up here, which I will most likely fail to catch with my flimsy little twig rod, but well, let's try. Oh, no, we got it. Okay. Oh! Wow, first fin fish is a sunfish. That is awesome. Go ahead and drop this back here, and I guess I'll just dump my fossils in front of the museum for now. Almost forgot to talk to our villagers today. They don't seem to have anything for me, so that was a waste of time. In terms of points, though, we got some points for Gulliver here. 300. And overall, I'd say we're doing pretty good. The only daily task I need to worry about is getting these 5 Nook Miles things done. We've gotten a few. Maybe I'll just get another fishing rod because it looks like I am going to have to catch the 5 fish. But I can also get some points for chopping trees at least. There we go. So this task out of the way, that's 3 down. And our new one here is to sell fruit. Oh my gosh. All of these are based around selling things. I bet we get the fish one done and still get another, selling or buying task, which I can't do unless it's Sunday. Well, anyway, it's time to keep progressing the story. What I'm going to do is put all of this stuff away in my inventory, and then we are going to head to the airport. Wish me luck because whoever's waiting for us you know, on this trip, we're taking them. That's just what's happening. Unfortunately, I just have too many things that I want to spend my Nook miles on, and more tickets is just not one of them. So, you know what? I will take the free villager. As much as I want to be picky so we can try to get that top 10 villager, the problem with this challenge is if someone wants to leave, I have to let them. So I almost can't afford to get too attached to anybody in particular. Oh my gosh, we got a huge storm on this island. All right. I'm not seeing fruit here. I was kind of hoping to find our sister fruit, but that's all right. That's all right. Let's see who we get. Oh my gosh, are you kidding me? There's no way that we just found Molly on our first trip. Listen, I don't even have to search. Molly is number 5 on the list, which means we already have our top 10 villager. Now, we just need to make sure she doesn't leave before the end of the 30 days. So listen, you're not off the hook. You still need to vote for Samson, okay? And the clock is ticking, by the way. I'm recording this a few days in advance just so I can keep up with the 30-day schedule. And so right now it's 10 days for me, which means it's even less time for you. So Samson's gonna need a lot of votes so we can secure the top 10 as best as possible. But listen, Molly is a huge get. I can't believe it. I'm so excited. You will love it there, Molly. In fact, you should love it so much that you never leave. Should we just like bolt the door shut when she gets there? Let's make sure there's nothing cool here like a DIY or, you know, a fossil or something. No DIYs. Let's shake the trees for some furniture. It's worth noting that similar to my last 30-day challenge where I only use DIY items across the entire island, it's hard to get furniture. But with this hard mode challenge, I do get to use furniture, but I just have to basically find it or wait till Sundays to purchase it from Timmy and Tommy. So doing stuff like this and getting mugs is very, very important. There's so much to do today. I'm just gonna head straight back. I know I could harvest a bunch of materials from the island, but we got time for that later on. I'm so happy about our success on that trip that I'm gonna do something that I didn't think I would bother doing, and I'm going to opt into doing group stretching. In the old hard mode, this was actually something that was required of you every day. I took that rule out for this challenge because I hate stretching. But you do get some cool rewards for it, so if I remember to do it, I'll do it. And by doing stretching, I mean I'll watch everybody else do it. I've been running around a lot today. I'm getting sweaty. I don't need to add even more exercise to my routine. But I can supervise everybody else. I can give them the opportunity to stretch while I watch. Because was anyone else going to pull the radio out and turn it on for them? Probably not. Look how many people showed up. They're just so happy someone knows how to work the radio. You know, I'm doing them a favor. Why should I have to stretch? All right, we got some miles for doing you know, Nook Miles tasks. I did not get miles for not stretching. Maybe I have to do it a few more times. I know you get credit for not doing the work with that particular task. Okay, we got to talk to Tom Nook and get Molly's house set up. What should I do? Oh, the shop. Okay, we actually have to worry about the shop. I don't think he's going to give us the plots yet. Maybe that's a tomorrow thing. You know, Molly tries to move here, realizes there's absolutely no lots available, and is really, really mad and is screaming at him on the phone to find some space for her. So that's where the pressure comes in to actually build the plots. But okay, getting these supplies shouldn't be a big deal. We've already been collecting a bunch of stuff. It's a little unfortunate that I already went to an island and then turned down the opportunity to gather more of those supplies, but we'll just see what we have. Hopefully we already have enough. It would be really nice to get the shop place down today. This is why I'm a terrible speedrunner. Okay, we have 17 iron nuggets right now. Getting the different types of wood is not going to be a big deal, but these are going to hold us back. I don't want to spend my points on another island trip, so if I can't do the shop today, it's not a huge deal. I'm not really using it until later in the week anyway. But here, let's grab all of this stuff at least and start hitting some trees and stuff. I'll jump the river and we'll focus on these over here. We'll prep the landscape by shaking all of these first to make sure we don't get stung. There we go. Found one batch of bees and our last tree is safe. Okay, good. Now we'll just run through and chop these until our axe breaks. I'm worried because I think I already hit every rock today that I can possibly reach. Iron's going to be a little bit tough, but if I go ahead and get all of the wood we need and covertly donate it to Timmy and Tommy, I think one of the presents that a villager will give me today will be some of the materials. And if they can see that I already, you know, have the wood covered, they probably just go ahead and give me the iron. I don't know. I'm trying to trick the game, but if I'm correct, I think what happens is the villagers will stop you. You're walking around and they're like, hey, and then they give you something. So I'm going to try not to run into them just in case I'm right about that, because I don't want them to be like, oh, here's like a bunch of wood when they could give me iron. Not really a ton of trees over here, but you know what? This feels like actually a really good spot for nooks. Once we actually can place down the shop, it's probably going to be over here. Maybe Abel's as well. This place is kind of a pretty cool vibe. I like it. He's detected all the different types of woods, so we'll give him these. We're going to get a couple items in return. That's nice. A kettle. Look at that. And now it's safe to talk to the villagers to see if they'll give us the remaining iron, or at least just a little bit more. What's the latest? Word is you're getting stuff together to build us a shop. Okay, great, great, great. It's iron, right? Yes. I don't think Faith will also give us iron, but let's check. I heard getting things together for a shop. That's right. Oh, the pretty good tools recipes? Okay, this would have been nice to have a little while ago. Oh, okay. Faith is literally just telling me where I can get them. I thought I was going to get the recipes from her. Okay. Oh, real quick. We also got some miles for chopping all those trees. And we're so close to 5,000 points. All of our goals are being met so quickly. Okay, if I look, we now have 18 iron nuggets. What do you mean 18? He gave me one? I'm pretty sure I only had 17 before. And this little rat gave me one iron nugget. I thought they gave you up to like 5. What on earth? Okay, we're not getting Nook's place down today, it seems. I'm also worried because my inventory was full. Maybe she would have given me the better tools recipe had I not filled my inventory and then talked to her, but that one's on me, and I know where to get them. She made that very clear, so I'm not super worried about that. I'm disappointed about the iron. That's okay, though. The one last thing we have to do today is to get our Nook Mile stuff done and then buy our inventory upgrade. Oh, and collect our points simply for putting junk in our house. Fantastic. There's our 5,000. But I still need to work on getting 5 fish, so let's do that. Ooh, got ourselves the knife jaw already. This is good. These are worth a lot. Caught a turkey fish, no problem today. That's frustrating. I think I just need one more fish. Let's go ahead and put the knife jaw in the museum pile before I accidentally, you know, leave it in the sell pile. And another new fish for number 5. It's the carp. Okay, just a couple more tasks here. Or not. Plant flower seeds. We can't do this. Or, okay, so we can't do those two. We can't do this. We can't do this. And we can't do this. Well, okay. Technically, if I buy the better tools recipe, I think I get the better axe, and then I can chop down a tree. And now that I've said that out loud, it feels like that's my responsibility, which would be pretty tragic. My priority is my inventory upgrade today. That was my goal. And the pretty good tools recipe is 3,000 points. Well, I guess that's hard mode for you. I have to do it. I'm not technically locked right now from doing the Nook Miles tasks. I'm so upset. If it wasn't for getting Molly so early on, I might be even more gutted right now. But because we had good luck on our villager hunt, you know, this isn't too bad. And look, you know, there is more good news with this development. I can finally cut down some trees that have been bothering me since day 1, which was yesterday, to be fair. There we go. Times 2 points for cutting down a tree. And I think I need to do this. I kind of lost count. I think this would be the last one I need to do, though. So I'll go spend 500 miles, I guess, after I get rid of this airport tree that I absolutely hate. There we go. I think the wetsuit at this stage would be a pretty good acquisition, so I'll go ahead and make that my purchase. And there it is. That is our Nook Miles dailies satisfied. Look at that. I would have had to catch a knife jaw. Oh my gosh. I really, really do hope I did 5 and not 4. I guess you'll let me know in the comments. You probably kept better count than I did. It's day 3 of designing an island on hard mode in 30 days. Yesterday, we found Molly and we helped museum construction get underway. And today, my plan was to actually start setting up plots because I assume Molly's going to want to live here. But Tom Nook's announcement today didn't include the phone call that I'm used to him having. Maybe he's on the phone in the tent here? No. What does he say to do? It looks like my progress is locked behind the shop. So I guess my goal today is to get the shop place down. And if that means we have to spend some tickets to go get some iron, I guess that's what it means. And this is a risk, but I'm going to go ahead and use one of our very precious iron nuggets to upgrade my shovel, leaving me with just 16 out of the 30 that I need. I do think we're going to be buying at least one Nook Miles ticket today, which stinks because I don't think we're ready to find more villagers yet. It would be a pretty colossal waste of points to have to go, like, to an island and not get a villager. So glad I found the money rock though. Let's catch this pill bug because I don't have one yet. There we go. And in other good news, it looks like my tasks today are really manageable. So getting these 5 done shouldn't be a problem. One is to take a photo. I don't know if I'll use this for the thumbnail, but at least I have it now. And yeah, hitting rocks is the top priority today. Oh wow, we already found the spot where we can plant a money tree too. This rock only delivered 2 pieces of iron. This is not looking good today. I did just find a recipe though for the dark wooden mosaic wall. That's pretty cool. And there's another finned fish. I don't think I'm gonna get an opportunity to buy too many of the wallpapers and stuff. So yeah, finding those types of things in DIY form is gonna be really helpful. Let's see what we get here. Another sunfish, but this one we get to sell. Let's plant our new money tree, grab up a fossil. I forgot to check my mail. And my presents are my wetsuit that I ordered and this hat, which is, you know what, actually pretty cool. A little nervous. I think this is the second to last rock that I can hit on this island before I have to like go traveling. Again, 2 pieces of iron. Oh my gosh. Okay, let's hope for the best on this one. Iron there, let's see. Yep, just another 2 pieces. Great. Now this does leave us with 24 pieces total. It should only take 1 Nook Miles ticket to finish up. So let's begin placing down all of our fish to clear up our inventory a bit. And we'll spend the majority of our points on a Nook Miles ticket, which I've been trying to avoid, but seems I'm making a lot of mistakes. It almost doesn't matter how many times I start a new island and play through the beginning of the game. I will just continue to forget the fundamentals of this tutorial. I know it's not technically a tutorial, but I think you know what I mean. Oh my gosh. Wait a minute. Are you kidding me right now? The luck we're having. Listen, Zucker is number 9. That's 2 top 10 villagers. And this is only the second time I visited an island. Now, I'm not kidding. I thought because we didn't have Molly's plot set up yet, I couldn't look for another villager. I didn't expect to see anybody here. The fact that it's another top 10 villager is a bit odd. Do I need to up the goal to 3 top 10 villagers by the end of this? The truth is probably not. Again, if they want to leave, they have to leave. So we have a lot of luck right now. We may not have luck in the future. But yes, Zucker, please come live on Grimvale, which is now a name that is really becoming rapidly not suited for this playthrough. Let's see how much iron we get, though. There's still time for this trip to mess us up. Or not. I think that, yep, literally that's all the iron we needed from this. Unbelievable. Okay, I'm no longer sad about spending the miles on this ticket. I already got my piece of furniture, which is a rat in bed. I found the bees, scoop up an extra fossil. Wow, and this island even has a new DIY. The wooden mini table, which for a second I thought it was the mirror. I'm like, okay, that wasn't a new DIY, but nope, we got a new DIY as well. All right, I'm gonna chop down like every tree that I can reach, or, you know, until my axe breaks. And chopping these trees is another Nook Points task. I'll take it. Ooh, stretching is one of our tasks as well. Maybe I can avoid catching 5 fish today. That would be nice. Okay, that should be every oh, nope, one more. Okay, that should be every tree I can reach. And we get to take home coconuts, which I completely forgot. We could have gotten them last island as well. Oh, right. Pockets. Oops. I suppose I could wear the wetsuit, but I don't really want to because I would only use this as like a tool. You know what I mean? I'm not supposed to be able to buy clothing, and this kind of feels like me wearing clothing. So I know it's a lame excuse, but I'm going to actually not wear the wetsuit to save space. I will drop the weeds, though. I think we can part with 1 wasp nest. That's no big deal. I can even let this guy go because I really want to make sure I take home some supplies. We're going to need them. We're going to need a lot of supplies throughout this entire challenge because this is going to be kind of, you know, hybrid like DIY island here. So yeah, we need to be thoughtful. Also, we have cherries at home. So those stay behind. And since we spent the points, I will go ahead and continue hitting rocks and filling up my very limited inventory. Oh no, there's a new bug. Okay, nope, I accidentally picked up more cherries. Okay, this is perfect. There we go. Excellent. This trip has gone so well. I can't believe it. I didn't think we would have a repeat of the kind of luck we got from our last trip. This is wild. First, let's throw our new friend behind the museum here. Then let's turn in our iron. Here you go. And there's the shop. And as I said before, I think the best place for it is up in this section here. Now, I say that, and I've talked about maybe not terraforming too much or at all this time around, but I am a little worried about that placement considering where I've chosen to put my house, because right here kind of feels like the perfect spot to put like a diagonal bridge and, you know, have the 2 shops up there. But yeah, my house is kind of in the way of that. So I could either still put it up there and do a couple bridges, one here and then one over the river, you know, over yonder, or I could just put it somewhere else. I could put Nook's like right up here perhaps. So for example, you cross the river on a bridge there, and then maybe Nook's Cranny is like here, and then there's a path that goes this way, and then you have maybe Able Sisters tucked in here, which gives us a good amount of room around Abel's to kind of decorate with some cool stuff. But this is a little more room than I know what to do with, you know, when it comes to a shop that I'm actually not allowed to shop at as per the rules of the challenge. So it kind of feels silly to put Abel's up here in like prime real estate. So I think what I might do is put Nook's Cranny somewhere right here, put Able Sisters next to it over here, and then we'll save a little bit of room in the back for, I don't know, just some decorations or something, maybe a seating area between the two, and that might feel pretty good. So feel like a little shopping district. We have room up front to put stuff. Yeah, I think that's the play. We'll start by getting rid of this tree. We'll pull up these weeds, and then we'll make some decisions about how this is all gonna look. So if I actually leave an even number of spaces between the two shops, that allows me to put a staircase kind of directly between them. You know me, I'm still gonna try and find ways to work symmetry into everything I do. So let's chop down this tree as well. And thankfully there were no bees inside of it. And as I count the tiles with these little holes here, I can tell that yes, indeed, this is 4 tiles wide. So that's our even amount of space. And that basically means that if Able Sisters starts basically where I'm standing, it has all this space to kind of be nestled into, and Nook's Cranny can go right here. I guess the only problem is Abel's might get tripped up. I can't remember how big the building is. Maybe the cliff has to be walked back a tiny bit. And again, I can terraform a tiny bit. It's not a big deal. So yes, let's make this happen. Let's assume that this is the back corner of the Able Sisters shop, and then this will be the back corner of Nook's Cranny. Now, Nook's Cranny is pretty big, so this might not work. Now that I remember, let's see here. Okay, yeah, it's huge, actually. All right, I forgot about that. In that case, what I'm gonna do instead is put Nook's Cranny maybe more to this side. So if I put it right here, that still leaves enough room for a path over to the right and up that hill over there where the stairs could be. So I think this is probably the best bet. And then Able Sisters could actually go up on the hill. But let me think about this for just like 2 more seconds. Once this shop is placed down, I can't pick it back up. I mean, that's it. And this is, like, when I look at this whole area, kind of awkward placement when there's an opportunity still to put Abel's, which is a smaller footprint, like right here. And then again, Nook's Cranny over the river with like a little bridge connecting the two areas. Without terraforming, that bridge could probably be placed here, no problem. And if we really want to fill this area in, we could put a house or 2 next to Abel's as well. And then a path still going up right here with a staircase over to the next layer where we could have more houses. So let's cross back over here real quick. And let's imagine Nook's Cranny in this spot, as I talked about a little bit earlier. If I'm willing to sacrifice this rock, I can go ahead and just put it here, nestled right up against the mountain. It still leaves plenty of room around it for decorating, and a bunch of room in front of it for paths and bridges and things like that. So yeah, I'm more confident in this placement right here. I'm going to do it. And there it is. It's done, whether we like it or not. If we regret it, it doesn't matter. This is permanent. It appears as though Timmy is pleased. And I checked with Tom Nook. He doesn't really have anything else for me today. So for now, let's turn our attention to our daily Nook tasks. Let's do some island-sanctioned group stretching supervised by me. Yes, stretch in the hot September sun. Doing exercise in your work uniform that includes like a button-up shirt and a tie, by the way, is something I would probably absolutely do. Okay, claim our points for stretching. And let's go ahead and upgrade our fishing rod, our net, the watering can, and let's make this dark wooden mosaic wall. The tools help us get some more points, and that's our 5 daily tasks done. Let's slap down our wall like that. That changes the vibe in here a lot. And we'll start putting away some of the stuff we collected. Oh, I want to plant these. If I look at the items we have so far, there's actually some kind of neat stuff we could put down. I suppose we can use this bed and get rid of the camping cot. We have a cardboard box and I don't know, a mug. So some opportunities here, I guess. We can put this by our bedside, and you know what? We can hang this photo of 3 strangers right above our bed, as I like to do. And yeah, I guess for now, you know, that's some decorating done. this is how it's kind of going to be as I continue to progress through the game. We'll collect some furniture. We'll make it actually look good in here. But hey, if we're working towards that S tier ranking, we got to start somewhere. Anyway, we'll drop an additional fossil next to the museum, plop down our pill bug that we caught, and then begin planting our new coconut trees. Back in the day, I used to kind of evenly spread these out across all of my beaches, but now that we can decorate outside in Animal Crossing games, I like to cluster them together kind of like this. So I'll have like a little batch of coconut trees, and then over here, maybe some decorations to go along with them. Maybe we throw a couple more right here, and why not? We'll throw one right here. And there we go. That's 6 coconut trees planted. We get a daily Nook Miles task for planting another fruit tree, and then more points for just planting, for the first time, a coconut tree. And to be perfectly honest with you, that's kind of day 3 in a nutshell. Unfortunately, I messed up by not prioritizing Nook's Cranny, and so it kind of slows me down. I can sit here and grind out more resources, or I can rest my voice for tomorrow. It's day 4 of our 30-day hard mode challenge in Animal Crossing. Yesterday we found Zucker, and that's about all we could do, because we needed to set up Nook's Cranny, which we also ended up doing. So today should be a pretty full day. There's probably going to be a lot to do. The museum is built, so we have a bunch of stuff to donate. Timmy and Tommy's shop is ready to go, even though we really can't use it, but we can use the drop box. So we could probably at least start selling some stuff and working towards our loan. We also can't use the catalog, but that's okay. And here comes the angry phone call from Molly and Zucker. They tried to move here, and there was no room for them. So Tom Nook's going to spend his morning getting chewed out by angry future residents. I've been going around telling them that this was a place they could live, and they're realizing right now it's not. So yeah, we have a pretty full day of stuff to do because we need to start placing down these plots. Oh, Daisy May is sending us a letter. We're going to toss it right in the trash because turnips are banned in this version of hard mode, which is just fantastic. Let's take some points for being an active island resident. Yep, and let's focus on our, daily chores. I'm hoping for some more money rock luck today. I think by now I get the ladder because I have to start placing down plots. So yeah, finding the money rock today should not be impossible. And look at that, we already completed one of our first 5 Nook Miles tasks today, which was hitting a rock. We're about to get our fossils assessed. Diving for sea creatures is now a possibility for us. Yeah, all these things super easy to do today, even with Nook's only being open on Sunday. And it looks like our first 2 island residents are now in their own actual houses. I think this means one of them is crafting. If so, it's not Faith, but she's happy to have moved out of a tent, and I am too. I get it. And right in front of Faith's house was our beach DIY, which is butter churn. This is a great item. We will certainly be making a farm somewhere on this island. I'm sure of it. They always look really nice, and they take up a good amount of space, and they make a lot of money. So butter churn, awesome item to have. Finally found the money rock. Didn't have to look too long. I actually really dig the look of Samson's house. Let's see if he's crafting. He's not. If I ever got the opportunity to do like a happy home customization on his house, I wouldn't. I would just leave it as is. It looks really nice. It matches him too, which is pretty cool. Oh, wow. And the money spot is like right next to his house too. Fantastic. Okay. Our dailies are, wow, just about done. Oh, my shovel. Crap. Every single time. I'm going to chop up all these trees in order to make my new shovel. And the reason I'm being a little more ruthless right now with tree chopping is that there's going to be no shortage of trees, really. And also, this is where I want like my path to Nook's. And also, I just love it so much. There's something really satisfying about chopping down the trees in this game. I know that's a horrible thing to say and put out there into the world, but I'm sorry. It's just kind of true. How do you feel about it? Let me know in the comments. Do you like watching the tree fall down, all the leaves fly everywhere, or do you think that's just awful? Look, I even got rewarded for doing it. It's hard. I'm getting incentivized to chop them down. How am I supposed to feel? All right, anyway, money tree. Here we go. We'll get rid of this stump, and then we'll put our new money tree in the lineup right here. I'll go ahead and get rid of these other stumps as well. Okay, on to the next part of our day. I'm going to tidy up my pitifully small inventory, and then I'm going to start getting everything together for my big museum donation. Oh, look at this. We have a new bug as well. You can't trick me. I know that I don't have much furniture. Incredible that they built all this in one day. Okay, here's our first batch of items donated. That means we also get some points for assessing our first fossils, and some more points for assessing fossils. I'm not foolish enough to think that we can complete any of those exhibits in 30 days without time traveling, but the museum by the end of this is going to be pretty impressive. We already have a lot of stuff. I don't normally have such a wide variety of bugs and fish to donate in the first 4 days of a playthrough. Anyway, let's turn in all of these. It does look like we already have a repeat bug and fossil. And honestly, now that we have the Dropbox, tasks like this are completable. I can sell clumps of weeds because I am allowed to sell to the Dropbox. Of course, the penalty there being we take like a 20%, I think, hit on the actual like value. And if I were to just wait for CJ, I could make even more money with these. But I kind of want to get the first loan paid down. It's painful to go this long without paying down, more loans. I usually am faster about that, but hard mode is slowing me down. So we'll go ahead and start using the Dropbox. And even though I'm considering Nook's closed, I am going to walk in there today because I think it progresses the story. And listen, 10,000 for all of this, even with the hit we're taking, still not bad. This earned us 2 Nook Miles tasks, and that does bring us, I think, to 5 for the day, so that's great. Not that it's illegal to do more of them. And we got some points for selling unwanted stuff. This is what I was talking about, progressing the story. We need to see this before we can actually start buying clothing. Now, I'm not allowed to buy clothing, but if we want Able Sister's place down, which we do, I have to buy clothing. So anything I buy, I can't keep, basically. I'm just gonna have to toss or sell back or whatever. Other than that, it's kind of a shame, but I can't buy anything here. And there's only one thing I want. This candle's kind of cool. I don't really need any of this other stuff. I mean, who knows? Maybe I will in the future. Right now, I can't imagine a use for it. Love to look at some wallpapers and stuff. Can't do it. Hopefully, Sunday has some cool things for us. I'll go ahead and sell my old outfit that I'm not allowed to wear, along, of course, with these other fish and bugs that we saved up. And so we have under 15,000 that's going to be dropping in our bank account tomorrow. And that's not quite enough to pay down the loan just yet, which right now I have about 30K, which is cool. But in another day or so, our first money trees will grow in. And yeah, that loan will be paid down pretty quickly. It's going to feel like we're doing pretty good with money at first. But, hard mode will catch up to us here pretty soon, I think. Because honestly, just a real life update. I don't have too much time to record these every day. I'm kind of limited. So I can't really sit here and grind stuff out. Last time I did hard mode, I had a lot of free time to actually dive for sea creatures for hours on end to get all the money I needed to pay down loans, but I can't do that now. Essentially, anything significant in this challenge that happens is going to happen on camera. I'm not going to do anything really off camera for the most part. So let's hope we can make good progress on paying off loans, unlocking Harv's Island and stuff like that with all of these limitations. Anyway, Tom Nook is still getting chewed out from this morning's announcements. He's finally off the phone and ready to have us help him set up some plots. He said we had 3 interested applicants right now. And I'm thinking, and I'm like, okay, wait, I got Molly and I got Zucker, but I don't remember getting a third. So it's just kind of interesting that they made the language like we already have 3 people waiting. I'll take my daily point bonus before I grab the plots from him. And I'm going to go ahead and just buy my Nook Miles ticket now. And if I'm not mistaken, and I've been mistaken many times when it comes to this early game tutorial section, I think since the plots aren't placed down, if I take this ticket and I travel to the airport right now, there will be a new villager waiting for me, just like when we found Zucker. Oh, let's collect our miles for spending miles. Anyway, as I was saying, I'm going to risk being wrong about this. I'm going to take my ticket to the airport right now and see our 3rd starter villager. Can we get another top 10? I have no idea. Our luck has been a little stupid, not gonna lie. I, of course, mean stupid in a good way. I just can't believe we already found Zucker and Molly. Raining again. I don't think this is a sister fruit island. We have cherries and we have cherries on a cherry island. Are you kidding me? Or is this Sherry? I don't know. Hold on. How do you pronounce this name? Sherry or Cherry? Let me know. So what is your ranking? Honestly, lower than I thought. 166. Not bad. Not bad. Definitely no Samson. Our DIY is the shell fountain. That's a good one. And let's go hunting for our furniture piece. Wow, first tree. We got a serving cart. Not bad, not bad. Okay, that's everything I want here. And with our 3 hand-picked villagers, it's now time to start placing down their house plots. Or building a bridge, actually. Tom Nook would first like me to build a bridge. I am so bad at remembering the order of events here. All right, the fabled hot dog bridge is going to require log, stakes, 4 of them, 4 clay and 4 stone. I think I have enough to just go ahead and grab the supplies and make it right now. And let's put them all together in a package of hot dogs to make ourselves a bridge. We'll collect some points for doing some more DIY work, and then report to Tom Nook to ask permission to place down this bridge, I guess. He told me to come back here. All right, let's put it down. So, as I previously stated, I thought this would be a pretty good spot to plop down a bridge, which means I'm going to be putting a path running right through here. If I wanted to put a little garden next to my house, that kind of eliminates the opportunity to do that. The other area I could put this bridge is, well, not here. Maybe here. The problem with this spot is that eventually this is going to turn into a big, stupid building, and it's going to be hard to even see that there's a bridge back here, and I don't like that. So I could put it over here, and it might actually work diagonally, but the museum's in the way, and I don't like that either. So I think my hope of, having like a garden area next to my house is dashed. Now, I have a lot of space in front of my house. I could absolutely put like a garden or a little farm or something in front of it, like I did in the 30-day island, the DIY island, and that should be fine. So you know what? Let's see how it looks right here. I'm going to imagine it real quick. This isn't too bad. If I decide not to do any terraforming though, I might want it moved over one space. So if I go over here, let's see if this is possible. It is possible. Let's imagine this. I think that looks better. I like the room we have around it on the other side. And there's still room for path around it on both ends, even if I make the path like 4 tiles wide. So yeah, let's do this. Now, I don't have to keep the bridges and stairwells, or stairways, or whatever you want to call them, the ramps. I just can't move buildings. But if this is ever a problem, I am allowing myself to pay the money to move it, or, demolish it, change it with something else if I, that I like better. I call this the hot dog bridge because I think it looks a little silly. I think there's just better looking bridges in the game. So yeah, we may replace it eventually. Now, putting it here means that we might, perhaps have enough room to put a bridge right here in the future. And this is kind of the only spot I really want it if we are going to put like a tiny bit of stuff here, like a couple houses and Able Sisters. So hopefully, without terraforming, these two corners wouldn't conflict with each other. I'm a little bit nervous. I like the idea of having two bridges so close together and just having like a little L-shaped path connecting them. I think that would look really nice. And now it's time to start on some homes. He's given me all 3 housing kits in one shot, and now we get to pick our locations. So a bit risky with this one. These housing kits are the only time where your house plots are going to be pretty much massive. We can't put these too close together. We can ignore the extra yard space that they leave around the houses. Once these are built, it's not a big deal. But again, these are permanent. These are forever placements. So let's be really thoughtful about this. We know we want houses here because we want to set up like this little environment where people can like go to the clothing store, and we can put a path coming from like a bridge here, going over and up some stairs over here, which maybe where we'll have some more houses or a campsite. And by the way, this is the first time I've played on a new Animal Crossing save where I knew where things were going to go. Like the island, without the burden of thinking about how I'm going to terraform it, it's kind of coming together really fast in my head. And I can't wait to show you, once I get it all laid out, what this place is going to look like. Anyway, these housing kits are not maybe the things to use to start mapping out the permanent layout for our town. Because if I can't fit a house like right here, for example, which I absolutely cannot, then this doesn't really work. Let me try moving back and seeing if it'll go here. No, see, the yard that it has around it is requiring so much more space. And that stinks. So I think there will be a house right here eventually, but it's not going to be these houses. This is a good spot, I think. We have space to the left and right in case I do want to maybe like get a path over to my potential peninsula campsite. Tom Nook is giving us a call to say, how goes the land hunt? It's great. And yeah, let's begin thinking about plot number 2. One idea that I do like is that since we had to put our other homes in these 2 spots, is maybe turning this area into a bit of a neighborhood. I like to keep some villagers kind of close to one another, and it gives us something to kind of build around, little paths, things like that. Again, unfortunately, I think our plots here are really quite big, and we're not able to kind of place stuff exactly where we want with them. But I believe, and I could be wrong about this, I believe that the yards are allowed to overlap, which means I think a yard can overlap with an existing house, but we're gonna try it. But instead of letting the house destroy any more weeds, I am gonna grab these because you know, they're kind of valuable. Let's see if I can place a house like right here. Okay, it's actually mad about the ledge to the right, unfortunately. But in theory, that does mean I could probably put one right over here. It's hard to tell if this house is set one tile back from where it should be. I'm gonna be really annoyed if these two houses aren't like right next to each other. So right now I'm just digging some holes to give myself an idea of, you know, how many tiles long this house is compared to the one we're about to place down. I'm gonna take out this tree because it's getting in the way. Look, if they end up staggered from one another by one tile, we can work with it. We can put a couple cute paths connecting them still and it'll look fine. But I would really like it if we could avoid that. So I'm going to dig a couple more holes. And now I know that this back corner of the house extends, you know, across this layer of tiles. And I know that's too far back. So let me rethink this. We'll pop back over here. Okay, that leaves 2 spaces between the 2 houses. I think if I dig 2 more holes here and here, it'll kind of confirm that this is going to be lined up. Yes. So the houses are actually 3 tiles deep. But the 4th tile has always been like this invisible one in front of the house because you can tuck a path underneath it. You can kind of walk in front of it. So I believe that these houses will be perfectly lined up with one another. So let's do it. Okay. I don't know. This is a little weird looking. I guess we'll see. It looks like their doorsteps are going to be lined up, and that's what I wanted. Anyway, now we got to figure out where the final plot is going to be, and I want to see if it can fit here, actually. Let me just check this out real quick. Unfortunately, no. Again, the beach ledge is just not having it. Oh, you know what? This happened completely by accident, but I think the museum doorstep and Samson's doorstep are lined up if we started to put a path between them. And that's pretty cool. I like that. In that case, let me count this out real quick. Yep, 8 tiles. So this is great. Having an even number of spaces between these two things means I can take a road and just cut it right through here. And we can start to think about like future bridges and things as well. So this road could come over and up and back. And there could be maybe I don't know, it could lead to a bridge over here and then a bridge that crosses in front of that waterfall. There's all kinds of stuff we could do. There could be a diagonal bridge maybe. But this is neat. I like this. So anyway, knowing that there's probably going to be a path between these 2 buildings, it gives me an opportunity to figure out where this other house can go. And I'm thinking it could be kind of cool to see it somewhere back here, not lined up with Samson's house, actually just staggered and kind of thrown back here a little bit. Let's de-weed and de-tree. And this is kind of cool because maybe that is what I was talking about. Maybe that's like a main road, but then we can put little roads connecting all of the villagers' front doorsteps. So what if I put the house in this spot here? What does this look like? I'd say they overlap a little too heavily. I think I'm happy with this. This is the spot. We're just going to commit to it. I'm terrified that I regret this in the future, but I got to be honest, I'm starting to see the opportunities for this island to kind of come together, and I think I kind of like working within these limitations of, hey, once it's placed down, that's it. Anyway, the way this works, in case somehow someone watching doesn't know this part of the game at this point, is that the villagers will move in one at a time, no matter if you finish all 3 of these plots right now or if you do one at a time, but you have to put the furniture and stuff in at least one. So because this has already been kind of a long day for me, I'm going to go ahead and just focus on plot number 1 right now. And we'll probably do the other 2 tomorrow. So interior items for this one are the cherry speakers, lamp, and pot. So we're going to need some new recipes here. For the exterior, the stone stool, table, and the clothesline. I'm already forgetting what I needed to make, but let's go make some stuff. Here's our stone stool, our stone table, and clothesline. We can also afford the pot, the cherry lamp, and the cherry speakers. I did remember these correctly, so we'll put those inside. And then we just need to put down the table, the stool, and then the clothesline can go right here. And that'll do it. So that is one house done. I actually think we should turn this for now. I have to pull it out. I'm probably going to keep these by the houses for a bit. Normally, I would remove the stuff as soon as I can. But I don't really have a lot of items right now, and we need a lot of items on the island. So yeah, this is fine. Okay, it detects everything, and the house is now ready to go. Let's go ahead and clear a tree, right? You know, they give them a view out their little window. They have the ocean in front of their house. I would be kind of annoyed if there was a giant tree in my way. And then I'm going to say day 4 is a wrap. It's day 5 of trying to survive hard mode for 30 days while getting 5 stars, I guess. I have a lot of goals, really. And yesterday, we got some plots set up for our villagers. Today, the first one should be moving in. And we have our first suspicious character warning, which means we get to buy a piece of art today as well. Interestingly, though, Tom Nook did not announce the arrival of any of the villagers we found so far. So it's kind of looking like my progress in the early stages of the game here is going to be artificially slowed down yet more than I was expecting. Who's calling? Oh, right. We sold a whole bunch of stuff for the first time in the Dropbox. So we have almost 15,000 bells waiting for us. Very good. And our bridge is complete. We built this yesterday. We can get over to Nook's Cranny very easily now. And hopefully, we can put another bridge right here to get over to the other plots and things we want to put on the other side of that river. So first, let's go check out the status of this plot we finished yesterday. I really want to know if it at least says sold. And it does. Who's moving in? Zucker. Okay, so Zucker is going to live here. This is actually pretty fitting. I've put him by the beach kind of accidentally. I was thinking Molly should have a little more, space around her house, because that's probably the villager I'm most excited about having. And I think we can maybe do some like cottagecore vibes around her place. And I was thinking yesterday after I set that plot up, like, oh, did I leave enough room to kind of do a build like that? And probably. I mean, any of the plots could probably work for that kind of aesthetic if we want them to. But yeah, I'm glad it's Zucker. That one makes sense. I will point out, though, that a little bit of frustration with this process of setting up plots and having villagers. I really do feel like if this is plot number 1, it should go to the first villager we found. I was pretty certain that was Molly's place right there. Let's talk to Red for the first time. He's going to head back to his boat, which is anchored off the North Shore. And for anyone who doesn't know by now, the very first piece of art that you buy from Red is always real. So everything in his boat, the first time you meet him, you don't have to worry about checking to see if it's authenticity. So just kind of pick your favorite thing that you feel like might be difficult to get later on. And look at that, we got the sleigh DIY. Before I go up there, I guess I'll just continue my dailies. I want to make sure there's no one washed up on the beach today. There's nobody on this side of the island. I did find my first fossil of the day. Samson wants to talk. Let's see. Do you know about reactions? Okay, so we get our first reaction from a villager here. That's cool. I was kind of hoping for more stuff. I kind of need stuff, but fine. I'll take the joy reaction. We found the shimmering spot, and we do have plenty of bells to go ahead and plant in here. So let's go ahead and take advantage of this right now. I think we'll be getting our first money tree tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken. We'll find a better place for these, but yeah. So all 4 money trees planted, and now kind of the cycle will continue day in and day out, where 1 money tree will be fully grown every single day, as long as I stay on top of this. Always good to keep a tree stump around, because stump bugs. Another goal I would like to pursue today in particular is getting my inventory upgraded, because having the 2 rows of inventory has been just killer. And I can't believe we didn't get an opportunity to do that yet. We had an opportunity, but the rules kind of messed me up. So yeah, today I'd really like to take 5,000 points and put it towards that. Speaking of points, let's see where we are with those. I know I have a task kind of waiting for me right now. So we got another reaction, or I guess our first reaction, which got us 300 points. I think 5,000 is probably doable today. We'll see where we get to. Our daily tasks here, I can't sell, well, no, I could sell items in the Dropbox. Okay, we can do this. Catching a surgeonfish is not something I'm going to go for. Selling fruit we could do, chopping wood we can do, and I think tending flowers is also possible now because we have the watering can and the ladder to reach more flowers. So as I continue to do my dailies, I should probably let you in on a little bit of a secret rule, I guess, that I've been not talking about too much in this challenge. You may have already seen it when I put the rules up at the beginning of this, but I have a rule that states that I must complete 1 special challenge per week minus week 1. Now, we are still on week 1, but that is ending soon, and I'm going to need to take on a special challenge. What is a special challenge? I'm not going to go into too much detail about it, but what I'll tell you is that essentially I'm going to be issued a special challenge, and I'm going to have the whole week to complete that challenge on top of everything else we have going on. So after Sunday, once I do my very first Nook's Cranny, shopping spree, I guess we can call it, on that following Monday, I'm going to get this challenge. And I'm just teasing it now. Watch out for it. It's possible that this challenge could mess up the entire week that week, because I really can't stop playing until I get it done. At least that's how I'm assuming it's going to go. I don't exactly know what challenges are going to befall me yet, but you'll see soon enough how they'll be issued. And I'm nervous. This first week has been a breeze so far, and you're probably thinking, this is supposed to be hard mode. What is this? We honestly haven't even gotten started yet. All right, first time up on the cliffs here, and we can go ahead and start getting the fossils and hitting rocks. I've not explored up here yet. I don't really know, other than the Butte River right here, I don't really know what we have going on. We have our windflowers, which I guess I should probably water some while I'm up here because, you know, part of our Nook Miles goals. That said, I don't exactly want these flowers, so I don't know. We'll just water them for now. If we get more from doing this, then whatever. Oh, wow, we got a couple fossils up here. This is great. I did sell my first extra fossil. Uh-oh. Crap, if I swap this, it's just going to bury something else. I guess I'll just bury these stones. If I don't pick those back up today, I'm going to be very confused in a few days from now. Anyway, as I was saying, I think I sold my first extra fossil, but I've been debating actually holding on to them because something that'd be kind of cool to do is get some villager photos before the end of this, and fossils are just a really easy thing to gift. I can gift a lot of things and still have like the same kind of impact, but I don't know, fossils are just nice and easy. Villagers don't put them in their house, which is nice. Speaking of putting stuff in my house, trying to get my pitifully small inventory cleaned up here so I can head back out and collect more fossils. I'm digging up these stones again because I feel bad for future me. You know what I just realized about Red? He doesn't just have art. Red is here with furniture as well. So I think I'm gonna buy this stuff because I don't know when I'm gonna get the chance to just buy any of these things, and gosh, it's expensive. It'd be really nice to just have a bunch of furniture by the time we're ready to start really decorating and just have a lot of things to choose from besides just DIYs, which we're going to be spamming a lot of. And as for the artwork, I think I'm just going to go for the statue. Whenever you see a real statue, it's kind of tempting not to grab it if you don't already have the statue. So yes, we're spending all our money here. Let's go ahead and grab this, and we'll get that in the mail tomorrow. That left us with some more points too. We got money for spending bells, which... or money. We got points for spending bells, which is something it's going to be kind of difficult for us to get. We got some points for buying art, and that was it for now. I'm not done exploring the hills here, but we're going to head back to the museum because my inventory is basically full. Get this stuff donated, and continue our quest for the money rock. I think this has to be it. I don't see any other rocks around here. I mean, I think I've hit all the rocks today except for this one, but I could be wrong. Oh, okay. This isn't a money rock, but we got our first gold nugget, and we learned a DIY. The King Tut Mask, which actually requires 5 gold nuggets. It's a little unfair that you unlock this recipe with 1 gold nugget, like your first one, and then you need 4 more to even make it. I think they should have given us a different recipe. Like, I'm excited to have my first gold nugget. I should be able to craft with it right now. Talking to Faith, and she's talking about giving her dad a present one time or something, and that reminds me, I should give her a present. I think I have some extra fossils. And they're not wrapped right now, but I mean, hey, let's just get this relationship started. I need a photo, please. But I'll take an electronics kit. I forgot. I'm so dumb. I forgot giving presents will give you other items in the meantime. So yeah, I think gifting villagers needs to be one of the things we do every day, even though it's not necessarily in the rules that I've laid out, because that is going to be incredibly important for getting more clothing and furniture. Here's our money rock right by the entrance. I don't think I gave myself a very good backstop. Uh-oh. Okay. That last hit almost didn't hit. Let's water these flowers real quick. I don't know if I'm going to commit to hybrids of these particular flowers, but they were the first ones I was given, so I planted them. I will take the points, though. A task just came up for stretching. Let's go ahead and do that real quick. Not a lot of people showed up this time. I wonder if people are getting tired of me not participating in the stretching, and so the turnout is just going to become worse and worse as time goes on, even though we're going to keep inviting new people to live on the island. But listen, until they stop giving me Nook Miles for just standing here, I don't know what to tell you. I'll take those. Ooh, and we got our first batch of points here for participating in enough stretching. Nice, we're getting close to 5,000. If I hit up decorating mode in my house real quick, we can use some of the furniture that I've bought. We have the bathroom sink and the gas range. Maybe we can just, I don't know, stick these things together with a serving cart and a kettle and make something happen, right? You know, give ourselves like a little kitchen setup. So we'll do that. We'll take our serving cart and kind of put it here. We'll put our kettle on the stove. Maybe the serving cart can go like there. That means we should probably move the mug onto the serving cart. That makes a little more sense. We'll take the lantern and put it on our nightstand. And yeah, I'd say this place is coming together. Before we move on to setting up everyone's houses, let me check on Tom Nook, make sure he doesn't need anything, and collect our daily Nook Oh, he does need something. Progressing nice with the plots and the homes, furnishings, and whatnot. I'm working hard. Wonderful, that's what I like to hear. As you finish your part, I'll get started on home construction and welcoming our new residents. I vow to get this done quickly and to get it done right. Why, if all goes well, we could have someone in a new home as soon as tomorrow. Okay, so really nothing of note there. Let me get my points. And from here, it's time we take a look at plot number 2 to see what it wants in order to be complete. So, we have to get interior items that consist of a wooden block stereo, table, and windflower wreath. So we're going to need to go back up into the mountains and pick some flowers. And then, yeah, do some wooden block furniture. Wooden block furniture is pretty easy. It's all softwood. All right, so we'll just decimate the local flora here. And I think I'm gonna need to make myself a new flimsy axe. I need to chop trees anyway, and I'm pretty sure I don't have enough material to get these houses done. But let's craft this. We'll craft our 2 wooden block toys. We can afford the table, which is good. And I just need some iron for the stereo, which I forgot to grab, but we have enough to make the interior items. That's good. Let's make our axe. Now we can submit everything for the interior. And let's begin chopping up some trees. Second tree I shook. Nice, I'll take it. Wow. And like 3 more trees in, found our next batch of wasps. Oh my gosh. Again, like 2 more trees later. What's happening? Why are they all on this side of the island? I'm glad I decided to shake the trees. I almost didn't. I was like, I'll be fine. We haven't done this yet, but if you would like to know my tip for making sure you always have enough of the different types of wood on hand for making stuff, one thing I've started doing in a new playthrough is actually setting up, even if it's temporary, just a farm full of fruit trees. And this gives you an opportunity every few days to collect all the different types of wood while also harvesting your fruit trees. So you don't have to run around to each one, shaking them to make sure bees don't fall out of them, which is nice. And, you know, it's you're not doing it every day. You're just waiting until the fruit populates. And then you take like a flimsy axe. I like to leave some by the farm and, you know, you chop them up. So maybe in a day or so, we'll set that up. I'm waiting for my orange trees to grow in, and that'll give us a lot more fruit to kind of play with. And maybe we can start to set that up in an area that has some open space we're not going to use for a while. Anyway, checking on the exterior items real quick. We need an iron garden chair, table, and a birdhouse. So easy enough. I might just steal the birdhouse I already have at my place because I don't see it staying there forever anyway. So one of these, and then 1 stolen birdhouse. I think I'll put the table and chair just here for now. We'll plop the birdhouse right here besides the plot, and then we will see that everything is ready to go. All the items are with the home now, and it will be, I guess, sold tomorrow. I suppose if this becomes Molly's house, that cottagecore plot idea I have would be a little weird. It's like right by the airport. This house, these 2 houses here are actually some of the worst real estate we have to offer. The view that this villager has is of the ocean, to be fair, but there's like a big plain right there. There's just a lot of commerce and stuff coming through here. These are not great spots now that I'm like really thinking about it. You know, it's fine for me. I don't care. That's their problem. I can definitely work around it with little paths and things like that. But I think that someone else, if I decide to make like a little forest cottagecore build, someone else is probably going to get that. Sorry. Here's yet another balloon. I'm pretty certain I don't have the slingshot recipe, and I can't get it till Sunday. So this is miserable. There could be so many cool pieces of furniture just flying over my head, or recipes. We're getting into fall. Oh my gosh. Oh, I'm sick. Let me know your favorite DIY in the comments, whether it's for fall or some other time of year. You go ahead, you put that in the comments, and let's hope that you help manifest all these really cool DIYs for me during this challenge. Okay, before I craft anything else, let's make sure there's not like a crafting task we're about to get. Sell a hot item for a fortune. I guess we could technically do this if the Dropbox counts as selling it, you know, because Timmy and Tommy will give you, they'll tell you that, oh, we're going to pay more for this, but does the Dropbox know that? I don't know. Selling 5 fruit we can do pretty quickly here, and then of course, earning 5,000 bells is just going to be something we do in the process. Let's go see what the hot item is. I might just try it. Iron Garden Chair. Oh my gosh, that's kind of a gimme. I'm not going to lie. These things are really easy to make. I have a good amount of iron right now. Maybe we'll just make a few. I have 14 iron on me. I think there's even more in my home storage. At least I hope so. And let's just use what we have here to make a few chairs. How many does it take? It is 3 per chair. Yep, let's fill up. I was able to make 4 chairs, and selling just one is worth 1,800. I don't know what these normally go for, so that may or may not be the hot item price minus 20%. I have no idea. But let's just sell all this stuff. This will at least get us our 5,000, and we sold some fruit. Let's see, did it work? No. That did not count as selling a hot item for a fortune. But we did get the miles for selling fruit and for making 5,000 bells, which brings us to a total of 5,000 miles right now. Well, 5,280. And yeah, we did our 5 tasks today. And just as a reminder, just 5 tasks in general. It doesn't all have to be the ×2 points tasks. I think we've earned ourselves an inventory upgrade. Oh, it's going to feel really good to hold more things. And we get 200 points back, which is nice because I've just spent them all. With my inventory upgrade out of the way, that should make things a lot easier tomorrow when we finish the last house plot. It's day 6 of designing an Animal Crossing island, playing on hard mode in just 30 days. And yesterday, we got ourselves another plot set up. We're getting ready for all the new villagers to move in. I bought my first piece of art. Today we're going to have to kind of keep ourselves a bit busy. We'll get into it. First, Zucker's moved in. It looks like also we have Mabel here too. So we can definitely introduce ourselves to Zucker. And, oops, looks like we're getting a money call. Another 11,000 plus bells in the bank. That's awesome. So yeah, we'll introduce ourselves to Zucker today. We will also set up our final plot before, everybody moves to town here. And yeah, I think we'll probably buy some clothes too. Now again, I can't wear the clothes. It's literally just to kind of get Able Sisters here. Once the store is set up, I hear they're not going to accept money. They're only going to, well, money as in bells. They're going to accept money, just not money that we can actually obtain, unfortunately. Speaking of money though, we did get our first money tree finally grown in. I'm really excited about this. We should get one of these every single day as long as I stay on top of this as a daily task. That's fully on me though. I didn't make it a rule that I have to stay on top of that. That is just to my own benefit or detriment, depending on if I remember to do it. Here's Zucker's house, though. He took our advice wisely and moved here. So this is a top 10 villager right now. He's number 9 on the list. So as of right now, we are meeting that particular goal, but we need him to not move away. That is the key. And as per the rules, if he wants to go, I have to let him go. There's nothing I can do about it. I have to interact with all villager bubbles. If they're walking around thinking about something, I gotta ask. I'm worried. I am worried. We'll see who we get as time goes on, though. There's still a whole bunch of villagers we have to move in. The biggest thing I want to do today after we kind of tackle all of these chores is start working towards 3 stars. I think I mentioned this yesterday, but we do need to be thinking about the 3-star portion of this. By now, I was hoping that we would be really, really close to getting resident services, the building, set up. And once we do, it kind of unlocks the rest of the game. Unfortunately, things are moving slower than I remember because the last time I did this, I believe I was allowing myself to time travel, and I think I blazed through this part of the game pretty quickly. Wow, woodland wall, another wall we've learned, nice. And the reason I lightened up on so many of the rules from the previous hard mode I did a couple years ago with the whole Animal Crossing YouTube community is because of the no time traveling and the 30-day restriction. Those 2 things alone make this task very difficult on its own. So yeah, I definitely lightened up on the rules quite a bit, as you've probably gathered, for those of you who did watch those previous streams from myself and all the other creators on YouTube. Not like literally every creator on YouTube, but the ones in the Animal Crossing community, who knows, maybe some others, maybe other people got into it that don't normally play Animal Crossing. I guess you'll have to tell me. It's so nice that the shimmering spots, by the way, are on this part of the island. I've not had to struggle to find these yet. I think it's because I haven't picked up the weeds. Normally by now, I would have gone through and like de-weeded the whole thing, but there's so many spots on the northern half of the island that have weeds. I think the shimmering spot doesn't really have a choice. But here we go, another brand new money tree, and the cycle continues. Our tasks look pretty easy today. We're going to be able to do fossils, no problem. We already hit our rock. Chopping wood isn't a problem. We can't really, well, no, we can spend bells because we have to do that for the Able Sisters, moving them in. We can sell clumps of weeds to the drop box over here. So yeah, all right, cool. So the 5 tasks shouldn't be a problem. Oh, there is one thing I wanted to do today though. Who here likes art? You know, I'm not very good at art, but I'm trying to get better. And I found a picture that really inspired me, And so I wanted to get it on the bulletin board as fast as possible. And I want to just show you kind of like what's on my mind right now. I think the canvas is the best place to do it. Unfortunately, the thing that inspired me requires kind of a darker canvas, so this is taking me a little bit. But yeah, there we go. You know, sometimes you see something and you look at it and you go, oh my gosh, I have to tell somebody about this. And I hope once you see the finished piece here, it inspires you as well. Yep, there we go. Almost finished. There it is. A faithful recreation of my favorite picture that I saw from my YouTube analytics. That's right, a whole 36.9% of you actually subscribed to this channel, while 63.1% don't really care if I get a silver play button. If this graph flips by the end of this series, I will be forced to make another one, to do a whole new drawing. And I know how much people like when I do art in videos and on stream. So, you know, you can make that happen. Anyway, I wasted time drawing that, so now you go ahead and waste time hitting that button. Okay, cool. Thanks. In all seriousness, though, thank you for the support. When the first episode of this series went up, people were super excited and super supportive. I'm excited to be here doing this again. I did need kind of a break after the last one, so I definitely took it. But yeah, I'm eager to get back. I wanted to think of a fun new way to play the game, and I couldn't, so instead I rehashed something that was done before and made that a fun new way to play the game. So it's been great so far, and I really am curious to see where this all lands by the time we're done with it in terms of meeting those goals that I've set out to achieve. In case you were curious about who lives in plot number 2, it is Cherry, or Sherry. I think it's Sherry. So that's good. All right. So this is where they'll live, and then up here will be Molly. And, you know, as far as getting a bit of a remote location for one of these plots that allows some like cottagecore vibes, I don't know. This one is, at least there's like, I don't know, some space around it that we could utilize for that. But like I said the other day, I think we'll probably just save that for someone else. We'll put up in the woods or something like that. I don't know. We have our first recipe from a villager crafting in their home. I've been checking every day. They're finally crafting their home now that Zucker's here. Brown herringbone wall, the third DIY wall. I don't remember quite well, but I feel like in the DIY challenge, I didn't get a lot of these DIY floors and walls until like later on. So my house kind of looked lame for a while, but we're getting some good options here, like pretty quick. There it is. I caught some more bugs, so we're up to 20 now. We got 500 points for that. And I think I've hit every single rock except for one, which means the money rock is lurking about somewhere. I just don't remember the placement of all my rocks yet. These 2 new walls we got look like this. So this one's going to take clumps of weeds and 9 softwood, and this one's going to take 15 softwood. But I think we can make them and, you know, at least put them in storage. I'll probably want to do that as we begin to decorate the house a little bit. It'd just be nice to have our options laid out before us in our storage. And I'm crafting up a new shovel because I finally lost my other one. And one thing I like to do is DIY the shovels and other tools so that I have, you know, I'm just constantly refreshing them, and I don't have any DIYs yet. So the more I think about this first Sunday coming up here real soon, the more I wonder how much money I should have on hand to just stockpile things like DIYs or maybe even just pre-built tools so that we can like save on materials and things like that. I've been thinking once I hit like 100K, I'll just pay off my loan, but it might be wise to hold off on the loan just to set us up for the rest of the following week. Pretty big donation here, a couple new butterflies, our first piece of art, and then some new fossils. I think it looks like every single one was new. By the way, in all of my babbling today, I completely missed that I got my next piece of clothing. We have the Nook Ink leotard from doing some stretches every day. This is a look. You know what? This is a look. I've been in my underwear for almost a week. I think we're just going to hold on to this one. Also, the time is flying. I thought today was Friday. It's Saturday. So our first Nook visit is tomorrow. Yeah. Well, okay. Good news then, because I don't think I'm going to have enough money to actually get enough to pay down my loan by then. And look at this. Our fruit farm is ready to be harvested. I'm actually going to bring out the big guns for this and chop these down completely. Oh, okay. Is that a sign? Should I not be doing this? Nah, we're totally going to do this. Now, the reason I'm chopping these down, is because I need to plant a larger money-making fruit farm. And if I go ahead and just take all these oranges and plant them right back in the ground, I will have that pretty much done. Like a nice little orange orchard. but we also get, you know, bits of wood from it, which we need. These trees were never going to last here because they're just kind of right in the way of where I'm eventually going to put a path. And yeah, I mentioned this before, but it's kind of fun to have like a fruit farm of sorts that you can use flimsy axes to chop every time they grow fruit. So that is an opportunity for you to harvest fruit to sell, but also to continually have like a good source of materials coming in constantly. In an island that's going to require a lot of DIY, like heavy lifting from DIYs, this is kind of the best strategy. So we'll take our points, which is a third task, and then we need to pick a location for our fruit farm. Now, I think what I'm going to do, and this is temporary because I think this could be better suited for something else over here, but I think I'm going to put it next to Nook's Cranny so that it's just like right here, and I can harvest it and sell the fruit all in one shot. It also gives me an excuse to check all these trees and, you know, chop down more trees, which I love doing. So let's get to work. Do I need to cut all these down to make room for 9 orange trees? Nah. Am I going to anyway? Absolutely. You can stay. Is this project going to get us to 3 stars? Probably not. But you know what? Maybe it does. This is a step on the road to 3 stars, and it's an important one. Tomorrow I also get the fabled slingshot recipe, which I'm very, very excited about. This is just torture watching these fly by like this. Anyway, this is the pattern I'm going to use to plant all the fruit trees, and the reason I'm packing them in all so close is because I anticipate getting at least one more type of fruit here pretty soon, and once we have that, I want to also add that to this little orchard. And again, I don't think this is a permanent addition, but who knows? This could look really adorable over here next to Nook's, and maybe we lean into it. I don't know. Maybe we have our little tiny orchard of fruit trees, and then in front of it we start planting different crops, and we just make like a little farm right next to Nook's. I think the key to projects like this, at least for me, is to make quick choices. And I've been kind of joking around a lot today, but really, I'm being dead serious. Make quick choices about, you know, the things you want to build and design. Be willing to change things as time goes on, but also make the choices in a way that you're proud of today. So a backdrop of orange trees could be fun to have, like, you know, there forever, and then have a little farm right in front of it. And if we end up going that route, that's great. That means one of our future builds is kind of planned out already. But if we decide to do something different and Nook's Cranny offers us some other kind of opportunity based on the items we get, then I'm fine with moving these or getting rid of them once we kind of outgrow them. Get it? Out because they're anyway. Once we outgrow them, then we can you know, change this area up. But yeah, I may lean into a farm over here. That could be a lot of fun. Okay, we have a lot of other really important work to get to now. I've definitely said a lot of things today, and I don't want to forget them. So we're gonna build these walls right now, or one of them. I'm out of softwood. I just need one piece, so that'll do it. I actually want to see what the woodland wall looks like, and at least in my current home with this particular set of furniture and my flooring, it's absolutely hideous, but I will keep it. Next, we need to work on this house plot, which shouldn't take too long. And we need, for interior, wooden simple bed, chair, and classic pitcher. For exterior, we need log garden lounge, log stool, and water pump. So let's start crafting. I usually replace the furniture that I end up putting next to these plots. I think everybody probably does. But I gotta be honest, this is not a bad combination of items for this particular place. It's right by the beach. We talked about like cottagecore vibes at some point. I don't know, it's pretty nice. Here's all the interior furniture, and that is it. All 3 plots are completely decorated. I think next we should go tell Tom Nook. Let me give you a token of appreciation as promised. Oh, what does he give me for this? Oh, it's the fencing, right. Okay, this is actually a pretty good time for that. I have some use for this. While we're here, we'll go ahead and grab our daily Nook miles from the Nook stop. 250, I'll take it. Easy money. There's a rusted part in the recycling bin for us because of Gulliver. And there we go. Fences are a big part of getting 3 stars, so we'll definitely put some of those down today. Let's buy this clothing. I'm getting anxiety about spending money here before I forget. I think I just need to buy 3 things, and I think I need to spend a certain amount, or I don't know where I'm getting 3 things from. I really think it's about how much you spend, actually, but I will limit myself to 3 things, and I'll pick the most expensive things. I'm going to turn around and immediately sell these in the selling bin over by Nook's. I can't keep them. I really wish I could because there's things in here I would actually like to wear. But there's more ways we can get clothing, and we'll work on that today as well. For now, though, let's sell the weeds and then the clothing we just bought. I'll sell some fruit too, because I think we need to sell some for a Nook Miles task, but I don't quite have enough. Oh, we didn't have enough weeds either, but okay, yeah, let's take this. And look at that, selling a few more weeds. We'll have done our 5 tasks, and it'll be the first time we managed to do all the ×2 tasks, which is really cool. All right, we'll dump these weeds real quick. Excellent. We also got some points simply for selling weeds. I mean extra, what should we call these? Postcard points? The ones you can only get one time. And we're almost on to decorating, but you might be asking yourself, okay, well, what were you going to do about trying to get clothing, like you said a second ago? We are going to actually prepare some gifts. Currently, there's only 2 villagers we can give gifts to, but they're each going to give us something in exchange for those. So we have to do it. Here we go. Here's Samson right now. And another balloon I can't pop. Let's talk. Oh, Samson won't take gifts yet. I haven't done enough for him. Oh, that's so frustrating. How come Faith can already have gifts? Well, I'm just going to stack these cherries then and see if Faith will take all 6 at once. Do you want this? Here, take all of them. There's nothing tastier than a cherry. Thanks. By now, I'd be sick of cherries if I lived here, but that's just me. What? Wait a minute. I didn't get anything in return? Oh, see, Faith only took 1. This is why we need the wrapping paper. It was a very boring gift. The Faith thought we were DoorDash just now. Okay, fine. We're not getting new clothing today. That's fine. What do you want now? Oh, he's excited that someone's here now. I pitched this to Faith and we both agreed. It should be you that throws the inaugural first decoration. So they're just giving me items to decorate the island with. Okay, so stone tablet. Samson is basically saying, you know what? You don't need to be worrying about giving people gifts and trying to get more clothing. You should probably just start decorating the island, which was the next thing I was going to do, to be fair. So the stone tablet's kind of a neat item. I don't use it too much, but for now, I think I'll put it outside the museum because it does kind of look like an artifact that, maybe they would want to display. So that's staying there for the time being. Next, we need to go on a bit of a crafting spree. I'm going to make a bunch of stuff and place it around, hoping that by the time Resident Services turns into a building and we get introduced to Isabel, we will already be well on our way to 3 stars. We'll already have the 3 stars. She'll be like, oh, this island's already pretty well developed. Here you go. Unfortunately, I don't have too many recipes to choose from. And in my storage right now, not a ton of things to actually place down to impress anybody. We could take our extra campfire, maybe put it somewhere. For now, that'll do it. And what I'm going to do is focus on this fictional kind of farm that I've been teasing over here. I've been thinking about it, and I just want to try it on for size. Do we commit to it? I don't know. It doesn't matter. We just put it down, and we see how we like it. I'm going to clean up the weeds a little bit, and we'll come over here and just kind of imagine a world where we've planted some crops in front of those trees. And I'm going to decorate around this supposed farm, starting with using some fences. Now, I was happy to get these fences. They're free. They're fences. We need them to get 3 stars. That's great. But there are better fences for projects like this. So, I don't know. Maybe we should check the Nook Stop today and see if we can unlock some of those even right now. Yeah, these might just be temporary. But we're going to plop them down like this. Maybe we'll come over here and put some down over by the cliff, grab up some free points for placing down fences. And the reason I love fences is because they kind of give us a barrier to work within when we're decorating. I'm going to throw the butter churn about right here, just kind of at the edge of the fencing. I don't think I can push it any closer. Yep, nope, that's a good spot for it. Right in the corner, I'm going to put a little sitting area. And I don't know, because I have it, I'm just going to put the campfire by this waterfall, I guess. It'll kind of look like somebody camps over here sometimes. I made a couple of these pots. I'll put one over here. That's kind of cool. And where should I put the other one? Maybe right here by the butter churn. Perhaps something like that. I don't know. Is this worthy of 3 stars? I don't think so. But who knows how this area could kind of evolve and get shaped over time. I think this is kind of neat. However, I do think there's a lot of recipes still waiting for us in here. Like here's a couple of fence recipes. Oh. And that's it. There's some different bits of clothing. I don't know. Are these buyable? Would that be illegal? I have no idea. I said earlier the wetsuit shouldn't count, but I forgot I did get it in here. Maybe I could wear this around and call it clothing. Shoot. Well, let's just at least buy the fences. I thought we had the other recipes unlocked, but we don't yet. These aren't fences I'm going to use right now, but this is kind of a gotta catch 'em all thing when it comes to the fences. There's a lot to learn, and I don't want to miss them. And we get 500 points for learning some more DIYs. Well, unless I want to spam the same 6 items over and over again, I think we're just going to have to call our decorating adventure there for today. But listen, tomorrow, this place is finally open for the very first time, and we get to spend a whole bunch of money. I think it's going to unlock a lot. It's day 7 of designing an Animal Crossing island on hard mode in 30 days. And yesterday I begged you for subscribers and I started building a farm. Today, it's pouring rain. Also, we can buy more clothing. So Able Sisters is going to be getting here pretty quickly. That's cool. Sherry has finally moved to our neighborhood, and Tom Nook has a DIY announcement. This is the customization workshop, which is great because that means we get our 50 free customization kits. But perhaps the most important part of today is that it is our first Sunday ever, which means it is the first time we get to go inside Nook's Cranny to actually buy something. It is shopping spree day, but I'm going to keep you in suspense a little bit longer because we have some other stuff to do first. It's also the first day we get our ranking from the Happy Home Academy. Rank B already. That's not bad. Maybe this wasn't like the most impressive goal for a whole 30 days. I don't think getting S tier is going to be that hard. But at the same time, remember, I'm going to be adding rooms and stuff to the house. It'll be a lot to keep up with given how little furniture we're going to have. I am obligated to make this place as big as possible. So let's see. I think this is going to be the big tapestry. Sewing machine, actually. Oh, weird. Oh, it's a tiny one too. It's not that one that's sitting on the table. Okay, thanks, happy room people. Great. Cool. Can't wait to use that. You know what? Actually, it's kind of fitting. I can't buy clothing, so you know what? I see where they're coming from. So before we head to Nook's Cranny, let's do a whole bunch of dailies. I got to get my money tree harvested, collect some points for that, talk to our villagers. We'll probably be talking to them a couple times because we're going to need to gift them stuff. And I guess try to catch some fish. It is pouring rain right now. Some rare fish like to spawn like this. This is not exactly rare, but it's my first one. We'll of course plant our next money tree like so. Collect our daily beach DIY, which is the standard umbrella stand. This is a cool item. I like this one. Scoop up our fossils, which, by the way, this is the first one I found. I've been running around for a while, and I figured they'd start to be close together, and indeed, I was right. So I think the other two are probably going to be really close by. Oh, talk to Harv, which is definitely something I was planning on doing. Catch a snail next to our other 2 fossils. I wish they would always spawn like this. This is so convenient. And fail once again to find the money rock. I don't think I found it yesterday. I'm not finding it today. I think I've hit every rock that I know of, which means there is a hidden rock somewhere on this island, or a very obvious rock that I just keep walking past and assuming I've already hit. Oh, is it this one? Yeah, it was snail rock. I grabbed the snail and I thought that was all this rock had to offer, but no. Anyway, we'll get our stuff donated. We'll say hello to our newest resident, and we'll grab a new crafting recipe from Samson. He's giving us jungle flooring. That is our first DIY flooring that we've earned now. And you know what? This flooring is almost a matching set with the floor we currently have, or the wallpaper we currently have. It's not. It doesn't match, but it is on theme a little bit, which is kind of interesting. If I turn out the lights especially, they look a little more blended together. Now, I'm not committing to this as the look in here. It's just kind of cool that we've unlocked so many DIY walls and floors already, and some of them are actually kind of going together. There's, of course, plenty more things I need to get done, but that was, you know, the run-through of our daily tasks for today. And now we can start to focus on the much more exciting elements of the day, which is reaching 7 days in a row at the Nook stop, having money in our bank account, and using all of our day 7 excitement and funds to shop for the first time at Nook's Cranny. Oh my gosh, the items we have here today too are not bad at all. The guitar's pretty cool. These plants go such a long way, and I think buying just one it's a shame. Usually I like to have at least like 2 to 4 of these for different projects, but we're buying it all. It feels so good. Even though I already have the little ironing set, I'm gonna buy at least one of them. And then I think I'm gonna buy like 3 of these little homework sets because I believe they have other customizations, and we're gonna need all the items we can get. We need as much variety as we can get with as little you know, opportunity as possible, basically, for getting that variety. These are also really cheap. I'm gonna grab a fourth one. Okay, so far our shopping spree has not put too big of a dent in our cash stack. Let me go in here, though. This is where things get a little wild. So I have a lot of things available to me at the moment, but the stuff that I'm really looking at right now are the recipes that I don't have, such as we got ladder setup, we have pitfall, we have the vaulting pole. We already have that. Slingshot recipe. That's the biggest one, I think. Yeah, let's grab these. And then also there should be another DIY set that we don't have. They'll tell me whether I have it or not. So we don't have DIY for beginners. And I don't know if we have test your DIY skills. Nope. Because we're having to rely so heavily on DIYs for this challenge, this is a huge get. These are so many recipes we just got access to. I'll show you them in a minute. We couldn't do this on the DIY island, right? We were not allowed to use nooks at all. Everything else here is stuff we do already have. I'm just gonna go ahead and buy my first slingshot because I'm lazy. We're gonna buy some medicine. I think I'm gonna get 10 of these. I'm gonna buy some party poppers. I'm gonna buy a tweeter. And from here, I'm gonna buy all these flowers. I'm gonna buy the saplings and a ton of wrapping paper because getting gifts to villagers and getting their, you know, presents back and their photos is gonna be really important for this. So hold, please. This is where I got to so far before running out of space, but we can clean up a little bit here and just learn these recipes real fast. Also, yesterday I forgot to place down my extra flimsy axe for the tree farm. I also was planning on putting this on top of a little stump, but I forgot to grab that too. But there we go. That's there. And that's my inventory full from all the shopping so far. We got some really interesting flowers this time around. So we got yellow mums, orange windflowers, red cosmos, red windflowers, white cosmos, and white mums. So not a bad variety. Hopefully next Sunday we get even more of a variety. Imagine if the flowers rotate based on like a weekly schedule and just these are the Sunday flowers and that's it. But yeah, a few more trips to Nooks in our future today. Now let's just hope we have enough storage. We did have enough storage. I got a points alert here. I also got some points for catching that fish earlier. And yeah, for storing 50 items. Nice. 1,000. That's great. Oh, and first time buyer. That's funny getting that so late. And spending bells. I mean, yeah, that makes sense. In fact, let's spend some more. I'm about to look at their floors and wallpapers, but I am nowhere near done buying wrapping paper. All right, here are the choices for wallpapers and flooring now. It's just going to be these 8 until the store expands, if the store expands during this playthrough. I don't think it really can. But I'm going to buy everything, even if it's not to my taste. I just want to have as many options as possible. And I think that's about as much as I really need to buy right now. While I'm in here though, let's wrap up this fossil. This is going to be used as a gift today. And yeah, I would say we definitely made the most out of our time at Nook's Cranny. We have all these different homework sets that we can maybe customize once we get Harv's Island going. We have some floors and walls to choose from. And yeah, I'm just so glad Sunday's finally here. On my way to the next thing we're gonna do, Zucker stopped me to, I guess, give me something? Oh, it's wrapped too, an iron garden bench. Awesome. I don't know if we'll ever get this DIY or not. You know, at this point, the DIYs are gonna be kind of RNG. Actually, the DIYs, I wanted to show you that. Maybe we already have it. Let's see. Okay, so this is everything we unlocked from Timmy and Tommy today. We have these kits here for making slingshots and ladders. And then, yeah, everything you see here, which is awesome. I think some of the stuff are things we could have unlocked depending on the variety of items Tom Nook wanted to put next to those first house plots. But now, you know, we got everything, which is awesome. I'll definitely be making one of these crafting tables for the inside of the house. I find myself always needing to craft something while I'm inside and outside. But speaking of crafting, before we do anything, let's go ahead and learn the customization stuff that we need. He's gonna have me make a wooden wardrobe, which I may or may not have the supplies for right now. We're one piece of wood short. Oh, that's so annoying. Fortunately, the trees right behind the tent came through for me. We'll go ahead and choose a style for our new wardrobe. And there we go. Now we're professional customizers. In the meantime, let's wake up Faith and get ourselves a present. Think she likes the fossil? That's good. And I get a fitness tank. I swear, my wardrobe is just so all over the place. I think I'm just gonna keep the leotard for now. Well, cool. So far, this has been really busy. I have a few more things I want to do, though. We need to buy clothing from Mabel here. And I want to get some fruit, wrap it up, and start giving gifts to anybody who will accept them because maybe, who knows, we'll finally find some pants? That would be cool. Unfortunately, it cannot be pants from Mabel. I'm not allowed to keep these. But I will go ahead and buy the 3 most expensive things that I can. And hopefully pretty soon here, we'll have the final visit and be able to place down Able Sisters, because we already know where we want it to go. And I was just coming to Nook's Cranny to sell the clothing, and they're actually talking about some new services. So, okay, they're talking about turnips, which we can't really do anything with because they're banned. Then they have the hot item of the day, which we already know about. I guess Sundays are literally the only day we could take advantage of this, but I don't really have a lot of crafting materials right now. And then the Dropbox, which we have known about since the store was built. So because it's Sunday, I can actually sell to them directly, and I don't have to use the Dropbox today. So I will just sell the clothing I just bought. And then while I'm here, I want to stockpile some more DIYs. I think we're probably going to be using these quite a bit through this playthrough. So I'm just going to buy a handful. We already have 48 from the workshop itself, but you know, never hurts to have some more. All of this is setting me back quite a bit for paying down my first home loan. But, you know, Sunday only comes once a week, and I need to do everything I can to just have stuff. And this first trip has been so expensive because we just have had nothing so far. But okay, I think I'll halt the acquisition of DIY kits there and see that we now have 50 and 28. Nice. Okay, let's do a tiny bit of decorating. This actually looks pretty cool with the lantern. I'm going to put the wardrobe right here in this corner, and then I'm going to pop the little portable radio on top. And yeah, that was all the decorating. Now what I want to do is wrap all of these stacks of cherries. If I'm not mistaken, a wrapped stack of cherries is the same value to a villager as one fossil. Those of you who are more versed in the mechanics of Animal Crossing can correct me in the comments if I'm wrong. But yeah, I don't think I have 4 villagers that will accept gifts right now, but we'll just have these to kind of hand out you know, as the days go on. Samson is the only other villager right now that will accept gifts, for example. So let's see what we get in return for these cherries. A spinning wheel. Okay. We're getting a lot of items that you can actually craft by hand from villagers so far. I would really, really like to get furniture that you can only find at Nook's. But for all I know, I'll never unlock this recipe, so I guess having one isn't a bad thing. Actually, you know what? Both of the gifts we got today would go pretty good on the farm. Oh, these don't match. Oh well. The spinning wheel could just go right here. You know, it doesn't have to make sense. Just, it looks kind of cool. All this stuff together looks kind of cool. It's all potentially temporary, or we'll just keep iterating. I don't know. All right, now we just have our Nook Mile goals, which actually, I think we could do all of these now, thanks to it being Sunday and Nook's is open. I can sell things. We can catch 5 bugs, no problem. We could chop another tree. This is great. So let's start on that, and I will talk through a little bit of my you know, conundrum when it comes to this challenge. Now that we're a week in, I'm realizing certain things about it that are kind of interesting. So one thing I noticed is how different these episodes are in terms of length. I believe it was day 3 that was pretty short, for example. And, you know, you might be thinking, like, why are some of the days so short? It has a lot to do with the no time travel rule. Because in the DIY island, I was encouraged to time travel. I needed to time travel because the goal was collecting as many DIYs as possible as fast as possible. So I even went to time periods where there were like holidays, and I collected DIYs from there. So it made sense that I had more to do in every episode because I was, you know, it was kind of limitless. If I wanted to play for 7 in-game days and time travel through all of them, I was encouraged to do that. I had a reason to do that. With coming up with the rules, though, on this like new version of hard mode, it kind of makes it a little bit different, right? Because I'm very limited on what I can do. So you might be thinking, well, why don't you just go out to different islands and get yourself a whole bunch of DIY materials so you can make a bunch of DIYs and decorate that way? So, like, for example, right now I'm out of clay, and I have hit all the rocks that I can today. And I could do that and go to islands, but we're really, really, really close to Tom Nook allowing us to place the rest of the house plots on the island. And I'm going to need tickets for that. I need a lot of tickets. And right now I can barely afford 1 ticket. You know, these tasks we're doing right now will get us up to probably being able to afford 2. And we are in that moment where we kind of need to stockpile miles if we want to go after some really like awesome, perhaps top 10 villagers. Like right now, with everyone voting to try and get Samson to the top 10, that's going to change a lot of things because it means that someone could get knocked out of the top 10 that's currently there, or someone will get knocked out. And it could be one of the villagers we already got. Oh, I got a bidet. It could be one of the villagers we've already, you know, had moved to the island, like Zucker or Molly. All that to say, I can't be using tickets right now, which means when I run out of things like clay or iron or stone or whatever, there's not much I can do about it. It just kind of limits the amount of things I can do in a day. Of course, there are a lot of trees. I could collect a lot of different types of wood, but I'm kind of not minding these first days being shorter. It lets me, kind of dip myself into this challenge at a good pace. It warms me back up to playing Animal Crossing. I have taken a bit of a break. I'm a bit rusty when it comes to design, as you can see by the farm, over to the right of Nook's Cranny. So this is working really well for me because once we've unlocked more of the game and we have more opportunities at our disposal, the days are probably going to get kind of long. Once we get closer and closer to 30 days in and we're no closer to 5 stars, yeah, the days for me, the recordings for me at least, are going to be long. So yes, some of these episodes might be a little bit shorter for now, but that doesn't matter. It's all good because later in the challenge, the days are going to get long. And, those of you asking for longer days are going to wish that you didn't mention anything. Honestly, I'll probably edit it down so it's still reasonable, but I'm going to wish you didn't mention it. That's for sure. Anyway, all that babbling didn't quite get me through my tasks yet, so let's go sell some stuff. Ooh, I'm going to actually go get the coconuts that grew today and sell those, and then we'll plant one of the coconuts. Why don't we do that? Also, the diving beetles are out, and I like these. I like having the diving beetles swimming around. They're fun. My axe is probably going to break any second, but yep, we're chopping these down. Okay, not chopping them down. Could you imagine? We'll plant one to satisfy that task. It did not work. I guess it's good that we bought some saplings today, because yeah, I thought a fruit tree would count. It absolutely does not. There goes the axe before I can finish chopping these. That stinks. But I'll gather up the rest of them and we'll go sell them. After I gather up some shells, actually, because we have a whole bunch of miles waiting for us, I think, for selling shells for the first time. So, well, while we're trying to make some money, let's just go ahead and grab some of these. Sell, sell, sell. We're going to get for this $75.90. Not bad. We've got a long way to go before we make up for all the money we spent today, but that's all right. I'm going to hoard my 10 saplings that I bought and just buy one from Timmy and Tommy to plant. And I'm going to plant it right here. I think this has the best chance of actually sticking around, at least while we have this weird little farm build going. We'll collect our points. That does bring us to 6,000. That's actually 3 tickets. So, okay, whatever I was saying before, we can buy 3 tickets with that, which is cool. We also have some points coming in for picking fruit and I guess collecting furniture. This one took me a little bit. We got a few points for collecting some furniture. So yeah, it's gonna be really tempting to spend my points on things like inventory upgrades and stuff. But again, the villager hunt for the first handful of villagers is going to be important. We're going to want some extra tickets for it for sure. And I guess that's about it for day 7. It is day 8 of designing Animal Crossing Island on hard mode. We have Mabel back again, but yesterday was our first ever market day where Nook's Cranny was actually open. We were able to do a ton of shopping, and now today Mabel's here. That's pretty cool. We also have just whatever Tom Nook is going to say. Molly finally moved in. That's fantastic. A week later. And listen, today things change a little bit. And not just because Grimvale is becoming a rather bustling place and Tom Nook is going to let us put down more home plots. And not because Resident Services is about to relocate to a building. And not even because I need to check the recycle box. No, today, my friends, marks the 2nd week of our hard mode challenge. And now that week 2 is here, we have mail from Luna. Not this isn't really the mail I'm talking about. We have a different mail from somebody else. As per our rules, we must complete a special challenge every week minus week 1. So the way this is going to work is that every single Monday, I need to open up my, I guess, Discord mailbox and see which creator submitted a challenge that I will have the entire week to complete. Ooh, gold nugget, sweet. That's a sign of good luck. Or maybe I just used up all my luck and these challenges are going to ruin me. Because if I don't complete the challenge, I basically have to go into next Monday with another challenge. And then I'm going to have 2 different challenges to complete before the 3rd week. It's going to get messy. And I don't know what happens if I fail to complete them. I'm going into this assuming I can actually complete them. Listen, it would probably help if you had a little bit of faith that I could actually do it, okay? So I won't delay. Here is our first weekly challenge from another creator in our community.
Your ocean is poisoned. Who poisoned the ocean? I don't know, probably Nook. But the only way to cure it is to bribe one super sweet NPC, Pascal. You're challenged with designing him a rockin' shirt, because you gotta give him some gift for unpoisoning your water. And then you gotta get Pascal to show up, which means you need to go diving into poison-infested waters. Strap on your snorkel gear and get swimming. The only way you're gonna get Pascal to show up is to find a scallop, And sometimes it's not the right scallop or something and he doesn't show up, so you just gotta keep swimming and diving until you get a scallop that is satisfactory to Pascal. And then after that, your ocean will no longer be poisonous and you can take off your scuba mask. And then you save the day. Good luck.
We need to now be concerned that overnight or through last week, maybe because we neglected them, our oceans are completely poisoned. So we're going to have to buy ourselves a snorkel, and we are going to hopefully, not let water into the snorkel so we could survive in the water and find a scallop for Pascal and design him a shirt. Oh, specifically a rockin' shirt. Sherry would like to talk. So we are going to start working on that challenge today. And I have a whole bunch of stuff to do, so we'll just see how far we get. Maybe we look for the scallop and design the shirt tomorrow. I don't know. We'll just see what happens. Anyway, I'll take this present. Hopefully it's something new that I don't have. An air circulator. Okay. I gotta be honest. This isn't like super exciting, but I don't think I can craft it. So yeah, I'll take it. Let's start dishing out presents, which is going to become part of our daily routine as well. If we want to make sure that we're, giving ourselves as many opportunities as possible to earn clothing and furniture. Faith enjoys the stack of cherries and I get a floor lamp. Oh, wow. That's actually a really cool gift. I can't believe Mabel's back already, by the way. We're going to get Able Sisters really quickly. I think this is the last time I have to buy stuff. I guess we'll find out. Yes, it is, because Mabel already wants me to place down the shop. I'm not even getting the offer to buy things. Fortunately for us, I've already scouted out a perfect location for this store. I can only hope it actually fits where I'm imagining it going, which is basically right here. So again, the plan was to put Abel's kind of here and then have a path going up here and then another house like over here. So let's just kind of start messing around with this. So this is one option. We can also move it a little further up if we want it to be closer to the cliff where the path is going to lead up some stairs. And that's, see, that's not going to work because I think if I put it one tile over, it's going to block the potential path that I want. Where I had it before is kind of, I think, the only spot I can really put it without terraforming. That should even leave us a little bit of room behind it to put maybe a tall piece of furniture or even a tree. I don't know if a tree is going to grow that close to the building and some cliffs, but it could. But what this does is it keeps it pretty well out of the way of the potential path that I'm going to be making. But just to really confirm this, I'm going to dig 4 holes, and this represents, I guess, the maximum width of this path I keep talking about. If you remember, I was going to put a staircase where these 2 holes are, and so that leaves a path that's too wide with like 2 empty tiles around it, or a path that's 4 wide that leads up to a staircase that's 2 wide. Either way, I'd be pretty happy with this layout. And oh my gosh, do I finally get to pop my first balloon? Wait, where's my slingshot? Okay, get that put over here. Oh my gosh. This is probably just gonna be a crafting material. Small silk hat. Okay, I'll take it. Maybe that wasn't my first balloon. These days are all running together. Maybe that was not my first because I did not get any points for popping that. But yeah, this is a great gift to get from a balloon. Anyway, okay, back to work. So Able Sisters right here, or back a little bit right here. So putting Able Sisters right here means that it butts right up against that potential path that's 4 tiles wide. I think this is kind of the perfect spot, and I'm going to go ahead and we're just going to commit to this. And again, I can't change it later, so this is a bit nerve-wracking. Here it is. All right, that's it. It is set in stone. I guess what I would do now is I would put a house right here. Maybe the back of the house will line up with the back of Able Sisters. And that gives us a little bit of room right here and right here to kind of play with for decorating as we start actually designing the town a little more heavily later on. Mabel seems pleased, and now I can go back to doing my daily tasks, such as cutting down the money tree, popping any balloons we find. This one had 30,000 bells in it, not bad. Planting a new money tree, digging up our fossils, barging in on the neighbors, being really nosy and making them teach me what they're doing. Oh, a Cosmos wreath. I'll never use that. Farming the money rock, locating and learning our beach DIY, which is the log pack. Okay, that's a clothing item. And I don't know, I guess gifting more villagers. I think that was a rundown of all the main things I wanted to get done for our daily tasks today. Here's a gift, Samson. Now give me something in return. A text shirt, another piece of clothing. Still no pants, though, of course. Let's start making friends with Molly. We definitely don't want her to leave anytime soon, like ever. And then I'll go ahead and hand in my fossils and everything. And from there, we need to have a really serious discussion. Tomorrow, Tom Nook is going to close down this tent, and I'm not going to have access to it. And when it returns, it's going to be the resident services building. So let's check the recycle bin and learn that we have a cardboard box and a cardboard box in here. Okay, you know what? I'll take those. And we'll get our points as well. They're not going to let us break our streak, which is cool. So we're still getting 300 points when we check this. And this wasn't part of the serious discussion, but while I'm here, one of the things I need to do is buy a Nook Ink snorkel. Because I was challenged, and part of the challenge is, wear the snorkel to protect yourself from poison, I'm going to go ahead and make this purchase. And since we won't have access to this tomorrow, I'm going to buy the fences too. Now, all of that was more than I wanted to spend on points. And that plays into this discussion we need to have. And that is a discussion about costs versus time. You see, we're about 8 days into this challenge now. And at this time, my house is still the smallest house. But there's another issue as well. Tomorrow, or the next day rather, when Tom Nook comes back with the resident services building, I'm going to be allowed to place down villager plots. But in order to place them down, if I'm not mistaken, I have to buy them, and I think each one costs like 10K. Now, given the speed at which we're moving through this challenge, which is slow, it is in my very best interest to buy as many houses as possible, get them placed down, and get villagers to live in them ASAP. In order to even be eligible for 3 stars, I think I need at least 8 villagers living on the island. So at minimum, I have to place down 3 houses, which I think will cost about 30K. I could look it up, but I don't feel like it. We'll know soon enough. By the time you leave a comment telling me, I'll already know. Don't worry. I can't believe I didn't catch that. I was like right on top of it. It's so annoying. The other thing I'm going to need, though, to place down these houses isn't just the money, but I need points. And not just the points we get from doing the ×2 tasks every day and things like that. Like, I need points. I'm trying my best to stack the deck in my favor and invite villagers that are in the top 10 or very, very close to potentially being top 10. And it's difficult. This is a very difficult thing to do. We're pretty fortunate to have 2 in the top 10 already. That goal is met, but only temporarily. Both Zucker and Molly could decide to leave before this 30 days is up, and that's it. There's nothing I can do about that. Now, at the time you're watching this, it's September 29th, so you still have a little more time to vote for Samson. If enough of you cast your votes for Samson, he might make it into this top 10, and it does risk pushing Zucker out of the top 10, but at least it's kind of a wash then. At least we have 2 villagers in the top 10 still. I feel like Molly at number 5 is going to be okay, even though she did move down from rank 4 last month. But Samson here already has climbed quite a bit from rank 201 to 62, and you only have a few days left to get him from 62 to in the top 10. Once the voting closes on October 1st, meaning like the new month rolls over, it'll be too late to vote or do anything about changing the rankings. I can beg all I want, but at the time of recording this, we're not going to be doing this series after October, so there's no point in voting once it's October. It might help to cast an extra vote or 2 while you're there for Zucker and Molly. It will eat into the amount of votes you can cast for Samson, but maybe it keeps them in the top 10 as well, and so we'll have potentially 3 chances. And that would be pretty good. I would definitely throw 1 at Zucker, if anything. And I hadn't said this until now, so a lot of you have already cast your votes, but it's fine. Anyway, why is any of that relevant right now? Well, it's because I have to use the tickets I have to invite whoever I can, because it is now more important to get villagers on the island than it is to be picky about who we get on the island. We're going to have a campsite villager that we're going to need to move in, and I can't be picky about whoever that is. It is who it is, and we take them. Then we'll have 2 more villager hunts we can do to get up to 8 houses, and those 2 hunts can be, 1 ticket each, or I can try to build up some more points so that we can afford to be like a little picky. And then when it comes to money, I am doing some things to try and like up our chances. I'm of course getting the money rock whenever I can. I'm planting money trees every day, and I'm starting to grow a larger fruit farm. Once Leaf comes by, I'll buy crops, and we'll start actually growing some crops as well. So I'm not too worried about paying down my first home loan or anything, but we're not going to be able to do it today because Nooks is closed, and we're going to have to use only the Dropbox to make money, which only pays out the following day. And unless we get lucky and this balloon has another 30K in it, there's just not much I could do to pay down almost 100,000 bells of debt right now. But I don't know. Let's see. It's another gold nugget. Maybe, you know what? If I just sell one of these, I mean, I know it's the Dropbox, but that's like 8,000 bells. I don't know. We could put enough in the Dropbox today to get there, but I need the money for placing down plots. And I feel like I have to kind of forego my first big house upgrade for this, but I don't know, to be honest. I really don't know. I kind of wish I had built house upgrades into the rules so that I'd have even less of a decision to make here. It would just be, oh, I'm required to have my house upgraded by this much. But because I kind of left that up in the air, I'm tempted to focus more on the island itself than I am my own house. Because if I have to only have a couple rooms by the end of this and get it to S tier, that's pretty doable. Getting the island to 5 stars without time traveling in 30 days is the challenge. That is the whole thing we're doing, and it's very, very difficult. So that's where I'm at right now with it. My plan is to just hold on to my money for a bit, get these house plots plopped down. Eventually, we'll get all 10 of them, but 8 is the main goal right now. Get to 3 stars, unlock the rest of the tools we're going to need for any kind of terraforming we might need to do. I definitely need path tools because I'm going to be using the paths that you get once you unlock 3 stars. And then once we're able to actually place down paths and stuff, that's when things are going to start really moving in a different direction. Instead of all this kind of like waffling about every day, doing a couple daily tasks, I'm going to have building projects to do. And every day is going to probably focus like on a different project. So anyway, this very boring weed picking montage was my way of, well, getting rid of some weeds and also just letting you know where things are at now that we're 1 week into this. Anyway, let's collect our Nook Miles points before they stack up any higher and we accidentally do tasks that could have popped in here and earned us more points. So we got customization done. We got the fossils done. We will be diving today thanks to Cora's challenge. I can tend to flowers really easily, so doing 5 of these is easy. I can grow a fruit tree and, I don't know, just throw it away or keep it. I'm avoiding catching 5 fish because I'm very lazy. Oh, and also I get this for doing some, I think, customizing. Oh, and Sherry was trying to hang out with me and I rudely started running away. But I need to run away because I'm in a hurry. I have to get my diving suit, which I already have on me. What I meant to say was I need to clear my inventory, except as I say that, I just realized I can't go diving today. I forgot part of Cora's challenge was that the ocean is poisoned. So I don't have a snorkel and therefore I'm not protected from the poison and I can't dive today. Dang it. Okay, diving's tomorrow. I guess we'll just move on to catching 5 bugs. And that task is now complete. Let's see what else we get. Well, I do have flower seeds now, so we could plant these. And I definitely can tend flowers. I'm standing right next to my flowers that I have grown, so we can do that right now. There's another balloon in the distance, and this time it's yellow. In my experience, yellow balloons typically have the best stuff attached to them. So let's just wait back here, grab this real quick. It is, this. Okay. I was getting a bit tired of the leotard, so yeah, we'll rock this for a bit. At least with the lack of clothing right now, this one feels like it makes a little more sense. Let's plant a cherry tree. There we go. I actually caught the tiger beetle this time. And then while we're planting stuff, yeah, let's go ahead and plant some, I guess, mums would be good. I'm probably going to want to get some hybrids of some kind at some point. So yeah, we'll start with mums. I haven't quite considered where I want to start like a little hybrid flower garden. I'm just going to put it in front of my house for now. These will probably move, but we're going to plant 5. I don't know if it counts to tend to flowers that haven't grown yet, but I'll just go ahead and water them to see if it gives me the points for flower tender. And it did. That's perfect. And yeah, we have a whole bunch of stuff now. So we planted a fruit tree. We tended flowers. We planted flower seeds. We got some more points for planting flowers. We got some points for watering flowers. Yeah, that was pretty good. That was a nice little run there. And in the spirit of earning even more points, I'm going to go ahead and sell some weeds and chop some trees. It should be good to get rid of all of this stuff. So that is a daily task of selling weeds, as well as another like one-off task of selling weeds. You get a lot of points for selling like a lot of these. And yeah, we might be able to, if I continue plucking them off the island, get another batch of points there. I don't know if I want to because I'm going to need them for crafting. But yeah, I always struggle with getting that particular task done, those one-off tasks of selling weeds. You just never know. What if you need them? I'm going to be lazy about my tree chopping task and just use a regular axe to chop 2 from each one. This could probably break. I've used it a lot, but I don't feel like making a flimsy axe right now. It does give me some points for chopping wood either way. And I would like to find some more things to sell to get this 5,000 bells one too. Let's do shells, why not? Yeah, that'll be more than enough. There we go. And the next task is to plant another fruit tree. I think I'm feeling pretty good already about the amount of points we have because tomorrow there's not gonna be much to do other than kind of get points. Oh, and we got this for just selling shells. That's hard to say no matter what context. Time to get this tiger beetle donated, then grab a present from Faith, just randomly. She just wanted to give me a springy ride-on. Oh, fun. These are always great little outdoor decorations. There's a handful of varieties of them. I really like them. They're one of those decorations that you kind of want like as many as possible. So, I'll just take the one for now. This is great. Anyway, what I was gonna say before I was interrupted by Faith and the springy ride-on is that I think from here, it's in my best interest to rest up a little bit because tomorrow's going to be a big grind. Resident services won't be available and we need to be farming points. So join us tomorrow. It's day 9 of designing Animal Crossing Island in 30 days on hard mode. Yesterday we found a spot for Able Sisters, and today we are going to be grinding out some Nook miles so that we can start villager hunting soon. My options for things to do today are limited because resident services is closed for construction, which means tomorrow the game starts to feel a little more familiar again. We get the normal music back, and we get all kinds of new features unlocked as well. So while I do want to grind out some points tasks today, I do wonder how long today is going to be. We certainly do have some dailies to get through. One thing we can do today is actually go diving because, as you're probably well aware, Cora noticed that my ocean around the island was poisoned. So now that I have protection against that, I can actually catch sea creatures for the first time. And we will certainly work on that. I expect that's actually going to get like a pretty good amount of points because I've never done it before, and there's no reason not to just catch like a whole bunch. What that'll do is hopefully earn us the scallop we need to unpoison our ocean. And then all that's left from Cora's weekly challenge is to literally just make Pascal a rockin' shirt, which we can definitely do. With this money tree right here, that should bring us to more than enough bells to pay down our first big home loan, which again, I am going to hold off on until I feel good about where we're at in terms of the island progress. I want to say projects, that too, but also progress. So we'll get this planted and our next money tree will be ready tomorrow. And in the spirit of keeping things, busier than I was expecting today, Gulliver is here. So we get to go ahead and help him get the heck off our island. It's taking so many attempts this time too. Oh my gosh, please get out. I don't mind helping him too much because he's always good for a new outfit or piece of furniture. So yeah, this is good. Samson's going to go ahead and give me a new reaction. Oh, gosh. I'm so glad I'm wearing a mask. This is the first time I've been sneezed on learning this reaction where I actually have face and eye protection. Stop doing that, though. It doesn't give you permission to keep doing that. I'm literally like having everybody on the internet vote for this mouse to be like a top 10 villager, and he's out here sneezing on people. Eventually, this entire island will be de-weeded. I'm just kind of going about it a little more slowly than I have in the past. The more I do all of my daily tasks and the further we get in like the game's progression, the more I'm realizing that I might as well have made it a rule to talk to villagers, every single villager, every single day, and even gift them if possible, because there's just no way we're going to get enough furniture to get to 5 stars without their help. So it's especially important to talk to them right now because, for example, Molly can't even accept gifts yet. And even though Samson doesn't deserve it, I should probably go find him and give him something today as well. There's our money rock for the day. Inventory management when your wallet is full is a little annoying because the money, for whatever reason, doesn't stack automatically in your inventory. So I literally have to like get it all stacked up one by one and then come back in here and put it back in the stack. Sherry's crafting today a cardboard sofa. I can't exactly be picky about this. For Samson's gift, I'm gonna go ahead and throw him one of these. I think it's cherries. Oh, this one was a fossil actually, a whole mammoth skull. That's a pretty good one. Ooh, a menu chalkboard is not a bad item to get back. Oh yeah, we can definitely use this somewhere for sure. Here's our beach DIY. This one's the bonfire, which we already know. That's great. Love that. It looks like Able Sisters is also in a tent today, so we're gonna have a lot of cool stuff popping up tomorrow. While we're over here, I'll scoop up the rest of the weeds plaguing this area. And I found the last fossil, so now I just need to go ahead and get Gulliver all of the different parts, and instead, I guess Manila clams is fine. That was my first one, actually, so we're gonna learn the fish bait recipe, which will probably come in handy. Got a new stump bug. Let's hope I don't frighten it. Yes, there it is. There it is. And here's the last of the communicator parts. All right, send me something good. Okay, so once I take care of my museum donations, we can get into the meat and potatoes of the day. Looks like he'll take all 4 of the fossils today. That's great. Here's some one-off points for donating said fossils. Also great. Or rather, getting them assessed. That's fine too. And then yes, taking a look at the points for today, we can't do selling a hot item for a fortune. We can catch a seahorse. That's a little annoying. Planting flower seeds is also possible. Catching 5 bugs is easy. and selling clumps of weeds, also easy. I don't think doing 5 tasks is going to be an issue today, even though I do have a few that I can't really approach or don't want to do. So first, let's sell the weeds. While I'm here, I'll also sell this duplicate DIY I don't need. We'll collect our points for this, and it was replaced with earn bells by selling items. That's going to be pretty easy because we're going to be catching a lot of sea diving or diving critters today. Next up, I'll work on the bugs. I thought I already had this one, so I get to donate something new to the museum, but I think that was 5. Yep, that was 5. And that task is done and replaced with catching 5 fish. I guess if we get lucky, we'll also get the seahorse. So basically, we have a pretty full day of collecting stuff, just stuff, whatever we can get. Bugs, fish, sea creatures. I'm going to manage my inventory a little bit by just putting this stuff away, and I think I'm going to take my giant bag of money and just drop it here. I don't see myself getting any more bags of money unless they fall from like a balloon today. I'll also drop the present here because I think I actually have to give Faith something, so hopefully we run into her. And now my strategy for maybe getting the seahorse is to catch my 5 fish at the ocean. So I have the best chances of doubling down and also getting the seahorse, which is worth, I think, 600 points. So I should be more excited about this particular task. Seahorses are not rare. In fact, this could be one right now. Oh, and I scared it away. Oh my gosh. I just don't like fishing. I just don't like it. All right, I caught my 5 fish. I failed so many attempts. It was very annoying, and I did not catch a seahorse. But it's done. It's behind me. Balloon popping is something I am much better at. And this is a lecture hall bench, which looks like that. This is a pretty versatile seating arrangement. I actually like this one a lot. So yeah, glad I got that. And we've popped 5 balloons, so we got some points as well. Oh, looks like Faith would like to give me something. A lantern. I already have a lantern, but I'll take another. She was fishing earlier, but now I can give her a gift. She's recommending stretch leggings to go with the outfit that I have. And I accidentally talked to her and I got my first, I guess technically pair of socks. So let's take her word for it here and see if this looks good. Oh. Okay. Yeah, this doesn't do a whole lot for me, but you know what? I'll take it. Oh no, she's back to fishing. No, I was trying to give you something. Please stop fishing. Please stop fishing and don't be mad at me for pushing at you. Please let me. Not cool. Nobody likes being. Oh no. Oh, come on. I was just trying to give you something. Oh, come on, come back. Faith. All right, I'll just donate this rice grasshopper and we'll hit up Faith later, I guess. Oh, I came back outside. She's just with her fishing rod, just throwing a tantrum just by the river. Gosh, dang it. There is no way I keep any of these villagers. I don't deserve to have a top 10 villager. All right, we get to sell all of these critters here, and that brings us almost to 5,000 bells for the task. There's also some points in it for me for planting flowers, so I'm going to go ahead and plant 5 yellow mums. So we'll plant those down here. I actually think I'm just going to do 4 because that'll kind of like stay consistent with the pattern that I'm kind of going for. So yeah, 4 is fine. It still got me the points. And then there's another task for customizing 2 items, which isn't a problem. I would like to knock out this earn bells one just because I want to see if it's possible to get a task for just like diving for stuff. That would help me double down on some things. So I'll sell these cherries, which is nowhere near enough. Gosh, I thought those were worth more, and they are, but literally I can't afford to go into Nooks to get the better price. So, okay, shells to the rescue. There's another balloon coming in. It's hard to tell. I think this is gonna fall in the river, and honestly, if it does, I get points for that for the first time. So, you know what? We'll shoot our shot. Yeah, I think this definitely falls in the river. Let's see. We'll go ahead and hit it. And gone. But 1-off points. I'll take it. So miles for miles. There we go. 500 points. Or miles. Lost treasure. We get 500 points. Miles. Whatever. They're interchangeable. Okay, this will get me to 5,000 bells. So we'll collect on this and we'll see what pops up next. It is talk to 3 people. Yeah, that's been going so well for me today. Faith is now just sitting by the river. I'm remembering now that if I keep talking to them, I think that's what gets them to stand up, but in a way that is not like, you know, them being really, really mad at you. Is that true? No, I'm just kind of getting these options. I swear there's a way to just kind of walk into them and they stand and they're ready to, yeah, okay. So if they're doing something, they get really annoyed. If they're just chilling, you can absolutely kind of walk into them, it looks like. Anyway, I've just trying to give you this. She's gonna hand me back like a pile of literal poop, I think. A mini cactus set. Okay, you know what? That's kind of close. Honestly, I don't think you give someone a cactus as a gift if you don't want them to potentially get hurt. So yeah, I like this. I will find a use for it, but I don't think that was a gesture given out of kindness. But okay, talking to 3 villagers, done, nice and easy. 200 points for that. And then hit rocks. I have not hit all the rocks today, so I'll do that, but They really won't give me a diving one, will they? 100 points for me, and what's next? Take a picture. All right. I do need a thumbnail photo, but I also need you two to not be in it. So just get out of here. There's no, other than the day one thumbnail, there are no people in these thumbnails, so I need you just to, no, I need you out of the don't, listen, I just need, okay, you're going the wrong way. Down here, yes. Now, Samson, we're doing something. We're doing a thing. Can you just, yep, okay, we'll zoom in a little bit. And there we go. That's probably a little too zoomed in. Oh my gosh, I can't win with this. Both of you need to go work out somewhere else, please. Just go. Now Faith is in the background. Just, oh, you know what? This is fine. It's fine. 100 points. Great. Thank you. Yes, dive for creatures. Perfect. It looks like I finally filled up my storage. I have one thing I can't put away. You know what? I'm proud of the amount of stuff we've managed to collect, given the nature of this challenge. For now, I'll just put the cypress plane out, and then I can get the lecture hall bench in my storage. I think we'll just shove that right here. Ooh, we get some one-off points, I guess, for filling our storage. Yep. Like filling it. Oh no, actually this is for just putting furniture in my house. Oh, cool. And now it is time to go diving for the very first time. Let's wear this and head into our poison infested ocean. I expect to find a scallop pretty easily, I think. And normally I would donate the first one to Blathers and tell Pascal to go figure it out. This time, I think I'll go ahead and give him the first scallop. They're not that difficult to find, but maybe I shouldn't say that out loud because that's the kind of thing you say if you want the thing you're looking for to be difficult to find. Either way, though, definitely diving is a really good way to get money early on. In fact, last time I played hard mode with that different set of rules during the live streams and stuff, this is how I made the majority of my money. I played a lot off camera at that time, and I just dove, and I would collect a whole bunch of stuff, and that is how I would like get money for the big auctions we were all doing, visiting each other's island and auctioning off different furniture. So this is not a bad thing to get stuck doing for a while. So I did already get the points for catching 3 sea creatures, but we're nowhere near done. And the next task is to tend flowers. That's also something we can do very easily. Fun fact you might not know about diving, and I hope I get this right. It's that you have to catch, I think, like 100 different sea creatures before it unlocks more rare sea creatures. It might not be 100, it might be a different number. I think it's 100, but you can let me know in the comments if I'm wrong, but yeah, that's another reason to kind of do this a lot. It might be the same for fishing and bugs too. There might be like a set amount you need to catch before it starts hitting you with more rare ones, but that is good to know. I think it is good to, especially early on, make a habit of just catching a lot of stuff so that you can get past those early hurdles. And worst case scenario, if I'm wrong, I just helped you make a bunch of money. And there is our very first scallop. There's Pascal, here to clean the ocean and rid it of poison. I want to keep it, but here you go. The poison just kind of feels more urgent than getting a scallop in a museum that I can't even hope to complete in a month's time. And there he goes, off to do the job. Okay, great. I don't have to wear this mask around anymore either. I probably still should because this is likely the most complete outfit that I currently own. And also I'm completely out of space in my home storage for the time being. But eventually I'll find something else to put on my face. I have 2 inventory slots left and then we're gonna head to the museum. Okay, here's our last critter for now. I almost missed this balloon. This thing's about to leave the island. I can't pick it up at the moment, but I'm glad we got it. All right, all these fun new things to donate. My recipe from Pascal, by the way, was the mermaid table. Now we just go ahead and sell off the rest of the sea creatures that Blathers didn't take. That'll get us a cool 7680. And then we get to look at the Nook Miles, all the one-off things that we got here. So we got Deep Dive, 300 points there. Underwater Understudy for 300 points. Oh, and another one for 500 points. And then we got some points for helping out Pascal. It's day 10 of designing an island in 30 days on hard mode. Yesterday we focused on getting Nook Miles while we waited for resident services to complete its new construction on the building here, which is now ready to go. We also have Leaf today, and I assume the main thing we're going to be focused on today is kind of placing down the campsite and focusing on just Able Sisters as well. I want to start working on my patterns. I can't buy anything from them, but I can at least start collecting my patterns. Yeah, we need to just start focusing on 3 stars basically, and all the stuff that comes along with it. This is the last time we will open the videos with Tom Nook giving us announcements because we are now introducing Isabel to the island as well. So in short, it's a big chaotic day. Let's collect our bells, check our mail, where we'll find that we now get 5 times more miles on certain tasks. We get our letter from Jack. Unfortunately, we're going to be done with this before Halloween. We've earned 10 bells of interest. That's probably the lowest interest payment I've ever seen. And then what I'm really looking forward to is our present from Gulliver. But let's see. We have a few presents here. We have the Nook Miles ticket we got from, I believe, Tom Nook. Jack's portrait and a silk hat. Wait, what? He's just gonna give me hats. It kind of goes with the snorkel. I don't want more hats. I need furniture. Gulliver is really cool furniture. Why won't he give me any of his furniture? I'm gonna need to chop down a tree and grab some money to feel better. All right, we'll definitely be visiting with Leaf today, but we need to do a few things in here first. Let's get introduced to all the new things. I want to grab my Nook Miles, and I'm trying to see if there's anything new available. We do have Ultimate Pocket Stuffing, which I want to get here soon. We have some more reactions, hairstyles. We have a couple of fences I'm definitely going to want, and then yes, a whole bunch of DIYs that we will be making really, really frequent use of, I'm sure. I need to save points for now. I will just grab the fences. I'll learn the recipes, and then I'm over encumbered right now with cash, so I'm going to deposit the extra 100K that I currently have. And I do have more than enough to pay down my loan. I just don't know how much money I'm going to need here in the next few days, so I'm nervous. The builders made a huge mess, so I got to clean out the recycle bin. And now Tom Nook is going to give us the recipe to craft the campsite. So other than the peninsula, I've not thought of alternative places for the campsite, but I am starting to commit more and more to the idea of doing very, very minimal terraforming on this island. So I do want to scout out some other places that the campsite could make sense. I forgot I left money in here. I have more than I thought. That's good. But before we do anything, let's grab the materials we need to actually craft this sucker. It looks like 15 of each of the core materials, and it appears we'll need some more softwood to make this happen, but that is not a problem because our orange orchard is ready. Hooray! So we'll just grab the flimsy axe I left beside it. We will equip it and very easily collect fruit and bits of wood for projects. I'm also realizing the pot that I put behind this is no longer really visible, and I keep accidentally picking it up, so that's gonna have to go somewhere else. But there you have it. As long as I'm consistently doing this pretty much, every time there's oranges, I'm going to have a steady stream of different types of materials kind of coming into my inventory and my storage, but we'll see. I'm also going to be crafting with these a lot. So steady stream, I don't know. I may be using them faster than I earn them, but in theory, this is a fun concept, a fun way to make sure you're always gathering up materials. And of course, like I said, we can just sell. If we keep the orchard at this size, we're always going to get 10,800 bells for doing that. Now, let's craft up the campsite. There it is. And let's scout out a location. I'm going to jump over here, pretending like there is a bridge right here because I want there to be one. As I'd mentioned before, there should be a path that goes from this supposed bridge up through here, and then there should be a staircase right here. And as we get into the mountains, you start to wonder, okay, is this going to be a good location for a campsite? What's kind of cool about this island is just how much, there is in terms of mountains and cliffs. And this is probably the largest area on the island where the cliffs are at their tallest, and doesn't feel like a bad spot for a campsite, to be honest. But at the same time, it's such a big spot that it could also be a good little neighborhood as well. And I like the campsites that I make to be kind of small. So another option might be to put it right down here, where it can just kind of be up against this cliff and still have some room around it for, campsite junk. But then we also have room next to it to continue like a path over here, and we can, have like a little fishing spot or something next to the Butte River. And I don't know. This could be a good spot for it. Of course, my original idea was to put the campsite right here, and we can even just kind of see how much space is around it once I do this. So if I build here, that's a little too close to the edge. So come back here, try again. Okay, see, this is a little more limiting than I thought. I'll put it here maybe. Let me imagine this for a second. So that is what the completed campsite would look like on the peninsula. And I have to admit, I do like this a lot. Given how I build campsites and things like that, I think this is like a nice little area. I would just put a couple things around it. Maybe over here I'd put like an area for them to cook food or whatever, like a grill or something. My only issue is that I really can't fit a path right here. We have someone's house here. so they're going to have decorations. You can always build a path on the beach, but I'm not exactly using Nintendo Online. I'd have to like make the path myself, which I'm not good at and don't want to do. But you could. There's nothing stopping you from going off here onto the beach and then up to the campsite. And then there's the question of, does it really need a path? What if I just put some fences and other items kind of suggesting that you can walk through them up to the entrance of the campsite? It doesn't have to have a path. In fact, maybe it shouldn't, because it's a campsite and it's supposed to be out in the wilderness. Also, if we get a really bad campsite villager, the potential of like weather coming in and disrupting their nice time is really appealing to me. If the tide could rise just above this platform, it could wash away any bad guests we might get. My gut instinct was to get a large peninsula so I could fit the campsite. And you know what? I'm going to stick with it. The campsite will go right here, and I'm going to commit to this. I hope I don't regret it. This is the spot. And there it is. One campsite. Oh, I forgot about this present that we put down or plucked out of the sky yesterday. Let's see what's in it. 5 clay. All right, yep, kind of figures. It was a blue balloon. Our beach DIY for the day is the natural garden chair, which I didn't have. Let's dig up some fossils, talk to our villagers, and look who's crafting. We got Sherry. Oh, and she's making a spooky table. I guess we're probably gonna need to make a Halloween area, because that's the second Halloween item we've gotten today alone. I honestly don't have time to not make a Halloween area, because if they're gonna start spamming these recipes at me, I have to work with whatever they're gonna give me. Anyway, we got some points for talking to neighbors. Unfortunately, our ×5 task for today is selling a hot item for a fortune, which doesn't count if we sell it to the box, so can't have that. But all right, I'm gonna do the usual stuff, all the different chores. I won't announce every single one, because I think by now you get it. I'm gonna run around the island and do the same stuff that I do every single day, all right? But there is some new stuff we're gonna be doing, and we'll be back in less than 1 second to do that. There, see, it's like you didn't miss a thing. My storage is pretty full, so I might actually sell him some weeds while we're here, but I'm really interested in the types of crops that we have available to us right now. And it's gonna be pumpkins. Pumpkins and tomatoes. So, you know what? Yes, I'll take all of this. So I just bought about 30 of these pumpkin starts, and this is what I'm going to plant next to Nook's Cranny, I think. And then I'm going to buy some tomatoes, and we'll probably plant these somewhere completely different. Next, I could look at shrubs and flowers, and I'm not seeing anything in here that I'm like excited to plant and make a staple of the island, but it's probably good to have a variety of flowers, especially as we work our way towards our first 3 stars. It actually requires more flowers than you would think to get higher star ratings, so I'll just buy like 10 of each of these. And now that I've acquired all of my flowers, I think I'm gonna buy 10 of each of these shrubs. Apparently tea olive is in the perfect season, and all of that costs me so much money. This is why I'm nervous about paying down my first loan. But my storage is full, and I'm having to dump everything right over here as I'm buying it, because my inventory is full. I'm saving my points, so I haven't upgraded my inventory, and I'm saving my money, so I haven't upgraded my house. And so things are a little bit annoying at the moment. Oh, by the way, the one thing you did miss is that I got this incense burner from a blue balloon, actually. Usually those have like crafting materials in them, but I got this. So I don't know, I'll probably use it somewhere. I'm gonna pull out a couple stacks of weeds and sell them to Leaf. This game is really weird about giving points for selling specifically weeds, so might as well make a little bit more money. He's gonna give us 5,240 bells for all the weeds we have on us. And now my focus is to plant all of these pumpkins we just got. I'm gonna plant them over here, and I don't have any like paths to put down yet. I really like using paths for farming, but we're gonna just kind of place them somewhere, and hopefully they'll grow in pretty quick. We'll make some money off them. We'll craft with them. It's gonna be just awesome. So as of right now, the entrance to our farm is 3 tiles wide, and I've put down some furniture over here just to kind of like, you know, make it look kind of nice. But I don't want to trample the crops when I walk into the farm, and I want to plant them in the fenced-in area, so I think I need to move this furniture somewhere else. And what I'm going to do is start with this corner right here and just plant the pumpkins, I think, in the 3x3 grid, just like this. And then I'm gonna skip a space and plant in another 3x3 grid, maybe. Well, first I'm gonna actually do some math here. Okay, so actually if I don't skip spaces and just put them like right next to each other, they'll fit in here a lot better and won't kind of come right up to the river. So that's what we'll do. Let's collect some points though. We have plant produce here. Ooh, looks like we're gonna do some stretches today. And then also another one-off planting task. We're gonna probably get a couple of these done. It's so easy to plant them like this. What stinks is that eventually I'm gonna wanna move these, reorganize them, and that takes forever. Hopefully though, this is enough pumpkins to get us the very nice variety of, colors that we need. So we'll get some more points for planting the pumpkins. Oh, and we'll pop a green balloon, which will give us a yellow leaf pile. Ooh, I love this recipe. Acorns and clumps of weeds. We're gonna be putting yellow leaf piles, I think, in a lot of places. Now, one thing I didn't take into account is the awkward space that we have between the pumpkins and the fence. So I could bring the fence down one, or I could just put some stuff in here to kind of make this area make a little sense. So maybe this is where we can put back our butter churn, maybe a pot as well. I'm gonna be weird. I'm gonna put the bench kind of right next to the pumpkin patch, but like facing the river, kind of like this. And yeah, I don't exactly know why. I guess it just kind of like, this place is weird. It's like hybrid farm and park. All of this is getting moved. There's no way this stuff kind of stays in its current formation. I just want the furniture on the ground at the very least. Tables and chairs though get placed back down. I guess I could put the spinning wheel back over here. And I honestly cannot remember if I have to water these at this stage, but I'm gonna go ahead and do it anyway. Oh, and now that I have customization kits, I can actually like change these pots, and that makes randomly placing them down at least a little more interesting. I'm actually gonna tuck this right next to Nook's here, just like so. Tomatoes are next, and I do think I know where I'm gonna put them, but let's talk to Tom Nook first. He's gonna mention the campsite, and I just wanna confirm that I can't do anything else right now, such as bridges and inclines. It does seem like he's gonna let me do this right now. Yep, okay, fantastic. I haven't given it much thought, but I don't wanna keep rebuilding these. I wanna build it once and be done with it. I know I want to replace the log bridge. It kind of feels like by Nook's Cranny and stuff, a suspension bridge would look nice, like maybe a couple of those, so that we can have, just like a foresty kind of vibe over there, I guess. Normally with my like forever islands, I'll go with bridges like these, ones that feel a little more, city-esque. But in a challenge like this, the suspension bridge is probably the way to go. Not only is it one of the cheaper bridges, but because we're going to have to rely so much on DIYs and how rustic those tend to look, I think it's gonna fit the theme of the island better. So the first thing I wanna do is get rid of this tree because it's standing right in the way of my ideal bridge location. And now this is where things get really dicey for me. I'm about to be either extremely happy or extremely upset. Can we put a bridge right here without any terraforming? Let's see, and it's going to work. Let me imagine it real quick. Oh my gosh, it works exactly how I want it to. This is gonna look so good. Yep, we're doing it. This is where we're putting our suspension bridge. Oh, I'm so happy. Now, this is why I've been saying that I want to save my money. You see, I want this bridge, and I'm not really patient enough to wait for other people to donate to it. I want it right now. So that is what I spent my money on, not my home loan, which is probably a huge mistake. But in the interest of actually making some progress towards this, I'm going to go ahead and put 22,940 bells towards it right now. That leaves me with 10,000 bells left, and that extra 60 bells is kind of annoying, so I'll get rid of that too. And now we only owe 75,000. Earning 75,000 bells should honestly not be that difficult. Certainly I can dive for sea creatures and get a whole bunch of those thrown into the box, especially now that we've actually donated a lot of the different types that I can catch right now. And I know it's going to take a few days, but we did just plant pumpkins, and if I decide not to craft with them, selling all of those probably going to net me a good amount of money. But, pretty soon here, I am going to need to do more to make some decent cash on this island, because relying on money rocks and money trees every single day is not like a sustainable way to get to the, the more end game levels of upgrades on this, on any island. Honestly, I'll do what I can. I'll have to think if I'm going to play this maybe like later in the day off camera and just kind of do some grinding of catching different sea creatures, because on the Switch I could always just capture little clips of me maybe catching something really interesting, or any milestones that I don't get while I'm properly recording. I could maybe get that way and show you, but I don't know. I didn't do that with the DIY island. It doesn't feel like it's in the spirit of this kind of challenge, so I'll just have to think about it. All right, I'm wrapping up some stacks of cherries to give out as presents, and let's go in Able Sisters for the first time. They're pretty happy with where I've placed their shop, with no access to any of the town by foot, and no other houses or anything around. At least not yet. We'll help them out. The only thing I'm here to do is talk to Sable, and there we go. That's it. I almost have enough presents to go around. I learned today that Zucker is actually ready ready to accept presents. I just need him to be standing to do it. Oh, and Samson's sick. Oh, well, I think I bought some medicine, so helping him out with that will definitely earn us some friendship points. Hey, can you get up for a second? Zucker loves snacks, so this should be a pretty big win. Come on, something good. Maybe some shoes? A PJ outfit. Okay. Well, it is clothing, I guess. Let's see what it looks like. You know what? It kind of matches everything, I guess. I still don't like it. At least for not having shoes, an outfit like this makes sense. Okay, that's another axe down. Let's wrap our last batch of cherries. And honestly, there's still so much to do. I need to get Samson some medicine. Ugh, you look horrible. I think this will get me a present, but we'll see. He's back to his legendarily ultra tough self. Please take this thank you gift, a whiteboard. And then from there, I think we get to get another present from him, because if you leave their house after they're sick and then walk back in after you've given them medicine, they're dressed normal again. They're completely cured, and it's as if you've never given them a gift on this particular day. So enjoy a bunch of cherries. And for me, I get a clothesline pole. Okay, that's 2 new pieces of furniture from Samson. I was trying to give Sherry a gift, and she won't accept one. I can't remember if she can yet, or I already gave her one. I guess as a Halloween costume, I would do a black cat. I didn't get anything for answering that. But Faith will take a present, and in exchange, I'll get a cook's coat. What does a cook's coat look like, you ask? This. Honestly, I think I'm gonna go back to wearing this for a while. I just think this kind of works better for me right now. We have some one-off points to collect. How about this one here for good deeds, doing good deeds? And then this one here for true friendship. I'm guessing because villagers are starting to like me more. It could be the medicine. I don't know. Anyway, the other things I need to do include offloading these fossils, cleaning out my inventory, selling excess items, and I am going to get rid of the fossils this way this time, even though they're good gifts, just because, again, short on cash. And then I still need to make sure I hit my 5 daily Nook Miles tasks for the day. I've only done a couple, and we can pretty easily do some diving, which I'm going to do now. Taking a picture is easy, and I think we'll do some stretches as well, and that should get us to 5 or more. I'd love to fill my inventory again doing this, but I have been recording for so long today, I just don't have the time. It might be smart to stay out here, though, until I get a scallop, because I had to give my first scallop to Pascal, and although if I get one today, he'll come back. But I could tell him no. I could tell him no, even though this is his week, and I still need to make him his shirt. But yeah, it'd be kind of nice to get that in the museum. Oh, here it is. This was, I think, the 4th thing. I hate to do this to him. He did just clean our ocean that was full of poison, but I'm going to keep this one. Just this one. He says it's cool. I don't think it is. I think that's all kind of a put on. I think he's probably really upset. But all right, let's get our points, get this stuff donated, supervise some island stretching, which will, of course, earn us some more points. And then I'm going to spend some points on upgrading my camera app. And that's because I want to take advantage of being able to zoom in on stuff a little bit better, so that if I take pictures of things for thumbnails, they come out a lot better, thanks to being able to get in there, really get in there. Look at this guy. He's a star. I'll be taking those. And with that, day 10 comes to a close. We're a third of the way through the challenge, and tomorrow is going to be really, really busy. It's day 11 of designing Animal Crossing Island in 30 days on hard mode. Yesterday, we placed down a campsite and our first bridge, a whole bunch of stuff, really. Today, though, the story is going to continue to progress because now it looks like we're going to be forced to be introduced to Lottie. I didn't make it a rule that there's no using Happy Home in this challenge, but I'm just going to tell you now, this is the last time you're going to be seeing Lottie in this series. But just like that, one of the strangers in our photo with 3 strangers has been identified. And you know what? I don't like them. So what are our actual goals for today? Well, first things first, we need to test out our very first bridge. Yep. This feels good enough, I would say. It is honestly so nice to have this. Let's go do our dailies. Talking to Sable being one of them. I would say my main goal for today, there's the campsite, is to go ahead and try to make some actual progress towards paying down my first loan, which is going to be tough to do because, oh no! I knew I was going to do that. That's going to be even tougher now. I was trying to make that 10K, which would have depleted my wallet, and at least I would have planted a 10K tree. Anyway, yeah, that's why it's gonna be difficult, because I don't really have, I spent so much money yesterday, I don't really have much. I don't think we'll end this video by paying down that loan, but I do think we make some pretty decent progress. And the reason that I'm shifting my focus in this direction is because now that my stuff is starting to spill out into town, out of my storage, and I'm trying to get 3 stars, I kind of feel like it's getting urgent. You know, I need to do something about this. As you might recall, I only need 75,000 to finish up the loan though, so we could probably get that considering I already have almost 40K and I haven't even found the money rock yet. And look at that, golden dishes, good recipe. Of course, unless the money falls from the sky, I literally am not gonna have the 75K by the end of today just because I can't actually get it from Nooks in real time. I have to just put things in the Dropbox. And then tomorrow, hopefully we can pay down the rest of the loan. Also, it's gonna be kind of boring, but I think I might spend some time today plucking the rest of the weeds from the island because again, weeds, I believe, count against you for 3 stars. It's actually kind of confusing. This game is a lot nicer when it comes to weeds than past games, and I still have like a lot of memories of playing old Animal Crossing, and they're all mixing in with New Horizons memories, so I get a little confused. I've done a pretty decent job of grabbing weeds from different areas of the island, so there's actually not too many spots left where it's pretty overgrown. So I'm not too worried about getting this done today. Looks like Red is here today, so that's fun. That will, of course, eat into our wallet a little bit, but it'll be worth it. Let's see, it looks like he has another real statue today. This is awesome. I never get this statue this early. And then I could see using both of these items. We have like a caution sign for like a wet floor, and then a chest freezer. As you know, with Animal Crossing, it takes one entire real-life day to get Tom Nook to work on a project and have it actually be finished. So as I start to unlock like the middle section of the game where you start to get terraforming, things like that, my personal goal is to try and get something in the works with Tom Nook every single day. It's just not realistic because all that stuff costs like a lot of money. But now that we're done kind of placing down, you know, all the main buildings, and we have our first bridge and stuff, I'm thinking, yeah, okay, so it'd be really cool if I can get my house under construction so that tomorrow that's done. And then from there we can get like, yeah, a staircase and stuff like that. More realistically though, with the way that we're earning money, I think it's probably better to just assume that maybe every other day I start a project, only because I'm just flat broke. Essentially, I think that boils down to needing to make like 100K a day. And I've not been doing any work to get towards that. I mean, we're getting the money from the money trees and the money rock every day, and that's a good push, but I'm not doing nearly enough diving or fishing or bug catching, you know, just money making things to get us even close. Planting the pumpkins will help a lot, and I have the fruit farm now, so there is some stuff in the works. It's not like I've done nothing towards obtaining wealth, but yeah, this goal that I'm talking about, probably a little unrealistic just yet. Good news though, I think I've picked up every weed on the island now. Or, I don't know, maybe there's a couple stray ones laying around, but all the major sections are done. While we're picking stuff up and talking about cash, let's grab a bunch of shells. I don't think... Okay, well, now I know. I don't have enough room to carry them, but yeah, we're going to pick these up too. And I think today diving is going to be my #1 way of making money. But we're going to save that for last because there's still obviously the money rock and some other things I want to do as well, such as turn in my fossils to see if there's any that are already here. And there's one, which stinks because I was really hoping to sell like all of them. Of course, there is one more money-making method I've dared not speak about, and that is crafting. As you know, I'm going to need a lot of materials to finish this challenge, but I also need a lot of money. So if I'm willing to sacrifice some of the stuff that I have a bit of a surplus of, I can probably make some good money while not completely spoiling my chances at like, you know, making some good progress here. So I'm going to make some stone tables. I do have quite a bit of stone. Then I'm going to make a log stool because I did plan on making one of these for myself anyway. And then I'm going to make a couple of these log garden lounges because I have the extra wood. And the way crafting works when it comes to making money, I've explained this before, but it usually helps somebody to know this. Let's say one piece of stone is worth 100 bells. It's not, but let's just say it is. When you sell an item that requires that stone as a crafting material, you're essentially doubling the value of that one piece of stone to 200 bells. Now, of course, you do need to subtract the 20% in this case because I'm using the Dropbox, but basically we're taking a piece of stone, we're shoving it into a stone table, and we're doubling the value of each piece of stone that we put into that stone table, and that's going to get us, in this case, with the fossil and everything else, 16,464 bells. I'm going to go ahead and put the log stool right here, and that is for my flimsy axe, which I'm just going to drop on top of it. At this time, that's all the materials I'm kind of willing to part with. But yeah, this is definitely a money-making method we could use once in a while. Anyway, let's water the pumpkins. We're definitely going to need you know, a pretty good amount of these. Ooh, and watering produce is a ×5 Nook Miles reward today. That's really good, because I am thinking I might want that last inventory upgrade. I definitely have enough weeds. We can sell those too. So we'll grab those points. We'll also get some one-off points for creating more DIY items. And I still need to run around, collect some cherries, get them wrapped up, give out gifts, but I'm going to skip ahead to just diving, I think, because I'm really just focused on making that money right now. I'm going to fill my inventory with sea creatures. We'll see where that gets us. I probably have a few new ones I'll end up having to donate because it is October now. But, you know, we need the money, and at least one inventory full of these should get us on our way. Ooh, I got my first crab. Speaking of getting new stuff here, that's great. Let's give up the scallop today, see what we get. I haven't forgotten that I owe him a rockin' shirt, and I still have a few more days to do that. I think we'll probably make that a tomorrow thing. Oh, I see a balloon in the distance. I'm I'm gonna grab this and go get that balloon. You never know when 30K is gonna fall out of the sky. And it is clay furnace. Honestly, this is a pretty cool item. Yeah, I'm not mad about this at all. For now, I'm just gonna shove it like right back here, and that's a temporary spot. Anyway, a pretty good handful of items here to donate, and the rest we can go ahead and sell. Now, my gift from Pascal this time was a pearl, and selling this, even with the 20% hit, we get 8,000 bells. I don't generally craft the mermaid furniture, and I hold on to pearls. I just kind of hoard them. I'm going to go ahead and sell it. I don't know if I'll sell all of them that I get, but we desperately need the money, and I just don't see myself making any of that furniture anytime soon. But I think that brings us to around 33,000, it said. Now, where does that leave us with our home loan? Well, currently in savings, we have 18,240, which means we have a total of 62,000 in my pocket right now. I can go ahead and just pay like 60,000 into this. And yeah, we have more than enough now to clear this loan by tomorrow, which is great. Ooh, and a new piece of clothing has entered the chat. And Molly wants to give me something. Is it pants, finally? Oh, cat grass. Okay, that's fine. That's a fun little item. Will she accept a present from me? No. I was looking for something to put on this table, so here we go. I like the cat grass a lot. I think this is a cool item. So yeah, we'll do that. Anyway, where was I? New clothing, yes. I personally think this outfit, maybe without the hat, is probably a little more suited to where I'm currently at in this challenge. Maybe there's pants in the mail. Oh, it's just a letter from Faith. All right, well, we may have finished our goal of getting our loan almost paid off, but now I have some other stuff that I need to wrap up before we can end the day. Other than my 5 Nook Miles tasks, I still need to give everybody I can presents, because presents are the #1 way that I obtain furniture in this challenge. And, you know, honestly, we've actually not been doing too bad with some of the items we've been given, but I gotta stay on top of it. Also, one of my tasks was to chop up 10 bits of wood, so that's done now. And it was a ×2 task. Look at that. We won't be selling a hot item for a fortune, but growing a fruit tree is something we could do. Maybe it's time to plant some more coconut trees. I could sure use the money. Speaking of coconuts, I should probably be making it a habit to chop these just like I'm doing the orange trees as well. I don't know what I'm thinking. I will not be giving them as presents, that's for sure. I'm going to be cheaping out on these villagers quite a bit. My goal is to get someone's photo, and again, that's not like a series goal, that's just a personal thing. I'd really like to come away with a photo before the end of this. Kind of difficult to do in 30 days, but it's not nearly as important as just getting something, anything, clothing, furniture, whatever we can get from them. Let's see what balloon #2 has to offer. It is 5 clay. Well, you know what? Actually, I don't have a ton of clay. That's fine. I chopped and chopped until my axe broke, and I think that's good enough. We'll go ahead and gather up our cherries and start getting them wrapped. I think we're going to put a few coconut trees somewhere over here. Yeah, we'll just do a group of 3, like right by the river mouth. We'll grab the points. Oh, and we got some one-off points for chopping, which is, oh, another 1,000. Very nice. And yeah, let's start handing out gifts. Faith is crafting a spooky arch. Yeah, we're definitely going to need to make a spooky area on the island before this is over. Hopefully we get something good in return here. Oh, okay, so that works. More clothing is never bad. It's not technically pants, but it does cover my whole body. I'm still gonna rock the dirty tank top though. I don't think I've earned this yet. Samson's gonna give us a gym tee. All right, that's a little more in line with my wardrobe choices at the moment. Ooh, and we got more points for true friends. I'll take it. Oh, Sherry has fleas. Well, I guess I kind of need fleas. Not to like have on my body. I just mean in the museum. So there we go. I'll be taking that. I love the reaction when certain villagers get fleas. It's really funny. But no gift for that, really? I just saved you so much embarrassment. All right, fine. Here, take this. Okay, now I get a soccer uniform top. Oh my gosh, someone please give me some pants. At least we get points for catching a flea. I think the last villager I can gift today is Zucker, so I'm over here on his side of the island, just gathering up some more cherries so that I can wrap them up and hopefully get something nice. It looks like I'm gonna have to short him one. I might have actually gathered up all the cherries on the island at the moment, so I don't know what I'm gonna give people tomorrow, but Zucker is gonna come through for me with a Zen cushion, and I'm gonna get some more points. 500 points. What is this for? Oh, simply just chatting with residents. Okay, cool. All right, I have a few more things to sell, and then there's one more really important thing I want to get going. I'm just now realizing I didn't finish collecting shells today. Maybe I'll do that too, but that's not the important thing. No, the important thing is choosing another bridge. And I'm trying to decide. I think these ones are not to my taste for this island. And they're the more expensive ones anyway. How about that? But these four, especially like these three here, are kind of where I'm torn. I was thinking about using this kind of path around the island. So I thought, oh, I'll just use these stone bridges. But the wooden ones are pretty inoffensive. I always thought these looked nice. They're a nice mix of like that natural but urban look that I'm probably going to end up leaning into. And I think the contrast between like the stone path and the wooden bridge will also look nice. So I'm going to go with this one. If I have the money later, I want to replace this bridge with one of these. And every now and again, a suspension bridge will be cool just to kind of break things up a little bit. But I think the bridge I just chose will be my like default bridge. You know what I mean? And I think I'm going to try to put that maybe right here, which means this rock gets destroyed at some point. But let's see if we can fit this like right here. No, not quite. Not without some terraforming. Is there any chance I can move it up a little bit? No, it's not going to work. I could get rid of this pond. There's a lot of space to put a bridge right here, but I don't want to get rid of this pond. I'm trying not to really terraform. There's also the option of just putting it down here by this river mouth, which feels a little boring to be honest, but the way my island is set up, this might work, because that means a path will go from here over to here in front of resident services, so we could pop it right up here, and then we can continue along this way and connect it to our island's entrance, and kind of meets in this little weird intersection that's going to be here, where there'll be another path to resident services plus a path to the museum. Something like that. Or I won't even make a path that goes from here up to there. Maybe we'll block it with some kind of bus stop or something, and then just have this path be like the main one to resident services. Anyway, just kind of imagining out loud. But yeah, this is not a bad spot for this bridge. I just wanted to get a bridge going. I think this is probably the best spot for it, but we'll imagine. It looks nice. Let me look at one more thing. So that means the path that I draw will go like along here, and it's a little close to the beach, but it's not too bad. I might move it one tile up though, just to give me a little more of a buffer between the beach and this path. So let's put it up here. Let's try this. Yeah, I think this is good. Now, why did I make this right now when I'm crying poverty at the moment? Well, that's because villagers will help you pay this off. And it kind of doesn't make sense not to at least get a future project set up if we know where it's going to go, even if I have 0 bells to put towards it right now. Of course, I'll continue to work on paying it off tomorrow and the days to come. Oh, and before I forget again, I just wanted to say a huge thank you and congratulations to everybody who voted for Samson. You did it. You got him to number 1, and failing this part of the challenge, I think at this point will be impossible. But tomorrow is also going to be interesting because we get our first campsite villager, which we have to invite to the island. So we'll check it out. It's day 12 of designing an Animal Crossing island in 30 days on hard mode. Yesterday, we focused on making some money, and we did make enough money to pay down the rest of our home loan and more. Today, we get to greet our first campsite villager and find a place for them to live. We actually get to pay down that home loan and so much more. I'm going to start my day by watering some pumpkins though. We can take our time. This is all good. We don't need to go worrying about who's in the campsite yet, freaking out when it's someone we absolutely hate. Oh my gosh, what if it's Raymond though? I can't remember which island it was, but that has happened to me before. I think I got Raymond as a campsite visitor once. So the idea that it would happen again is probably not likely. One of my tasks today is to plant produce, by the way, which is good because I still have those tomato seeds I never planted. Also, yesterday I should have remembered that this tree would have also given us the money we needed to pay down the loan. I just was not thinking about that at all. But I'm glad. I'm glad that I focused on money making for a little bit yesterday. Not that I made like a giant fortune or anything, but it was good. Because, you know, that just gives us even more tools in our tool belt for paying down future loans, like the loan on this bridge. Let's see if anyone's contributed to this yet, by the way. 260 bells. Okay. Villagers are definitely going to help with this, guys. We should definitely place this down early because we're going to get support from the community. Our beach DIY is the sauna heater. This is a good one. It looks like Leaf is back today. That's interesting. I should have known when I saw the produce task that he might be here. That means we might get something other than tomatoes, and we can expand our farming operation even further. Samson is here to give me a reaction. Distress. Yep, I'm feeling it. We're almost halfway through this challenge, and I'm nowhere near 3 stars. So yeah, distress is one way to put it. I just finished re-customizing all my tools, so I'll take the points for this, and that will also increase the longevity of my tools. I shouldn't even say increase. It resets your tool's durability. If you didn't know that, now you do. Already found the money rock for today as well. And there's honestly so much I need to get done today that I don't think I'm gonna have time to grind out any cash. So the fact that I already have, you know, the money rock and money tree behind me feels good. Feels like I'm doing something in terms of money-making progress. Oh, and this balloon's getting away! Oh no! Is it over the campsite area? Are we gonna be saved by this campsite villager right now? Wow. The odds of it going over the peninsula, what are they? All right, please be a giant bag of money. Oh, it's the spooky trick lamp. Okay, cool. All right, well, I'm already here. Should I see who this is? Oh my gosh, please don't be terrible. Not only is this a top 10 villager, this was the #1 villager as of September. Of course, dethroned now by Samson, but I am shocked. I can't believe it. Marshall's here, and he wants to live here. The luck that I've been getting with this challenge when it comes to villagers is completely unrealistic. I thought when we're done with this 30 days, probably a pretty good chance, I retire the island, I delete it, I clear up a switch so I can do another challenge or something. How am I supposed to get rid of this island? It is becoming increasingly likely that I end up with more than 1 villager in the top 10 on that ridiculous villager rating website. And I can't believe it. Now it's time to find Marshall a home. While I'm in here though, let's go ahead and take care of my home loan. And there it is. And straight to Tom Nook to beg for a home upgrade. The next loan is gonna be 198,000 bells. I don't think this one's gonna be too tough to pay off. One-off points for paying off our first loan with bells anyway. But now on to Marshall. I gotta be honest, there's a lot of different areas where a house like this could go. Ideally though, I wanna give Marshall a really respectable plot. So I think we're gonna put him right up on this hill where he's going to have direct access to the hottest shopping spots on this island. Able Sisters, a short walk away, and then just over the lovely suspension bridge, Nook's Cranny. Marshall's going to have access to our island's top most respected amenities while also having some privacy from the hustle and bustle of city life, because I think I'm going to put him up here somewhere. I could put him all the way up here where he could have like a view of the ocean on top of his own little private mountain. But let's consider the path for a little bit. So a staircase is going to be put right here. I'm actually going to, when I get terraforming abilities, I've decided I'm going to dig this out so the staircase can be like at least dug into the hill a little bit, if not flush. And then you'll pop up here. There'll be a path that probably goes over to this way. And there will be a bridge, maybe, somewhere. I don't know. There's also a pond. This is kind of an awkward area. This might be one of the spots where our path kind of ends, but we'll get to that when we get to it. So I think having a direct path from this staircase to Marshall's front door would be a little bit weird, but putting him like off to the side here could be kind of cool. Like if I drop his home right here, it's not in direct line with the path, but it is like right there. What I like about this spot though is it gives us some fun areas to kind of decorate, both behind it with some tall items and maybe to the left with like his own private little maybe grilling area. Or I could put another staircase there to get on top of the next layer of cliff. I don't know. I think I'm going to commit to this spot. I don't want to overthink this. So yeah, not half bad. We have a staircase, a path. It goes right up to his front door. Maybe there's a staircase over here in the future. It just depends if we end up using this top area for anything that we want people to walk to. And yeah, lots of space to kind of decorate around him. Oh, the path could also continue and go to the secret beach. That could be kind of cool. I'm going to make a staircase down to there. We'll terraform a little bit more. And then maybe the path will continue to go this way. What I like about making paths in Animal Crossing, what I enjoy doing is making my entire island traversable in the sense that all paths connect to each other in some way. Like you could run a foot race around the entire island just following the paths. That's kind of always my goal. So having a path that kind of just dead ends feels a little unacceptable. I don't like that. Let's go give Marshall the good news. And he already knows that I picked a VIP spot for him. All right, he's off to go pack. All right, I'm off to continue doing my dailies. Now, yesterday I did say I wasn't going to give out fossils as presents. Today I'm changing my mind because I'm like out of fruit and stuff. I don't know what to give out as gifts, and I really, really need to always give out gifts. So unfortunately for me, I'm gonna have to wrap these up and make them part of the gifting collection today. Fortunately though, I am awarded some points for donating or assessing the fossils, so that's good. Let's start giving out the gifts right now. First piece of furniture today is a low screen from Sherry. Molly is ready to accept presents, and in exchange I get a cardigan. I will grab cherries and stuff wherever I can, just to hopefully have something to wrap up. I really think 3 cherries is probably not enough to earn the friendship points I'm kind of going for right now. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe 3 cherries is enough to actually get them to give you something in return. I don't really know. I know when I gave out 1 cherry, it didn't go over well. You might be thinking, why not craft them something? Well, I have a little bit of a pet peeve with that. Most things you craft them, they will put in their house, which is annoying. However, if you have things that go on the wall, I've noticed they tend not to end up actually on their walls. And I do have some clay and weeds right now. So I could do this. There's also plenty of windflowers. I could pluck these, but I think they'll end up on people's doors, which isn't a big deal. The windflower wreaths look nice. Maybe I should do that. As of right now, the plant that requires clay and weeds is not super tempting to make because I only have 27 clay. Yeah, so it looks like everyone's gonna get a wreath. I shouldn't really care if I make them a piece of furniture that gets displayed in their home. I used to really not care. I don't know. I think hanging out in the Animal Crossing community on the internet kind of has ruined me a little bit, because this is something that people just cannot stand that villagers do. And I know we have Happy Home now, and we can redecorate their houses, but I'm not doing that in this challenge. So having their houses sullied by garbage that I make in my house for them to put in their house, just, it feels counterintuitive. All right, first wreath receiver is Zucker, but what is he making? Spooky Tower. This is a cool one too. All right, we'll see what this gets me in return. He says he wants something like this, so that's good. He needs to clean his door first. Sometimes they get sticky. He's giving me a long underwear set. Is this technically pants? No. No, it's not. What is this? Why do I get so many weird clothing items from them? All right, points for talking to 3 villagers. Faith will have something nice for me. A homework set. I have like 5 of these now, I think. I haven't seen Samson today. He might be touring the museum or something. Hopefully he shows up at some point. Otherwise, we might have to go in there and hunt for him. In the meantime, let's manage our inventory a little bit. I think I'm going to sell the homework set I just got. It doesn't go for much, but I just have so many and my storage is full. I'm going to sell this gold nugget too. I typically wouldn't, but I'm very poor right now, and I don't think I'll be crafting with them anytime soon. While we wait for Samson to return, there is something I've been putting off. It's Friday now. It's almost the end of the week. It's time to make my first piece of clothing. Of course, it would help if I had the ability to make clothing. I'm coming in here to make, upgrade my app, and he's already talking about the improving infrastructure thing where we can actually start placing down plots ahead of time. Can I do that today? I guess I'll check, but anyway, let's get this done. Yeah, so as I was saying, if I upgrade, I think to this one, it lets you do pro designs like shirts and stuff. I'm just gonna grab both of these. Actually, it opened up another one. I don't know if I want to spend this many points right now. Okay, I didn't need to. I did unlock the pattern feature, and this is the clothing tab, so we're good. It does appear that he'll let us prep land already for a small fee of 10,000 bells. I'm not going to do this right now. I thought that we'd have to wait until Marshall moved in, and then tomorrow we'd have this ability. It's cool that we have it now. That means tomorrow we'll definitely be putting down some plots and doing some villager hunting. In any case, all of that was very distracting. It is now time to make Pascal a rockin' shirt. So my first thought was short sleeve shirt. It is getting into fall though. But yeah, short sleeve shirt sounds kind of nice and simple. I don't know what a rockin' sweater or hoodie would look like. Let's do shirt. To be fair, I don't know what a rockin' shirt looks like either. But we'll experiment. So I think first things first, I'm gonna make the base color red across the board, because Pascal, is red, and I figure This is like a good place to start. And then what I think I'm going to do is put these like subtle kind of outlines around the shirt. I don't exactly know why I want to do this. I just think it'll look kind of nice. I'm not the best when it comes to designing clothing, but yeah, I think stuff like this just kind of enhances the design, even if you're kind of terrible at this like I am. Okay, from here, I'm going ahead and stamping it with a heart, but just bear with me for a second. I'm going to fill it in like this, draw lines like this, and don't worry, we'll get these colors kind of changed up a little bit, and then draw a shape about like that. I've also decided to make the shirt yellow because that way the red's going to show up a lot better. And you know what? I think it's perfect. And look at that. We even got some points for our very first custom design. With that, I've completed my first weekly challenge. Cora asked me to create a rockin' shirt for Pascal and also give him a scallop so he'd clean our ocean. And you might be wondering, what the heck? What is it? What did you make here? Because I'm very bad at drawing, I will explain it. It's a scallop, and Pascal is preparing it for dinner, is all. There's a lot of ways you can interpret a rockin' shirt. I thought about putting a guitar on it, or maybe a little rock on emoji. But then I thought, what's more metal than hunting your own dinner with a knife? So I hope Cora enjoys the shirt she commissioned for Pascal. Cora's rockin' shirt. I'm gonna go ahead and put my design code in the description for this island so you can have your very own Cora's rockin' shirt. In fact, why not let everybody in town have a Cora's rockin' shirt? I did say I'm putting it in the description, but here is my creator ID in case you want to get this shirt right now. And here's our masterpiece posted to the internet. Also, here's the ID for the shirt itself. I'm not gonna put this in the description because you already have the creator ID. Anyway, where was I? Oh, we were going to go to Leaf and pick up some new crops because we have a task to plant crops and I need crops for money. He is saying the pumpkin starts are half off, which is tempting. It stinks because pumpkins are always going to take up a slot now, but it's all right. We'll get the crops as fast as we can. Wheat is always a really nice one. In terms of just decorating, especially like a fall themed island, wheat just seems like a really nice one to have in general. I'm going to buy some of this. In terms of flowers, I am holding out for roses and tulips. So let's see, hyacinth again. Oh, there's some tulips. Perfect. And there goes most of my money again. Now, I've not figured out where I want to have maybe like a hybrid garden, but I'm starting to realize I kind of need to figure that out. Flowers earn you a ton of points when you're working towards getting 3 stars and 5 stars. And I'm going to need spots on this island that just kind of get filled up by something, because obviously I'm not going to have like a ton of furniture, but for now I'm going to focus on the wheat, and we'll tackle this one problem at a time. I'm going to plant the wheat by Zucker's house. He's just going to be in charge of this, I guess. And I'll chop down this tree to give myself some more room. Oh, and apparently get some points too. We'll chop down this one as well. I feel like a lot of villagers are going to end up with a farm. But Zucker's spot is so good over here for this. We could put like a little wheat farm next to his house. And we have room back here for maybe like a silo and some other stuff. The guy loves snacks too. So like, why not? Why not let him process his own, I don't know, breads and stuff. All right, let's spam this next to his home. So there's one batch, and I think we'll do 2 actually. Yeah, this feels like a good amount. And I'll go ahead and stack the excess that I have. We'll get it watered, even though I don't think it needs watering yet. And stuff like this is really cool because now I feel like I have a good amount of space around his house to decorate still. And with this, it kind of gives me some stuff to kind of decorate around. So this is cool. I think we have a whole bunch of tasks. So I got 200 points for chopping down a tree, 150 times 2 for planting produce. As for putting down some more flowers to get hybrids, we'll make that a tomorrow problem. We got a ton of stuff done today, and tomorrow we have a ton more to do. It's day 13 of designing an island in Animal Crossing in 30 days on hard mode, and yesterday, indeed, we did get Marshall in our campsite. I also completed my first weekly challenge where I had to make this shirt for Cora. She wanted me to make Pascal a rockin' shirt, and so this is Cora's rockin' shirt that we made for Pascal, and you can download it now. As I'm sure many of you have, Samson's writing us a letter to tell us how many sit-ups and push-ups he's done, and the Happy Home Academy is giving us some presents because we have expanded our home again. It looks like a proper house now. All right, let's go inside. I have a bunch of stuff I need to do today, but you know what I'm going to do first is I think I'm going to redecorate a little bit. First, let's kind of move things around so they're just in a more proper location, so we can kind of clear the middle of the floor a little bit. Let's see what the Happy Home folks got us, because I'm here to try to like clean up. Ooh, an ironing set. I'm here to try and clean up this dumping ground that we've created now that we have some extra storage space. And having everything in my storage will make decorating this place a lot easier. I'm trying to get the house to look a little more normal for now. So I think just the default wall and then this blue carpet look pretty nice, actually. I kind of like this. Of course, what I don't have is just a lot of like regular furniture. Gosh, I don't even have like tables to put stuff on. We can throw down this lamp, and I'm going to put this maybe over in the corner right here. And then in this corner, I think I'm gonna make like a crafting area. Let's cook up a mini DIY workbench. I'm gonna customize it so it kind of, well, I want to match my wardrobe, but I don't think it's going to. We'll just make it ash brown. And then I'm going to pop that right into the corner, which means we'll probably be getting rid of this campfire. The litter box is probably still necessary. I don't have a toilet. I have a bidet, but I don't have a toilet. I'll put the little radio by the workshop. And then, yeah, let's give our bathroom a little bit of a makeover here. So we're gonna take these things and kind of move them back maybe like this, and then we can create kind of like a privacy area for our bathroom. Yeah, see, very, very modest, very clean. And, you know, you walk into the house, you don't even know it's there. As for other things, I think what I'm going to do is throw down this whiteboard. And the reason I'm going to put this down maybe like over here by the workshop area is to, one, kind of close it off a little bit, but two, it kind of makes it look like I'm tackling all these different projects as we work our way towards 5 stars, right? So all of this leaves us with 5 extra spaces in our storage. Now, there are some things that I could probably get rid of, like these wasps. I was waiting for Flick to come by so I can make a wasp model. At this point, I also have like a ton of flowers, which I will be using at some point. We'll probably also sell the excess, but we need flowers to get star ratings up. Oh, and then I still have to put all this stuff away. Oh my gosh. So yeah, I definitely spammed some things in there that have kind of, you know, lessened the amount of space I have in my storage a little bit prematurely. I think this means we have our big project for the day already set forth for us, which is going to be a hybrid farm. And I'm going to choose tulips. So let me go ahead and grab the yellow, white, and red tulips, which means we can put away this and this. Let's check the Nook miles we got after we logged in. It looks like we're going to get ×5 for hitting a rock today, which is awesome. We got some points for upgrading our house and for storing items again. We're looking real good on Nook miles right now. And then we can get on with our day. Now, what is the big goal for today? I definitely think the big project will probably be the hybrid garden. And I think I might know where that's going to go as well. First, let's get these ×5 points here for hitting a rock. That's awesome. And it looks like we can do all of these today as well. Our first batch of pumpkins has grown in, and as usual, it is mostly orange pumpkins, but there are some other types in there as well. It looks like we did get a little bit of everything, the yellow ones being the less represented the least represented pumpkins in the bunch. Now, I think the other colors are literally just for customization. I don't think it matters what colors you have for actually crafting the things. So this is great. We're gonna sell most of these. I think what I'll do is hold on to the ones that are not orange, and then I'll get rid of most of the orange ones, but we'll keep some every time we harvest so that we can make our spooky area at some point. And I'm thinking about that as well. Like, where do we want the spooky area? Is it going to be just a random corner of the island, or are we going to make it more of a centerpiece? Because we are going to be completing this challenge in like mid-October, or late October. I don't know, I'm bad at math. Maybe it should be by resident services. We should decorate the island how we normally would, but also get the island ready for the spooky season. And I don't know about you, but when I decorate islands that are already kind of finished, but for the holidays, I usually just decorate like main areas. It'll be stuff around resident services. Maybe if I have a lot of paths, I'll change the lights to be like whatever festive lights I have at that moment. Let me know in the comments how you decorate for the holidays, or back, I guess, when you played more, how you decorated for the holidays. I know not everyone's playing as much as they used to. Now, my temptation is to sell these pumpkins like right here, right now in the box. It gets them out of my inventory, and tomorrow we wake up to some money. But if in case you're, not paying attention, tomorrow is Sunday, which means our second market day is upon us. So I'm going to hold on to these because we're going to be able to get a lot more money for them tomorrow. And you would think, like, why don't you always do that? Why do you not just like hold on to things until you hit Sunday? But I kind of need the money. I need to be making progress constantly. So I can't really do that. Anyway, I think we're only going to sell this many pumpkins, which is not a lot. But, keep in mind, we're trying to get some stuff crafted as well. I think in the future, once we have all the items we want from these pumpkins, we'll go ahead and be selling, we'll sell a lot more. I will, however, happily sell these oranges. Oh, it's already time to craft a new flimsy axe. I think I should make a few of those, so I can like just have a bunch. It's always annoying to get halfway through harvesting and then have to make a whole new tool. And yes, I know I can make a stronger axe. out of better materials. If you know me, you know why I'm always using the flimsiest of axes, and it's because you get the golden axe by breaking as many tools as possible. I don't know if I'll be playing long enough to achieve a golden axe, but I always just kind of like do the flimsy ones so that I can work towards that goal kind of casually in the background. That's just a tip for you. Anyway, hybrid garden today, that's happening. And we're going to find spots for at least 2 other villager homes, if not 3 or more. And that means we're doing villager hunting today. So yeah, kind of a lot going on. Despite saving up my miles, I don't think I'm going to be too picky when it comes to our villager hunt. You know, again, they could just end up wanting to leave out of nowhere. So we have to keep that in mind. But also, you know, there's so many things to spend my points on. I can't be spending all those points on villagers, man. But if I can convince 2 more villagers to live here, that will bring us to 8. And in my opinion, that will mean we are in contention for 3 stars. All right, I made 2 flimsy axes. We'll throw 1 on this stump. And we have a balloon trying to sneak by us right now. Let's see if we can get this real quick. There it is. Please be a bunch of money. Please be... Traditional tea set, that's not bad. So far, this is everything we're selling tomorrow. Let's drop our other flimsy axe near the scene of the crime. Collect our one-off points for, oh, look at this. It looks like picking up all these crops has earned us 2 batches of one-off points. And you know the drill. I'm just gonna be running around doing dailies. I will go greet Marshall here in a minute though. Sable is finally starting to open up to us a little bit more. And there's Marshall. In his regular house too. His house is cool. I really like his house. I say regular house because everyone else got one of those ugly starter homes with like not their proper furniture in it, which by the way was a weird choice. I don't know why certain villagers on your island have to get like the kind of like crafted home, I guess is what people call it. Whereas after that point, everyone else just kind of has their normal dwelling. All right, now I want to talk hybrid farm. So there's a couple different spots that I've considered for this. One of them is right up here. So we take out all these trees, and this is a nice, big, open area that we could potentially have to work with. The other reason I like it is because it is right behind our other farm that is next to Nook's Cranny at the moment, which means we could put a staircase over here, or I could even just throw a ladder on the side of the cliffs, and that would give us like maybe even a secret way up to this spot, so we can focus on watering our crops down here and then run up here and get the hybrids taken care of. The thing I don't like about the spot is just how large it is. Of course, the larger your hybrid farm, the more likely it is that you can like get a bunch of hybrids. So this is my number 1 choice right now, but there is one more spot. If we come over here by Marshall's house, this is another area where I don't really know what I'm gonna do with it. I could have put the campsite up here and I chose not to, and it's still a really, really big spot. You know what I mean? Like, this is massive. And I could make a huge garden up here if I wanted to. Of course, I could still use this for gardening. I could just make it crops instead of hybrid flowers, which will make me a lot more money. But of course, we still have like a whole neighborhood's worth of houses to put somewhere. But couldn't those go down here? Like, if you look at the spot right next to this cliff, this is still a good amount of space next to Able Sisters. So, you know, in a potentially like high traffic kind of area for them, we could make a staircase right here, have it come up, and then put the rest of the houses up here. They even get their own private little pond. The butt pond or / river is right here. That's prime real estate. So for houses, this is a little more condensed, but of course we could use some up here, some space up here, throw another staircase, you know, a couple houses there, a few houses down here. I don't know. There's a lot we can do. The more I talk about it though, the more I think my gut instinct was correct. I am going to go ahead and deforest a whole bunch of this area right here, and we're going to put our hybrid garden right here. As for the paths and stuff, you know, around it, because I do want to be able to walk to it and through it, I think instead of a staircase going from like back here straight through, we'll probably make the path cut through the middle of it going this way. The only issue I'm noticing is that this section of river, I don't think there's any spot suited for a bridge at all. Like, I'd have to terraform in order to kind of like edit this river to have a bridge. Even a diagonal bridge wouldn't work, I don't think. Maybe this is our best hope, but I don't think you could put bridges this close to cliffs. Yeah. Alternatively, we could do a staircase and then a path behind that river, but that'd be really, I don't like that. That kind of feels like you're gonna fall off the edge of the cliff into the ocean from the back there if I try to put a path behind that pond. You know, if I have to terraform a little bit to make a bridge work here, I'm going to allow it. All I would need to do is maybe add 1 chunk of dirt here, or at the very least, if we jump across, I need to maybe like get rid of this chunk of dirt or just add a couple chunks here. We can make a diagonal bridge work though, pretty easily, I would say. One thing's for sure though, these trees are in the way. So let's prep them for destruction, and they are trying to fight back, but it's not going to save them. It won't work. I have my net today. I do hope everything I'm saying and doing, by the way, like makes sense. The vision for this island, gosh, these trees are really fighting back. The vision for this island is in my head. And when I say the vision for the island, I am specifically talking about like the paths and stuff that I want to put down. It's all in there, but until I can actually let's just swap this. Until I can actually start pasting them on the ground, it's so hard to explain it. Oh, I just realized I dropped my sticks a second ago, and now I'm trying to pick up more sticks. All right, I think for now I'm going to leave this tree alone. And did I do this tree? I think this tree is safe, and I think this tree is probably safe too. Everything else must go, and I'm guessing I'm going to need to craft another axe by the end of this because this isn't the first deforestation project we've done on the island. I did just realize another thing I was doing that I'm just going to go ahead and talk about as if it's a tip that I've been doing intentionally the whole time. See how we're doing all the, see how we're doing all these like natural kind of projects first? I'm not crafting furniture and putting it everywhere to get 3 stars. I'm focused purely on trees, flowers, things like that. Well, the hidden benefit to doing this, I'm realizing, is that you end up with a good amount of crafting materials so that by the time you're ready to start placing a lot of stuff on the island, you've collected more DIYs, so you have more choices, and you've created some areas on your island to decorate around. So at least for this kind of challenge, once I'm ready to really start spamming items to rush my way to 5 stars, I'm gonna have like a lot to work with in terms of crafting materials and just like general infrastructure. Because to give you a bit of an outline of the days ahead, pretty soon we will get 3 stars, which means we will have access to all the, terraforming tools. I will be getting them so I can make little changes to add, the bridges and ramps that we want to the island. But the main thing I really am looking forward to is paths, because everything I do in this game when it comes to designing is around paths that I put down across the entire island. We're going to have our work cut out for us, and it's not going to be until like the last third of the, the days left in this challenge. That's when we're really going to be like starting to craft stuff and putting it all over the place. Anyway, I'm babbling. All I'm trying to say is that I've given myself a good head start in terms of crafting materials, and I'm pretty happy about that. All right, so this area is just about ready, and now I need to figure out at least a temporary placement for all the flowers. I won't really have a permanent placement for them until I do get those pathing tools so that I can put down little, patches of dirt to call them flower beds, and then I'll need like a path running through it, kind of going this way. I don't know exactly where that's going to go yet. Okay, let's take a look at this. I've pulled up a hybrid tulip guide. So what we have to work with initially are red, white, and yellow, and then these are all the different hybrids that we can get. You can't see my cursor on the screen right now. Just know I'm pointing at the pink, orange, purple, and black tulips there. In order to get each one of these, you basically just have to do these combinations: red and white, red and yellow, orange and orange, which we don't have orange yet. And then the black tulips, this is all the ways to get purple, basically. To get black tulips, we need red and red, or hybrid reds will do it, or oranges will do it. The reason I'm looking this up is because I'm trying to figure out what combinations of tulips. Do I need a patch of just red tulips together? Yes, it looks like I do. But will putting all white tulips or all yellow tulips in one patch do anything for me? No, it looks like it will not. So this means what I'm gonna have to do is set up one area with just red tulips, just like this. Then I'll skip some spaces here, and I'll make one area with red and yellow tulips. For this, I'm just gonna put one red tulip kind of in the middle of 4 yellow tulips. And then I need an area with red and white tulips. So same thing, I'm gonna set up an area that just has white tulips with one red one in the middle. So already these spots have taken up a good amount of space, and you can almost imagine the path kind of cutting this way. And it also means I have room down here to put a whole nother batch of tulips if I want to. So instead, I'm gonna plant hyacinth. There's actually a lot of really cool varieties of hyacinth flowers. I'll show you that in a second. And I happen to have all the seeds for red, white, and yellow. And I don't have full sets of any of the other flowers yet. Leaf and the Nooks have been kind of holding out on me. So I've dug 2 holes here to represent a 2 wide kind of path running across this way. I wanted it to be 4, but that brings the flowers like right up against the cliff edge, and then I can't put like a fence in front of them. So I don't know how I feel about that yet. But generally I like 4 because that allows me to maybe put fences alongside the flowers with a path running between them. But then if I put the flowers back 1, they'll be right up against this cliff. Okay, it's like almost exactly enough space. This is probably temporary anyway. Let's make 4 tiles here, and we'll let the flowers bump up against this cliff. It's not a huge deal. But here are the varieties of hyacinth that we have. Oh, my cursor's back. We have red, white, and yellow, and then we can get pink, blue, orange, and purple. I love the blue hyacinths. They're actually really nice. This is how we get all of them. So in this case, we will need, you know, all the white ones together. Then we need red and white ones together, and red and yellow. So it looks like all those different combinations. Then it looks like we also benefit from putting yellows together, but they need to be hybrid in order to get the purple ones, or we can wait till we get blue ones and that'll do it, so on and so forth. So I think what we'll do is go ahead and just do red and white, and then red and yellow. So let's do the same combo of putting a bunch of white down and then 1 red in the middle. Then over here we'll do only white hyacinth. Oh boy, we're running out of room. And I guess over here we're supposed to do we're supposed to do red and yellow. So I guess I'll start doing this, but we lose a tile, which isn't a huge deal. Again, this is probably not the permanent layout for our hybrid garden, and this will still work. So yeah, I just can't plant one right here, but that's all right. So that is how this looks. And if I had just moved these up 1 tile and allowed there to be an uneven number, I wouldn't have had the problem I just ran into. But again, this is fine. It's not the end of the world. The stakes are very low. So this is kind of what our hybrid garden looks like for now. And then if you just run through here, there'll be a path that kind of leads you across a little diagonal bridge that we'll put here. And then the path will continue, and we will create like a full loop around this entire island using paths and stairs and stuff. As for the windflowers I picked up earlier, I'm just going to kind of plant those like this lazily behind nooks because I don't want to sell any actual full-grown flowers right now. If you do, you miss out on, you know, getting 3 stars because having flowers in full bloom is worth like a lot of points towards that goal. In fact, I'll even water these to kind of spam them a little bit. Honestly, we just need all the help we can get when it comes to flowers. All right, next on the agenda, I never finished my dailies. We need to give gifts to villagers. We need to donate our fossils, all that fun stuff. And then we get to do some villager hunting. Let's get a status update on our bridge. How much has been donated so far? 576 bells. You gotta place your bridges down early, everybody. People are going to donate to this. It's going to save you so much money. Molly's over here watering these flowers. I don't want to keep these. I mean, we're going to keep them for now, but she's having fun though. Let's give her a present because we do have one on our person right now. Oh, we gave her a windflower wreath. I forgot we made those. She's giving me a pullover jacket. I think by now they just assume I prefer to live without actual pants, so they don't want to insult me by giving me pants. And I can appreciate that. In the spirit of keeping my home inventory clean, I am going to sell the extra flower seeds that I didn't use today. And I am just going to sell them just because it's already a lot of stuff in front of nooks, and they're not worth that much. Blathers is leaving us 2 fossils today. I will go ahead and wrap them. I'm just feeling a little bit lazy right now. I don't want to have to give everyone all these cherries. I don't even know if I have enough cherries. I don't know. There does appear to be more cherries grown than I thought. So yeah, no, we'll have gifts for a while. Today's beach DIY is this thing. Yeah, my Gulliver senses are tingling. We're going to go ahead and check the rest of the beaches to see if maybe we get like Pirate Gulliver today. No, apparently not. Okay, cool. Zucker's put up his windflower wreath, and actually this looks really nice on his house. I like this. He's also crafting the spooky treats basket. I will give him whatever this is, and he will give me whatever that is. It's another type of shirt. A pretty fancy shirt. Let's water his crops while we're here. Collect our points for talking to neighbors. Plant a cherry tree for some more points. And now I just need to customize one thing, which won't take long. Oh, and also more points, more one-off points for true friends. I'm going to customize this lamp to satisfy that one goal we have for customizing something. I'm going to make it blue, which I think is going to look very nice. And that's our 5 Nook Miles tasks done for today. I honestly can't believe how much we've done so far today. This one's turning out to be really long. And then we still haven't even done the main thing, which is villager hunting. But what can I say? I am addicted to this game again. Faith is giving us the cold chill reaction. I'm going to give her a present. In exchange, she'll give me a pullover jacket. We're starting to get to that point in the game where we get presents that are completely useless. Like, I am begging for some furniture here. Robot Hero T. Can somebody please give me pants? Like, what we need is someone to run up to me while I'm like just doing chores and stuff. You know, sometimes they run up to you and they criticize your fashion sense and then they give you a piece of clothing. I've gotten pants from them like a lot of times from that interaction. Or maybe Samson will give us some. Let's see. He's going to give me a firefighter uniform, which doesn't count as pants. I know it's like a full uniform, but no. I'm not counting that. Well, fine. It's time to see if we can find a villager who actually cares about us getting 5 stars at some point, or at least has some extra pants to spare. So it's going to cost 10,000 bells per house plot. We have enough money right now to get all of them placed down. But like I said, I'm just going to focus on 2 today. So let's head back over to this spot here where we were kind of talking about and workshopping a whole neighborhood. Let's assume that we put a staircase pretty much where I'm standing. I know this is only 3 tiles. I'll figure out the even and odd numbers later. So let's just assume a staircase goes here and comes across, and I have a house right here. That house will stick out 3 tiles, plus 1 more that you can actually kind of tuck paths underneath. And if we walk right here, it does mean the staircase would need to be placed basically right here if we want a path that is 2 tiles wide, going up here and kind of like intersecting with the villager's home. If we wanted to make the paths ultra wide, like 4, we would probably need the staircase to go a bit more like over here, and that's not a bad spot for it. So it would come across like this. We'd have a path that's like really nice and wide, and it would come right up to the villager's house. Yeah, I think I like that. I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of this tree. And let's tuck this house right next to this cliff edge. Right, well, not there. Right here would work. It still lets me walk around to the left if I want to like walk on that cliff edge for some reason. Yeah. This is the spot. All right, it's been chosen. I can't move it now. I'll take 200 points for chopping down that tree. And now it's time to select the villager who will live there. Oh, you know what I just realized is this bridge is actually kind of perfectly aligned with that spot we were talking about putting a staircase. So it would just cut a path through here. There'd be a path going up to Able Sisters, and then we'd kind of come across, and bam, this is where that staircase would be. That kind of worked out nicely. And then I also talked about putting a house right here across from Able Sisters, which we will also do. I think the next house we place down today will be that one. I'm not kidding. I genuinely am excited about the way this island is turning out so far. Oh, I walked in and Tom Nook said we're getting more inquiries about the campsite. He's very proud of himself. I'm going to tell them it's all going to work out. Everything's going to be just fine. They are inviting me to use amiibos, but in case you were wondering, no amiibos. That's against the rules. Okay, so I already have 1 ticket from them. I'm going to grab 2 more. This first villager hunt is going to be 3 tickets long. If I can't find who I want in 3 tickets, we'll just take whoever we get on that 3rd ticket. I hope it doesn't come down to that. Let's see what ticket number 1 has in store. I am assuming that this is where my luck runs out. But, you know, I should try and be optimistic. You know what? Cranston's kind of cool. I don't think we'll be taking him. I'm just going to look for our furniture, which is a tapestry. Check for DIYs, which doesn't look like there are any. And head to the next island, which it looks like is finally going to be the island with our sister fruit, apples. Oh, excellent. I'm so excited. Who is the villager, though? It's Sprinkle. They are a peppy villager, which we already have. But again, I can't be too picky. I already used 1 ticket. I have 1 more left, and we just found our sister fruit for the first time. So to me, it kind of feels like the game is trying to tell me, hey, just take Sprinkle. You don't want to go to that next island and find out who's there. Anyway, it doesn't look like there's any DIYs on this island. I went and grabbed 9 apples, which for me is more than enough. Well, you know what? I need money. Okay, I'm going to harvest all the apples before we leave, but let's do it. Let's commit to inviting Sprinkle. Okay, that's 1 villager hunt down. Let's do this the best way possible and harvest apples with an axe. This is really in Sprinkle's best interest. It kind of like prepares her for what life on Grimvale is going to be like, and it makes me a bunch of money. I'll do the coconut trees while we're at it too. Next plot. So we're going to do the math on this yet again, where we're going to put 4 spaces between Able Sisters and this house. Now it's a little confusing. I think this hole here does represent a tile in the back of Able Sisters that's kind of like half and half there. So I do feel like this in particular needs to be the back corner of our villager's home. If I get this wrong, I get it wrong. It's not a huge deal. I'm more concerned with just having the 4 spaces so I can run a path right between the 2 houses, which is the plan. All right, this is where it should go, so here we go. Oh, I really hope I didn't get this wrong. I mean, this looks correct. So, yeah, I hope that's right. And now I'm going to take my remaining Nook Miles ticket, and we're just going to go to another island. There is a really, really good chance. Oh, Molly has fleas. There's a really, really good chance. It's funny that there won't be a villager, because I always forget if it lets me catch another catch. To see the flea kind of confused me. If it lets me get 2 villagers that way in one day. 300 points for catching a flea, though. I didn't even know that was a task we had to do. What I'm trying to say, though, is that I don't remember if I can move villagers in back to back like this. Like, are both plots going to read sold, and then tomorrow during the announcements, is Isabella going to be like, hey, we have 2 new residents? I don't think that happens. I think I'm about to go to an empty island. But at least we'll get to find maybe a new DIY and some furniture. Or not. It's a bamboo island, which, I mean, I can cut down some bamboo while we're here, but... Though I was thinking to myself, unless we get a bamboo island, and then sure enough. Okay, usually the villager would be like right here. So yeah, it looks like we'll have to wait till tomorrow to fill the next plot, which is a shame, but I had to check, because if there was even a chance that someone could be here, We absolutely need to get them moved in ASAP. So, all right, do we get a DIY at least while we're here? No. Dang it. All right, well, tomorrow we'll need to move someone else to the island and make a huge push towards 3 stars. It's day 14 of designing an Animal Crossing island in 30 days on hard mode. Yesterday, we got a new villager moved onto the island, Sprinkle. And today, we're going to find another new villager and shove them in this plot right here. And we're also going to be just doing more things to work ourselves towards 3 stars, which should be very possible. I'm hoping by tomorrow we can actually start checking to see where we're at and maybe make our final push for 3 stars tomorrow. We'll just see how that goes. Let's say hello to Sprinkle, who has an awesome house, by the way. I took your advice. I bailed on everything and everyone I knew. That sounds like something I would do. So Sprinkle claims to be walking distance from my house, which is not exactly true yet because we don't even have a ladder or a ramp up here. You are effectively trapped. I apologize. Tomorrow is the halfway point of our challenge, and I'm going to use this as an opportunity to strike fear into your hearts because not only are we not yet at 3 stars, we're also not doing well financially. So the idea that I'm going to be able to place all the different staircases I want, to upgrade my house to the level I want, all of these things, unlocking parts of Harv's Island, all these things require an abundance of cash. And not only do I not have that cash, I haven't given myself the time or space to do the things to make money. Fitting that we get the green bamboo mat after getting all this bamboo. I wonder if the game is waiting for me to get this craft material before giving me the recipe. It doesn't do that for other recipes, so probably not. No idea where I'm going to plant the bamboo either. I know we will want it somewhere for sure. I have a couple presents. Let's start giving people gifts as I do my dailies. I got another one of these samurai outfits. So, I guess we're starting a bit of a collection. I don't know, maybe I'll keep it. It's probably a different color than the one I have already. I am glad it's raining though. It means we don't need to water crops today. However, what are our daily tasks? Catching 5 bugs, it's something I will certainly do. And 5 fish, I guess I could do that. It's been a while. Stretching, yeah, all this stuff. Oh, you know why this is doable, actually? It's market day. I forgot to mention the best part of today. It's market day. It's Sunday. These Sundays have just been kind of sneaking up on me. I was even preparing for it yesterday, and then today I turn on the Switch and I get ready to record, just not even thinking about it. It's Sunday. Well, before I go into market day, I have a little bit of inventory management to do, which involves getting some fossils identified and deciding if we're going to just sell them or give them out as gifts again. I keep complaining about money. Maybe today we sell them and I just go about giving cherries and things like that as presents once again. One thing I would really like, actually, is the iron wall lamp recipe. That's one that people really like giving out as gifts because if you wrap one of those and give it out, it's supposed to like be maximum friendship points, if I recall correctly. And they don't put them in their house. Like they can't hang stuff on their walls like that. And it's really easy to make. I don't think it requires much of anything. I think it's just a little bit of iron, maybe some clay, but it's a pretty easy recipe without any consequences for the look of the inside of your villager's house. I do feel like getting that recipe is a bit of a long shot, but it's one I'm looking out for. There's also other wall hangable DIYs I could probably use. I think they just, cost more materials that right now are very precious to me. By the way, love seeing these wreaths on everybody's doors. This was a good one. I like that we did that. Let's see if Samson's crafting. He is. I imagine it's another spooky DIY. Oh, no, it's the plain wooden shop sign, which is a really nice one. This is what it looks like. It's a really cool one because you can actually put whatever custom design on it you want. And as you know, we have some custom design making ahead of us as well, so we'll probably be making use of that one. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. Let's give him our last present we have right now. He likes his cherries. What do we get in return? A track jacket. They really only give me, like, shirts and outfits. I never get furniture now. What happened? Ever since I made Cora's shirt, everyone keeps giving me different clothing, and I can't figure out why. Out of 6 fossils, Blathers only wants 2 today. So since money is a problem, today is probably the day to do some real grinding towards paying down those different loans and things like that. Like, if we can pay my house down again with, this inventory problem I'm having, that would be nice. Because, yeah, all this stuff, like stone and iron and things like that, I'm full. I'm full. I can't do anything about it. So it's making market day a little bit less enjoyable because I can't get stuff out of my pockets without, of course, dumping it on the ground, which I don't want to do. But all right, let's go enjoy market day. Let's see if there are some new floors and wallpapers we can get. Let's see if there's some new furniture we can get our hands on. And let's just kind of load up what we can to start selling Like yesterday, I got all these pumpkins and stuff set aside so that we can make some money off of these. We're going to sell the extra wasps and all kinds of stuff. Daisy May is here, for a little while longer. And yeah, no, turnips, I wish I could. I really wish I could. Okay, some pretty good items today. The towel rack, if we customize it, or if we leave it this way, is pretty versatile. This little piano stool is probably the thing I'm least excited about, but I love mugs. I love getting mugs, and I love the picnic basket. So these are good items for sure. All right, so let's select a whole bunch of stuff here. First batch of things, including all the fossils, is 30,000 plus. Even though I don't want to, I will go ahead and put all the crafting materials outside. And already we're kind of like halfway to paying down my loan. I am thinking of paying off the bridge, though. I don't know. Do I need to prioritize a larger house, or do I need to prioritize, the island itself so I can make staircases and bridges? It's so difficult. I feel like we have so few days and so many problems. And we're about to go out and get another villager, which is a whole nother mouth to feed. It's just a big responsibility. So 49,600 for all the stuff we kind of put outside yesterday, leaving us with a lot of money. I think we already have enough to pay down the bridge right now. And we just got some points for selling more fruit. Before I buy out the store, let's see where the bridge is at. I do feel like stuff like this is probably more important to getting our island rating up. Okay, so it's 168,000 we owe, and we've not even gotten 1,000 bells towards that goal. I'm devastated. Okay, shoot, I'm gonna save the money for now. I almost put like 100K on it, but let's just take a beat. Let's buy at the store. First, I want to see floors and wallpapers. Oh, we're doing candy too. I'm not gonna buy any candy because I don't think I'm participating in the event this year. So, we definitely want some more wrapping paper. And then these are all the new floors and walls. And I think these are all new to me, which is cool. I accidentally backed out of the menu. So yeah, we're gonna buy one of everything. And I think what we're gonna do is buy one picnic basket, one mug, stuff like that. Somebody pointed out last market day that, on market days, there's probably no reason I can't use the catalog over at the Nook stop as well. So if there is anything we've already picked up from someone that we want multiples of, that's a good point. We can absolutely use the catalog. I don't see why that wouldn't work on market day. I did put in the rules specifically with the catalog that the Nook shopping catalog is offline, and that would imply that it's never working, but I don't really see the difference. Well, I don't know. I wish I could ask what you think, but again, I'm kind of recording a little bit ahead of schedule. Maybe here, I'm not going to use the catalog today. By next market day, certainly I'll have seen your thoughts. So go ahead and let me know in the comments. Do you think the catalog is off limits on Sundays? I think I'm going to skip flowers and stuff for now, unless there's roses, which there are not. And I'm going to go ahead and buy just one stack of wrapping paper. Also, they have more DIYs. I don't know if I missed these last time, but they have the Wildest Dream DIYs, and they're not telling me I already have this. That's kind of nice. I wonder what we're unlocking here. If you're playing Animal Crossing and you're on a slightly newish save, I would recommend going to this cabinet and just double checking that those packs of DIYs aren't something you already have, because this is one I actually tend to miss now that I'm thinking about it. But let's see. What's marked as new? Okay, it's all this stuff. We get the sink, the wooden fish, brick oven, the iron wall lamp. I was just talking about this. The kitchenette and the hearth. Okay, our gift problem is solved. I forgot to buy this stool. I must really not want this. I bet we end up using it. I bet it becomes our favorite item. It's velvet stool, by the way, not piano stool. I was getting confused. So, all right, we're doing pretty good. Again, I can't really put any of this stuff anywhere. And this is kind of why I want to prioritize my home loan over the bridge. Because if I do another home loan, I get a whole extra room onto my house, and then that solves my internal storage problem, but also my physical room count problem. Like, I have another room to decorate with. If I allow myself one more home upgrade and then maybe call it there unless I get like a big surplus of cash, that might be a good balance for me. So maybe we rough it a little bit longer with a lack of bridges and staircases and then get way more serious about it coming up here. I don't know. Oh, we also have 51,000 in savings right now. So this is enough to pay down the bridge, or it's enough to pretty much pay down the home loan, because I could probably go diving for a bit and get the rest of the money today. I'm going to do it. You know what? I'm going to do it right now. I'm going to put 170. I'll keep a tiny bit of money for me just in case. It's 28,000 left. We can easily earn that today. And I did say yesterday that today I wanted to focus a little more heavily on getting us to 3 stars. And one of the ways I want to do that is to buy some of these DIYs, if not all of them, because I have a lot of points and we don't need that many. If I'm really going to choose not to be too picky about villagers, I can probably allow myself just a couple tickets today to try and get someone good. And then we can use these DIYs really soon here to start really decorating the island. Like, we already have a couple farms set up, so there's a good amount of farm stuff, or at least stuff that would look good on a farm in this Nook stop when it comes to DIYs. It's probably in my best interest to prioritize that right now just because of how slowly we're getting DIYs. So obviously I'm not going to buy them all right here, right now, but I am going to start buying from this list for sure. And once you learn them, they do disappear, if in case you're wondering. So once I actually learn these things, they won't be in here anymore. I think the fences will keep showing up, but all the furniture won't keep showing up. So we'll get the drinking fountain. I'll skip some of these other ones for now. Let's get the destination signpost, because this is just an awesome thing to have. I like putting multiples of these down on islands, really. And then I think, yeah, the brick well, the simple well, the stall, all this stuff is really good. I don't want to buy too many right now, but I will buy all of these. Let's get the silo. It's very expensive, but also very effective as an item when you're kind of trying to make an area look like a farm. And I think I'll get the brick well. This leaves us with more than enough points to buy some tickets still, and we get to learn how to craft some really nice items, some really large items too. And large items are great for when you're like me and you're trying to fill out a space, but you don't have a lot of things to fill it out with. We learned so many things just now that we hit 100 DIYs and got 1,000 points. So far, it's been a really big day. So we got everything I want from Timmy and Tommy today, other than money. We're going to be going back with a whole bunch of stuff to sell today. Of course, I still have presents I need to give out, but now we have a way to make those. And so the rest of our day is going to focus on getting the next villager moved in and money. Let's see what the hot item is. Frying pan. Ooh, this is a good one because I think it's just a little bit of iron. Let's see, 2 iron nuggets. I have a little bit of iron right now. I don't have a ton, but I have enough to justify making a handful of those and selling them to Timmy and Tommy. I think also I have a Nook Miles task for selling a hot item today, which I never really get to do these because they're always closed. Yeah, I want to make wall lamps to give as gifts too, which I also need iron for, but this is good. I think we're gonna sell some frying pans first. Remember how I talked about one thing is worth a certain amount of bells, and you craft it, you've made that thing worth double its value? Well, on hot item day, we're making 1 iron nugget worth ×4 basically, because it's gonna double its value when it's crafted into something, and then the thing we're selling them is doubled in value. So does that make sense? It's a pretty powerful way to make money, and if you ever get the opportunity to burn a bunch of ingredients to make a simple item, because it's the hot item of the day, I recommend taking advantage of it. It kind of does pain me to get rid of so much iron right now when I do need it for other things, but like I said, I need money more. I have to make a sacrifice somewhere, whether it's time spent diving or materials that I can't really afford to lose right now. Money ain't cheap. Of course, one of the best money-making methods in the game is to wait until they want to buy a donation box from you, and it will double the value of the donation box. So all you need to do is take a donation box, fill it with money, sell it to them, and it's going to double whatever it's worth. And there's kind of a bug that they never addressed, where they will give you the amount that you put in ×2. So if you put 100,000 bells in a donation box and you sell it to them, they're going to give you like 200,000 bells for that thing. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong about this. The thing that stinks about the donation box is that you can only fill it 1,000 bells at a time. So it takes forever. But I've tried this before, and yeah, you can absolutely game the system that way. Will I do that? Given the opportunity? No, I would no. But it's worth noting that they're only ever going to ask you to make something for the hot item that you've actually learned how to craft. So keep that in mind. If you know how to make a donation box and you don't have a ton of other DIYs in your arsenal, there's a chance that during this challenge on a Sunday, they ask us to make this. But there we go. We already have enough to pay down our loan and then some. 46,000 from those frying pans, or about 45,000, but whatever. It's in my best interest when I go villager hunting today to probably hit the rocks on those islands. I typically don't if I'm in a hurry, which I kind of am. I think I just have to do it. What do I have left? I have this much iron and clay. This is all the iron and clay I now have in the world. I haven't hit every rock on the island today. We can get some more. I'm just going to use some of it right now to make the wall lamps to give out as gifts. Plus, this is just a really cool item. I like decorating with these. If someone gave me one of these as a gift in real life, I wouldn't be mad. I made 4, so it would burn my current stack of wrapping paper that I had on me. And I've already given out some gifts today, so this should be more than enough to like give everybody else who will accept a present right now a present. For example, Molly. So yeah, like I said, wrap this up, give this as a gift. I believe this is maximum friendship points you can get from giving a gift. And I got another open track jacket. This is getting absurd. The more clothing items they give me, the more I want to protest by wearing custom shirts. Sherry's gonna give us a basketball tank. Can someone please give me a piece of furniture? Faith is gonna give me a Zen cushion. Okay, second Zen cushion. We'll be able to craft that stack of them soon, I guess. 2 is actually pretty nice. We can make like a little, you know, Zen seating area somewhere with those. For now, I think that's everybody I can give a gift to, but we'll see. I still need to say hello to Marshall, who is currently unpacking. Oh, no, that's wrong. Marshall's already unpacked, I think. We have to say hello to Marshall, and we get to see his house in its final form here. Yeah, I love Marshall's house. They did such a good job with this one. And he's drinking coffee in it too. That's so cool. A shrine to himself. Yeah, no, it's a shrine to me, really. By the way, do any of you ever decorate like this, where you put 2 things close together because they look nice, but it makes one of the things not functional? He's pretty proud of this sofa too, after I tapped on it. It's engineered to fit his body. I'm noticing he doesn't have a bed, so I think he sleeps on it. But yeah, he literally can't sit in it because this is here. But it looks actually kind of good. The only thing I would say is that it's on wheels. It'd be kind of cool if, you know, well, I can pull things if it's my house. I can't pull if it's his house. But yeah, it'd be kind of cool if that was like how he slept on his couch. He chose this table specifically because it has wheels and he can like drag it over. I wonder, did Nintendo think that hard when they were choosing to do this? Because having like a sofa that I can't use bugs the crap out of me. I can't decorate like this, but what do you think? After giving everybody their presents for the day, I still have some Nook stuff to do. I still want to go diving, but I think we go now and pay down my home loan. And like I said, this might be my last one for a while. It is now done. There's no turning back. Let's go ahead and ask Tom Nook for an upgrade. And yeah, the next loan's going to be hefty for sure. Let's buy 2 Nook Miles tickets. We're going to use 2 tickets today to find the next villager to live in Grimvale. And while we're on these islands today, I'll also hit all the rocks and spend a little bit of time looking for some furniture in the trees as well. More importantly, though, we need to see who's here. Oh, it's Astrid. Yeah, maybe if I was starting an island full of clowns that nobody likes, I would invite Astrid. But unfortunately, I don't think Astrid's going to be a pick for Grimvale. Ooh. A banded dragonfly. This is actually not a bad place to catch one of these because it's such a small, confined space. Although it is headed the wrong direction if I want to get it. The trick to these is to get them at your beach, just going towards the water like this. There we go. They have nowhere to run. I'm not taking Astrid, but at least I got something out of this visit. I managed to find a Mr. Flamingo in a tree, and now I'm just going to hit the rest of the rocks and get out of here. And we're doing a good job of finding a lot of iron and clay in these too, which is exactly what I'm looking for. Now, this one was mostly clay. I can't complain. I've been struggling to obtain this material, so having a trip where we get mostly clay is fine, but as you know, today iron would be kind of ideal. But enough of that boring stuff about clay and rocks. We need to figure out who this villager is going to be. Unless this person is just truly abhorrent. This is probably the villager we're going to be taking. Oh, it's another bamboo island. Oh my gosh, we got Octavian. Are we really going to have 2 squids on the island? Honestly, I just think Octavian's kind of cool, especially in contrast to Zucker, who's like a total sweetheart. Octavian seems like, you know, he's not afraid to get in fights. And I don't know, the big bandage on the back of his head just kind of tells me he's really not afraid to scuffle. If Tom Nook is coming at him with like an unfair deal, you know, he's gonna throw some tentacles, and it's not gonna be pretty. I also think he's our first what archetype is that? Grumpy villager? And honestly, just getting every different type of villager on your island is a good idea because that's how you learn all the different reactions and stuff. In other news, I think we're about to make some frying pans, not gonna lie. The iron on these islands has not been too bad. Another one of these islands with no DIY, which is a bit disappointing, but we'll move on. We got our villager, Now it's time to go about the rest of our day. Also, I refreshed my axe, so I'll just show you that I got some one-off points there. Yay! First, I'm gonna make a few more frying pans just to, you know, capitalize on the hot item of the day. And these, combined with a couple other items, will bring us to an additional 17,800 bells for a total of 36,796. And from here, I'm gonna focus on the rest of my Nook Miles tasks. My goal is to get these done, and then I'm going to go diving. Oh no. I have my first thinking villager. There's no way he wants to leave already. Uh-oh, I don't like this. I was just thinking about my house because I do that sometimes. Please tell me it's about furniture. It's super comfy for me, and for the bugs on the floor, I wonder what other folks think of it. Would you like to come over? Oh, thank goodness. I don't like doing this. I'm gonna say yes because I just want him to like me. I don't want Zucker to leave. Come on in. Okay. Yeah. Oh, nice dirt floor and cherry radio you have here. All right. Well, this was fun. See you later. Oh my gosh, he's begging me to stay. Why? Now I'm trapped in this house. I already gave him a present today and everything. He's like following me around. Look at him. Do you want me to like admire something? Let me just turn on his stove real quick. Is this what you want? Can't imagine cooking without my gas range. Okay, so I admired his things. Does he want me to talk to him some more? Want to play a game? This is what he wants. Yes. High card, low card. All right. I prefer this of the 2 card games. And he's offering me like clothing for it. So let's see. It's a 5. Of course it's a 5. I'm gonna say higher. It's a 2. Oh no. I don't get the garbage from your attic. Okay, will he let me leave now? Thanks for hanging out. Thank goodness. I want to give you this. It's Spring Blossoms. It's my favorite song. Oh, I didn't know this was a way to get music. Okay, well, that was kind of cool. This is literally my first song. Let me know if you've ever gotten a song from a villager, or if you've been held hostage by a villager like I just was. My Nook Miles Plus tasks are almost complete. I just need to sell the shells I collected, but before I do that, I want to donate all the new fish and bugs I caught. It is a pretty good amount. And then with everything I picked up here, with the extra fish that I caught, I think this is going to be a pretty good amount of money. Yeah, 15,000. That's awesome. I'll just grab up all these points, and now I can move on to my final push of the day for making some money. And that is going to be to attempt, I say attempt because I'm running out of time, attempt to pay off this bridge. There's a chance I end up with a lot of new diving creatures. There's a chance I end up with a lot of junk that doesn't sell for a lot. I think I can do a couple of rounds of diving though, and I'm hoping that gets us there, or at least close. But if I can wake up tomorrow with a fresh bridge and an upgraded house, I'm gonna feel so good. That is a great way to kick off the halfway point. Oh, I want to tell him no so bad. Then again, he might give me a pearl, so this might be worth it. And he did. He did give me a pearl. Oh, great. This is awesome. I think pearls are worth 15,000 just on their own. So this is going to be a good first trip to the ocean today. Here's our first batch of sea creatures with only one new thing to donate. And including our pearl, they're going to spend 26,200 bells. I'm not sure why I was expecting that to be like a lot more money. Like, I thought certainly after a couple of diving trips, I'd be very close to paying off this bridge. That was one of like 2 diving trips I was planning on doing. Now, I know that I still need to get up to like 100 sea creatures before the good stuff starts popping up, and that's probably where I'm kind of like getting confused. Also, I don't have my inventory fully upgraded, and last time I did this, I did have a whole extra row of inventory to work with. So yeah, there are a couple of things working against me. I was just expecting that to be closer to like 50K. That means that honestly, the pearl carried the weight of that entire thing that I just did. Like, I don't know. I'm gonna keep diving and do at least one more round so I get closer to that number and we start to unlock like the more valuable creatures, because I'm gonna need to do something at some point to make money, so this is as good as anything. But I don't think I'm gonna pay down the bridge today. I'll just be honest with you. Although this crab could be worth something. Crabs are usually worth a good amount. So if all this diving doesn't work today, I do have one more idea for making hopefully the rest of the money we'll need for the bridge. It's a long shot though. And when I say long shot, it probably sounds like I'm gonna do turnips or something, but no, that's not what I mean. I just mean I'm bad at math and I don't think this is gonna work. Who knows if I'll need to resort to this mystery money-making method though. These things are usually worth, I think, more. Maybe we're gonna do okay here. All right, nothing in this grouping here was donatable, so let's see what they're worth. 27,400. I guess that tracks. Wasn't too dissimilar from the last trip we made. All right, well, my secret money-making method that I want to participate in right now is actually involving these pumpkins we set aside yesterday. Using materials to craft things doubles the value of those materials. So there's nothing stopping me from making stuff like the spooky tower or spooky arch or things like this that could, you know, get us a little bit more cash. Like right now, I could afford 2 spooky tables, and that'll also use some softwood. That's probably my best bet. It'll be quick to craft these, and I think they'll be worth a good bit. Oh, see, bad at math. I didn't have enough pumpkins. I was not paying attention at all. I believe these pumpkins are really only good for customizing, but let's see if they count towards the pumpkin total. Yeah, okay, that's what I thought. I know I said I'd keep them, but I'm gonna sell them, and I'll sell the spooky table. I'll keep the orange pumpkins because they're turning out to be even more valuable than I remembered. And what will this get us? All said and done, that very little bit of pumpkin stuff we just did is 10,750. So at least at my current level of expertise with diving, this is a much more profitable way to make money. It's a shame I didn't plant an even larger farm. To stay true to my priorities, I will go ahead and put 100 grand on this bridge, just like this. And that means we only need 67,043 bells in order to finish paying it off. All in all, this is still not a terrible place to be going into the halfway point. So tomorrow we will focus probably a little bit more heavily on decorating, since we think we can maybe get 5 stars tomorrow. It's day 15 of designing an Animal Crossing island in 30 days on hard mode. Yesterday, we invited Octavian to move to the island, and we'll be looking to see if we can end our day with 3 stars. And we'll start by checking the status of that now. Oh, and I forgot. The other thing we did yesterday was gather up a bunch of money. So I was able to pay down my next home loan. This upcoming home loan, not one I'm probably going to be able to pay off anytime soon. But, as things go, we'll probably try. The focus now is unlocking all the tools that we earn from getting 3 stars. We may already be in pretty good shape. I'm expecting to get 2 stars here, but we'll see. And I was right. We are currently at 2 stars. Let's see what the feedback is specifically. The island lacks appealing scenery. So this is a direct response to the amount of furniture we have on the island. I feel like 3 stars will be pretty easy today. Also, she mentioned there are too many items cluttering up the island at the moment. So it is 2 separate things. We need more furniture on the ground, and we need less clutter on the ground. The clutter is because I'm using the lawn as a dumping ground for my storage, which I probably don't need to do anymore. And it kind of also solves itself, this problem, if I just take some of the furniture I've placed down and put it anywhere on the island. It doesn't have to be in a specific spot or anything like that. Also, a couple new items here: tangled cords, another cardboard box. Before I leave, I'm going to grab a couple of fence recipes, or maybe one, because I already have one of them. So instead, I think I'll grab the stall recipe. Before we go any further today, though, as you may remember, it's Monday. And on Monday, that means we need to take on a special challenge. It is, of course, in the rules. So who is our special challenge from this week?
Hello, Dan. Is there anything better than sitting in the museum and watching all of these butterflies fly around this room? No, there isn't. And so I want to give that treasure to you. Please catch and donate each type of butterfly you possibly can in October. And also, I was having trouble catching a certain bug, and I was wondering if you could show me how it's done. Can you please catch a banded dragonfly as well? Thank you very much. You're just the best, Dan. You're the best. Can you also show off your design skills and make a beautiful bug hunting outfit to go along with your bug hunting escapades? You don't have to wear it all the time, but I would love to see those design skills at work. Thanks a lot, Dan. You're the best.
I'm not gonna lie, seeing that clip and knowing that I just caught a banded dragonfly. But that was one right now. Oh my gosh. Okay, new plan. No way. Wait, are we gonna do this right now? Okay, no, I didn't think it'd be that easy. We need to follow this thing. Oh my gosh, please, turn around. Oh my gosh. It's so, I hate him. I hate the guy, not the dragonfly, Wilbo. I'm talking about Wilbo, I hate him. It's zipping around so fast. I think it went back it went back this way. If we can get it corralled over by the beach, that would be ideal. Because right now, switching between my pole vault and then back to the net, only to go back to the pole vault, that's a lot. We're just trying to keep him in our sights right now, and he is going to stay by Able Sisters. Now, there are cliffs over here, so maybe we can kind of corner up. Well, that's not going to work. Okay, yep, see, this is what I was afraid of. What I was going to say is I just caught one of these, and I thought, oh, well, there's no way we'll be able to get that lucky again. These are incredibly difficult to... Take that, Wilbo. Take that. You and your pathetic weekly challenge. There's more stuff I have to do still, but that was the part I was worried about. Okay, I can get on with my week now. Sable's starting to open up to us a little bit more. In case you were wondering about the status of this friendship, we're going to say hello to Octavian for the first time. Well, since he moved here anyway. And yeah, I'm just going to kind of go about doing some of my dailies before we take care of our storage situation and begin pushing to 3 stars. Flowers are almost in bloom. Right now, at this stage, they are worth more points than they were worth yesterday. The different growth stages of flowers do change the amount of points they're worth. I'm glad we planted this when we did, because the fact that Isabel's feedback was literally just, hey, there's too much crap on the island, and also there's not enough crap on the island, means that we pretty much have enough flowers, I think. I do think you can knock that balance around however you want. Like, if you were to go absolutely wild with flowers, you wouldn't necessarily need to place a lot of furniture, etc. But my goal is usually have some flowers, and then I do like to go pretty hog wild when it comes to furniture. I've also allowed the rain to water these flowers on the cliff, the wild ones, and just, you know, let them kind of sprout up more. Again, just to get us closer to that, you know, 3-star goal. And once we hit it, I will probably do a pretty big clearing out of all the wildflowers. Ooh, always happy to see a balloon. I'll need to wait until it gets somewhere where I can actually pop it and it doesn't fall in the river. I'm really having to sit here a long time, so I hope this is worth it. Ooh, we have a whole nother round of pumpkins to harvest today. I think Zucker's wheat is also ready, so we do get to sell some stuff and get some extra cash going. All right, almost there. And watch it bounce off my head straight into the river. No, we're good. It is a tool cart. Honestly, what a perfect item to at least temporarily put outside. It's kind of silly to put the same exact thing here twice, but I'm gonna do that. This is just gonna be where I hold on to my extra flimsy axes. I'll harvest up all the pumpkins, I'll get this all watered, and then I think what I'm gonna do is craft some pumpkin towers and just sell those. But by the next batch of pumpkins, I should really start considering holding on to some so I can decorate a little Halloween area, because after 3 stars, we gotta push to 5 stars. And in case you haven't been keeping count, we are halfway through this challenge. Halfway through, and we've not rolled credits on KK yet. We don't have 3 stars yet. Things are looking a little bit dicey for 5 stars in 30 days of no time traveling. I think for right now, I'm going to put our banded dragonfly friend right here. I don't think I like this as a decoration. It kind of grosses me out, but I need the proof that I got this. One's already donated to the museum, so I think this guy is going to be sold at some point. For now, that's for Wilbo. I do have enough softwood to craft one of these spooky tables, and then I'll get through a chunk of these pumpkins. And then from there, it's spooky tower time. Before we sell these, let's check our Nook Miles Plus tasks. I've already done a couple. I need to talk to another villager, and I just wanted to see if there was one for selling things. There is not. There's one for buying things, and Leaf is here, so I could do that one. But for now, I'm just focused on getting some money here. All right, 20,000 is not bad at all for just a little bit of effort there. Almost forgot my one-off points for harvesting more crops. I believe this money tree only has 3,000 bells on it because of my accidental, the time I accidentally buried 1,000 instead of 10,000. So at least that's behind us now. I wish I hadn't done that. Zucker and Molly just kind of waved at each other, and now they're in a conversation. I'm gonna let them have that conversation. I don't know. Whenever I see 2 villagers talking, I don't like to get in the way. Usually you just kind of stare at them and watch their conversation, and I think that's rude. I don't think that's a nice thing to do, just to listen in on people talking. All right, we'll vindicate ourselves with this new money tree. And I found the money rock nearby. I think I just found every fossil that was buried today. So now I just need to find the beach DIY. By the way, a little bit confused as to how Zucker got over here today, because the bridge is not built yet. So my plan to keep sections of the island inaccessible to other sections of the island isn't working. Okay, we got the Ironwood DIY workbench, which is probably one of my favorite workbenches. It looks really cool. Zucker's wheat is ready to harvest. I think I'll just straight up sell this. I wish I had cooking unlocked. I think you can get that at 3 stars. But don't quote me on that. I did check the Nook stop today. I did not have cooking yet. And if I did, I would just turn this all at least into flour or something and then sell it. Only 2 fossils to donate today. Now I'm going to sell all the excess stuff. That's another 20,080 bells. That's kind of interesting. Just with the fossils and the wheat and the 2 pumpkins, the same exact amount as the last thing I went and sold. All right, another 40K for us. And for my next daily, I need to go ahead and gift everybody some iron wall lamps. And in exchange, I'm going to get a cardigan school uniform top. Evidently, I'm going to get my first cooking DIY, or not. She won't give me the cooking DIY because I can't cook. So I guess I don't get to make spooky cookies, and I don't get a present from Sherry, but we'll move on. A simple parka, a suspender outfit, and a rose print jacket. I think that's everybody who can give me gifts right now. That was literally all clothing. And none of it pants exactly. I mean, the suspender outfit is a full-blown outfit. And honestly, probably the nicest outfit I currently own. So I guess I can rock this for a while. Although, you know, Cora's rockin' shirt is gonna be sorely missed around here, I'm sure. But as you know, I have a whole nother outfit that I need to make myself, or at least shirt I need to make myself per Wilbo's challenge. So we were going to retire that soon anyway, maybe later today or at another point. Right now, my concern is dealing with our storage. We do have a whole extra room to decorate, so I do think I'm going to put like my bedroom in the back, which leaves us a whole big empty space to kind of like fill out with stuff. But most things I need to decorate with right now should probably go outside rather than inside my house because, you know, they're not really counting whatever's going on inside my house towards 3 stars. Oh, Samson's just breaking into my home right now while I'm trying to decorate. I'm really not trying to decorate. I'm just trying to sort inventory here. All right, behold, Samson. Oh, I can't turn this around. I never knew you were such a fan of spring blossoms. It's funny that I can interact with my own furniture and he says something about it. I was going to turn this around and show him, but that works just as well. Anyway, bye, Samson. I got to keep working here. I really wish you could lock your door. It just seems like something that you should be allowed to do. Okay, I am done picking up all the stuff that I left outside for my storage. So we're good. I will keep this flimsy axe lying around. That shouldn't hurt anything. And now we need to dig through my storage and see what I can place down on the island to try to get the rest of the way to 3 stars. Now, what I could do is literally just drop all this stuff outside and cheese my way to 3 stars. No problem. And I probably should do that, but I'm going to try to take things out that at least make a little bit of sense and feel like they could go somewhere and maybe potentially even stay in that spot. And to do that, I think I'm also going to craft some things as well because I don't really have a lot of tables right now to put things on, and a lot of the items I have are smaller like that, like they would go on a table or something. I mean, a floor sign doesn't make really a lot of sense anywhere, but I guess we could put it somewhere. We can't be too picky. The picnic set, of course, can go somewhere. By the way, this is my clothing collection so far. For doing a run where I can't shop at Abel's, this isn't a bad little collection of things, despite not having, you know, any socks or shoes. So basically I pulled out 5 items that I could imagine myself putting outside and potentially leaving outside. So yeah, we definitely need to rely on our crafting menu. Some of the obvious things here would be like the stall, and perhaps the silo and the brick well, both things that I wanted to put down. We could make more iron garden tables and chairs, and those could go somewhere, maybe by like Zucker's farm. Maybe we should focus on that area specifically. We'll make him like a little seating area, and we'll put down the well and the silo. Maybe for Zucker, like we'll put down some hay beds. We'll make it like a little farm to table kind of vibe, right? Like I have tomatoes that I never planted, for example. And so we could even like add those to the mix somewhere, like put a little tomato plot down and literally make it look like he, you know, runs a potentially illegal little, you know, eatery. I say illegal because he probably needs permits that he definitely didn't ask to get. I imagine he's going to be doing some things that, you know, the health inspector should probably be made aware of, and without the right permits or notices, they'll never really know that he's doing those things. So it is a bit of a concern, but yeah, that's what I think adds to the charm of Zucker's illegal eatery. I'll craft up a clay pitcher to put on one of the tables. We'll make our silo, the well. I think he should definitely have the brick oven, which I'm going to need some more clay for. We'll make him a little stall. And then evidently I am like out of iron, which shouldn't be a surprise. I did use a lot of it to make money with. So instead I'll get to customizing, and we'll figure out the tables and chairs a little bit later on. My goal here is to see if I can make the silo, the well, and the oven kind of match each other. I don't know if it's going to be easy, but this is everything we have for the silo. If we lean into the black and white look, I think these other 2 things could maybe follow along. It looks like the well can be red and white, and that's kind of interesting. I think that could work. And the brick oven definitely has a black and white variant as well. So this could look pretty cool, I think. I'm going to lean into it. With the red tomatoes we're going to be plopping down, and maybe some red flowers, I think the red roof of our well will work well. And then the stall has a few interesting variants here. We've been kind of going with the black and white theme, and this is what the white stall looks like. I guess we have options for the curtains. I didn't realize I already had access to some patterns, so this could actually be a pretty good way to kind of like make things look classy. I think painting the stall white and going with the red stripes will match our well, or we could do this pattern that makes things look like he's really trying to run, you know, an outdoor Panera Bread. I'm going to go with the stripes for now. I don't think Zucker is classy enough to get to Panera levels. Oh, before I forget, let's grab our points for talking to 3 villagers. And if I come over here, there is a menu signboard. It's not quite the right color scheme, but I think maybe we can customize some part of it. No, the menu chalkboard is not customizable yet, so we'll have to wait until we get Reese and Cyrus. It'll work for now. It's just nice that we have one at all. But okay, let's start this build. There's a lot of stuff I want to do with this area that I'm going to have to do maybe in stages. For example, I don't have any iron, so, you know, we'll have to figure that out at some point. I thought it'd be cool to put those like iron crappy looking fences near it because Zucker's house kind of has that vibe to it where it's a bit of a shack. And so I thought that would look nice, well, you know, and hopefully we can do that. But for now, we can just take what we have and work with it. So let's put down the silo. And the best place for this is either back here, tucked against the cliff like that, with something in front of it, or maybe pulled out and tucked a little more closely to his house. But I think I like this because we can put some hay bales or something right here. Of course, the trees and everything are gonna move to different spots, but the brick well, where should that go? We'll come back to that. Let's put the stall down. I'm gonna move the clothesline somewhere else. The stall is currently, at least, not doing a whole lot for me at this time. It is not matching his house, so it looks a little strange there, and it doesn't have all the other stuff around it at this time. So I'm kind of now thinking the Panera pattern would have worked pretty well here. And we have to keep in mind too that we're going to be putting a path to his house. So I'm probably going to put 6 tiles of path underneath his doorstep, and then there'll be either a 2 wide or a 4 wide path running through this area from the bridge. I imagine what I would do is take a path from here and it would go out probably 4 tiles wide, by the way. We'd put something in here, I don't know what, and then it would go up to his doorstep. And maybe that's where it splits off into a more narrow path. Or we could do the path coming away from the bridge like this, and then it turns like this, and then it goes this way to the front of his door. And that might work better because then I could put the tables and chairs right here without the path running into them. I think that's the way to go. So let's go further back away from his house and we'll slap the brick well down somewhere over here for now. Probably not a permanent location. This tree is kind of not in an ideal spot because right now it's kind of perfectly even with the silo and I don't want that. I want it to feel like it's set further back, kind of where this tree is. And if you couldn't tell, I'm trying not to cut down any more trees at the moment, which I know is kind of shocking, but I need to start using them as tools for decorating and not just for supplies one time. Now, the other thing to note is that I do need to find a place for the brick oven and potentially other cooking arrangements because we have a farm and we're talking about putting down a tomato farm as well. Then we're going to need a seating area, which I'm thinking will go somewhere right here. There'll be a path that goes here and then down. And I really wish I could mock that up right now, but I don't have the paths yet. And then there's a stall potentially right here, which maybe we get rid of that for now. We'll put the brick oven by his house right here. And I'll put some other things over here to imply that this is where he cooks the meals. But that's kind of what I'm thinking is like he's going to need a place to cook. And it should be kind of away from where people are sitting. So they'd be sitting here, he would cook here. And yeah, I guess the stall could actually go in front of this. Maybe something a little more like this to give him space to take orders and then start cooking again. I'm not gonna lie though, every time I put the stall down, I cringe a little bit. I actually just don't like it. Yeah, I think I'm gonna get rid of it. I don't know if it fits in with this build. Maybe somewhere else, maybe at some other time, but it's bothering me. And with that in mind, does the menu chalkboard make sense anywhere? I think it does. I think if we put it somewhere by his house for now, it ends up moving closer to where the seating area is. That's what I think happens. All right, so using my shovel, I'm kind of mocking up where a 2 wide path would kind of exist. So I'm putting 2 holes next to each other. Imagine everywhere I'm walking right now is a path, okay? A brick path, a stone path, I don't know, but a path. So this is where you would walk along to get to his restaurant. So it's 2 wide, and then it probably turns somewhere in here from a path that is 4 tiles wide. Now it's difficult to see this because of all the trees, but I'm kind of trying to map out a path that is 4 wide. And so this is still 4 wide and it comes out, and then the bridge of course, 4 wide, it turns up. And the reason these holes are important at this time is because I'm going to put probably more farm over here. I'll plant tomatoes and maybe some other crops as well, which means the seating area goes here just under the path that goes to his front door, and it's just a little seating area of just a couple tables and chairs, and then around here are more crops. So we just plant little farm plots of like different types of produce, and it's implied that he is like growing all this stuff in front of his house and hosting a variety of events, or he regularly serves lunch. I don't know. I'm gonna hit this rock. It does look like I'm gonna have to get rid of it and probably grab some cherries or something so I can start moving trees around. When you're trying to do a whole build with this many limitations and it's this difficult to kind of like navigate because of stuff like trees, it's better to just get that crap out of your way as fast as you can so that you can, you know, make good solid choices for your builds. So yeah, I'm gonna scoop up these trees that are definitely in our way. I think the best place for them right now is just down here. So this will get them out of our way to be used later potentially. I'm gonna fill in all these holes except the ones I laid out for a path. And now the question is, where do the tomatoes go? So if the path is coming up here and then it turns this way, I feel like this corner right here could be good for the tomatoes with maybe just a little bit of space between the two paths. So what that would look like is maybe a tomato right here. So that leaves one tile away from this path and one tile away from this path, and then we would plant the other 8 here. I'll have one extra. I'm just talking about doing like a 3x3 tomato grid like that. And yeah, if you imagine the other types of produce that there are, carrots, potatoes, sugarcane, things like that, you can almost just imagine a little plot like this here, and then there's another one right here, potentially one more below it or next to it over here. I don't know. It gives us kind of some space to kind of like plant some crops alongside this path, leaving a gap for a fence or some lampposts or things of that nature. By the way, more one-off points for planting more crops. And I'm gonna go ahead and hit the rest of the rocks on the island to hope to get enough iron to, you know, actually make some tables and chairs. And you know what? Nothing says I can't take this chair and this table. Well, I guess the full pockets say that I can't. But yeah, I don't want to use the one next to our other farm, but these I'm not going to do anything with, so we'll absolutely grab those. In exchange, though, I will give them a clothesline pole, these two houses. There we go. They can share a place to dry their laundry for now. This rock is really delivering. This is fantastic. Okay, I think I hit every rock. Let's see what I can make. Okay, I can definitely afford another table and 2 more chairs. Not bad. The customization I'm going for with these is going to be black. Kind of convenient that my outfit right now matches the color combination I'm going for here for this little restaurant. Okay, so I think we get the idea. Oops. Behind where all this stuff is gonna go. So I'm gonna start with a table like right here, and we'll pick up this tree again. And I wouldn't consider any of this stuff bolted to the ground until we get like the paths and stuff. I might undo this entire build by the end of this. We have no idea what I'm gonna do, really. It's, you know, sometimes it all works out when you start to build like this, and other times you look at what you've done and you're like, what have I done? So yeah, we'll see. I'm not sold on this build just yet, but I'm doing the best with what I have at the moment. So with only 3 chairs and 2 tables, this is pretty good. I think I would put another chair like right here, so they're kind of like sitting close to each other. And then I wanted to put the classic picture on this table, and maybe on this table I would probably put down the homework set, kind of like that. Maybe I turn the table this way, and it kind of gives the impression that someone is at the cafe, kind of like doing some work, getting caught up on things. This might also be a good spot for the floor sign. You know, I could imagine if I put like the wood floor pattern, not pattern, but wood flooring down here. Maybe someone spilled a drink and someone recently cleaned it up, as if Zucker would ever be that responsible. And then I'm going to do my usual 2 hay beds next to the silo kind of thing. Kind of like that, I guess. And yeah, I will move this tree so I can get the well placed where I want it. See, I'm kind of thinking set further back like that, and then the tree maybe, I don't know, slightly in front of it, kind of like this, perhaps? Yeah, that's fine. Also, this is likely temporary, but because I have it, I'm just going to throw the picnic basket next to it. Maybe this is folks who came out to do a little picnic by the river, and they snuck in through Zucker's restaurant. Maybe they don't like Zucker's restaurant. They saw that it doesn't have any health inspection grade on it at all. They looked at the windows and they're like, no one's even reviewed this place. And so they brought their own food. They enjoy the scenery. They feel like he got a good bit of property, but they don't want to risk whatever the heck's going on over here. I kind of imagined by this point all this stuff would look a lot cooler, but at the moment this looks like a total mess. Once we unlock paths, though, I think it'll look better. My vision will come true. Once I have more iron to make the fences I want, all that stuff, you know. But maybe it's about time to pop this balloon and then go check if we actually hit 3 stars by now. Oh, I was really hoping really hoping this was 30,000 because I think maybe we have enough to finish the bridge now. I forgot how much was left. Let's see. Oh, we are so close. We're like 10,000 away. Oh no. The only thing I could do to get more money today is sell weeds to Leaf, and I don't think I have enough weeds to hit like 10,000. I'll sell 2 stacks, but that's more than I'm comfortable selling if I'm being honest. Plus the 59 I already had on me. He will give me 5,140. I can't part with any more. Yeah, I don't think I have enough yet. I don't remember what I just donated. Let me see. If I sell the rest of my weeds, I think I can do this. The consequences of selling these weeds basically are that I have to use some Nook Miles tickets to go pluck more weeds off of Mystery Islands. Until that point, I'll lose access to a lot of really cool recipes that I'm planning on leaning on quite a bit, especially here in the upcoming minutes as I work towards 3 stars. Maybe that determines this. If we have 3 stars right now, maybe I'll feel safer selling these weeds. It's really possible that we do. We did it! Okay, let's go. 3 stars is always a lot easier than I remember it being every time I hit it. This is so good. All right, so the whole song and dance of Tom Nook hearing KS as the initials. And he's like, oh my gosh, KK Slider. I love KK Slider. He's so cool. And then he just calls him up on the phone. Like he's just always had KK's number. No big deal. Let me know in the comments if you think getting 3 stars is too easy or too difficult. I know I've had plenty of people jump in live streams and say, oh my gosh, I'm trying so hard. I can't get 3 stars. So I don't know. I find it easy at this point, but maybe I'm in the minority. All right, so tomorrow we should get the concert. I do think that means I should sell the weeds so I can finish paying off the bridge, and that could also help us start the next project too. Oh, wait. I don't think this will do it. Yeah, we'll still be like 1,000 short. Oh my gosh. Weeds are not a good way to make money. All right, I'm afraid we're gonna have to take the extra day on the bridge. I don't want to, but I think we'll be okay. It's not like I have that many bridges and staircases I need to place down, and it's not even about timing. It really is about cash money. So, you know, I'm gonna go one more day on this bridge because tomorrow I'm gonna have more than enough money to pay it down. Anyway, I haven't checked my mail in a few days, so let's see what all this is about. I got some points for getting new residences on the island, new residents on the island. And then we're still at rank B for Happy Home Academy. Sucker wasted my time and the post office time by sending this. Happy Home Academy is also giving me a new present to celebrate adding a room. Now, Sherry did give me a present in the mail today, which is something. I think that counts for something. And Dodo Airlines is giving us a present as well. So we finally got the HHA pendant, a long bathtub, a bidet, and the DALT, which I won't be wearing. Happy Home is kind of implying that I should put a bathroom in the next room, but I already have a bathroom, as if they weren't paying any attention at all when they broke into my house to make this evaluation. Jerks. So instead, I think what I'm going to do is put a bunch of stuff in storage, and I'm going to make that my bedroom. So I don't remember. Let's see what is available to us wallpaper and floor-wise. We have some good options here. I do like this one. And we could do maybe something like this. There's the green honeycomb, which doesn't look too bad with this wall, but it just isn't something. This is something I would put in a bathroom. What wallpapers do I have here? There's this one. Am I about to make a bathroom? There's also this wallpaper. I would never use something like this, but I don't really have a lot of options. Crap, I think I'm gonna make a bathroom. All right, well, in that case, I'll go ahead and grab my bathroom stuff. And wow, changing the bulb really makes a huge difference in here. Still ugly, but it makes a difference of some kind. And let's see what we can put down. So we have the litter box. We have the bidet. Got the long bathtub. I have this low screen and a Mr. Flamingo. So I think what we can do is kind of put our litter box in here with like a smaller privacy curtain like that. And that's just to obscure it a little bit, but this is the bathroom. You know, there's nothing to be ashamed of. That's where you do your business. And then next to it, we could put the bidet. And then I think the long bathtub will be cool, maybe like under the window. So we could put that about like right here. And the Mr. Flamingo could go maybe in this corner, just kind of like keeping an eye on things, just making sure, everyone's doing their business. I don't know where I'm going with that. Sorry. And even though it makes no sense, I'm going to put this rustic looking clothesline right here in the corner, implying that we let our laundry dry in the bathroom that has like closed windows and no ventilation. And I'll kind of reassemble my front room here like so. Well, I wanted 3 stars and I hit it. Tomorrow we get our KK concert and we get to the next part of the game. It's day 16 of designing Animal Crossing Island in 30 days on hard mode. And today we are kicking things off with the KK Slider concert. Yesterday we managed to get 3 stars, and now today we get to reap the rewards. So after the credits finish rolling here, I'm going to get into today's plans. It is so nice to be on to the next stage of this game. We are over halfway through the challenge now, and I think we can start making some really, really big strides towards our overall goal of hitting 5 stars. So Tom Nook is now giving us the Island Designer app, and I guess it's a good thing that I didn't spend all my miles yet. I almost bought the inventory upgrade, the last inventory upgrade, but as you'll see, probably good that I didn't. Let me know in the comments if you've ever unlocked this entire postcard, by the way, all the KK concerts. I think you need to attend 50 or 100 of them or something to get all these. I've never done it on any of my islands, even my main one. All right, so here's what we're gonna do. So the plan for today is to plan our island layout. In order to do that, we need paths. So we already have access to the tool that allows us to, put down different paths, and each one is gonna cost 2,000 points one time ever. And then we have 6,000 points for the waterscaping and cliff construction permit. Now, as you know, I've talked about not doing terraforming this time around, but we will need these just to edit a little bit of terrain to get bridges and stairs to fit where we want them. Otherwise, I'm probably really not going to be using these too much. It stinks that they cost so much dang miles. So what I'm going to do first is just worry about paths. Today is path day. And I like path day. It's a little bit tedious, but I like it. First, I want to decide what paths we want on the island, and I have a few preferences. So first and foremost, the dark dirt path is going to be great for all the different farms. I love putting crops and flowers on the dirt paths. Then, I think the stone path is probably my favorite inoffensive path. And what I mean by that is I think it just goes with everything. I think you can really decorate an island with this as the main path and not have to worry too much about how things look next to it. But there's also some other options here. I think the wooden path, like I mentioned yesterday, would be good for builds where we're kind of doing like a seating area where people are going to eat food and stuff. So those are the 3 I'm going to get right now. The dark dirt path, the stone path, and the wooden path. And from here, I think what we're going to focus on is just getting the dailies done around all the different kind of pathing projects that I have. First things first, we did just cut down a money tree. I'm not going to keep putting the money trees here. We'll find a new home for those. And I'm going to take the money from this tree, and we got to pay down this bridge, which yesterday we almost finished doing. We just need to get the rest of this in here. And just like that, tomorrow we are going to have our next bridge. I'm also going to harvest some cherries because we are going to need a food source. Oh, dang it. As I said yesterday, I've kind of cut down a lot of trees, and I might not want to do that for every single project. So I think I'll be moving trees at least. If not cutting them down, it just depends on how much they upset me. Fortunately for these smaller trees, I don't have to eat a cherry. They're just small enough to where you can pick them right up. I think this one's a little too big. Let's see. Yeah, this one's grown a bit too much. I think I'm also going to need this one out of my way, like this. And the first path we are going to place down is going to connect resident services to our first bridge. Let's pop open this app for the first time, grab our stone path. And as I've done in the past, I do think I'm gonna go ahead and make our paths 4 tiles wide. These are like our main roads. I'm going to do a lot of work starting at this bridge, actually. And the goal is to connect this bridge to resident services. And one thing I'm considering is kind of alternating between the paths that are 4 wide and the paths that are 2 wide. And in some cases, we'll have paths that are 3 tiles wide, because I think for my house, for example, yeah, it's an odd number for the front door. So we would need 3 tiles. I have to move the mailbox. Can I move the mailbox? No, I don't think I can pick this up yet. I think I need to upgrade the house one more time. There is a chance that, yeah, I think I ran into this before. You have to either be really, really tricky with how you get a tile underneath your doorstep, or it's just not possible till you can move the mailbox. I can't really remember, but maybe we just skip this for now. Hopefully I can get another upgrade and they let me move the mailbox. Okay, we'll come back to that. But yeah, in theory, I'd have a path that's like 3 tiles to my house. And when the path has to change its like width, I think that's when we maybe play with different paths altogether, right? So we have the stone path, and those are our main roads, and then maybe we swap to a dirt path for when we need to do something more narrow. And I think as I connect these bridges here, I'll kind of show you what that looks like. So this is about what we're working with for the first path. And I like 4 when it comes to resident services because this is an even number of tiles. 4 wide path makes it nice and even up to the center of the plaza. And we'll probably come off of this side up to the museum with 4 tile wide paths. But over here is where it gets a little bit odd because I don't know if we can fit a good looking 4 tile wide path between these 2 bridges. You know what I mean? It's just going to look like a big slab of concrete. And this is where I'm like, well, what if we went dirt here? We can go dirt here. We can narrow the path to 2 wide, and then maybe it can come across like this. So we'll make a little hook here, but then we can also go up and over and put something in front of Nook's Cranny and through this area here. The only thing I don't love about that is I said I wanted to put path underneath our crops. So if I use dirt, then it's gonna look a bit odd because then everything's gonna look like dirt over here. And when it comes to the crops, they kind of have this darker dirt underneath them. So I might wanna use maybe this lighter dirt path underneath the crops if I am gonna do paths out of dirt. And then we can use the darker dirt path as path. But honestly, I actually prefer to alternate between dark dirt and light dirt when it comes to anything, any kind of farm, whether it's flowers or crops. So I don't know, a lot of decisions to make here. I kind of wish when it came to dirt paths, we had a third option. Technically, I guess we do because sand is a form of dirt, but it's sand. I don't know. I don't really like using sand. There's terracotta, but it's kind of almost the same as using sand to me. I don't really think it fits the vibe of what I'm going for. There's also custom paths, which I'm not going to get into right now. Then the other 2 more finished looking paths to me would be the arched tile path and the brick path. And I also don't like either of these. Like, I actually really do like the arched one, but the brick one is probably my least favorite. Every time I've used it, like for a big area, I always regret it. It's just not my style. And the other thing I definitely don't want to do is alternate between too many different types of paths around the town. So the more I think about this, the more I think I stick to stone. And if the stone goes from 4 wide to 2 wide, it's actually not a huge deal. It just kind of symbolizes that this area is maybe a little more, I don't know, a little more casual. It's not part of the main city, you know, at the center of town. I think the stone path is just a nice combination of still like a path that still looks kind of rustic while also still looking finished. So this would hook over to the left and we would continue that way. Maybe it goes 4 wide again. Maybe it stays 2 for a while. But then I also want to go up and over in front of Nook's here. Nook's is another spot that kind of needs a wider entrance, given that, you know, it's an uneven number of tiles. So we'd have to use 3 tiles for the entrance. Also, this doesn't really line up perfectly with the entrance to our farm, which I think is going to stay the way it is. I could always move everything over a little bit, but I don't think I have room to pull these trees back any closer to the cliffs. I do have room to move these crops down, and I probably will. But yeah, I think maybe we do that. Maybe we take the crops, we move them down 1, we get rid of the furniture down here, and we maybe can move the entrance to this down if we need to. But let's first get a path over here. I'm gonna have to dig up some more trees. We'll pick up this one. I'll go over here and pick up this one. I just gotta say, I am so excited to finally get to show all of you my vision for this island. It is torture to try and explain things without this visual aid of having paths. So this is a big day for me, even though I imagine for you on this particular day, it is just someone literally running around placing down little path tiles. It's just not super exciting. So I'm trying to decide how far this path needs to come down. And if I want the entrance to be, oh, right, it's 3 tiles wide over here. Well, you know what? This actually works. If I go 2 tiles wide, I can add a fence here, and I'm going to trade these fences out anyway, but I can add a fence here and then have a 2 wide entrance into the fenced-in area and then move these crops down. And yeah, we'll have an extra buffer of empty tiles between the path and then the crops and the fruit trees. Let's commit to that, and we'll pull the path this way. And we see we have our first interesting dilemma when it comes to how these 2 paths are going to connect. So right now, a path in front of Nook's, like right here, makes sense, and this path gets to 3 tiles wide as like the entrance to Nook's, so it stops there. Once Nook's upgrades, it'll look better, but I don't know if we're gonna get to see that upgrade given the time frame. I can keep going this direction and just connect them here. And honestly, this doesn't look too bad. I normally, with the way I kind of plan out islands, I normally would like a nice T intersection. So I would ideally have the path actually sprout from these 2 tiles instead of like have this weird little zigzag that it does, right? But what's nice about spaces like this is we can put one of those like street signs right here with all the little wooden arrows coming off of it. I'll probably make one later and show you. It goes here and it kind of like leans into the chaos of this zigzag path, you know? Here's all the directions you can go right now. So we cross over the bridge, we go over here, and this is kind of why it's also nice to have a 2 wide path, because if I made this 4 tiles wide, again, it would just look like a whole bunch of stone that isn't doing anything. So it's kind of cool. I like the way this is turning out. We come over here, and then, yes, we run this path all the way through our park/farm, whatever this place is. I think as time goes on, I will farmify it a bit more, but at the moment, it is just kind of a mess. We'll have it stop about right here. In fact, maybe I have it stop even a little bit earlier. We can have it stop here, and then we can take this bench. We can flip it around like this and line it up with the path. And then, yeah, now it looks like it stops, and there's like an intentional sitting kind of area. And we can put some stuff around it. Yeah, it gives us some options. We can round out the corners too, just to give it that finished kind of look. It does feel like this is the start to something. So for now, yeah, I pretty much like the way this is. This also, what's cool about this entrance to Nook's Cranny is that we have a little spot right here and a little spot right here to decorate. And I think we can make a little more of a grand entrance to Nook's with these. We could even put down a different path, like the wooden one I was talking about, and maybe put some shopping carts if we get them or something. Now, that's going to be really difficult to do because we're not really allowed to buy stuff like that. But hopefully someone gifts us a shopping cart and maybe some other items that, appeal to shoppers. Carrying on, we're going to get rid of this tree here and possibly these trees as well, because I think now what we're going to do is get back to using the wider path, because I did talk about this, like going back to 4 tiles for the more like city kind of vibe, I guess. And I want to be clear, I'm not trying to go for city core necessarily. I'm just using that word to define like an area that I imagine has like more foot traffic, more commerce, more people coming through. But I'm not trying to like go and make like a literal city. Looks like we are going to need to start making decisions about where trees are going to live permanently though, because my cherries are done and my trees are starting to fill up my inventory. Everyone makes fun of me, but this is why I always cut them down. All right, so let's now widen this again to 4 tiles. I've always appreciated how you can kind of tuck paths under bridges a little bit. I do wish that staircases had that same feature. That would be nice. Admittedly, seeing this go from 4 wide to 2 wide to 4 wide again does bother me a little bit. Maybe it leads to me deciding to actually widen this path later on, but I will say that what looks odder to me, if that's a word, I know odder is a word, what looks more strange to me is having a path that is 2 tiles long, or 2 tiles wide rather, and have it just go in one straight line forever. I kind of like the variation of going from 4 wide to 3 wide to 2 wide. I think that makes it look a little more dynamic. It makes things feel more intentional to me. It's kind of hard to explain how my brain works. Maybe some of you agree. Maybe you kind of understand what I'm saying. But okay, let's continue. We're going to run this path straight into this cliff. This is where we will do the tiniest bit of terraforming once we're ready to put down a staircase. And we're going to make a staircase that is even with this 4 tile wide path. So I'm probably going to indent the cliff here, and then I'm going to create an indent for the staircase, and then I'm probably going to, bulk this part up a little bit just to kind of balance it. But I'll shut up about that right now. I'm kind of explaining my vision again without having the visual aid. So there we go, 4 tiles wide, and then we decide what we want to do for Able Sisters. It looks like it's another odd number for the entrance, so we're going to do 3 tiles here. We can tuck these ones under the doorstep. We can go ahead and taper off the corners, and now we can connect it like this. And then we have Octavian's house. We can go ahead and start putting path down and see that, yes, it is again 3 tiles. So we'll just go with it. 3 tiles to connect Octavian's house to the main path here. I'll taper these corners. I'm pretty committed to this path, so I'm gonna go ahead and fill it in. And then where things get a little funky is the entrance to the next level of cliffs. Now, I did say this was going to be a 2 wide path because I was going to shove a staircase in right here. The interesting thing, what we're doing here, is that if I bring this path down, we go down, 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 and we connect it to the main path. Thanks to Nintendo being inconsistent with how they do entrances to certain buildings, we have this interesting conundrum where this path here is where it's supposed to be, this path is where it's supposed to be, and this path is where it's supposed to be, and yet we have 1 tile between these 2 paths and 2 tiles between these 2 paths. And then up here, we have 1 tile again between this building and path and this building and path. What is one to do? Honestly, this is just going to come down to the types of items we place down and how we visually distract people from this very weird looking set of paths that we have. However, there is another way we can tackle this that I think might look a little bit better. If we do something like this, it evens out a lot more. Now it's a little bit harder to tell that there's actually a couple extra tiles of path that go in this direction thanks to the entrance of this house being where it is. And we have an even amount of space on either side. We can decorate this in, a number of different ways without having that weird imbalance that we were dealing with before. And I also can still decide if I want to make this path 4 tiles wide rather than 2. However, I do think 2 is the right call, so I'm going to leave it like that for now. It also gives us just more room to kind of decorate. We could put some shrubs down. We do all kinds of stuff. And then, of course, yes, this will be a staircase that goes up. We'll connect Marshall's house, and the paths will continue from there. Anyway, for now, I'll just kind of taper this off a little bit. And the next thing I want to do is start focusing on the entrance to the actual island. On my way down there, I'll start filling this in as well. Just one row for now. We'll get the other one on our way back. And I want to start considering how this is all going to work. So we can finally remove this stump. I think I have all the stump bugs that can spawn at this time of year. I could be wrong. I'll also be getting rid of these flowers. I think like straight up just getting rid of them. And we're going to take a path that comes off of the airport and goes in a couple different directions. First, though, let me get these money trees placed in their new semi-permanent home. Ooh, Molly has something to tell me. It's a new reaction. Just a nice, simple, hello, how are you? The pleased reaction. I'm going to go ahead and start selling stuff that I have an abundance of. It does seem like I'm going to end up with a lot of trees, so I'm going to go back on my word, and I'm going to sell some of them. Not all of them, just some. Just to reclaim some inventory space. I don't know where I'm going to even put them temporarily, so we just got to remove them. But we can get this balloon. It was just 5 iron nuggets. I'll finish this path on my way back down, and yeah, I think this entrance is going to kind of define a lot in terms of like how we're going to decorate, how much stuff we're going to put down, and yeah, I'm excited to get this part done. I think once we get the entrance and then the path to the museum and maybe the paths to some houses, that'll be all the pathing we need to do for today. And I will continue pathing once we get the staircases put down. I'm going to try not to break this rock, but it might get in our way. We'll see. And yeah, so the plan is to start a 4-wide path that reaches the airport. And we need to kind of figure out how high it's going to go because we want to connect with the front of the plaza. But we also wanted to connect with this bridge over here that will be done tomorrow. So we'll dig up this tree, which will cost me a shovel. And then we'll start planning out this road right here that will be 4 tiles wide and connect with our soon-to-be bridge. And since I'm without a shovel, it looks like these trees aren't going to make it. Sorry, trees. I did just get some Nook miles for cutting trees down, though, so maybe this is what I was meant to do all along. Oh, right. I still need a shovel to pick up the stumps. Ooh, our first red balloon. Let's see what's inside. By the way, with the slingshot, I customized this one blue because I was trying to keep it fresh so it wouldn't break. Have you noticed when you customize the slingshot, the pellets also changed to that color? I just noticed that. We got our first dress from the balloon. There it is. I think I'll stick with the suspender outfit though. And with all that clearing done, we can get this path over to the airport. This is the top of my path right now. It does look like this rock is getting uncomfortably close to it. There's nothing wrong with having the rock here. It's not gonna like take away materials from me or anything, but I don't like it there. So yeah, it probably ends up slated for destruction, unfortunately. Anyway, I think I placed this bridge in the right spot because it kind of worked out perfectly. This is what I wanted. I wanted the path to be 4 tiles wide, and I wanted it to have a little bit of a buffer between the beach and the path. And I've created that. In certain areas, it extends a little bit, and yeah, this kind of worked out really nicely. So we can kind of taper these corners off a little bit. I can go ahead and fill it in. And then we need to make a decision about the museum and where this path is going to go. Does it only hook to the left, or do we go straight up like this? As you can tell, the museum is not lined up with the airport, and I don't think that's possible because I believe this is an uneven number here. Yes, I'm correct. This is either 3 tiles or 5 tiles, however you want to do the path, but it is not an even number. But it does almost line up with the airport, and it's close enough to where you could have this path come up here and then allow it to go over here to this side of resident services, and maybe people don't notice that the, you know, things aren't quite lined up correctly. But one thing I was thinking of doing with this is that I was thinking we actually don't encourage people to go straight ahead. Maybe right here is where we could put like a bus stop or something. And that would make sense for the airport. And then encourage people to go this way. Then we create a path that goes up from here to resident services, like the plaza kind of like entrance. Hold on just a second. Okay, so yeah, comes up to the plaza entrance. And then if you want to go to the museum, you go this way. And then from here, we could also have a path that goes this way over to the different neighborhoods, or what if you, I don't know if 2 houses makes a neighborhood, but over to this like quote unquote neighborhood we have over here. I think that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to lean into this idea that not everything is going to be super straightforward. You see the museum in the distance? Listen, I'm not going to block you from doing this, going around whatever I put there, and just, I don't care. But for paths, I think it'll look better if I do this, and then you come over here to the museum. Now, how far does this road go? I'm not sure. I'm not exactly sure how this is all going to keep shifting and changing as I start to bring the path over to the museum and the different houses. So for now, I don't think I will fill this particular set of paths in because I might change my mind. Let's kind of keep this open like this. And maybe we play around with the areas in which this path like continues to take you. So it could go over to here and you can go up. We did talk about making a path that goes up between these two houses. The path that goes up here could then bring you to this house, and there could be another little path, maybe a 2-wide path that brings you to this house. Oh, and the other thing our entrance path could do is actually go this way as well and bring you to these two houses. And I think that works. I mean, it does mean we have to create like little entrance pads off of this path to the house doorsteps, but that's fine. Now, see, if I was allowing myself to move buildings, I would probably move these houses out of the way and then wait a day, let them build somewhere else, then come back and put them one tile down. But I'm not doing that. I'm not gonna let myself do that. But yeah, this is kind of the idea. I think I'm gonna leave this path a bit skeletal as well. I might move on to the rest of my dailies from here because I've done a lot of paths already, even though this has probably been cut together very quickly for you. And I might need to sleep on this a little bit, but this is kind of what I was thinking. So we just have some paths that just kind of go up here very nice like this, and they meet the entrances of these homes, and they look kind of cool. Something like that right there. Still some room in front of them to decorate and beside them, and we can even make this path continue this way if we wanted to, up to the beach for some reason. I don't think I will. But importantly, we now kind of have a layout for the paths around resident services, which means if I do decide to decorate for Halloween like I've talked about, this is great. Like, we have all these little areas where I could put all kinds of little Halloween decorations right here. We could put a couple trees down as well, so just give this area some height. We could put another one of those like navigational kind of signs I was talking about, like right here, or I don't know. There's a lot of stuff that could work right here. Oh, it looks like Zucker wants to play a treasure hunting game. This might get me like a piece of furniture, but I have a lot of anxiety. I don't want to do this right now. The rules are real simple. If you can find the treasure I buried before time runs out, then you win. The treasure is buried in dirt, so don't go indoors. Folks get mad. Oh my gosh, I didn't even get to read it. Okay. I just wanted to know if he'd like put it behind a tree. I don't think he will. Okay, I actually think there's a fossil right here, but this is a good excuse for me to kind of dig up some stuff that I haven't dug up today. And I was just complaining that I do need a break from putting down paths, so I guess I should embrace this. Have you ever tried one of these treasure hunts? Have you ever failed one of these treasure hunts? I certainly have... Oh, wait, this is it. I think I've certainly failed one of these before. I'm glad we did that in less than a minute. Give me the treasure so I can open it. Oh, what if I had opened it before? Oh, man. I won a Western shirt. Oh, come on. I thought for sure that would net me some furniture. Oh, got another balloon, though. Maybe this is furniture. Ooh, almost shot it right into the river. All right, what's this? 5 clay. All right, so I got 5 iron and 5 clay today. I think the game is trying to tell me to make more iron wall lamps for the villagers. And I will do that because that is a good way to get our presents done. Except, wow, I really am still very low on iron. I'm low on clay, too. I only have 8 iron. Oh boy. Maybe instead today we do cherries again. Or I'll do fossils, actually. I think that would be good. I'll get all the fossils. Surely Blathers won't take all of them, and I'll wrap those. And as I run around, I'll grab some cherries too. We certainly have some more paths to put down because I got to get some dirt underneath these flowers, and we need some paths going between the flowers. We got to continue plotting our island's entire layout by putting a path over to here. We'll get a bridge going across, all that fun stuff. But I still have these dailies to contend with, so we'll just see where we get to. Ooh. I just broke this rock. I'm glad it wasn't the money rock. Crud. That was not the rock I was planning on breaking today. One thing I'm realizing as I'm watering this produce is we had Leaf here like yesterday or the day before, and I sold weeds to him. Yeah, it must have been yesterday. But I didn't talk to him about like the crops he was selling. We could have gotten another type of crop. I hope it was tomatoes again or something. Now I'm feeling guilty for not having thought of that. Today's beach DIY. Fancy mum wreath. Okay, I am growing mums. I don't think I have any hybrids though, and I think the fancy ones require hybrids. Nook Miles tasks coming along. Just need to do one more for today. Oh my gosh, Zucker and Samson are grilling. It's adorable. They're actually eating the stuff they're grilling too. He has a little kebab. Oh my gosh. Maybe he'll give me one if I give him a present. Nope, a worker's jacket. He's gonna get to enjoy grilling on this beautiful fall day, and I get to get back to work. Great, thanks. Blathers is taking all 3 fossils today. Oh, giving gifts is not going to be fun on this particular day. Well, let's go ahead and give Zucker our remaining fossil. Let me guess, I get work boots for this? I would actually take any type of shoes at this point. A V-neck sweater. Okay, this is when I get done working for the day. I get to relax in my V-neck sweater. Great. I'm trying to keep catching these whenever I see them because they are worth a bit. I think they're 1,000 bells normally. I'll have to take a bit of a cut because of the drop box, but hey, like, it's a good amount of money. And no, I still haven't found the money rock. And the rocks are really not providing a whole lot of iron. I think that person who said giving 2 foreign fruits would be a better way to go when it comes to giving fruit as a gift. I don't know if coconuts really count. Maybe I'll do like 3 coconuts. I haven't researched that myself, but I'm just trying to get furniture. If it doesn't maximize friendship points, it just means it takes longer to get their photo. And yeah, I'm kind of prioritizing gifts right now over money, even though I need the money. I need the staircases, I need the bridges, but the furniture options we have now are just lacking so much. And I just don't want to miss a day where I'm like giving out gifts to people or not giving out gifts to people. We really need to be doing this every single day if possible. So I'm going to try wrapping just 2 coconuts and I'm going to see if that's worthy of getting something in return. Faith is making a spooky candy set, so this is a new one for us. And let's see if 2 coconuts is enough to get anything in return. It is. I'll get a bathrobe. Not me accidentally eating their presents in front of them. Trying to do is grab 2 of them, stack them up like that, and then get them wrapped. Sherry is actually giving me something that's not clothing. It's a nail art set. I think the only villager I've left for now is Molly. We found her earlier, but I don't know where she ran off to. We'll get the pumpkins watered because I think what we're gonna do is actually craft with these tomorrow, because now that we have the resident services area kind of planned out with paths, it'd be really great to have some decorations. So yeah, I think we'll make some Halloween spooky decorations for the front of resident services. Let's give you a couple of coconuts. And I will get tea and towel. What is that? Seriously, what is this item? Okay, place it down. Oh, a t-shirt with a towel on its neck. Okay. Wouldn't it be like tea with towel? I don't know, whatever. Octavian's all moved in and his house is, I don't know, I gotta be honest, a little bit boring. I mean, it's cool that he has all this stuff, but there are more items that are space themed and there's nothing in this corner at all. And they're so big, you can't even like walk between these ones. This is honestly the weirdest house I've seen Nintendo do for a villager. I don't know, it's probably weirder ones. I've never really known a villager's house to look like that. Let me collect up my one-off points, things like 500 points for putting down a path for the first time, stuff like that. And then I'm gonna grab these apples. Now that I have paths and all these little areas I've created of like blank space, I feel a lot better about putting down some more permanent kind of decorations. And I think I wanna start with these apple trees, kind of flanking the surrounding area with resident services there. But maybe not right here. Maybe I'll actually move them out like this, but maybe I won't even do that. What if we get real fancy and we put some dirt under them? Yeah, something kind of like this. We plant an apple just like that. That's gonna grow up big and strong. And we can choose to put whatever we want around this. We can put some decorations, we can put some flowers. Normally that's what I do, I'll put some flowers. It also leaves us some room right here to put maybe like a little fence or something. We'll plant another one right here. It also satisfies the last of 5 Nook Miles tasks I need to do today. And it begins to construct the vision I have for how resident services is gonna look. We're gonna kind of have some more naturey things around it like this, but also some other decorations too. And again, I am going to focus specifically on the Halloween ones here since it is that season and I'm going to have a lot of those DIYs. But you can also hopefully start to imagine what this area looks like out of that season as well. And this means we've planted 4 different types of fruit trees with only 2 more remaining. And I don't know if we'll ever see those 2 fruits. It might be possible through villagers maybe visiting your house and giving you gifts, but I don't think peaches and pears are possible to get without going to another island. But correct me if I'm wrong, I feel like people have mentioned in the past that villagers could bring those things to your house. Anyway, today was pretty straightforward. We have, I would say, a third of our island layout done. I don't want to quite say half yet. We still got to do some stuff by Zucker's house. We need to put paths up in the hills. We didn't finish putting paths around the houses that are over here to the right of our airport. So there's a lot more to do. But this kind of gives us an idea of, you know, the layout of the island, how people are going to kind of traverse it. And once we get the rest of the paths down, I think decorating becomes a lot more fun, at least for me. That's how I am. So I'll be focused on that tomorrow. It's day 17 of designing Animal Crossing Island in 30 days on hard mode. Yesterday, we worked on placing down paths in order to establish our island layout. Today, we're going to do more of that, but we also have some new things unlocked as well. And we'll get to that here pretty soon, but it looks like Marshall has something on his mind. He's spacing out. He has deep thoughts, thinking about moving away from Grimvale. I don't know how that's possible. He just got here. I haven't even talked to him enough to get him to like accept presents because he's been here for like 2 days or something. I don't know. Time really flies. It really is wild to me that someone who just moved here that quickly could want to leave, but this is hard mode. This is what it is. If someone wants to leave, the rules are I have to wish them the best. I'm devastated after all that, like being so excited, finding such a nice piece of property for him to live. He wants to leave already. We have failed him. We did something very wrong. And by we, I mean you did this. I'm not taking responsibility for this, at least not alone. I have a feeling it might be because he used to be the #1 villager before Grimvale was a thing, and now he's not. I mean, if you look at where he is now versus where he was, down from rank 1, he's rank 6 now. I mean, he could have ended up getting bumped from the top 10. So I would understand his frustration. It's just that you would think he would, give this place a bit more of a chance. I just didn't think, again, it was possible for people to leave that soon. I know we were kind of coming up against that here any day now. Like, I figured it had been a while since somebody, had mentioned moving. In fact, it's never happened. And I think it takes about 2 weeks to see that bubble start to get passed around from villager to villager. But I just never imagined it would be someone so new. I literally did not know that was a thing in this game. Look at the game trying to give me ire now to cheer me up. So yeah, I do think you are responsible for this. If you went to the website and you voted up Samson and didn't, give any regard to Marshall whatsoever, I don't know which one of you told him that this was a result of Grimvale's politics and trying to determine who is a #1 villager. But clearly he's taking it out on us. And so I think you should all look in the mirror and ask yourselves how you could let this happen to Grimvale and to Marshall. And I just got to say, I've never been more disappointed, honestly. You really let Marshall down here, everybody. Quick disclaimer, by the way, I just know there's gonna be somebody in the comments who hears me say that and thinks I'm being serious. So I'm just gonna get in real close here. I'm joking. It's a joke. I'm just kidding. I told you to do that. I have to take responsibility. Please, you can take your angry comment and put it down. It's okay. You save your angry comment for when I really mess up, which is probably soon, I'm sure. Look, see, I have an opportunity to redeem myself right now. Molly is sick. This is fantastic news. I have stocked up on medicine back home so that we can get any villager who's sick the remedy that they need. Oh, crud, I just took some. I didn't mean to do that. I was trying to grab one and I saw take one and I got confused. Anyway, this has been very distracting. Okay, Marshall's leaving, Molly's sick. The plan for today, though, is to try and get more of the paths laid down. I wanted to say the rest. I just don't know. There's a lot of stuff already distracting me. So we'll get some more paths placed down and probably some design stuff too. But first we got to take care of Molly, who needs this medicine right here. One worry off my mind. Okay, cool, awesome. And she's giving me a plain paperboy cap. Look at that. I wonder if it goes with my little suspenders outfit here. Legitimately, I think it does. This is this is fantastic. Maybe we'll get appropriate shoes one day. Let's try to get back on track here after all of this devastating news we're getting today. I've gotten some points for hitting a rock. That's great. We can tend flowers. We'll absolutely do that. I'll do all this other stuff too. We found our weeds. We got our money tree fully grown here. We'll collect this. Gotta do the dailies, and I need to show you the new stuff we got. Checking the Nook stop here for a new fence real quick though. And I'm sad because there were 2 new fences yesterday that I told myself I was gonna get when I was getting paths. I don't remember getting them, which stinks because I really wanted at least one of those. But okay, first big new thing we can do. We are now allowed to enact ordinances around the island, and I know just the one to get. It's gonna cost 20,000 bells. And these are our choices. I'm going to go Bell Boom. The cost of goods in the island will go up, but so would the amount folks get from selling. If I'm not mistaken, the percentage increase across the board is 20%. And if you're doing math, that means, and if I'm right, that means that the 20% increase in purchasing, or them Nooks purchasing from us, means that we get to balance out the box in front of Nook's Cranny. When you put something in here that's supposed to be worth one amount, the Nooks go ahead and take 20% as a handling fee. Now, normally this would sell for 1,500 bells as I look it up here. Nook's Cranny right there, 1,500 bells. Flick would give us a lot more for it. But today the box gives us 1,200. So I believe that tomorrow when the ordinance is enacted, that will be back to 1,500, which means if I were to sell it to Timmy and Tommy, it would be even more than that. But I'm going to go ahead and just place these here with a few other things. And tomorrow we will sell the stuff that I just kind of place out here and get a larger payday from it. It does mean another day of not getting money potentially, and I am going to sell these apples. I already planted some. But that's not bad. We just spent 20,000 bells to hopefully make that money back and more, and so that's what I'm gonna do. Speaking of selling stuff though, our pumpkins are ready, and actually this batch I will probably keep because I've been talking a lot of smack about how we're definitely gonna use these to decorate, and then I'm not actually keeping them to decorate with. This time we do that. We keep them. And if I need the money that bad, we can always get another batch of pumpkins. A third tiger beetle decided to investigate my tiger beetle bait, and now I have a third one. I'll just go ahead and put you right here. Maybe we get lucky and Flick drops by tomorrow. That'd be even better. I was also going to sell this flower. Faith giving us a new reaction. I'm also on my way to the next thing that we unlocked today. I have to cross our brand new bridge to get there. It's looking good. It looks like Zucker's burying bodies in his front yard. What the heck is going on here? Anyway, Captain's Boat Tours. That's the other thing we've unlocked, which means we're going to be able to actually get Brewster living on the island, which might give us a new daily to kind of keep track of. I don't know. Maybe I make getting coffee a habit, or maybe that just becomes one of the Nook Miles things I do once in a while. Either way, beach DIY for today is hanging terrarium. This is a nice one. It's probably, I think, indoor only, but still a good one. And yeah, right by Zucker's farm is the other, X in the ground. So literally all 4 fossils are just right here. That's so odd. I've never had that happen before. Oh, wow. And in the distance, I'm seeing CJ, not Flick, visiting the island. It's too bad. I absolutely hate fishing. I think some folks were trying to share some fishing tips because they could tell I'm very bad at it. And I do appreciate that. I always try and remind people with recording Animal Crossing the way I am, there is a bit of a disadvantage that I'm at because I'm running the game through a capture card to get the footage onto my computer, which means there's a very subtle, slight delay. And you don't really notice it when you walk around, but when you're fishing, it's just enough to miss a lot more fish. And that's a little disappointing. It is what it is. I'm not too bummed out about it. And if I really try hard, I can still fish. Most things I'll catch, but I do think there's going to be some that get away from me that are just the really temperamental ones, the rare fish. And it makes me not want to fish at all. If I don't even try, I'll never get the rare fish. So I know that's kind of counterintuitive. Before I harvest any more wheat, though, let's go take care of these fossils. And I do think Zucker's place is where I'm going to focus our path efforts today. I want to make sure that we have a good amount of paths placed down in general, but his spot is pretty easy and kind of almost finished. And by finished, I of course mean just with the way I'm going to lay out the paths. Let's go ahead and get our Brewster quest here. We'll offload these fossils. Today he's taking 3 of them. Then I'm going to hang Brewster's photo somewhere on the... I guess not. I said I was going to hang it somewhere on the wall here. We'll put it like right here next to the bedroom to remind me every day to wake up and have a cup of coffee. Then I can finish tending to the crops here, drop off our wheat with the intent to sell all of this tomorrow, before heading out on our very first Mystery Island boat tour. And these are always a good way to get some extra stuff that we wouldn't normally have access to, such as new recipes or crops that we haven't unlocked yet. I'm not seeing any crops on this particular island. There's also shrubs. I do like these. I think there's always a recipe to get. And then, oh yeah, gyroids too. Cardboard chair. Okay. Yeah, sure. I think while we're here now would be a good time to customize some tools so that their risk of breaking is reduced. Plus, I need to customize things today. And then we can go ahead and convince Brewster to come live on the island. He's given me a gyroid fragment. And I guess that's it. I guess he's going to live on the island. I believe this is also a gyroid fragment. Yep. Okay, cool. These are good. Because, again, we're trying to get 5 stars, right? So having the option to have, like, a bunch of gyroids would not be a bad thing at all. I don't want to spam the island with any one particular thing, but I do want to try and make excuses to use gyroids, like, as much as possible. Because anything that I have kind of needs to be fair play when you're so limited on items that you can place down. While I'm here, I'm also going to shake all the trees looking for furniture. I don't know if these islands have it. I think they do. And then we're going to hit all the rocks because, yeah, we are super out of iron, and today is just a really good day for iron. All the rocks I've hit today have distributed a pretty good amount of iron. I think this is the last tree. And yeah, no furniture, no bees either. So I guess that's not a thing on these islands, which is fine. One less thing to do when you're visiting these. As much as I love iron wall lamps as a, villager gift, I do think switching to fruit again is probably the way to go, just because running low on iron for this long has been a huge detriment to my progress. So I am going to go and give everybody 2 coconuts as gifts today. Plus, there's also a fossil in there. If it comes to crafting materials that can actually make us some cool furniture, it makes way more sense to just hoard those for myself. But I do stand by iron wall lamps as a good gift. I think they're a good gift under like more normal circumstances. All right, so Captain's Island's behind us. Brewster is on his way here, and now I have presents to distribute to villagers. So I'm going to start doing that, and then we're getting our path tools out, and we're going to get some more paths laid down. First up, Zucker's giving us a wrestler uniform. Faith is giving us a Zen uniform. Sprinkle's not ready to give presents yet. Let me collect some points for doing some customization and talking to villagers before I forget, and we need some new tasks in here anyway. Samson, the #1 villager in all of Animal Crossing, will give us a delivery jacket, which is appropriate, I guess. Molly's actually going to give us some furniture today. It's a diner counter chair. I don't think Octavian's ready to do presents yet, but he's covered in fleas right now, so maybe that'll net us some friendship points. Get it? Net, because he's covered in fleas and I gotta use it. I'm sorry. Scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. That means no present. Oh, come on. That's not what that phrase means. You gotta give me something when you say that. All right, I'll put away my spoils, plant my first gyroids, and then give our last present of the day before getting back to work. Oh, we get a new recipe though. It's a spooky scarecrow. Yeah, I'll take that. That's great. And then I have Sherry's present, but you know what I'm noticing? All of these trees are lit up. As if I can, and fleas. Trees and fleas count as gifts. What if I give her a cherry tree? Oh my gosh, it's a whole tree. What? Is this a cherry tree? Yay, a plant. I'm gonna try really hard to take care of it. And I get a board game. Oh my gosh. Oh, did we just find a new use for trees? I know that if I give her the flea, it's gonna just end up in a little cage on her nightstand or something. But I didn't know you could do whole trees. And I don't think those are going to be furniture in her house either. I also don't think you can wrap them. So I probably lose points there. But she was very happy, very pleased to get the cherry tree. And honestly, the board game is such a great item. Like anything else, it goes in storage for now. But, here, probably tomorrow, as soon as tomorrow, we need to do way more decorating. So we can just see kind of the stuff we have at our disposal at this point. And it looks a bit like this. I should be glad that I got the cardboard chair today because it looks like we're going to have to put some cardboard somewhere. And I mean, we got some Zen cushions, we got some seating arrangements here and there. It's a smattering of things, both big pieces of furniture and then little pieces of furniture, or little items, I should say. It's a start. This is definitely a start, but concerning nonetheless, because this is not enough stuff. I was hoping by the time we were ready to start really placing stuff down, we had a lot of options. Instead, this is kind of like the DIY island all over again, except this time I'm not allowed to time travel to get recipes. We'll just have to see if 5 stars is possible by the end of this challenge. I have my doubts. But okay, so we have our path started here. I'm going to get rid of these trees once and for all. I know I've been trying to talk about saving them in my pockets and giving them as gifts and things like that, but oh my gosh, it's just so annoying to have to juggle trees in your inventory. Like, I really did try, but who would save these? Like, why would you do that? Just plant new ones. Okay, so our path is gonna run this way. We're gonna leave a slight gap between the edge of the path and the water by going in one more and then turning this way. And this is me just kind of measuring things out a little bit. It looks like I've left one gap between the little farm and one gap between the river and the path. So this works out pretty nicely. It also looks like another tree is in our way. So sorry. I like how I specifically set these trees aside. Like the other day I said I was going to save these. And so I put them here so they'd be safe from destruction. And now they are the ones that are explicitly in my way and the most unsafe. Like, this path could run into those 3 trees. And if it does, do you know what I'm going to do? Any guesses as to what happens if this path in these trees intersect right now? It looks like they just missed it. Just so close. So close. All right. Well, I guess we won't have to find out. Now, maybe this path should have been 2 tiles wide. The more I kind of fill it in, the more I wonder, like, why did I make it so wide? Should this one have been smaller? But I don't know. Maybe this is where we make it 2 tiles wide. Let's see. Do we have room? Yeah, like we have a gap between the farm here and here. So maybe it kind of stops right here and then it turns to the left and stays 2 tiles wide. If we feel as though the path is a little bit too wide before we get to this part, I can always shrink it down later. Let's have it go right to Zucker's door. We'll fill this in, we'll taper the corners. And I think it also needs to continue going out this way because I have the campsite to think about. And I did say I was gonna do something to like designate a path over to the campsite. And this is probably the start of that. And I think it looks better too, because we have some space underneath that we're gonna decorate as well. So the path could just stop abruptly, well, not abruptly, but stop right here. And then I guess I will have to design some kind of little step thing, you know, some little boards or something you can walk along, and then boom, you're at the campsite. It would be really cool if we could do paths on the beach though. Like, that'd be awesome. But I guess we're just limited to custom designs. Anyway, let me pick all this furniture up. It looks like I do have enough room to do that. We'll get our wooden path, and then we need to decide how large this area is going to be. But the idea that I had in my mind was that this is where people are going to be setting up to eat food. So it needs to be, you know, a decently sized area so we could fit a few sets of tables and chairs, but I don't want it to take up like too much room either. And I still want to have kind of a buffer as well between like the paths and the farm. So maybe this is like one tile too close. If I leave a gap, it means I could put like fences or even trees or something. So maybe we could do something like this, where we create like kind of a big rectangle. And if I want to put fences around this, we probably could. Maybe I would extend the wood flooring out to here if I did that, just so the fences could sit on top of it. It might look more finished that way. But for now, at least, we can place down the initial like seating area and then get our tables and chairs back down and see how we're feeling. So we'll put a table here, and then I think we'll put a table maybe right over here. Maybe we can scoot it in a little bit and then put a chair on this side. And then maybe another chair here. I won't do them across from each other because this is a smaller spot than I was imagining. Then we'll put a chair here, and we'll have to make another one to go on the other side. But this is kind of what I'm thinking in my mind. And I think this is pretty good. Even just if we do a set just like this and only add one more chair to it, this is still like walkable. You can still walk between it and everything. And heck, we could even put down our little floor sign again. Maybe kind of add it right here just as like a, oh, yep, we just mopped up. Even though people left things on the table, we've definitely been cleaning up after everybody, don't worry. And then we just need to fill it in. I also think we'll probably take this path that I'm working on right now and extend it out to the left towards Captain's Boat Dock, because that's going to be a pretty, I imagine, high traffic area. We might even decorate the beach over there if we can, depending on how much stuff we get. And it makes sense. It kind of makes sense. We're putting this big road down. It might as well lead to somewhere, offer some kind of product or service. Got ourselves a green balloon here. Let's see. Throwback Gothic mirror. I actually think I have one of those already. Anyway, the next place I wanted to give some attention to was up here. I've been thinking a lot about how the paths up here are going to look and feel. I always like to change them when I go to the next tier. I don't know why. And I do feel like dirt is like a good thing to use. I'm still going back and forth on this because I want to use dirt almost exclusively as like soil for crops, flowers, things like that. And once you start doing that, it kind of changes the decisions for what you're going to do for paths. Oh, we're getting some hybrids too. We got our first hybrid tulips there. Ooh, nice. Hybrid hyacinth as well. And speaking of flowers, I don't really have anywhere to put hybrids yet. I'll have to figure that out too. But I like the idea of having the darker soil underneath these little flower beds. And I think that separates them a bit more and adds a lot of contrast, which I like. But I also like the idea of dirt paths. So this is going to take me a bit, but I think what I'm going to commit to right now is putting dark dirt underneath these flowers. And then I want to put light dirt in front of them for a path that kind of cuts across. So I would just make a square like this. I'm considering tapering the corners because I always think that looks more finished, but because it's a flower bed and serving a specific purpose, I don't know how many like gardens you've seen where the corners of the garden are like rounded. I'm sure it happens, but it just kind of feels like because it's a flower bed, you can kind of get away with not tapering them. So I'm not going to do it. If you did taper them, some of the flower stems would be in the grass. And so that's just like, yeah, I think this is probably the right way to do it. But already, to me, that looks a lot better. And then we would take the light dirt and we would literally make a path right here in the middle. It'd be 2 tiles wide, which gives us a buffer, and it would just go across over to a bridge. And I think not even this far. I think I'd actually stop the path here and then begin, probably make sure I finish off the edge here. So it would stop there. And then I would begin taking path and putting it up here a little bit. This is kind of how I do diagonal paths. I start to make these little, like, I don't know what you want to call them. It's almost like stepping stones, but with path. And I do round these out. So there'd be one here, and then I would put the bridge down wherever it's going to go, and I put another one. Maybe part of it gets tucked under that bridge a little bit. And that kind of like starts to guide you a little bit over to here without making a weird looking diagonal path, which you can't really do in Animal Crossing, which is disappointing, by the way. I think you should be able to do that. Now, this path has the potential to wind through the woods here. We can make it go over here. We can make it go through here. We could do all kinds of little tricks. Or I was also thinking it could just keep going straight up. And then we create 2 staircases, which is very expensive, that go like down here. It opens up the secret beach a little bit. You come back up. The dirt path continues. It's by Marshall's house. And then it eventually connects to the staircase. Or there's the option to kind of do a little bit of waterscaping so that we can fit a bridge across this part of the river right here. There's a few options to play with, basically. But yeah, these are kind of the thoughts I'm having. There is a very good chance, though, that I don't connect those two paths, and that would be abnormal. Normally, I do try and make the island traversable as much as possible. I like paths connecting as much as possible. This little natural pond / river waterfall looks so nice, and I don't really want to edit it to fit a bridge. But then again, we could just add a couple squares of dirt here to widen this a little bit so it'll accommodate a bridge, like a suspension one or something, and it would look nice over the waterfall. I think it would, and it would make it easy to connect to this path. But I'm not there yet. I'm not sold on that idea just yet. We'll leave that to future me. And for now, let's just get flower beds underneath all of these flower gardens. As I work on this, I'm also realizing that I kind of do want everything to move up. I didn't want flowers directly next to cliffs like this. The more I look at this, it's like one little bit of cliff that the flower would be next to, and everything else is still kind of far away from the actual cliff. Meanwhile, over here, I'm dealing with missing a square, and then also this flower bed is right on top of the cliff. So if I wanted a fence in front of it, I couldn't do it, stuff like that. So I might rearrange this, unfortunately, which is going to take even longer. It means I have to start moving everything up. So adding dirt, removing dirt from different spots. You're fortunate. You don't have to watch me do all of this. And this is the benefit to me not streaming this. Go you. That's great. But I get to deal with it. I get to deal with it in real time. Fortunately, the game is being nice and having all the presents float directly over my head, so at least there's that. 5,000 bells. Yeah, okay, that's not bad. Okay, it took a bit, but yes, I think that looks so much better. We still get our path, we still get all the spacing between everything, and now we have room to fit another yellow hyacinth up here and if we want it. We have all the room in the world to grow a few hybrids. And then as for the hybrids themselves, they need to go somewhere else so that I can replicate them. And I think what I'm going to do, not right this second, is create like a spot, like a little ladder maybe. Maybe this path comes up here and actually hooks over, and there'll be a ladder or two that you climb up, and that's going to be another area. But it's going to be exclusively for hybrid flowers that we are still breeding for other purposes. That'll keep this area nice and clear and give us a reason to decorate up top yet another layer, which is pretty fun. And now this bridge, or this path, is even more in line with where a bridge might go. So it might only take one little circle of dirt, maybe like up here, and we'll put the bridge here. It's going to be great. All right, I have a couple more tasks to do unrelated to building. We actually have to tend flowers, which I probably should have done while I was up there. I need to plant trees and shrubs, and I need to grow fruit trees. So, okay, we'll tend the flowers. We'll plant some shrubs. And actually, I think I'm going to do 3 on either side. This will be like part of our grand entrance to resident services. I think they'll look pretty nice with the Halloween decorations because they're yellow and orange, and then we got the red apple trees. They'll look good. Ooh, almost forgot this today. And then we'll plant some fruit trees. And once again, I'm going to do coconuts, and I think we'll just keep this one simple. I'll just do 2 coconut trees kind of close together here, and I'll probably do more across this beach, but let's just wait until it asks us to plant more coconut trees. I do want to decorate. Again, I do think it'll be fun to decorate around Captain's Dock a little bit if we manage to get some items like that. But all right, cool. So that's 3 more tasks knocked out, which does bring us to 5. Not to mention some one-off points. We got flower tender and shrubbery hubbery. This is an easy one to knock out. You do 20 shrubs and you're done with it. We also got It's Raining Treasure from popping 20 balloons. And then I don't know if this is necessary. However, I think we need to let Blathers know that Brewster's on his way, and then he's going to close the museum tomorrow to build the cafe. He said, I hear you. Yep. Okay. Construction tomorrow. I have a feeling if we did not do this today, then the museum, like, nothing would change tomorrow. So cool. Tomorrow, no museum. The next day, coffee. It's day 18 of designing Animal Crossing Island in 30 days on hard mode. Yesterday, we got some more paths placed down, and Marshall said he would be the first Grimvalian to leave our humble island. Today, we're going to have to brute force some decorating because it's day 18, and we really haven't done a whole lot to start working towards 5 stars. And I don't know if we're going to use gyroids in this bit of decorating we're doing today, but at least we now have gyroids, so that's pretty cool. The other thing we did yesterday was set up the Bell Boom Ordinance. Now, as you know, the Tiger Beetle was selling for 20% less than it's normally worth. We should now see a 20% increase, or not quite. I guess I had the numbers wrong. This should be 1,500 if Bell Boom was going to offset the cut from this box completely, but it looks like there's still a slight cut being implemented here, but this is more money. This is great. While we're at it, let's throw some other stuff in here. I don't see using a second throwback Gothic mirror. I'm probably not going to use the first one, and I'm going to sell the rest of this stuff too, including the wheat that I set aside as well yesterday. Altogether, selling all this stuff brings us to 28,761 bells that we can expect tomorrow. So far, we'll probably put more in here. And speaking of money, I wanted to make a small announcement. I talked about this before, and I've been doing some thinking. I am going to allow myself to do a little bit of money making off camera. I was thinking about challenges like this, and last time we did like a hard mode challenge, it was live streamed, and there was a lot of time spent grinding both on camera and off camera for bells. Bells are very, very important when you're doing challenges like this and you have so many restrictions. So I don't know if I'm gonna spend time today even like doing some off-camera work, but I do have some downtime where I play games and stuff, and I just normally take a break from Animal Crossing, but instead, sometimes I'm going to play a little bit more and just do diving. And if anything significant happens, I'll take a screenshot or a video, and I will show you. But yeah, you're not really missing much. It does feel like it's going to help us get things placed down like staircases and stuff, but I'm not going to be like going out hunting for villagers or gathering up new DIYs or things like that. At least not I'm not going to have that intent. If a new DIY falls in my lap, I'm not going to be mad. So in case you're seeing progress suddenly jump a little bit in this challenge, and you're like, wow, how all of a sudden does Dan have all this money? That's what I'm doing. I'm putting in the hours that you would probably put in if you were doing a challenge like this and you weren't recording it. But all right, lots to do today. I also have not forgotten that Wilbo's challenge that he gave me is not complete. I have to make a shirt. There's still bugs I got to catch. Don't worry, we will be completing it before the end of the week, I hope. And yeah, we'll get all that done. But my focus, again, has just been trying to make sure that I'm positioning myself for success. I'm playing this challenge a bit loosey-goosey a little bit. I'm not like fully taking into account that we're well over the halfway point right now, and I've just not made enough progress. So yeah, we'll be keeping an eye on everything and trying to really make sure that we're set up for 5 stars. And if we do that, I mean, everything else, I feel pretty good about the other goals. I'm going to leave these tomatoes alone and just kind of let everything else grow. And that way there's only one day where I'm harvesting all the produce. And yeah, otherwise don't mind me, just going to do some dailies. Zucker's making the spooky tree, which is really, really good because this is going to play right into the types of things I want to build today for the decorating we're going to do. And I'll give him his present as well. And he's going to give me more clothing. Great. I've worn a lot of different things so far. This is probably not something that is really fitting to my personal style. Beach DIY time. It's a sauna heater, which I believe, yes, I already have. Oh, this is no time for duplicate DIYs. Not with the way things are going. This is not good. This is where I'm going to focus the majority of my time today when we get to decorating. There's still a lot of crafting I have to do, obviously. But like I said, I wanted to decorate maybe even the entrance too, but I wanted to decorate resident services for the spooky season. And that's what I'll be doing because we have so many of the spooky recipes at this point, and I did save some pumpkins. Now, will I be able to customize them how I want to? Because I just don't have a lot of the different customization pumpkins, I guess we'll call them. We'll see. That remains to be seen. But I have some of the stuff I really want, like the spooky arch and stuff like that. So I think we can make this look pretty fun. Sherry's gift today is a tennis sweater. Faith is going to give us a windbreaker, and I'm going to make a tree fall on her head. Sorry, that was mean. It's just, I'm really tired of clothing. I'm glad to have options, but they won't give me socks. They won't give me shoes. They keep giving me shirts I'll never wear, and they won't give me furniture. I definitely knew when going into this that they would be giving me a good amount of clothing. I just didn't realize that every single day, the chances of getting even one piece of furniture from these villagers was that low. I thought at least every day I would get like 2 new pieces from gifting villagers. But it's getting to a point now where I'm doing this pretty consistently and wondering to myself, do I really need to be like setting time aside to do this? I still want their photos, so I guess, yeah. But, it's torture. A lot of my rocks have kind of moved to this side of the island. I think there's like 4 here. Unfortunately, I'm gonna like be carving a path right through them, so they're gonna move again. It is nice to have them so close by though. As I continue to do my dailies, I have some points to collect. We'll definitely do the selling of shells today because this is gonna be good money. I came up here looking for my normal rock that I need to hit because I think I have one more before I find the money rock. And I forgot I broke it by accident. But at least I found the next fossil, or last fossil, I think, of the day. And here's how our hybrids are looking. It looks like we got our first black tulip. That's pretty cool. And nothing down here. At one point I talked about how once we had 3 stars, I'd probably go through and get rid of the windflowers. But one thing that I'm remembering about this game is that everything, when it comes to getting 5 stars, has a hidden points value. And I know flowers that are in full bloom are worth a certain amount of points. Well, I don't know the specific number, but I know that each stage of flower is worth something, and when they look like this, they're worth the most that they can be worth. Getting rid of the windflowers on an island where I don't have like a ton of furniture options, probably not the smartest idea, which is making me think about the ways in which I can use flowers intentionally, because just having them wildly growing around the island has never been my style. I'm very particular about where everything is and how it looks. So I'm going to be thinking about that. Windflowers are not my first choice, but we have a lot of them, and you know, they're cool. Other than the hybrid gardens themselves, we definitely will be finding a way to use these that feels more intentional. We have a lost item. I'll go ahead and pick this up because I haven't finished talking to everybody yet anyway. And it looks like Red is here, but my inventory is full at the moment, so we'll have to come back for that. But we can at least say goodbye to Marshall, who is wearing Cora's rockin' shirt. That's a nice treat to get from him on his last day. He gave himself a souvenir to remember Grimvale by. I think I'm gonna go ahead and sell these trees. It's becoming clear to me that these trees are not going to ever be used again. I think I was kidding myself when I thought about saving them. All right, we have Red and another statue, but that one's fake. I can see the wristwatch. So this one's not real. These 2 up top are real though, and I think we'll go with this one because this particular painting is always real, and it's always good to like go ahead and get the ones out of the way that have fake counterparts. We got 2 pretty decent items today in Red's store, so we'll buy these. I did find where that other rock got off to, so now, hopefully, we can get our money rock done for the day. Indeed, it was the money rock. And now that my wallet is getting a little more heavy, I'm starting to think about the next big spend we should do. Still not thinking about my home loan right now, but maybe it's time for a staircase or another bridge to get put down, and we'll probably do one of those today. That means I'm going to need to unlock the terraforming tools just to, you know, do the things I talked about before, where I put the staircase kind of tucked into the hill or whatever, and we'll get that going. I'm obviously not going to pay anything down today, but we'll definitely have one of those projects started, you know, so villagers can help donate to it because they're just always so good at that. Now that I think about it, this is probably why Marshall just decided to up and leave. It took days of him being here with promises of a staircase or at least a ladder, and none of those showed up. He just got isolated on top of a hill, and then he's like, hey, I think I'm gonna move away. And we're sitting here with shocked Pikachu face, wondering how this could possibly happen. Well, whatever, we don't need him. We don't need number 6 on the list of top 10 villagers. That is just embarrassing. We'll go ahead and drop these fossils down. I'll clear up my inventory, and we'll get started on the big job today. So at this time, we have almost 20,000 points. And I mean, in theory, we have some villager hunting to do because we still have more plots, and now Marshall's plots is empty. But we also have a lot of people in the top 10 at this point, so I don't have to hunt for them. I could let it autofill and then use my points to do things like ultimate pocket stuffing, and then of course, waterscaping and cliff construction, which I do need both of these. Getting both of these right now is 12,000 points. Plus, ultimate pocket stuffing is 8,000 points. That's a lot. In fact, I think that's literally not possible. So what we'll need to do is choose one of these. I think for now we get cliff construction, we come back for waterscaping, and I have decided to get ultimate pocket stuffing because we just need to get this out of the way. I'm about to do a whole lot of decorating, which means I need to be able to carry not only the crafting materials to make all this furniture, but I also need space to store the furniture. Otherwise, we're going to be spending a lot more time on this than we really need to. I'm also considering the fact that with all the crafting and custom designing I'm about to do, or custom like DIYing I'm about to do, I'll probably earn at least 1 or 2 big one-off kind of like points redemptions. So some of those points will be coming back pretty quickly. I do intend on starting that crafting here imminently, but let's get rid of this tree and dig into this cliff for the first time. That'll also be some one-off points. Every time you use one of those tools for the first time, you get some one-off points. Not to mention I needed to cut down a tree anyway. All right, first time actually altering the natural layout of the island. We're just gonna dig out 3 tiles on either side, and that will be enough to get this staircase flush with the hill. And that's it. That's all the terraforming I'm gonna do right here. And we'll be ready to place down that staircase. And I think that still counts as quote unquote not terraforming. I'm not changing the layout of the island. I'm just kind of working with what I got. For this, we get 1,000 points. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. Natural ramps are very tempting just because they look like the terrain so much. It still has a little bit of stone in there, and it's the cheapest one. My thinking was to use the log staircase or the stone staircase, though. They're still not the most expensive, and they look a little more finished. So at least for this one, yeah, I think I'm gonna go stone staircase. But you know where natural ramps look really good is when you kind of like put them up against the side of a cliff. I might get to show you at some point what I mean by that, because I see myself kind of doing that for at least one area. There was one area I was thinking about doing that with. So anyway, let's get this place down. We'll donate 60,000 to it. And now we'll get to our crafting. Despite having a few more dailies I want to make sure I get done, my plan is to at least get the crafting underway. So I'm going to grab all the orange pumpkins, and then the only customization I was thinking I might want to do is changing everything to the white texture. So we're going to grab these. I don't know if that's going to be enough. It depends on how much furniture we make, really. And then we just kind of need to grab, I think, a bunch of the basic crafting materials, because a lot of the pumpkin ones, I think that they use the woods for sure. They might even use stone and iron and clay. I don't know. And even with the upgraded inventory, this is still like not enough room at all. But all right, well, let's get started. Spooky trees are probably more of the kind of expensive types of things we'll be doing. I'm going to make 2 of them. And then I've been really looking forward to making a spooky arch, but probably just 1. I think 2 of these spooky towers would be awesome. Let's craft up a scarecrow. Just so we have it, I'll make a table. I don't know exactly what I'm going to do with it yet. We'll throw a trick lamp in the mix. And then I'm going to grab a few other items I've been eyeing for a while. Ooh, I did not know the spooky candy set required candy. That should have been obvious. I said last time I wasn't going to buy any candy. Yeah, I don't think there's literally enough time now to get the candy we need, because you can only buy 1 piece a day, I think. Maybe villagers give us some before Halloween. I don't remember, but we might not be making this one. And it stinks because the spooky treats basket also requires 2 candy. Customization-wise, this is where things get a little bit interesting, because we certainly do not have enough of these white pumpkins to do the monochrome stuff, which is a bit disappointing because I really like this. I think this is my favorite style out of all of these. They're all good though. Like there's no wrong answers here. It's just I always really liked this one. My choices are basically to take the pumpkins that I have, the white ones, and plant more so that I can have more options, or to just go ahead with the orange ones, or somewhere in between. I could decorate with the orange ones today and then pick them all back up and change them later on when I've saved up more of the white pumpkins. I don't know. All right, well, let's start here with the things that I have. And I think, you know, worst case scenario, I don't like the way it looks and I end up going back and customizing stuff later. I do think I am going to plant down the white pumpkins. I'm not 100% on this, but I think it would look cool to put like a little pumpkin patch nearby. I have all this empty space. I've thought a lot about connecting these 2 paths, but I can also use the space to decorate, and maybe that's what it is. Maybe we have a little pumpkin patch with a scarecrow next to it. That could look fun, and it would give us more money, and it also is more symmetrical because I'm not connecting any paths right here and up here. You know what I mean? If I connect a path over there, it'll make me feel like I need to connect a path over here, which I don't want to do. So that's my thought process right now. There are going to be some trees in the way, so, you know, we'll take care of that. Ooh, we got furniture out of this one, a tapestry. We'll start by making the spooky arch the centerpiece to everything we're doing here. And we'll put it right here, right up against the Resident Services Plaza. And then I'm going to throw a spooky tower right here. And I was going to put one on either side, but I think that would cover up this cool little pumpkin right there on the arch. I can try anyway. Yeah, putting it here is a little bit silly just because we already have something there. And this area will feel a little more full too once we get the shrubs and the trees fully grown. Let's look at this area. I am going to once again pick up the trees. You might be thinking, didn't we just go through this? And yes, we did. We could end up selling them, so they're worth money. That's cool. But also they add a lot of height and stuff, and having a couple trees to kind of move around to see how we like things, like fully grown trees, isn't a bad thing. So here's like my little farm. I got a balloon in the distance though, so let's take care of this. Hopefully it's something good or a big pile of money. Oh, it's a pile of money. It's a small pile of money. And yeah, for this plot, what I think I'm gonna do is actually put down 2 rows of white pumpkins in each of these. So something like this. I'm realizing this might have looked better if I had used the lighter soil. I'm gonna leave it though, because I used the darker soil over here, and I think that's just becoming representative of like a plot where I'm farming things. Anyway, up here at the top, I'm gonna plant orange pumpkins, or rather, I'm gonna plant yellow pumpkins. We're actually not planting any of the orange ones down here. And then in this other middle row, I'm gonna plant green pumpkins. Now I have more customization options, more ways to make money, and the pumpkins are gonna look like they've been placed down in an orderly fashion, which I also like. We now also have a place for our scarecrow right in between the two plots, which is excellent. Before I forget again, let's go ahead and taper this corner right here. And then we're gonna put down the spooky trees. And the whole goal with these is to just kind of surround the farm and just kind of give this area that kind of like Halloween vibe we're going for with this pumpkin patch. So yeah, just like that. In fact, if I turn this around, do the pumpkins still kind of face out? They do. Good. So 2 spooky trees. We can still use regular trees on top of this, but yeah, this gives me the vibe I'm looking for. Now, because this is so close to the entrance, I did grab a few other things, like one of my favorite items, the destination signpost, and I customized it to look a little bit dark and spooky. So you get off the plane, and already it's kind of pointing you in different directions, and it looks a little bit ominous. You get over here, you get the spooky scenery. It's kind of weird to have like a spooky, like a permanent spooky area on an island. But I have to roll with it. I just don't have a lot to choose from. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of this rock because it is now officially in my way. I guess I'll just eat a pumpkin to do this. Oh, there's a cherry right below it. Oh, crap. Anyway, I'll pick up this tree with the cherry. How's that? Then we have all of this space to kind of work with. Now, I did talk about maybe putting like a bus stop here or something, which we can absolutely still do. But for the time being, I thought maybe just making like a little seating area out here, making it kind of feel like this is an extension of the plaza where an event is happening, feels like the right move. So here's what I'm kind of thinking we do for now, is we put down a spooky table, kind of like right there. And I would like to get some chairs and stuff on this, but until then, we might put some different foods once we unlock cooking. We can also put down maybe the trick lamp on top of it, and that could be fun. Just something cool to see. And then I would probably take this swinging bench and kind of put it over here near-ish to this table. And then we're going to put the ring toss game right here. This definitely needs some fences, by the way. Like, this area kind of feels like it needs something, because right now it's just a bunch of stuff randomly placed down. So we'll look into that. But yeah, ring toss like over here. You can tell I'm kind of getting desperate right now. This is just stuff kind of randomly placed. It needs more separation for sure. Let me just hold on to the rest of my decorations for this spot for now, because I'm gonna have to think on this. I'm much more proud of how this is coming out, because we got a farm. This area feels like it has intention, and it's kind of nice. I like how the entrance over here is turning out. I could even see myself doing a second spooky arch. Why not? But yeah, some more stuff to kind of figure out. Let's pop down a couple leaf piles though. These are just really cool. I love having them kind of part way on top of paths like that. We could put another one right here, because I did say I wanted to kind of clutter this area up a little bit. In fact, let's throw a rocking chair like right here, and that'll look kind of nice sitting under the tree once that's fully grown. And yeah, as I unlock more recipes, I think this stuff starts to come together a little bit more. Speaking of fences though, I did come prepared with one type of fence that I think will work pretty well. It looks like I'm gonna have to push this tree forward a little bit to make it work, which means the leaf pile's in the way. Let's try now. Yep, there we go. So the idea here, maybe not even a fence there. The idea here is that barbed wire is, spooky looking. So I thought putting this behind the farm creates the separation between the path and the farm area, and kind of adds to the vibes a little bit. So we can have it go like that, and literally just, that's it. We don't need any more. Or better yet, maybe it starts to wrap around the farm a little. We can take away this one. Stuff like this kind of makes it a little more asymmetrical, which is probably good for stuff like this. So how about one more barbed wire fence right here? And then the spooky tree is in the way of putting any more. We can put this spooky tree back over here. Got our leaf pile. Looks like there's another balloon, hopefully here to drop some kind of gift we can actually use in the build. That would be fun. It's a fragrance diffuser. It's not even orange, so no, we can't really use this, but I wanted furniture and I got it. I think out of everything I've done so far, this is the most complete area on this entire island, which is a little embarrassing, but it actually looks pretty good. I'm gonna steal this. I honestly think it hangs out by the rocking chair. It just feels like a good item for that. Should I push it back more? Maybe something like that? Yeah, I like this. This is kind of cool. And I think putting a tree right here by the fence will start to create that visual separation that we need between this like little farm and then everything else going on back here with my house and the path that kind of goes up. My plan isn't to do a spooky themed island, So I do need bits of separation because we're going to go from like spooky entranceway to more, I don't know, I guess regular looking decorations. And I think as far as decorating goes, that's all I can really do for now because, again, I'm just low on supplies. The customizing isn't really working out. And just taking little bites out of this is kind of how I prefer to play it anyway, until the very end, of course. Yeah, are you like me? I don't know. I'm that kind of person that when the test is getting to a point where it's going to happen soon, like tomorrow, that's when I kind of kick it into high gear. So we'll have these days where I just kind of work on little projects. And then by the end, the last few days of the challenge, I'm going to freak out and I'm going to really start just spamming stuff everywhere. And I really don't think that's like a very hot take when it comes to just getting things done. I always work a lot harder at the end of a challenge or when there's a, big test coming up and it's happening very soon. Oh my gosh, Sherry's just gonna give me a present and I have a lost item for her. It's a rain hat. That's actually not a bad hat. Does this mean I get a third present from Sherry today? Oh my gosh, it's furniture. It's a school chair. I don't know. We might actually use this somewhere. Let's see what Samson gives us. A business suit coat. I haven't seen too many people in their houses today. I haven't seen Molly anywhere. I hope I can find everybody to give them their presents. And I think the last thing we'll do today is go on a captain tour, because we always get a DIY that way. It'd be really nice to have just more options. I think it's time to sell this banded dragonfly, just mostly because I need the money, and I think I've proven that I can catch one very, very easily at this point. We have 8 giant clams today, which is awesome. Got a whole bunch of shells. We'll sell the banded dragonfly, also worth a lot. I'll sell one of the trees. We might use the other one. That gives us another task down. Catching bugs is a big Nook Miles reward today, so we'll do that. We'll catch 5. I'll try to focus on butterflies because Wilbo gave us a challenge to catch specifically certain types of butterflies. Oh, and I found Molly too. Fantastic. She's gonna give me a painting set, which I think I literally just bought from Red. Yep. This is the same item. That's great. There's so much to do. I also need to harvest my orange trees, which I forgot about. Adding oranges to the sell pile means we're gonna have 58,708 bells coming to us tomorrow. I just spotted another banded dragonfly, by the way. If I catch it, I catch it. I'm still just trying to get the 5 bugs right now. I got a regular dragonfly, though. Or a Darner dragonfly, sorry. Anyway, 5 bugs caught. Lots of points here. I could buy waterscaping if I wanted to, but I don't need to at the moment. But now let's go out and see if we can find ourselves a new DIY. Oh, we found a thunderstorm. I think it's a thunderstorm. This is coming down real heavy. I did find a DIY. Let's see if it's something cool, something new. Jail bars. Okay. I mean, we are doing like a spooky themed entrance, so we might actually use those. Claim some points for coming out here. Found the gyroid fragment, and I found a completely grown gyroid. It feels wasteful to come all the way out here and not destroy the island, but I am out of time. Tomorrow, though, we have to get back to work crafting and decorating more. It's day 19 of designing Animal Crossing Island in 30 days on hard mode. Yesterday, we did a whole bunch of stuff, and I did some work off camera, which means I have that much money waiting for me in my bank account. I'll explain everything in a sec. But yesterday we built up all of this in front of the entrance, and I say all of this as if it's like some kind of magnificent, huge build that took hours and hours. It didn't, but it's the start of something pretty cool. And I did mention that I'm probably going to give myself a little bit more time to collect money. And I did that. I have a bit of a slideshow for you. So I ended up playing the game when it was nighttime on the island and caught a few new bugs. And also I did some more diving, and I think the more valuable creatures are unlocked for me because I caught a couple of these lobsters. I caught a bunch of these nautilus shells, I think they're called. I caught the sweet shrimp. This is, Pascal came to visit and gave me a mermaid dress, and I found a pearl. So these are like all the really significant things that I caught. And I did say I was going to try and like take pictures of new stuff that I managed to get, just so that you could see exactly what you missed, since I don't do a whole bunch of fishing or diving on camera. And I got a spooky standing lamp from a balloon as well. And before I called it a day, I went to talk to Sprinkle, who gave me a cherry rug recipe. And that was it. That was everything that I didn't record sitting in this environment that I'm in now, where it's easy for me to just talk as I go. But everything you just saw was still technically from yesterday. The money, of course, is the most important thing, because yesterday we set up a new staircase. I'm going to take all the money out just so we have it on us. I'm going to finish paying that off. we're going to put down another project. And yeah, today's plan, the designing continues basically. I'm going to do as much as I can. I can't do too much because I don't have customization kits and I really want to customize a lot of the furniture that I can craft. So that's becoming kind of an issue. But I can definitely get started on some things. So plenty of money to spare as I pay down this first staircase. Very exciting. Also, you'll notice up top there, Marshall is indeed gone and a villager hunt is in order. However, we could also just invite whoever this is at the campsite. I really hope it's somebody kind of cool. Oh. It's not. It's not somebody kind of cool. It's Snooty, the catchphrases, and I don't think I'll be inviting you. I'm sorry. So yeah, we definitely have some villager hunting to do today. We got our dailies. I gotta find the crafting villager, all that fun stuff. I gotta give out gifts. And now that I have a couple extra bucks to throw around, it's probably best that I place down the last couple of plots that I haven't yet to place down. Even if they get autofilled at this point, it's not a huge deal. I don't mind. It would just be good to get them put down on the ground somewhere so that I can start, actually planning the rest of the island, all the different paths, the different types of decorations we want to put around those areas. I'm having a feeling that the more I go, like the further I go with this, the more likely it is that a lot of people are going to have their very own farms, which is a little bit uninspired, but I need the money, and it would also be good to have the ingredients to cook with. And I just think the scenery that the farms offer are still nice, even if we don't regularly harvest them. By the way, today is the first day we get to harvest tomato. I'm wondering if I should start saving some of this stuff, because I have talked a little bit about cooking. I haven't learned how to cook yet, but that's just a few Nook miles away. And we, might want ingredients to cook with. The one downside to planting farms everywhere, of course, is trying to keep track of which farms you've watered so far for the day. That is a little bit annoying, and I'm likely to forget at some point. Or what's more likely to happen actually is eventually I'll feel like I'm good with money to where I don't need to harvest all of these every single time they're fully grown, and I might just start leaving them. Oh, and by the way, I need this butterfly, and that actually satisfies all of the butterflies that Wilbo asked us to grab. So you already know I caught a couple of banded dragonflies. If I put down this butterfly right here, this is all 4 of the butterflies that I was mandated to get, and now I just need to make myself a bug-catching outfit. I really should be making the outfits first when I do this, but I just don't, which is really, really silly. But yeah, maybe if we have time, we'll do that today. And part of the challenge was to get them all donated. I just want to prove right now, you can see the little owl symbol next to them. Everything I was told to catch has been donated to the museum already. Speaking of donating to the museum, this is everything I caught yesterday and couldn't donate because the cafe was being built. I'll be coming back to this pile once I get the other 4 fossils from today though. Beach DIY, golden dung beetle. Oh, that's fun. I just used my last 2 customization kits to refresh some tools and get these points, and now I am officially out of them. We're going to be buying a lot more come Sunday. Got a few more flowers grown around the hybrid garden, and I forgot to take up yesterday's as well. Hopefully this is a balloon with 30,000 bells in it. Oops, I missed. It's campfire cookware. Actually, that's pretty cool. For now, we can put it next to the campfire. Right there. Oh, this is a whole campfire. I see. Even better. We could start decorating around the campsite with this. Excellent. Oops, I meant to turn it on here. Yeah, that's pretty nice. It's obviously going to need like a lot more around it, but this is cool. I do think I should make sure not to block this part of the path right here. It's not really a path, but you know what I mean? It'd be nice to just be able to walk right through this, no problem. So I think I'll focus most of the decorations right here, and then in front, and then maybe a couple over here. And then if we want to, we can maybe put like a swinging bench or something like right here. Okay, time to offload some stuff. I did manage to collect shells today along my travels, and I will get rid of all the wheat and tomatoes this time, but I think I'm gonna keep them going forward so that we do have some stuff to cook with. And just the amount we're getting for this alone is a really strong start to the day. And we have the money rock now. And with this money tree, I think we're for sure gonna need to put down the next project before the end of the day. Another staircase, a bridge, maybe a bridge. My dailies are almost done. Right now I'm kind of preparing my gifts to give everybody. And I am going with the 2 coconuts per person route. But all right, time for Donate-a-thon. Blathers is telling us about the cafe upstairs, so we'll be getting some coffee as well. I think there's also some Nook miles in it for me if I do. 8 fossils to assess. Let's see how many he takes. 4, it looks like. And of course, all these bugs and fish. Oh, I had a duplicate fossil in the bunch, so he actually only took 3. And yep, I'm gonna sell these. Oh, I do like the cafe a lot. I just don't, hang out in here too much now that I've played this game for so long, and It's not news anymore. But the cafe is pretty cool. I like the vibe. And I hope in the future, when we get another game and there's Brewster, there's a little more to do, kind of like in New Leaf where you can work for him, something like that, or I don't know, something completely different. I think it would be a really fun place to also have different conversations with villagers that you wouldn't normally have when you just visit them in their house. Like maybe they're sitting at one of the tables and you could sit down with them and maybe you could play a little card game or something like that. Animal Crossing used to have fun little games you could play within the game, most notably like NES consoles in the first Animal Crossing. In New Leaf, we had like, I think 2 different games you could play on like a 3DS and maybe a Wii. Take these points though. That would be fun. That'd be a lot of fun. There's so many things you can do with a canvas like Animal Crossing, and I can't wait to see what the future holds. I've decided not to sell 2 of these fossils, or maybe 3. Fossils like this one are actually really cool decorations, and as you know, I don't really have a lot of decorations at the moment, so I will actually keep these and use them as kind of just museum entrance decorations, because I got this path with a little bit of space on either side of it, so this just makes a lot of sense. Maybe we get real lucky and find like a display stand or something. That would be awesome. I will sell all the excess though. And time for some gift giving. And also I am really happy to see LaBelle here because you get some designer clothing when you help LaBelle, and that's awesome because I could get shoes and socks. Zucker gave me a pullover jacket, and see, this is exactly what I'm talking about. I can't get shoes and socks from these villagers. They won't hand them over. Also, it's in the rules that I have to help out LaBelle no matter what, so I need to be happy that she's here. But I am, legitimately. Work apron. The one benefit to getting all these random items of clothing from villagers is that doing her task and satisfying whatever criteria she wants shouldn't be that difficult. By the way, 5 Nook Miles tasks done, all of the ×2 ones done for today, which feels real good. A fairy tale outfit. Oh my gosh, I think I have the perfect thing. But I can't wear it if I wear the thing she just gave me. A school uniform with necktie. How's that a fairy tale outfit? I'm sorry. Hold on. Place item down. How is this? Oh, it does look pretty old school. I mean, I guess I'm not using this one. I think I have something even better. I'm going to use the wardrobe for the first time. Let's start from scratch here. I think the best thing I could do is wear the mermaid princess dress because it covers both halves of my body and definitely has to meet fairy tale criteria. No way it doesn't. Other than that, unfortunately, I don't have anything else I can wear with it. Well, I guess I could take a gamble on one of these hats, maybe the small silk hat, but that's it. Like the snorkel is not going to be fairy tale material. I don't have any socks other than these stretch leggings, which I don't know how the points work with this. Maybe that'll add points because I'm wearing something. Maybe it takes them away. I'll just put them on and no shoes. I'm going to get rid of the duplicate jackets I have here. There's no reason to have 2 of the same item of clothing. Apparently I've never used a wardrobe before, and that was some Nook Miles. Nice. I don't think this needs to be perfect, like coming up with an outfit for LaBelle. I don't really know. The goal is to just get her to send me anything I can wear at all. So I'll take anything she'll go ahead and give me if that's from her line. We'll just kind of see if this satisfies the criteria. I'm a little nervous. All right, take a look. Okay, I'm gonna get evaluated here. I see. Yeah. Yes, this is what I mean when I say I'm looking for a fairy tale style. What a superb combination of pieces. You've expressed the theme beautifully. Okay, great. So having a combination of things seemed to help. I've learned so much. Thank you. And she's showing her appreciation with some Taylor's tickets, which I can't use. I should have thought of that in the rules, actually. It would have been kind of cool to use Taylor's tickets and make that the only currency I could use if I wanted to get clothing, but oh well, maybe next time. And please take this too. Please be like shoes or socks. It's pants! It's LaBelle shorts. Okay, I'll take, listen. That's okay. And there they are. They just look like, I don't know, basketball shorts. But when I make the bug catching outfit that Wilbur wants us to make, I could maybe make it purple and it would go with these, and that'd be kind of cool. For now though, this outfit has been working pretty well for me, so I'm just gonna roll with this. I do wish I got shoes, but hey, soon. Those shorts were just enough to also get me another storage batch of points. Just points for storing things, which is awesome. All right, I'm definitely not done handing out gifts yet. Raincoat, all right. That's kind of nice actually. I also have a rain hat, so technically that's a complete outfit. Samson's probably crafting up some Halloween stuff for us. Spooky lantern, not bad. I like this one. And his present for me is, of course, more clothing. Faith is wearing Cora's rockin' shirt, though. That's fun. And I get a gym tee. Maybe this will go with the purple shorts. No, not really. Sprinkle is still not ready to accept any presents from me, but probably by tomorrow. Now I'd just like to take a look at what I all have in my storage to see if there are any bits of furniture inspiring us to get started with another design project. I mean, at this time, I would say not really. In terms of DIYs, I do have a lot of new ones to kind of work with, but yeah, nothing too inspiring in my storage. I do think that it's probably time to go to the Nook Stop and buy some more. Unfortunately, though, I don't have a ton of miles, and I have a couple things I kind of need to buy, such as the waterscaping permit. If we are going to place down a couple more bridges, I might need to move a little bit of terrain around to get that done. There's also a couple of fences I'm waiting for, but they're not here yet. Just a couple more, and I feel like I'd have the right vibes for certain areas. I don't have the brick fence yet, so I'll just buy that, but I'm probably not going to use it. I think pretty soon it's going to become really important to get food in the mix here. There's a lot of DIYs that are going to be replaced with food DIYs, but food is also pretty cool as a decoration. So I don't know. I've been hesitating to get this one because it means villagers instead of crafting will sometimes be cooking, but we already found that to be the case. One villager was cooking and I couldn't collect the DIY, so maybe I'm not really preventing the game from you know, tricking me into missing out on DIYs anyway. So I will learn how to cook. And if we skip a day and just put a ramp down instead of a bridge today, maybe we can wait and hold off on the waterscaping permit a little bit longer. And instead, I could do something else, such as the pro decorating license, which would allow me to customize fences and do some other stuff like accent walls. I might hold off on that too. I also need Nook Miles tickets. We got to do like a quick mini villager hunt today. Oh gosh. Okay, let's buy one of these. This is a shame because I was supposed to do some designing today and it's not really looking good for me. I'm going to buy the simple well and then call that good on spending points for now. If I can't decorate a new area with too much furniture today, the least I could do is prepare myself to kind of finish up some existing areas. Ooh, and I got a couple things, maybe from Marshall leaving, I don't know. I got a Mr. Flamingo and an ironwood low table. So much for my day of designing things. I'll do something, but you know what? Let's head to the airport. I have to go find a villager, and there's something else we need to do as well. Before we go villager hunting, let's hit up Harv's island for the first time. I think what you need to do with Harv is you need to visit his island at least once, and maybe say hello to him or whatever. Maybe I'll walk into the photo studio and just interact with it just to say I did. And then the next time we come back, now that we're at 3 stars, he should open up his co-op, and we can start getting some of those places built. We really, really need Reese and Cyrus. So that's going to become crucial if I want to decorate, you know. We have to get it done. So okay, this is just the default photo studio. We're probably gonna get a quick tutorial, and I don't know, I'll just empty out the room, and yeah, I guess that should be enough interacting just to make absolutely sure that hopefully tomorrow, he opens up the co-op. Okay, now we can go villager hunting. Okay, we got an island with some cherries and some hills. That means our guest should be up here. It's Rodney. Oh my gosh. I'll be honest, I expected a much lower rating for Rodney, and he's moving down still in the ranks as well. I don't know. So here's why I'm thinking of taking Rodney, because there's a lot of villagers that cause people to have a reaction, right? And I certainly think Rodney is one of them. There are other villagers that people just don't really care about, you know. Maybe Sprinkle, for example. I don't think people are like, oh my gosh, you got Sprinkle. But Rodney will definitely elicit some kind of reaction. If I just take any old villager or let it autofill, there's no way we get someone as iconically bad as Rodney. I think we take Rodney. I think we make the sacrifice. We lost Marshall, one of the top villagers in the Animal Crossing universe. I feel like we might lose more people soon. But maybe if we make the sacrifice and show the game that Grimvale is an island for anybody, even disgusting hamsters like Rodney, that maybe, just maybe, Zucker won't leave, Samson won't leave. There's always a chance that this is something that kind of shows whoever's in charge around here, probably Tom Nook, that yes, we're accepting of all kinds of villagers. It doesn't have to be a top 10 villager, although that would be nice. We're trying to create an island where top 10 villagers could commingle and interact and get along with villagers in the top 100 or top 200. Okay, I'm gonna look for my furniture. It is a box sofa. Great find. I'm gonna wrap up a couple more coconuts while we're here, just for presents for different villagers for tomorrow. No DIY yet again. Maybe we go to a Captain Island today, because at least we're guaranteed a DIY. The fossil we found is already here at the museum, so I could just go ahead and sell it. Another 5,000 in the bank for us. Oh, and I forgot to give Octavian something today, and I didn't even realize he was accepting gifts at this time, so this is fantastic. Let's give him the last blue present. Furniture, please. Full body tights. That box sofa I found actually matches this diner counter chair, so this is maybe becoming something here. We get a diner counter, and we can do something. But okay, I teased this earlier. I talked about maybe fixing up some areas that we've started and not quite finished yet, and I think this is our prime spot right here to finally get it to a point where we can call it finished. That's why I got the brick well. I think it'll look nice over here, and we are going to pick some stuff up. We're going to move some crops around. The only thing that I'm not going to mess with today is the fence, because in my mind, the fence is actually not right for this area, but there's no point in like removing it. It'll just count as like a guideline for when we put down a new fence. Now the plan is to dig up everything, the pumpkins and the trees, and get everything on a little bed of soil. You're probably seeing now why I've been avoiding this particular project. Picking all this stuff up is so tedious. But once it's done, it's done. This might also be a good spot to do a little bit of decorating around in terms of like Halloween themed decorations. It kind of makes it feel like Nook's Cranny also sets up for the holidays. Like maybe if it was in October, this would be a garden with other types of produce in it. But because it's October, they decided to set up like a pumpkin patch for everybody. And if that's what they've done, then it makes sense that they might decorate for Halloween a little bit. So I have to make excuses wherever I can to use the Halloween decorations, just considering the fact that that's the majority of the DIYs I'm going to be getting for a while. It'll look cool though. I've filled up my inventory precisely with everything that was over here. And now I'm going to go ahead and start putting down our dirt. Previously, I talked about doing the dirt path that was lighter, and then I forgot, and you know, et cetera, et cetera. We're just rolling with dark soil for our farm and light soil for like paths. And I'm going to replace the stone path with a dirt path. And I've been thinking about this a lot too. I've been so committed to 4 wide paths that the more I hang out in this area, the weirder it looks to me that the path is too wide. So I am going to be changing some things up in front of Nook's as well. Ooh, I'll definitely take another balloon. Hello? Oh, right, my inventory's full. Okay, well now you have a reason to stay tuned, because here in a bit, we're gonna open that present. I'm just not gonna tell you when. There's also a really good chance I forget to open the present today, and you just have to wait till tomorrow. Okay, this is looking pretty good to me. I think, can I just like plant these like this? Oh, that's so nice. Okay, cool. We're gonna do all the orange ones, and then I'm gonna put the yellow, the white, and the green together in their own little section. Actually, I kind of wonder if I should do only orange pumpkins over here, and we will pluck them today and we'll plant the rest of the farm orange ones. I don't know. Maybe not. In fact, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna take these, and then I'm gonna get rid of this one little patch right here, and then we're gonna do some symmetry shenanigans. I'm gonna surround the orange pumpkins with the other colors of pumpkins, and then all I'll need to do is take one of these and just plant it here. Perfect. Okay, now we can pick everything up. Let's get everything watered. And I might sell some of the orange pumpkins. We'll just see what's in my storage. I'll definitely keep these though. Now, for the present. What's inside? It is a spooky fence. Oh, this is great. Ooh, 2,000 points for picking more fruit as well, or produce, I should say. Ooh, it looks like with orange pumpkins, I am almost out. So yeah, I'll store the majority of these. I'm gonna build myself a crafting area over in this farm. I can't customize this just yet, but we'll come back to it. But with Marshall leaving us the ironwood low table and me already having this kind of cool little tool cart, I thought this might be like a neat thing to do. I grabbed some cherries so I can move some more stuff around. I think I'm gonna take this tree and move it over here. I want to kind of tuck it as close to this waterfall as possible. So right there, like so. And it kind of clears out all this space. And what we can do, we can put the workbench right here next to the tree. We could take Marshall's ironwood low table and put it like right here, something, well, maybe we can come in here like that. And that'll let me store a couple of different items next to this crafting area. Maybe the tool cart right here. I don't know. It might need a little bit of rearranging. This is everything going into the build, basically. In fact, I have another idea. Oh my gosh, I just shook this tree by accident and it had, magazine in it. I guess I could use that too. Maybe something like this is a little bit better. So having a bit of a dirt path underneath it, we still got the tree, and putting the table against the wall like that. I think it looks a little bit better. We can even throw the magazine on top of this table like that. And, oh, it is open. It looks kind of like a cooking magazine. I don't know. Maybe this isn't the best thing for this build. We can definitely drop this axe here, though, and that looks pretty good. I just hid one of our pots kind of behind the tree like that. Another fun thing we can do is take something like an iron nugget and maybe put it on top of this thing, or maybe, in fact, we'll use, like, some clay, actually. So let me grab one of these. I'm using clay because of the top of this thing. Like, that just is a little more contrasty, you know? The iron will kind of blend into it. That looks good to me. And then maybe once we buy some more customization kits, we can throw one of those on this table, or I could just keep adding flimsy axes to this table so we have a place to grab them when we harvest the little wood farm / orange tree orchard. But that looks really nice. I think with a shrub or two and maybe a little path going up to it, like this could look a lot more finished. Anyway, we're not done with the core like farm area yet, so let's eat up some cherries. Try as I might to be careful. Harvesting up these trees, I still miss stuff. That's just, that's a little bit annoying. I was trying to be really careful not to miss anything behind the trees. I literally walk behind them and just tap the button to pick things up. I honestly can't get over the accidental symmetry of this project. When I decided where the plots were gonna go up there for the flowers, I was hoping it kind of lined up with these trees and the patch of trees, I mean. And it does actually line up perfectly. This patch of dirt is centered with those flower plots up there. So I'll get these trees planted back down in a second, but we're gonna hide something back here. We're gonna build our first wooden ladder setup kit. I don't think I'll use this too often, but having it here will be nice. It's gonna be hidden behind a tree, and you can just climb right up here. And if you're watering your pumpkins, you can kind of sneak back here and start watering your flowers too. Got some Nook Miles for crafting. I guess the only downside to the ladder, now that I'm thinking about this, is that it's going to be very easy to, you know, how I just said I was walking back here and tapping the button to pick things up. It's going to be very easy to just pick it up by accident. So, I don't know. I might have to watch out for that. Okay, time to replace this path with a dirt path. For now, I'm going to remove this chair. It's probably not going to come back to this particular build, at least not in that spot. Okay, yeah, something like this. And then we'll taper the corners off here. And then I talked about a path going over to the crafting area. And similar to what I showed you with the bridge up top here, that little circle, I'm going to make a couple of those for this spot. And it's just, again, supposed to represent like a way to get over here. It's kind of just encouraging people to come back here without super committing to putting down a whole bunch of path tiles. I don't know about you, but I just feel a bit strange about putting paths directly next to a river. It kind of feels like you're encouraging someone to walk next to a river that has no railing whatsoever, and at any moment they could just fall in and then you're liable. But I think something like this, awesome. You know, the path just kind of stops, but then you see up here, there's a couple more little stepping stones, and boom, you're in your crafting area. Now, while we're in path mode, let's see what a 4-wide path would look like here. I lamented a lot about how it would look strange with the two bridges like this, blah, blah, blah. And the more and more and more I saw the island coming together and the more I thought about it, the more I'm like, you know what? I should at least try it. It's probably going to look better than it does now, to be honest. I don't really like the way this all turned out. So if we just kind of make this 4 wide, and then maybe we put something on this weird little corner right here, maybe like a shrub or anything, it won't look too bad. I guess what you could say is that this does look a bit strange when you get to right here. Once you get to here and the paths are no longer lining up, you're starting to ask some questions about the designer and if they planned out this island really carefully or if they're very lazy. So maybe we do this. Let's get rid of the stone path starting right here. We'll do a cutoff. We'll even round this corner right here. And then maybe we replace this stone path with a little more dirt path. If I manage to get the fences I want, I'm going to put one more right here. So it'll just be like a nice little modest entrance. And I think what we would do is bring this little dirt path out just a little more. And I don't know, do we keep the separation between these two things or do we kind of start to try and connect them a little bit? So maybe we do something like this where this path just kind of starts right where this one stops. Maybe bring it back a tile is the right call. I don't know. I think the further away this dirt path starts, the more intentional everything kind of feels. And if we put an item, like a large item right here, maybe some stuff in the back too, that will feel a little more like planned, I think. It'll make sense why the path didn't quite meet and line up that way because there's just something else that had to be here. I don't know what to tell you. It might be a good excuse for a silo. We can definitely put this signpost somewhere as well. Maybe a drinking fountain over here. Oh, I forgot. We also will have the stonework kitchen now because we unlocked cooking. Ooh, wait a minute. Maybe this is the answer to all of our problems. Okay, I made a whole bunch of stuff. So the signpost will probably go somewhere over here. I'm thinking right on this janky little corner. Everything I'm placing down right now, just know that I intend on customizing it to just be a different color. For now, we're just kind of putting stuff down in its most likely permanent location. Let's pick this stuff up here. Now, this to me is the answer to the problems we're having. I don't know if this dirt path underneath what I'm trying to do is gonna work, but the idea was take our kitchen and put it down here against the wall, kind of shove it up like that, and create like an area that just feels like really intentional as a cooking area next to nooks. Just like the crafting area we did over there, we can have a cooking area right here, which would make a little bit of sense because this is a farm. And so, you know, just like Zucker, a little bit of farm to table action. Ooh, we can even connect the two paths. I don't know if this is the right call or if it'll look good, but we can do something like this. Maybe then we can make like a little entrance spot like right here, inviting people to, you know, so we can kind of taper it off like that. And then it feels like something would need to go right here. So I made a stone stool, which we can put right there. And I grabbed a lantern, which we could put on top of the stool, just like that. So this kind of acts, I don't know, a little street light or something. I don't really know what you want to call it. We could even just kind of put it on the corner. We could even just kind of put it on that little corner right there, or I don't know, maybe it's better if it's not like right on top of the path, just so it's easier to walk. And I think if we took the drinking fountain and kind of placed it right here, kind of like right at the entrance of Nooks, this will kind of feel like, again, a little more intentional. It's Nooks kind of becomes a more happening spot. We got a drinking fountain where when you're shopping, you can just refresh yourself a little bit. Maybe you can use the community kitchen over here. I don't know, cook up some pumpkin soup or something. I grabbed a frying pan just to put something like on top of the, you know, kitchen here since it does hold an item. So that looks good. As for our simple well, I thought that could go over here on the other side because it's just nice and big. And it does feel like we are going to need some items just over here kind of balancing this whole thing out. I think that means the trees move around a little bit, but that's okay. It is starting to feel like another seating area is in order. Like we do this whole thing again with another set of tables and chairs, and we just kind of set everything up right here with maybe trees kind of by the river, maybe a couple little fences. So it's like a nice little place to eat. At this point, I honestly cannot promise you that Grimvale won't just become a place where people just eat all the time. It's just full of people who like food and people who cook food. But all right, I grabbed a couple more things as well. I'm gonna move this out of the way for a sec, and I'm gonna place this old-fashioned wash tub here, just like that. This is an item I really like. I just think it always adds a bit of character next to a river. And in front of it, I might put a shrub, but maybe not. Kind of looks good without it. Where it does feel like we could use a shrub is maybe right here. So I'm going to put a yellow tea olive star. Oh, not there. Oh, maybe I can't put one here. Yeah, it won't let me plant one here. That's odd. I can put down path right here. I might have to think of something else to put in that spot. That's going to look a bit odd with a shrub and then just an empty spot and then the bridge. Oh, you know why it looks odd? Because normally there would be a path here because it's supposed to be a 4-wide path now. That's why. So actually this works out. I'll put an orange tea olive start right here. And then across this like little cliff edge, it feels like at least one shrub, if not more, could fit in here nicely. So let's put another yellow one like right here. I'll put another yellow one maybe right here. I wanted to see what it would look like if I threw a hay bed just right there. So we have the shrub kind of hiding back here, then a hay bed. So the shrub will be hiding behind it. I don't think that looks too bad. Putting stuff next to cliffs, especially at an angle, has always been just a bit challenging and odd. This might be a good combination of things, though. Maybe we find an item for the top of that stump at some point, but yeah, once the shrubs are grown in, this might look pretty cool. I might throw an orange one right next to this shrub just to fill out this big empty gap a little more. I'm not going to put like a diagonal fence. That's not possible. So I don't know, that might keep people from falling in the river like I was concerned about. I just want to see what it would look like if I move the circle over just one tile. I actually don't think it's possible because these keep trying to connect. So when I do this, kind of ruins my little circle. I think it would look great if I could have the circle like that. And maybe there's a trick to doing it that I don't know about, but okay, it looks like I'll have to do something like this, then make this a circle. And that's not too bad. There does appear to be a little bit of a gap that we might not need. We can actually maybe take this circle and move it up closer to, oh no, see, same problem. But we could do it like this, and that brings them a little closer together. And then if I really want to, I might be able to fit another circle right here. It's just that this path could end up connecting to it depending on where I put it. Like this would have to be the top of it. So yeah, that wouldn't really work. That's okay though. We can put something, I don't know, over here, and it might encourage the person walking to walk at a bit of an angle and get up here. And yeah, this area feels a little more filled out now. I like it. Okay, let's throw down an orange shrub right here. And then we'll do our butter churn / spinning wheel again right there. So I don't know why you would come over here to spin wool, but there it is. And I can shove a hay bed right here, which does make it feel like it needs something else next to it here. But this is kind of what I'm talking about, just kind of piling up some stuff and making it feel a little more cluttered. And so you're like, well, I can't really hang out down here. I guess I should go craft some stuff. Honestly, just a tall street lamp or something right here would be excellent. For the time being though, this is pretty great. And yeah, this area is feeling so much better. Once we get some stuff placed down on the top of this cliff, I think it's gonna feel even more like, I don't know, better, like filled in a little more. If there was maybe a tree right in this open spot, just kind of where I'm standing on top of that cliff, that might look pretty nice. I guess I could tuck a shrub back here. I was thinking of using more shrubs in this spot, but I don't know. Back here is going to be something, I'm sure. We'll come back to it. I think I've been at it for quite a while today, but we're not done yet because I still need to place down a staircase and start paying that off. And I think I'm going to do the staircase that's supposed to go right over here. This tree is in the way, but I'm not going to cut it down. I'm going to thieve it. And like I said, a tree over here might look nice. So I'm going to see what it looks like. Well, that's a little too close to the cliff. Somewhere right here. And I know that means interesting things for our path and future bridge. But yeah, let's go ahead and just plop it right in here. And yeah, I think, again, just that extra height and something right here will help this build look good. We can even put another one maybe like up here, since, well, that might be exactly where the bridge is going. I don't know yet. But whenever we get the bridge placed down and we have like our little circle paths complete, something right in here, an extra tree would look good. Anyway, staircase. So we're gonna dig out a few tiles just like this. Oops, looks like there's another tree in our way. That's all right. When it comes to making a path, this rock is also gonna be in our way, so I'll go ahead and get rid of this while we're at it. Poor pumpkins. I was gonna sell them, but now they've just become food for renovating. So yeah, we'll carve the staircase into here. And in order to kind of maintain the natural looking vibes, I guess, of this spot, I think I just need to take this cliff and bulk it up right here like that. And then maybe put some cliff right here. See, this is why I didn't want to terraform. Oops. And maybe we taper that off like that. And I don't know. It still looks kind of natural. If I don't taper this, which I could decide to later, but if I don't, the staircase will be flush and it'll still look like I dug it into a more natural cliff. So our 4 wide path will run right into the cliff right here, or into the staircase rather. It will stop. I know that Lloyd is gonna remove it right now. It'll stop and then boom, staircase. And then we probably switch to 2 wide dirt paths or something once we get up there. Oh, another balloon. Come on, big piece of furniture. Ooh, spooky lantern set. Okay, I thought I was kind of done getting spooky recipes after I got the fence, but I guess not. Molly wants me to buy a pullover jacket, and I'm just gonna go ahead and say yes. I don't need a pullover for 2016 bells. Okay, I really want to be your friend, so I'll do this. What a deal she just got. Oh my gosh. Y'all, we got to stop being desperate for the love and attention of these villagers. They literally think pullover jackets are worth 2,000 bells. Used pullover jackets, I might add. Oh, I forgot. He's not going to let us put down the stone staircase because we still have to build the other stone staircase. Thankfully, I paid it down though. All right, well, today was a lot. And tomorrow, we just dive a little bit deeper. It's day 20 of designing Animal Crossing Island in 30 days on hard mode. Yesterday, we redid the farm area around Nook's Cranny, and it got a huge glow up, I would say. Not to pat myself on the back too much. Today, we're going to be refining some more areas, I think, or maybe setting up some new ones, because I want to place down the last couple of plots that we need to place for new villagers. And also, today's the fishing tourney. Everybody's fishing. We'll see if we have time. I may participate. I may not participate. I'm not promising anything. Also, today is the day our new favorite villager moves in. That's right, everybody. Give it up for Rodney. Rodney is finally here on Grimvale, the villager personification of just how bad things could possibly get on this island. Anyway, my plan right now is to chaotically run through dailies before getting into the design work we want to do. I'm probably going to cut ahead on a lot of this because I keep showing you all the dailies as if there's something that's going to change. And there's really not. Well, okay, there is one more thing I want to mention that I'm going to start doing. I did see some older comments and maybe even some recent ones. It's kind of hard to keep track these days. That were talking about how I don't shake trees enough and how I'm wasting a ton of potential because every day on the island you can get two different, oh great, you can get two different items by shaking trees. And my retort to this is that yes, there's a lot of things you can do in Animal Crossing to, get more things, and Animal Crossing is like a lot to it. And every time I start challenging this, I always kind of forget just how much you can do in this game. But I appreciate that I have been complaining quite a bit about villagers not giving me any presents and instead just giving me crappy outfits that I'm not going to wear. And honestly, because of the fishing tournament, I don't even know if they can give us anything. So today seems like a good day to shake all the trees, collect all the bees, and also get 2 pieces of furniture just from doing this. And maybe we get something cool and I make this part of the routine a little more. But I just want to let you all know that the amount of things I have to do every single day for when I sit down to record this is a lot. And it's only going to be more. I have 2 more villagers I need to add to Grimvale. And that we just keep unlocking more things. We're about to start doing Harv's Island stuff, at least a couple of builds over there. And Harv's Island is expensive and you can visit it every day for all kinds of things. So it's certainly a lot. It's a lot to keep track of. So yes, I should be focused on all these things. And this is why it's a challenge. It's hard. It's hard to even remember. And I'm extra challenged with this because physically, I just don't have a lot of time. I'm trying so hard, everybody. I really am. So listen, if I want to complain about villagers being greedy with their merchandise, let me have this. Just let me have this. This is a lot. We're 20 days in, everybody. But I'm having a lot of fun. The island is looking really cool, actually. Yesterday's progress got me feeling real good, real motivated, and I'm excited to see what we get done today. After all my tree shaking and stuff, I managed to get all 5 wasps, but only 1 item. I might have missed a tree because I think I also accidentally missed a fossil. Because yeah, I only have 3 from today. So I don't know. There might be a little part of my island I haven't messed with yet, but yeah, potentially there's another item in it for me. Digital alarm clock, not that exciting. Took a lot of time to shake all those trees. Didn't get something I wanted. Feeling a bit discouraged doing stuff like that. It did, however, give me a lot of time to think, and I do think I want to do a little bit of the fishing tourney today. I don't know if I'll do that on camera or maybe just after I get done recording for the day so I can like concentrate, but you get some really cool items from this, and we have like a couple ponds where it'd be nice to put like a couple fishing related items around them. I don't think I have the kind of time to get like a ton of stuff today because I'm kind of starting at not a great time based on where the Switch is set right now. I'll be honest, this time does not align with real life, and that's on me. If I had planned this more carefully today, could have gotten some extra items. Faith luckily hates fishing just like I do though, so we can at least pop in here and give her a present. And she's gonna give me an oilskin coat. Great. Yeah. You know what? Joke's on these villagers because I am very, very likely going to create a bit of an overstock situation outside Able Sisters is like my design for them. What I mean is no one's buying their clothes. Isn't that a little bit weird? Well, all that stock has to go somewhere, and I think it's going to spill out onto their lawn at some point. I have a good amount of stuff to sell today, which is great because that means I only have 1 more Nook Miles task to do. And it's also great because we're going to spend like all of our money today. First, Harv's Island is ready. Now, if you do the math and you realize that it's day 20 and you realize how much time we have left, it's not a lot. And what that essentially means is that I need to get these projects that take a whole day to do finished. So we're going to go up to one of these gyroids with the mustache waving in the wind, and we are going to give 100,000 bells to one of these co-ops so we can get it built. Now, I've been trying to think of what the most responsible co-op is to build first. The one I want is Kix because he contains the hairstyle I like. However, this is the one I need the least. I'm not allowed to really buy clothes like that, so I don't really need Kix. So Kix will be a bonus if we can get there. Then you have Red. This is Red's spot. And Red would sell me artwork every day, and I have to donate the first thing I get to the museum, but he does sell a lot of stuff, and you kind of need to buy something every day to restock his little place. So we might be able to get some like duplicate statues or maybe counterfeit ones that we can use as decorations. So that feels like a responsible way to spend money. Then you have Reese and Cyrus, and you might be thinking, well, that's a really good way to do it because they get to let you customize furniture to make it more to your liking. So you put it around the island. And this was what I was going to do. This was the plan. But the more I think about it and think about the position we're in right now, I actually think the most responsible one to unlock would be Leaf. This is the one I would be least likely to unlock because I don't really garden too much. I mean, I kind of have everything I need garden-wise. Then again, I also don't, because I feel like when it comes to Leaf, being able to get more shrubs and flowers could end up really coming in clutch at the end here when I need to like build up some extra points. So it does feel like, especially with shrubs, I would really like to decorate with more of those. It does feel like Leaf is the most responsible play. Maybe followed by Reese and Cyrus, and then maybe Red if we want to decorate with artwork. I don't know. I don't think I can unlock all of these based on how much it costs, but I do think that I can unlock a few of them that can actually make a big difference. I mean, you can make an argument for almost any of them, maybe not Tortimer, but Sahara sells rugs and floors and stuff, so that would be good for interior. And then Katrina could give us bonuses too. Even if we get bad news from Katrina, we usually get an item in the mail from it. Good news means that my day might be more productive. I might make more money, or my tools won't break for a day. So you could make an argument for anyone on Harv's almost for an island like this. Oh, and if you were wondering what recipe I got today, this is from the beach, and it's just a chic tulip crown. Can't really do much with it. Anyway, again, if you're doing the math, and I'm certainly not, the other thing we need to be spending our money on is a ramp or a bridge every day. We are at that point where if I want the ramp or the bridge, I have to get it going, and it has to be done the following day, no matter what. Today, I'm going to go with bridge, and I'm going to go ahead and go for suspension bridge. It's kind of cheap, and they're nice. And I've been talking about the spot next to the flower garden for a long time, wanting to put a bridge there. I'm going to go ahead and do that today. I've been debating a lot on where to place this because if I have to place one a day, but let's say something goes awry and I can't, I need to prioritize the most important ones. So at first I thought this is really important. Getting a staircase here to the houses I'm going to put up there. But then I remembered that I kind of already have a staircase here. So if I have to, it's kind of just a luxury of the other one. I could make a little windy path that gets over to here, no problem. I don't want to do that. I just could if I needed to. And then the other ramp we kind of probably should do if I'm going to put houses up here is something that just gets us up to here, up to that third layer. And that was pretty urgent too, but it does feel as though the one I want the most and have wanted the most for a while is definitely this suspension bridge over here. And because it's my deepest heart's desire, I should probably just go ahead and build it. So now we get to find out if I can even place this down like I imagine. If I have to terraform, let's see. Oh yeah, this is wide. Well, let's hope this edit is easy. Oh, right, I haven't unlocked waterscaping yet. Well, this looks like a job for my secret ladder. Only 6,000 points out of 12,000. I'm not too worried about it. By the way, another spot for a bridge could be right here. It kind of, I didn't even realize how perfectly this path would kind of align with what I have, which is a really big need to kind of cut across here all the time. But we'll call this a bonus. I would have to do a little bit of terrain editing for it again, which I don't want to do. You know, I just realized it as I was maneuvering to get my waterscaping permit. Okay, so if I fill this in right here and then cut off the corner, and then if I jump across and then remove this here, but not like that, something like this, and then maybe even cut off this corner right there. Ooh, and maybe I have to put some water right here. Oh, making this look natural is going to be difficult, but maybe something like this. Oh boy, this doesn't look good. Oh man. I took such a nice natural looking river and made it look ugly. But okay, the bridge can go there, but that's a little bit higher than I was expecting. What if I moved it down one? It looks like I gave myself more room than I needed. Yeah, it can go right here. Let's imagine it. Ooh, it's nice. Okay, I'm gonna commit to this. All right, what I would like to do is naturalify this river one more time. So if I add a chunk here and just remove it, that kind of creates like a little notch in it like we want. And then I might be able to go on the other side and maybe I can take this away and oh, that doesn't look too bad. Okay, yeah, I like that. That's all I'm trying to do is just make it feel like it's still the natural terrain. We didn't quite work with the natural terrain, but we made it our own. And yeah, as I said, we have to spend all our money today. So I'm going to go ahead and take the 39,000 I have on me currently. And well, actually, I'm going to put the 29,800 on this. So it's just 100K left. And then one way or another, I'm going to earn the rest of the money of this for this today. Whether I have it in my account already or I need to do the fishing tournament for a while to make the money or go diving, it's going to happen. So by tomorrow, I'll be able to show you what I did. and the bridge will be paid off. It's happening. Ooh, a balloon. Please be furniture. Give me something here today. Oh, it is furniture. It's Papa Bear. Oh my gosh. Oh, this is a nice one too. I don't even feel like I need to customize this one. Okay, I don't know exactly where it's going to be used, but I like that. Checking my mail now. We got some tickets from LaBelle that we can't use. Harv wrote us a letter. And then we did get the painting back from Red. Also got another 1,000 points for waterscaping for the first time. And with those tasks out of the way, it's time to spend more money. We're going to sell some land. So that was 10,000. And then this is all the money that was waiting for me in my bank account. And we got to pick a spot for this. Now, I know I talked quite a bit about putting it on that mountain over on the left, but you might see that I'm heading over to the right, and you might be wondering, well, what are you doing? And I just had a thought. I don't know if this is a good idea or not, but what if we put it somewhere over here? Because we now have a bridge crossing over to it. If we were to just put the house right here, it would allow us to maybe make a ramp here. Gosh, we're gonna need a ramp here and a bridge down to the south. Oh my gosh, we're never gonna get this done in time. Anyway, we put the house here and then we'd have access to it. If we never get a ramp up to the spot and a bridge down there, maybe that's okay. I know it doesn't make the circuit that I wanted where people can run circles around the entire island, but it's accessible. Like by the current means that we have, the staircases that we have and the bridges that we have would get us to the house right here. And I do like that. It of course means another rock gets destroyed, but that's okay. But basically I can put the house right here. It's a little closer to the cliff than I thought it would be. Like if I imagine it real quick, we kind of see where the door is going to go because that's where the sign is. The path that could be going to this would be a little bit odd. And I worry I might have to do some cliff editing, but it would only be like one tile of editing, if anything. So yeah, so I think I'm going to do this because it does already have a kind of nice path going to it at this time. And I think if I'm just thinking responsibly about these two plots I'm placing down, I should probably just make sure that I'm putting them in spots that kind of help fill the island out a bit. Because what I'm thinking is like when you have a house somewhere on your island, it's tempting to decorate around that house. And I have these big empty areas right now. So instead of putting two houses next to each other in one big area, I can kind of spread things out a little more, which will encourage me to decorate more areas, which is good. I did just realize to get that bridge paid off, it will need to be fishing, I think, because any money I put away right now is going to be not available until tomorrow. So yeah, I guess, yeah, we are going fishing today. Again, probably just gonna have to do that off camera and grind it out. So with that realization made, I won't be going back in there and getting the second plot, or the last plot placed down. I'm going to just take the money I have now and hold on to it for a little bit. In the meantime, how about that decorating we discussed? So one thing that I've been thinking about are all the items here that cost a bunch of Nook miles. These are all fantastic items. Not the clothing, I'm not gonna buy those, but there are so many cool things that we could get that would level up a lot of builds, especially big stuff like this that needs to take up a lot of space and is really tall. Like the windmill, very tempting. So stuff like this, I do want to buy once in a while. It would cause another problem where I'm having to like go out and like grind points quite a bit. But I gotta do something. And that is an option. So I did buy the windmill. I'm going to put that by Zucker's place. And that's where I'm going to kind of focus more of my efforts today. Is Zucker's place. I was coming in here originally just to look for recipes and fences. I already have the fences of the day, so I'm still not getting the ones I really want. And then I'm looking at some other stuff too. And I think the outdoor bath is also a really nice recipe. So I'm going to go ahead and grab this. And as you can probably tell, I'm under 2,000 miles now, which means I cannot buy a Nook Miles ticket to get that plot filled in with a villager of our choosing, and that is okay. I'm going to let it autofill because desperate times. So I'm going to go ahead and make one of these outdoor baths, and I don't know exactly where it's going, but again, nice big item, takes up a lot of space. That's what we like to see. And then I'm going to make some other stuff too, because yeah, we have to get Zucker's place done up. This has to be a restaurant worth restauranting at, and it's time to finish this build up. So the first thing I would like to do is take all the crops and put them on their own little, beds of soil. From there, I'm going to add some fences, and that will give us some more like boundaries to kind of decorate within. And I think we can make this look pretty cool. At this time though, I'm just going to warn you now, I'm not going to be customizing any of the things that I put down. I will be picking them back up later once I have customization kits and then customizing them because we don't have any customization kits right now. And already that's adding a good amount of variety, depth, I don't know, depth to the build. We'll say depth. That sounds profound. And I'm going to now add these fences. I love these fences. I like other fences better for farms, but this one's always like a good compromise kind of fence when you don't have exactly what you need. And I want to add them like this. Normally I would separate the crops from the path, but it's more important to me to separate the restaurant from the rest of the farm, at least like that. So I think that's kind of cool. And we might even buy a street lamp to put right here. Maybe one of those cool curved ones, because the ones I have look rusted and really cool. And so that'll go like on this corner. And then, yeah, on this side, you would have like the nice crops greeting you as you walk up to Zucker's place. And then over here, a little bit of separation between the people eating and the little farm area. I also made an extra chair. It's not the right color, but at least now we have the actual like seating here, so I can kind of decide, oh, this is a little too close to the other side there, so we're gonna move it over. Ooh, I get points for popping a balloon right now. Let's do that. This slingshot's gotta break soon. It didn't. Great. It's a tango dress. You know, just add to the pile of stuff I'm going to put outside Able Sisters. But it was worth 200 points, so I'll take it. Now, another thing I'm probably going to do is add something just south of the eating area. It could be a flower garden. It could be a fountain. I don't know yet. I do feel like we need something in the space, and then we'll like move these trees around to kind of like close in the area a little bit. Then somewhere right in here, I'm going to place this log stool. Can I walk around this? Yes. And I'm going to let a little squeezoid kind of serenade people while they're eating. I think this is going to be like a nice little fit for the restaurant. And now that we have proper kitchens, we're going to put that next to Zucker's house. I think this will look a little bit better, but there's no reason we can't also put the other oven down. I just don't know how much room I have for it now. Let's see if we can make this look good. So yeah, okay, this is kind of cool. We can make it kind of like that. It closes in this little kitchen area, I'd say in a pretty decent way. And I can also think about doing the stall again. I do think if I do the stall, it needs to be customized into like a different pattern or something like we talked about. But yeah, I think putting it somewhere here, like it kind of lets you slip in there and start cooking maybe. Oh, not really. If I align it with the stone kitchen, I can slip in and out of here. And I don't really care if the villagers can or can't. So this is probably what we're going to do. I am going to, again, customize everything a little bit differently once I can. But yeah, this feels pretty good. Now there's two different like cooking apparatuses, and it gives us a chance to put the menu board as well. You know what? Right here. I wouldn't normally block the sign to a villager's house. I don't like doing that. I don't know why. It doesn't matter. I know who it is, but yeah, menu board there makes a lot of sense. And then, yeah, you can place your order here and Squeezoid will seat you. There you go. I also think we need something here, so we're going to try to just kind of extend the fence over to here to kind of separate the people eating from the beach. And I don't love it. Honestly, I kind of wish I had a different fence, but we'll leave it there for now. It's just, this fence makes sense around the garden. Putting it here for a fancy restaurant, now it's starting to get a little bit suspicious. I don't like that. Now it's starting to feel like a really shady place to eat. Yeah, I think we can get rid of it. I'll find another fence to put here. Now let's go ahead and make some other decisions about where some things should go. I'm going to put a tree next to the river here because it does feel like we need something there to give it some height and variety. And then I think maybe I'm kind of putting these yellow leaf piles wherever I have an opportunity to, just to add something to the area. So we're going to put that there. And who knows, maybe that balloon has something to offer us. A ventilation fan. Oh, this goes inside. I did say I had a bathroom without ventilation, so maybe that's where it goes. I actually think putting these fences here might make more sense than the leaf pile. And then again, if I start doing streetlights, I can do one here. I could do one here. That feels like it'll balance out nicely on the paths. Our leaf pile could probably just go up here. Just, yeah, kind of slightly on the path, maybe even closer to the farm. Or, I don't know, maybe something like that right there. And then if I were to place down the outdoor bath here, I think it would go somewhat close to where people are eating, kind of to add some ambiance. It also allows us like a natural stopping point for our fence, and it continues to separate potential like future crops, which I'm probably not going to do more than just these two little plots here. I don't know how much leaf is going to really offer us between now and the end of the 30 days. So yeah, one more type of crop here would be awesome if we can get it tomorrow. And then, yeah, this is pretty nice. It does mean I should put more stuff here, though. Definitely a tree right here feels like a good fit, and this is as close as I can get it. Also, I forgot I brought shrubs along with me, too, so I can plant a shrub here. We can pop one right here. There's not much going on in this spot, so maybe we'll put one right here. Let's put one next to Zucker's front door. And next to him, I'm going to throw down some log stakes. These are just always a nice little item to add a little bit of clutter to your place, and I think that looks good. And yeah, so, for the time being, this looks pretty good to me. I still feel like a little flower garden right here would not hurt at all. But to make that, I'm gonna have to dig up a whole bunch of flowers and place down maybe a little plot just for a whole build here, essentially. Oh, we don't want to lose a balloon. Oh, there goes the slingshot. I knew I was overdue for having a slingshot break. And inside is 10,000 bells. You know what? Not mad about that. That's one step closer to our bridge being paid off. And speaking of our bridge being paid off, I am running out of time to get some fishing done. So I am going to go do that. And tomorrow, we'll have even more stuff to work on this build and hopefully more. It's also market day tomorrow, so we have that to look forward to. And I know it's looking pretty dire for these 30 days. It's day 21 of designing an Animal Crossing island in 30 days on hard mode. Today is market day. Yesterday we did a bunch of work on the island. Namely, we started to invest in more ways around the island and also Harv's Island as well. We paid off this bridge. Actually, you didn't get to see that. But yesterday I did say that I was going to go to CJ and sell a whole bunch of fish until I had 100K, and I did eventually hit that number, and then I used it to finish this bridge. And now that it's done, we can use it. And we can also have plots accessible on this side, or at least one plot. I don't know if I can fit more back here if I wanted to. So lots to do even still today. And I've been thinking a lot about just how much stuff I have to do that is outside of decorating. There's a lot of decorating that needs to be done, as you can imagine. Hitting 5 stars does kind of require you to decorate. But I don't have a lot of time, as usual. There's only so many hours in a day, and I have to kind of like work with what I got. So I was thinking about how important it is to get these types of projects done, make enough money to pay down more bridges, get more of Harv's Island unlocked, do all those things. And I think today is going to be less about decorating and more about getting those things done, because we need all the furniture we can get, and we need all the like infrastructure we can buy, but we can't do those things if I don't invest the time in like money making. So I am again resorting to some money making off camera, but it's not enough. So luckily it is market day, and that means Nooks is open all day, and I will be able to do whatever I need to do to try and like make money to pay down yet another infrastructure project, yet another Harv's Island project. And yeah, I think that is just in part what my focus is going to be today. Another thing I tried doing yesterday was this, shaking trees. And I managed to find a digital alarm clock doing this yesterday. And this was actually the spot where I found it, that like this particular area up here. I don't remember exactly which tree. I don't want to do this again. This isn't fun. Running around shaking trees all day, not how I want to spend my time. So no, I thought maybe just knock this spot out, see if we find anything again. I didn't, so I'm moving on from that. It is cool that today is a money-making day though, because oh my gosh, like all of our crops are grown, our fruit trees have grown in with the orange orchard, that's the word. And yeah, this is a great thing for market day. I can actually, invest a little bit of time into cooking some stuff, which I haven't done yet, use it to go ahead and sell for money. Oh, and I almost forgot. Today is my last day for designing the bug catching outfit Wilbo had asked us to make. So really, if I get another challenge that requires me to make an outfit, I need to do that probably first, because waiting till the end of the week feels a little unacceptable. It is technically within the rules, but it just doesn't feel good or right. I wasn't prepared for this. After all this time, still don't know what I'm going to do. But I guess we'll start with a blank canvas and I'll go from there. I think I want this shirt to be gray. What if we did gray and we went with like red sleeves, kind of making it look a little more like a vest, I suppose? I'll change the red to make it a little less bright. I think it would look better with the gray if it was not as vibrant. And then it's supposed to be a bug catching outfit. So I think I just need to draw a bug and then, I don't know, something to symbolize catching. So let's see if I can make something happen here. I'm going to draw in the middle, which will allow me to use this copy tool that basically lets you kind of make a drawing that is going to kind of like replicate itself and mirror itself on both sides here. So I'm going to draw a spider, and this is just kind of like the little legs of the spider. Something like that. It was looking like a spider, and now it does not. When I added the back legs, things went awry. Let me try this a little bit here. If I was smart, I would just say, well, my spider has 6 legs, but I'm really trying to find a way to add 8 here. Okay, I think this is the best I can do. And then I'm gonna give him little red eyes, and we can make that pretty easily. We just do that. That does look pretty terrifying now. And then if we take off this mirror mode, I can actually go and take this and just move it right down in the kind of the corner of the shirt. Now, this is important. This moves the entire design, this tool, if you never used it before. I really like it, but if we add anything else, now all of it will move. But if you just want one image and then you want to move it, I like drawing it in the center and then using the movement tool to get it out of the way. And this is probably our most complex image because now the next thing we need to draw is like a net catching it. And I feel like that won't be as complex. Oh, I lied. A net is very complex. Let me try something else. Okay, something like this. Now, the net is kind of hitting the collar of the shirt. This is where the movement tool can come into play again. We can kind of move it down a little bit and to the right. It does leave more negative space in the middle of the shirt than I was expecting. This would be better served as a canvas, to be honest, rather than a shirt. But I was asked to make a bug catching shirt, so that's kind of what I made here. You know what? I'm actually not too dissatisfied with my net, which was taking me a little bit. I was getting a little bit stressed out about that. I think what I'm going to do now is kind of change some of the colors around so they pop a little bit more. Maybe starting with the gray, maybe we lighten it a little bit. Yeah, I like the lighter gray. And then if we go into the reds, maybe we darken the sleeves or at least dull them a little bit. Something like this seems a little bit better. I do hope in the next game we can like draw a little invisible picture or invisible like, you know, thing around the thing we make so that we can just alter that one drawing. Like it'd be cool to resize that just so the net is a little bit smaller and fits a little bit better. I'm not really willing to redraw any of this, unfortunately. The only other thing I could do to make it a little bit nicer is to just kind of pull it down like by one tile like that. But okay, there it is. Wilbo's bug shirt is born. I'll get this uploaded so you can download it right away. All right, there's the code for the specific shirt, but my designer code is in the description of all of these videos ever since we posted the first design. And there, we'll put this on display so other folks in town can wear it as well. Okay, time to sort my inventory and get ready for market day. One thing I didn't point out was that actually we did get a few things from CJ yesterday. We got the anchor statue, the fish drying rack, and my favorite item of the whole set, the fishing rod stand. So I can absolutely make like a little fishing kind of area in town, which is what I wanted to do. Very excited about that. I got the steel flooring DIY from the beach today. And out of a balloon, I also got this Tree's Bounty Little Tree recipe. I've blazed through pretty much all of my dailies at this point. Before I hit up Nooks today, I'm going to start our next infrastructure project. I'm going to keep this one real simple and get the natural ramp. And the idea behind this is I'm going to put it somewhere over here to get up onto this cliff. Now, I was thinking it would go like right here, but this is actually tighter, like a tighter squeeze than I want. I want to be able to put a path here. I want this to feel comfortable and walkable. I'm hesitant, but the better spot for it would be after you climb this imaginary staircase and you make your way over here, that's where it would be. I was going to use the natural one and hope I could just slap it on the side of an existing cliff, but this cliff is more angled than I originally thought, which is not a huge deal. We can just kind of de-angle it a little bit. I think right here makes kind of the most sense for this ramp. What I'm imagining will be a larger terraforming endeavor than I would normally bargain for this island, but I think it'll look cool. I think it'll be worth it. Let's square this up right here, and the ramp would basically be here. It would land right where I've made that spot. Or maybe it'd be better actually if I dug this out and then set the ramp into this spot. And then what I would do is bring this cliff out. That's like the opposite of what I wanted to do. We'll bring it out like that. And maybe one more step. Not here. Like right there. So this is our 3 tiles. Our ramp would line up perfectly. And then all we would need to do is kind of like chip away at this, which is probably exactly how it was a second ago. But I'm very tired. And I'll just go ahead and try it here. Let's imagine it real quick. Okay, yeah, so this is kind of what I want. I have some space that's like totally empty on the right side of it, which will allow me to put like a shrub or a little decoration or something. And then this does kind of look like it is naturally like built into the ramp with minimal terraforming. So I'm gonna commit to this. And the goal is to pay this down before the end of today because Nooks is open. We need to take advantage of that. If we get that paid down, then tomorrow I think I'll put the staircase that I wanted right here. And that'll allow me to very quickly get paths from the staircase up to this ramp and over to this house, and then to whatever house we end up putting on top of this cliff, which we might also place that plot down today, but there's really no rush. We're also going to sell the 4 butterflies that we caught for Wilbo. And I think we're ready to kind of get started with market day. I got to harvest all the crops still, and I got to cook them into some kind of delicious meal or craft them into some kind of interesting item just so I can benefit from so I can benefit from all the money we can make from this. And, I need to sell oranges too. And you know what? I'm feeling so tired and lazy today. I'm not even going to chop at these trees. It's been, in reality, the day I'm recording this, it's been a long one. I am, I'm very happy to be relaxing and playing some Animal Crossing, but it doesn't mean my laziness is not going to creep in as well. Fortunately, one of my Nook Miles tasks today is to sell fruit. So, hey. Excellent. And I know I probably have recipes for cherry beverages, but I wonder if we've unlocked any for oranges. If we could sell these oranges as a cooked meal rather than just oranges, that would be helpful. The only thing I can make right now is this fish dish because I'm holding a dab. I'm just going to make it. It's got to be worth more than the dab alone. And then, this is everything we can cook right now. Although, there is going to be, I think, recipe cards and nooks. So, yeah, let's get in here. All right, some interesting items today. We have a gorgeous cat tree, a refined high-end gas range, a crappy tape deck, and a fancy cup of tea. I'm also going to buy the candy for today. If I have any hope of crafting any of those items that are available in October, going to need to buy this today and also for the next market day. Oh, and I didn't know they sold pumpkin starts here in October. That's cool. We're going to be buying a ton of customization kits, which are more expensive now. Everything is. But this is what I was looking for, the basic cooking recipes. This should get us set up with a lot of cool stuff. All right. While we're in here, let's buy up our first batch of customization kits of the day. I think I'll be in here again once we've made some more money. But yeah, we'll just kind of get started by emptying out our bank account just to get these. Okay, well, let's stop there. Keep a couple extra bucks on us. We'll buy some wrapping paper and stuff too. I'll check out all the walls and floors. We did learn enough recipes to earn some points, which is great. And before we sell anything, let's just see what those recipes are. Okay, so yeah, a lot more options here. There's seaweed soup, which we could, gather up a bunch of seaweed and go ahead and just make that into something. Tomato puree is a good one for us because we do have some tomatoes to harvest today. The brown sugar and whole wheat flour. I don't have any sugar cane yet. Okay, what we could probably do, turn the wheat into whole wheat flour and then turn that into organic bread, which is also just an awesome item to decorate with, I gotta be honest. And that would be pretty good because we just have a bunch of wheat, right? Or we could take the tomatoes and the flour and make tomato curry. It doesn't matter because I believe the recipe values are based on the ingredients that you're using, and any combination you put those ingredients in, you're getting paid out for just what's in the recipe, not the recipe itself. So yeah, we can just do whatever's most convenient here. Unfortunately though, oranges are not something we can cook with at present time. So we'll just go ahead and sell those along with these butterflies. Oh, we'll sell this dab that we cooked up too. And all we should be keeping are the customization kits and the candy. 34,000 bells. We're pretty much back to where we started today. That's great. Got our ×5 points for selling fruit there. And now we can head over to Zucker's farm and harvest all of the delicious wheat and tomatoes that he has. I'm very excited to see when we head over to Harv's today if we get another crop too. That's gonna be awesome. Gotta make sure to water these back up too. Our first batch of customization pumpkins is ready here in town. I am gonna harvest these. I'm gonna keep them. I'm tempted to sell them because today's just a really good day to sell stuff. However, today's also a good day to just kind of like go diving to make the money I need because again, the store is open and it'll be as much money as I could possibly make diving. So I'm probably going to do that later on off camera and help kind of refill our coffers a bit that way. And it's a good excuse to save some of the stuff that I'm gonna regret getting rid of today if I do get rid of it, because I want to customize some of these Halloween decorations. Even if I don't end up doing any customizations to the ones we've placed down, I think I'm gonna need to do more Halloween decorating. And it'd be nice not to have every Halloween decoration look exactly the same across the whole island. So this island right now, by the way, is at huge risk of becoming a Halloween island, which is not what the plan was. I wanted a normal island with some Halloween decorations, not a Halloween island with some cobbled together decorations. I'm also realizing I already have one of these gas ranges too in my house right now. So we might save our money and not buy the gas range from Timmy and Tommy. I already have this. I can cook with it and everything. Let's start converting our flour. I am going to do the whole wheat flour. And as you can see, it's 5 wheat either way. It's just a different type of wheat. They just wanted to make the cooking, a little bit fun and customizable. It's pretty inconsequential what kind of flour we make here. And so we're just going to make all of this, as much as we can anyway, into the whole wheat variety, and then I'm going to turn that into those baskets of bread. The more I look around my house too, gosh, the more it feels like really necessary to get Sahara over at Harv's Island, because it'd be really nice to make this a little kitchenette with a proper floor underneath it to make it feel like it's actually a kitchen instead of just some crap I placed in the corner. But I do think today I'm going to unlock Reese and Cyrus because I have so many things I want to customize. I run out of customization kits, and even if I do, at least I could go to them and have them customize stuff for me. So that'd be pretty nice. Okay, so it takes 3 of these flour to make the bread basket, and I have 100 whole wheat flour. So it'll take me a little while. Here we go. It has little sparkles on it, I'm noticing. I wonder why that is. Why does it sparkle? That would be kind of interesting if the game had different like measures of quality of food. Like if you were really good at cooking, sometimes it sparkled like that and it'd be worth more money or something. I think that would, for Animal Crossing, I think that would take it to like a level that they wouldn't want to go. But I've never noticed these sparkles before. Does all the food sparkle? That's kind of weird. Good news about this very long process I'm going through right now is that I'm probably going to get a ton of Nook miles for cooking up all these dishes. Okay, I'm through most of the flour. I did fill up my inventory with the bread. And yeah, let me just see what kind of Nook miles we're getting from this. Okay, so we got 2 stamps on this particular card with 300 miles and another 500 miles. Very nice. Oh, and that was it. I thought there would be more. Probably for like the amount of different recipes I make, there's probably a little stamp book for it. Anyway, I'm going to save like one of these because at some point I will probably decorate with them, and then I'll go ahead and replace that real quick. And now let's go sell them. I guess I could have put some stuff away to hold even more, but this is what we have. I'm also going to sell the 4 rogue wheat since I'm not going to really do anything with those. Let's see where we're at so far. It is 26,760 bells, and that's not even all the wheat. So that little farm, that little wheat farm is really producing for us right now. Oh, and I even missed one. Oops. All right, well, let's hang out here and cook up the rest of them. We'll also do some tomato puree. And similar to our bread, I'm going to hold on to one of the tomato purees and then sell the rest. And all of this will earn us another 23,000 bells, almost 24,000. We have a total of 90,000 now. And let's go shopping. I'm going to buy the cat tree. I think I'm going to buy a couple of these fancy coffee cups here. I'm also going to buy 2 tape decks. I need something for my house to store music in. And also it'd be nice to put something on the island somewhere, because the villagers are singing that awful song they sing where they don't know any other songs, and I hate it. And they'll be back a little bit later for even more shopping. Now I'm going to run around and just give out gifts. We might get something cool in exchange. We might get something we just want to sell. I'm also just kind of looking for the crafting villager, hoping that I can get a crafting recipe for something that I can make that will make me money, which is a pretty tall order, I would say, but it's possible. Okay, we are crafting, not cooking. It's the spooky chair. Okay. Technically, I could turn these, take the pumpkins I have and turn them into these chairs, I guess. So we'll learn it. And Sherry is also going to give me a gift today. It's earbuds combo, which is actually not a bad shirt. I can't give Molly anything because she's busy listening to the KK concert. So hopefully later we can run into her. Rodney is not yet ready to accept presents yet. Marshall would have been, but whatever. This is my second concierge uniform of the day. These villagers really do think I just spend all my time at their beck and call. Look at this. They're even the same color scheme and everything. No. All right, I'm selling at least one of those. All right, here you go, Zucker. He's giving me a coverall coat. You know what? I'm out of presents right now. I think I have 1 or 2 more villagers I need to gift. I don't care. I'm just done. I do this task every single day. It takes so long, and all I get in return are clothing pieces. Even if I wanted to decorate with clothing around the island, I still would have more than enough. There's just no reason to collect any more clothing. Oh, and now my storage is full. So, yeah, really tempting to just sell all of this clothing. I didn't realize that though. Already it's full? Oh my gosh, how could that possibly have happened? I guess it's okay. I'm about to decorate with a chunk of this stuff anyway, so it's not a huge deal. Also, I think I have a painting I accidentally put away that I was supposed to donate, so that can help. Let's get this fan in here above our toilet. And now let's go ahead and harvest this big old patch of pumpkins. I'm probably going to sell all of these in the form of some kind of crafted item. Maybe I go ahead and continue keeping the customizable pumpkins, the green and yellow and white ones, or I could just sell these ones. I don't know. I'm trying to get 100K right now because we need to go to Harv's Island and get Reese and Cyrus's place underway. I'll get all this watered and then I'll hit up the crafting table. So it looks like if I turn all of these pumpkins into either the towers or the lanterns, I'm going to just spend pumpkins, which is what I want, and yeah, turn them around into even more money. So let's go ahead and craft up a bunch of spooky towers. Actually, before we do this, let me just double check the hot item, because if it was lanterns, I'd be very sad. Birdhouse. Okay. not something I feel like making a bunch of because that would eat into our very valuable wooden resources. All right, this is the last of my pumpkins. And now we can sell off all the stuff, including some of the excess things I found in my house storage that I don't need anymore. And that's another 35,000 bells. And we can take this money to Harv's Island and use it to move in Reese and Cyrus. Here you go, 98,900 bells. We're at 100,000. And it is time to get another co-op onto Harv's. And Leaf does indeed have a new crop. It is sugarcane, so we'll go ahead and buy some of this. The stock refreshes every Monday on Harv's, so actually tomorrow he'll have some new stuff as well. I'm gonna buy some more shrubs as well while I'm here. I've been using them quite a bit, so it'd be nice to restock. We also now have the ABD on Harv's Island. I'm gonna go ahead and withdraw all the money waiting for me in my account. The sugarcane gets planted over here at Zucker's farm. And tomorrow, if he has another type of crop, I guess I'll have to find a place for it. But we almost have everything. I guess carrots and potatoes would be all we have left. So there's always a chance he stocks like tomatoes again and wheat, and then we don't get anything new. Still fighting a full storage here before I go on to my next thing I want to do. So I'll just put this nice big tapestry above my bed. And then we can get on to the next thing I want to do today, which is finish getting the money I need to pay down our ramp. We're simply going to do this through diving. Now, if I was smart, I would look up and see what a birdhouse actually costs to make. I wrote it off pretty quickly, assuming it's going to be a type of wood that I don't have a lot of. But if it's like softwood, for example, I have a ton of that. It is regular and softwood. So yeah, I probably don't want to make a bunch of those. Now, I'm confident that I'd make a good amount of money, but yeah, it's just kind of like, you got to cut your losses sometimes. I need these crafting materials. We're taking a whole day away from decorating to make money. It would be very counterintuitive to like spend that day using the very valuable resources we need to craft stuff so that we get 5 stars to just make a little money when we could go diving instead. So what takes me a really long time, at least won't take you a really long time, right? You get to just watch me do a thing for 5 seconds, and then you get to see the money roll in. See, all of this has to be worth something. I'll find out in a sec. I just need to donate a couple things I didn't have. For the first time, I caught the giant isopod, and I got 3 of them. So that was wild. Okay, so currently I have 29,760 bells. Let's see where this gets us. Ooh, another 54,000, bring us to a total of 84,600. So a little more diving ahead of me. I am gonna actually go ahead and chop at some trees because I just got a Nook Miles task for one, and I haven't yet done my 10 Nook Miles, or 10, oh, gosh, my 5 Nook Miles tasks for the day. So I'm just gonna chop a few trees just to satisfy that. And then maybe because technically these weren't materials I was even gonna get today. Oh, I was gonna say I'll just see how much a birdhouse is worth, but it doesn't matter. I also have a task for changing my outfit, and I'm also realizing that I didn't put on Wilbo's outfit, which is probably gonna get me in a lot of trouble. So here, we'll take this off and this. This, I think, technically counts as changing my outfit. So I'll grab the points for this. And for at least a little while, I'll go ahead and wear this shirt around. But now, I know I didn't put any purple in it, but I can actually wear pants, which is good. And why not? Some stretch leggings as well. It'll make it look like we are catching bugs for sport. I'm gonna go ahead and test this out. I don't necessarily mean test out the bug catching outfit. I think I'm going to test this as like a money-making method for a bit, just to take a break from diving because I hate it so much. Ooh, and I got real lucky, 300 points for catching that tiger beetle. And now it gives me a dive for creatures points task. No. I'll just chill out for a bit. Catch bugs, sell shells, it's all good. Likely I will go diving again, like later off camera, because I had to sacrifice basically a whole day of my time to not do any decorating, but instead make money, focus on those types of things we have to get done. And what I would like to do tomorrow is already have enough money to pay down yet more projects so that we can like focus more on decorating, because we're falling way behind right now. That being said, I do have a way to confirm how far behind we actually are, and I'll do that before the day is up. Also, I do have a directive to plant a fruit tree today, so another little bunch of coconut trees planted on the beach yet again. There we go. Couple 100 points for me. And catching 5 bugs is now a task, so I get to continue doing the thing I'm already doing for some extra points. For those of you who've played Animal Crossing on the same island for like a really long time, maybe since you first got it, let me know if you ever just log in and do some Nook Miles tasks just for fun. You know, you're not really decorating the island anymore. You're just kind of like, you know, jumping in and you're looking for something to do. And so this is how you just pass some time. Does anyone else play like that? I was for a little bit, and then I stopped even doing that. Now, if I log into my old island, I typically am trying to wrap up a project I started a long time ago and never finished, or I'm trying to like redo an entire section of my island. There we go, some points for catching bugs. Flower Garden's probably got some bugs for us, and I haven't watered it yet today. Okay, so there's no bugs. I haven't watered it, but there is a balloon. And in that balloon was the spooky cookies recipe. I couldn't get this before from the villager that was cooking it. So there we go. And to make them, it is flour and then one of each type of pumpkin, which is kind of gross, to be honest. I don't know how you make cookies without sugar, but all right. Who am I to judge the Halloween traditions of another culture? I've caught over 100 bugs now. So hey, I'll take those points. I'm trying to get bees to fall out of one of these trees, and all of them are dropping money, which I guess I can't complain about. But yeah, it's the one time I want to be attacked, and it's just not happening. I find it so incredibly rude that villagers walk up to drinking fountains, turn them on, and walk away. Absolutely horrendous behavior. This will kind of feel like, again, a little more intentional. It's Nook's kind of becomes a more happening spot. We got a drinking fountain where when you're shopping, you can just refresh yourself a little bit. Maybe you can use the community kitchen over here. All right, we currently have 85,000 bells exactly. Time to see if our hard work paid off. Actually, not bad. 12,000, not bad at all. I think that means we're just a few hundred bells away from paying down the new staircase / ramp, whatever you want to call it. Now, I'm going to need a few more bells because I didn't get to buy any of the wallpapers or floors today. I'm not as torn up about that because it looks like I'm not going to be able to afford another room in time for this challenge, and I have some good options as it stands. So I don't know, I might look and see what they have and be picky this time instead of just buying all of them, but I can always buy some stuff later too, like when I go diving again, for example. But yeah, I just want to make sure I'm making the most of market day because they only come once a week, and we're getting, close to the end here. So I suppose it wouldn't hurt to harvest the apples from this apple tree and just sell those too while we're at it. Oh my gosh, another banded dragonfly. Are you serious? Wow, these are worth a lot, and it's just so nice. On the last day I could possibly finish up Wilbo's challenge to have caught a third banded dragonfly. He really thought he got me with that. Okay, let's see where all this gets us to. All right, that's another 12,000 bells, bringing us to well over the amount we need for the ramp. So let me just check real quick. I want to see. All right, this is what we're working with our floors and walls. And I do like this floor, and I like this one. So yeah, I think I'll just be picky. A lot of pink stuff today. That's kind of cool. I'll be picky and just get the floors I imagine myself actually using. And I see a world where maybe I use the brown crown wall, so I'll buy that. But even the stuff I just bought, I may not use, so we'll just call it there. All right, another project is paid off, and it feels really good to have done this 2 days in a row. Something on Harv's getting built, and a new infrastructure project getting built twice in a row. So yes, while this has been a grind, it feels really rewarding, and I am pretty confident I'm going to be able to do this staircase as well tomorrow. And yes, I will be grinding out some more bells, but before this day wraps up, let's just confirm how far behind we are. And by that, I just mean I'm going to check and see where our star rating is. I'm expecting we're probably still at 3 stars, but I think there's a chance we're at 4. And I do think the gap between 4 and 5 is pretty wide. So I just want to see. Okay, no, it is still 3 stars, which doesn't make me feel much better about the current situation that I'm in. Compared to the last report, folks responded positively to our island scenery. Okay, so they do like the scenery more. Of course, there's always room for improvement. Keep contributing, and soon this island will be decorated to perfection. I know there are recipes and items in the Nook Stop that would make a big impact on the island scenery. Saving up and redeeming your miles is the perfect way to add some decorative flair to this place. And we will do that, actually. I don't think I have the iron fence. Nope, I definitely already do. And yeah, I wanted to spend some points on either some more of these recipes or some stuff in here. And the street lamps I was eyeing yesterday were these ones. I think I'm going to buy one. And then last week, I did ask the question if you feel like the catalog for Nooks is going to be open on Sundays. A lot of you responded with yes. Yes, it is. So we will allow ourselves to buy up to five items in the catalog because it is available to us on Sundays. There was jokes about how, maybe the Wi-Fi works because the store is open. And I thought that was pretty funny. So yeah, just looking at all this stuff here, it's mostly clothing. There are some, interesting little items here and there. I don't have a lot of money at all. Oops. So maybe this is something that I kind of focus on off camera again. Also, I really hope that I donated that painting earlier that I said I was going to donate. I didn't accidentally sell it. It's very likely I just sold that painting earlier. Anyway, the catalog is really good for buying items that you see yourself using multiples of, because obviously it's only stuff that you've gathered in the past. I could get some more diner counter chairs, diner counter sofas, so I can make like a little outdoor maybe diner, or I could get more outdoor items like the lanterns, or more chairs like this to create like an outdoor kind of seating area. For now, I'll buy a couple of these cypress plants because I do see myself using multiples of these. We'll just get 3. And then that's 2 more spots kind of open to us for later once I have a couple more bucks to spend. And I will definitely buy some more stuff in here. Spending miles earned us some miles back. And I thought so. We did get some points for using the catalog. Well, I can honestly say this was a day of progress. Progress was made, but it was also a scary day where we didn't have the time or resources to do even more around the island like we should. It's day 22 of designing an Animal Crossing island in 30 days on hard mode. And yesterday, we focused completely on market day. We managed to make some more money, and I ended up making even more money after everything you saw yesterday. And it's going to allow us to start another project on the island today and pay it off, because I have 147,000 bells or thereabouts on me right now. That's without doing the dailies, finding the money rock, all that fun stuff. So that is great, because now I don't have to spend the day grinding out bells, which takes up just so much of my time. But it's also Monday, which means it's time for our next weekly challenge.
Ooh, I have some mail. Let's see what it is. Can you believe Grimvale doesn't have daily potlucks? I miss them so much already. Nothing here tastes the same without friends around the table. No potlucks? At all? Poor Molly. She must be starving out there. Okay, this is serious. Dan, you can't let Molly down. Which means your next challenge is clear. You're hosting a potluck. And not just any potluck, a grand feast. You need to cook at least 10 meals and set up a full dining spread. I'm talking tables, chairs, decorations, a cozy eating space, the works. Every villager needs to have a place at the table. And when it's done, Molly will know that there's at least one island in the world where daily potlucks are alive and well.
Okay, so 10 food items and a table and chairs for 10 different villagers, so that Molly specifically knows that potlucks are safe and allowed on this island. Now, if you're new around here and you're wondering why it's potlucks, I famously, which is, that word's doing a lot of heavy lifting there, am somebody who's against the idea of potlucks, against the idea of letting a bunch of people from your workplace or your neighborhood or whatever make food in the privacy of their own home, with their pets walking in the kitchen on their counters, with them not washing their hands, things like that. I'm against that. I think you should just make your own food, or go somewhere that is at least able to be scrutinized by health inspectors who are, paid to make sure the food we're consuming is safe. Or we could just have potlucks with mystery dishes, I guess. That's fine. So this was obviously a ploy from Kato to get me riled up. It's not going to work. You know what? I'm not going to eat there. If Molly and the gang want a potluck, that's on them. That's their problem. It's their funeral. Not my problem, not my business. But I will help them out, because I'm the kind of leader who, does things for their community, even if it's not something I'm personally interested in. Let's see, did this plot fill up yet? No. I really thought this would autofill by now. I don't really want to spend miles trying to get someone in there, but we're running out of time. I kind of need to get everybody moved in. So I don't know. We might do a 1-ticket villager hunt today. We'll see. Are we going to make the potluck spread today? Probably not. We might make some steps towards that direction, but I currently don't have any DIYs for tables that I really like. So I'm kind of hoping we can manage to wait a little bit and find some more stuff that would make for a nice looking area, so things have a little bit more variation on the island. We have kind of a lot of the same items being used because I'm so limited on things. So I might, kick the can a little bit but we'll see. Maybe I start gathering up some extra food. Once our next batch of crops grows in, of course, we'll have like a lot more to work with. So yeah, we have some work ahead of us one way or another. As for the money that I have on my person right now, is it going to be enough to pay down a staircase and unlock something on Harv's? Probably not. So that's okay. I stopped yesterday knowing that I wasn't going to have quite enough to do all the things I wanted to do today. But at this point, I have the two most important things on Harv's. If I don't get everybody moved in, I'm okay with that. I'm fine with that for now. I would like more people in there. Oh, Flick is finally here. Finally, yay. I would like more people on Harv's, but it's okay if we don't quite get there. But certainly the very important task we have ahead of us today is going to be any design task. Anything at all. If we could just get an area filled out with some more furniture and stuff, that would be the ticket. Also, as part of making money yesterday, I did do some fishing, and as you can see, I've got one of each piece of trash now, and I'm really hoping to get one more of these boots so that I can finally have some kind of shoes. I was hoping I would get them as a gift or something by this point in the challenge. It didn't happen. It hasn't happened. I don't think it will happen. But we could certainly fish up our own, or maybe there's some shoes in this balloon. Let's see. No, thief's costume. Okay. Not what I want. Maybe what we'll have to resort to get some shoes, but it's not what I was hoping to do. Oh no. Faith has the thinking bubble. Has it really been long enough for someone to want to move out already? I don't think it has. Oh, just the buddy I wanted to see. This can't go well. Oh, there was a 2-for-1 portable radio deal. Okay. Okay, that's fine. That is 1000% okay with me. Nook Miles tasks for today already included, some stuff we've done. So I've watered crops. We did not get one for chopping down a whole tree, but we did get one for chopping wood. And I say that because I was about to go ahead and just take out this money tree. We'll get the rest of that particular task done by just running through and doing my favorite thing, whacking each tree twice with a really sharp axe. And I saw some concerns about this last time I used this method. The trees do refresh. So you can actually, I think all it takes is walking in and out of a building, but I can test that real quick. If I chop at this tree one more time, it will fall. But if I walk in the museum and back out of the museum, and we have ourselves another swing, I think they'll be okay. Yes, and I even get the last piece of wood out of each of them. Look at that. So that is how that works. It didn't refresh the wood, so 2 swings only got the 1 piece of wood. It remembered that, but it did not remember that we've already hit it twice with a sharp axe. So you can absolutely use a sharp axe. Do I think you should? No, but you can. Ooh, we got some miles for Gyroid Getter. Nice. So yeah, I'm going to run through the dailies that I always do, and when I cut back to me, I will have given some thought to what kind of project we want to do today. I think to stay on track to kind of get this challenge, completed in a successful manner, we will probably need to get 4 stars either by the end of today or tomorrow. That still might be a pretty big, bold statement, a pretty big push, because we're still at 3 and I haven't done anything yet today. We skipped doing things yesterday, basically. We'll see. I'm almost done with my dailies, and I'm now remembering how much I forgot yesterday. I said I was going to buy more wrapping paper, and I did not. I said I was going to order from the Nook shopping catalog a few more things, and I did not do that either. So with only 4 pieces of wrapping paper left, and already like a decision made yesterday for maybe not spending so much time trying to get villagers gifts every single day, I think what I need to do is just choose the villager that I really, really would like a photo of and save all 4 of these wrapped presents specifically for them. And I think it's pretty obvious whose photo we want the most. I mean, it's got to be Samson. After everything we went through to make him the #1 villager, we definitely don't want him to leave, that's for sure. And getting his actual photo would be such a cool way to top this whole thing off. I honestly don't know if it's possible to get a villager photo in this amount of time, give it in the whole 30 days and a nice wrapped present every single day. I don't think it necessarily is going to work, but I think we'll be the closest with him by the end of this, and that'll still be enough. The delivery jacket. It's they just assume I'm here to bring them things. That's it. That's how I'm thought of in this town. So yeah, do we really want Samson's photo? I don't know. I don't know. We could finally get our first cooking recipe from a cooking villager, which is good because I need to make 10 different things now. And the beach DIY was the mountain standee, which I actually think we're going to make use of. I actually had a kind of a funny idea for this, so I'm excited to see if we can make it work. Hopefully I'll get to show that idea off soon enough, but a couple more things I need to do. I think today I get my first batch of patterns from Sable, and yes, I was absolutely correct. Then I want to buy the recipes for the day, I guess. I say the recipes like it's a specific amount or specific type. Really, I'm just looking at the fences. Ooh, okay, country fence is fantastic. Been waiting for this one. And then I want to chip away at these other recipes still. And I think today I want the fountain. I think the one I won't buy is the robot hero because it is the hardest recipe to craft in the entire game, especially if you're like not time traveling or anything. So we're not worried about robot hero. And then I have 5,000 more miles. I could do another recipe, or I could see if there's anything else in here that would definitely, come in handy and set up the town kind of how we want it. I'm not seeing much, really. Ooh, you know what? It would be nice to have one more of these for a little design thing I was thinking of. The Taurus telescope is, there's so many cool things. Okay, I'm gonna save my points for now. I forgot how many awesome things were in here. Ooh, some cool stuff in the recycling today, though. A sloppy sofa is actually a really good one. I love getting the sloppy furniture items. I think it was so cool that they made an entire furniture set that you can only get like as pure RNG from the recycle bin. The main reason I'm here though is for our next incline, which is indeed going to be another stone staircase. A little on the pricey side, but we're kind of gonna keep to this vibe now of only using a couple different types of staircases and bridges. And as you're well aware by now, the stone staircase is gonna go right here. We'll imagine it just for giggles. I imagine I'm very correct and this is the right spot for it. And thanks to all of my hard work, we can pay this off immediately. And there it is. Now it's a really good thing Flick is here because if I did want to try and make some more money to go to, Harv's Island and get another co-op going, we could, in theory, catch enough bugs today to do that. And I don't mind bug catching. I actually like bug catching compared to all the other things we could do to make money. So Flick being here is actually pretty OP depending on the types of bugs we can get. This is just some other stuff. I ordered the windmill and the curved streetlight, so we're gonna put those by Zucker's place right now. I have a vacuum cleaner from, I think, Happy Home as just a present. And then, ooh, we got the veggie basket DIY. It is a food item that technically doesn't count as a food item. I don't think you can eat it, but it is just a basket of food. I don't know why it's a regular DIY, so I can't use that in my big potluck spread, unfortunately. What we can do is place down this street lamp. So I bought this curved street light, and I was always gonna put it right here. So we're gonna turn it towards the path and maybe push it, like right here. I could even pull it out one, and I think that looks pretty nice. I think that kind of matches the overall vibes over by Zucker's place, and I think it looks pretty good. I also bought the big windmill, fully intending on putting it here somewhere. It kind of feels like it actually should go in this spot, and this well picnic area could probably move to where we put that fountain yesterday, or the day before, or whenever it was. And I don't really know exactly where that should go yet, but there's our windmill. And yeah, we can kind of tuck that behind the tree. And that to me looks a bit better, just with the farm vibes. And I want your eye to be drawn to all these different things as you walk up the path. You got the farm on the left with the nice street light. You got the windmill kind of blowing in the background. You got the silo. Everything's kind of working here. And then, yeah, over here, this fountain, maybe this is where the well can go, and we'll put trees and other stuff. This is probably a good spot. And I still like the idea that it's here for people who don't feel like taking a risk on Zucker's restaurant, but they like the vibes. They're here for the vibes. So we'll do this for now. I don't know if this is a permanent location. I really don't, but I'm just leaving it here for the time being. But you are probably wondering, what was my big plan for a decorating project? I said we had to put some stuff down today, and that's what we're gonna do. I'm going to try and do a little bit more work over here by the front of the island. So right now we have an entrance that isn't really much of an entrance at all. We have random items just kind of placed down that I was messing with. And then we have a path that isn't finished going to the museum and then over to these houses in some form or fashion. But now that I have to make a potluck area specifically for Molly, and Molly's house is right here, I feel like I have a little more inspiration to kind of work with the area a bit more and figure out exactly where I want these paths to go. So as with any big Grimvale decorating project, the first thing we need to do is get rid of some excess trees that are in our way, cramping our style, so on and so forth. Oh, I'll definitely take these too. Any bugs we can get today that are worth something, absolutely, we got to sell them to Flick. And you might be bummed about the trees, but I'm bummed about getting rid of these rocks. I thought I ate a cherry. I didn't. That was going to be more dramatic. I have to get rid of these rocks because they are right in the way of where I'm going to put a path. I'll leave this one for now. It might survive this, but this one is certainly in the way. Oh, this is how I know I've cut down too many trees. I was not expecting my axe to break already. And I'll begin now on the paths. I think I can tuck a path underneath this, or no. I really thought you could tuck a path underneath the museum step. I probably do this every single time I start a new island, and everyone has to like face palm as I either I don't know how to do it, or I always just have to ask out loud, wait, can you not do that? And I never remember. I just never retain that. I would say the paths we're working on right now still represent kind of more or less a skeleton of all the different areas I want to path to on the island. But as it stands, I'm gonna have a path running between the museum and Samson's house, just like that. And the question is, do we want it to continue going this way, or do we want to just have it turn up here? And then either way, I wanted to do something like this, where off of the big path is a little path that leads to Samson's entrance. And we can either taper this corner just to kind of make it feel finished, or I could continue pathing up and over to Molly's house, which kind of feels like the natural way to do this. I think if you visit Samson and you see a house right there and you're trying to find the crafting village or whatever, you're not going to walk up here, and then over here. You're just going to go this way unless I block it. So I don't know, but I don't want to connect a path like that. What I might do is a little dirt path, just something kind of like scattered between the two houses to imply that, yeah, sure, you can walk over to your friendly neighbor's house, Molly. You know, you could walk over here from the main road. So yeah, there would be a path coming off the main road that would lead to Molly's front door. I don't exactly know how that's going to intersect with this main road though. So I keep saying main road, where is it going to go? So I think I will have to get rid of all of this stuff here. It would cut through, and the idea was that it would actually lead to a bridge here, so you could access that beach. And with how well we're doing with money and things like that, I think we could probably afford to do this bridge. I only have a couple more infrastructure projects to really pay for before I have all the ones I want. So this bridge is one of them, and I will probably make one here. And that means even more destruction of trees and rocks. Got another balloon. I think I just about have this path figured out though. Ooh, 200 points just for popping a balloon. And it's a work shirt. Work shirts, delivery shirts. All the signs are pointing to me never getting to just relax. Okay, so this path does run into Molly's house in a way I wasn't expecting. And as you can see, I did make it go up as far as, well, I guess not as far as I could, almost as far as I could. So we'd have to go up one more tile to avoid smashing into the back of Molly's house, I think, yeah. And then we need to decide where it's going to go in terms of up. And I kind of want it to just go this way and then just go straight up where the bridge is going to be. 2 more rocks. That's almost all the rocks in the island. Oh my gosh. Okay. So now the path does go right behind Molly's house. It's always a little bit weird to make a path that you can't see all of because it's behind a residence, but that works. And this is why I kind of make my paths in this outline pattern before filling them in completely, because I was able to very quickly remove the tiles I didn't want and then add the tiles I needed, so no harm there. And then as for the bridge, I think we'll go ahead and make the path intersect right about here, or maybe this is like as far out as it goes, so then we would just do 2 more tile. Well, it's a little bit close to this side of where the river kind of turns. Okay, 1 more tile here. That means the bridge would be right here where I'm centered with. It leaves a little bit of space between the path and the beach, and I like that. And still nice and wide, which I also like. So yeah, I think I'm gonna commit to it, get it all filled in just like this. And what I love about the path we've created here is all these little sections of empty spots it kind of creates for us, right? So we have our big wide path, but then we have this little corner here because of the sidewalk going to Samson's house. And then if you go over here, there's this whole area right here. And this might be where our potluck goes. And then just over here, we're going to connect a little path going to Molly's front door, and she'll have this little sidewalk that kind of wraps around her house, and that creates yet another space where this tree is, where you could put like a little bit of a decoration of some kind. Maybe it's a campfire and a couple little seats around it. They're like out here roasting marshmallows. I think that'd be really adorable. So there are a lot of opportunities for little bits of scenery here, there, and everywhere on this nice big wide path. I just love nice big wide paths. And yes, we can always do things like put fences around it too. And even if you put fences directly on it, it doesn't like mess with how much room you have to walk, which I love. Another thing this design did very well for me was create a space here and here in front of the museum, so we could, in theory, make a pretty cool entrance. I bought the fountain for a reason today, because I was either gonna make the big fountains here and here, or I was going to instead put a big fountain here at the actual entrance to the island. It's just, I'm always trying to think about how it looks to people coming off of the plane and seeing the museum slightly off center from the ramp. I knew this was gonna bother me. So if I center the fountain with the airport, it's gonna draw even more attention to the fact that it's not centered with the museum. So I'm still struggling with this part quite a bit. I still would like to just go ahead and focus on putting seating here and make it look like a bus stop or something, so you're not too worried about the symmetry of the area. And yes, it is about time we fill in this path as well, so I'll get that done. Ooh, get another balloon? Maybe it'll be something nice and big. It is a loom. Oh my gosh, actually, this is nice and big. Hold on, let me see. Yeah, oh wow. Okay, this might go maybe outside Able Sisters or something. I like the loom a lot. Really cool item, has a cool animation. And yeah, takes up a bunch of space. I love seeing them use the rocking chair. I wonder if I can get a picture before she decides to get up. Let's see. Right there. Oh, perfect. Tiger beetles are a great moneymaker today in particular. But why I really came over here was to kind of taper off the corners of this path too, because I've been neglecting this, and while we have the path tools out, we might as well. I think that's gonna look a lot better. And honestly, I think I've run out of excuses. It is time to decide what we are crafting and how much of it we're crafting. So, for example, one item I would really like, perfect fall item here, is this veggie basket. We don't quite have everything yet. We still need carrots and potatoes. A trip to Harv's today might get us one of those, which would be cool. And then, like I said, I got the mountain standee. I have an idea for this. I just don't know if it's for a today build, because I am interested in seeing what are the tables we have access to right now. Because if we go with wooden chair and maybe... we gotta have a simple like wooden table or something, right? We have the wooden mini table and the wooden chair and the low table, which I don't really love for people trying to sit and eat at. And then we have the wooden block table. Is an option, but it's such a weird specific table to use for like an outdoor gathering. Like, don't get me wrong, I don't dislike this table. It's just it's kind of like a kid core kind of item, and I worry that using it in this context is just gonna look off. There's mermaid tables, I guess. And then of course there's the spooky table, which for the season we're in, it would probably be in my best interest to just lean into this, but I didn't want to. I don't want every part of the island to feel spooky. It'd be really great if we had the items that Kato used in the clip, that the table and chairs is perfect for this kind of thing. Let's make one of these and just see what kind of options we have at our disposal when it comes to decorating it. Okay, so this is the natural one. This is mixed, colorful, pastel, and vivid. So as you can see, these last three, Kid Core Island stuff, not things we want. We could do mixed, but it's still kind of leaning in that direction, although I like this better because it kind of feels like it's more fall vibes, and natural just feels unfinished to me. This texture always felt like this is the table before you get to actually paint it. But unfortunately, out of all the options, this is at its most like quote unquote normal looking. I don't know if this is what I want to do. And looking at my storage, I don't really have a lot of table options. It's these three. I just put the wooden block table away. So this is it. I guess stone tables are not a terrible option, but they're also kind of a terrible option. I don't know. We might try to wait a little bit on the table itself and maybe just kind of decorate around the area for the time being. I will, however, go ahead and grab this lecture hall bench because I think that would be good for our bus stop I keep talking about. And let's grab the campfire and a log stool. This is the kind of stuff that I think will make a good like little area to put next to their houses for, I was talking about them sitting around a big fire, right? I might make a bonfire with it and then, you know, some log stools around it could be fun. Faith is barging into my house while I'm trying to work. Okay, that's fine. She won't let me use my mini DIY workbench. She just wants to talk about me using my mini DIY workbench. Will you please let me craft? Thank you. She has opted to leave after I bored her to death with my crafting. And yeah, I spent a little time crafting so that I could try some of this stuff out. It also just helps me get things out of my storage. I'm gonna move this tree somewhere else in a rare show of restraint. And yeah, I'm gonna try the bonfire back here behind this house, place it down. It might center in this area. It does, it centers pretty nicely. So we can, you know, turn that on, and I could put just a couple of little log stools around it for now. I have crafted a couple of those, so we'll put one there. We'll come around here. We'll put one here, and oh, that's a little bit close. I could end up moving this to be off center a little more so it feels like there's more room around the log stools, and it'll just be closer to the edge of the path. Not a big deal. And the tree actually wasn't in a terrible spot. It was just kind of a little bit close to that fire for comfort. I wonder if maybe for now it makes sense to just put it here though. It just gives the whole area a little more height and it gets out of our way. And yeah, it just feels like other stuff. We could put something right here. Let's pick this up though, and then look at the fountains that I crafted. So pop one of those down here. They're nice and big. We can get them as close to the museum as possible just for a start. And yeah, pretty close, I would say. Can we push it one tile away? And then what would it look like if we put one here as well? So maybe we put this here. We also push it as close to the museum as possible. And yeah, that actually is centered in a way that I like. It makes the museum feel a little more grand. It might need some kind of path underneath it. I don't know what that would look like yet. Maybe like the arch tile, arch stone path or something. Or it might not. You might not need anything. But that's pretty cool. Oh, you know what it could use is maybe some of those nice iron and stone fences in front of it, which I have not unlocked yet, but soon. And from down here, I don't think it's like bothering me too much that it's not centered with the airport or anything like that. And especially because I am still thinking about doing something like this, putting the lecture hall bench right here. And I could order another one of these too. We could have, two of these side by side, and it'll look like a big row of like 4 benches, people kind of waiting for, folks to get off the plane, things like that. What of the fossils though? I think we could put those next to the museum actually. So I could take the 3 fossils that we kind of put down as just like museum decorations and yeah, make them feel like intentionally kind of like placed next to the museum, almost as if they're just trying to advertise, hey, why don't you come to the museum, see all of our cool fossils? Something like this. Just a little cluster of fossils next to the museum, just like that, I think looks nice. I think that adds something for sure. I don't know if that means we put something back here. It kind of starts to tie into resident services at that point, which is a bit odd. But I like this kind of roadside attraction that they offer. I would like it if this was pointed more in this direction. So if I get a different fossil at some point, maybe it can replace this one so it's something that faces the road. But I still think that looks pretty nice. I have another idea that I want to try, but before I do, I need to clear out more of my inventory. And one of the things I did was I grabbed all of the wasps that I've been saving for Flick because I'm going to have him make me a wasp model. I don't know why I'm choosing this as likely the very only bug model we end up getting from him in this entire 30 days. But I had 3 of them and I thought, yeah, Flick can make these into something. So yeah, I got plenty to spare. We'll see how I use that model in the future. It looks pretty angry. I don't know why I'm choosing that one, but there we go. And then I've been capturing bugs. This will just get them out of my inventory. We're going to do a lot more bug catching later today. By we, I mean probably just me, kind of chilling out, watching some TV and earning some money on the side. He gave us a lot for just those 3 bugs though. I'm very excited. But okay, what's my big plan? Well, it's not much of anything. It is just pure hope that if I spend 1,000 miles, maybe I can get a good recipe out of it. Maybe that recipe happens to be a table of some kind. There's so many things it could be because now I've unlocked cooking. So I don't know. Probably won't get a table, but I'm just gonna try. I forgot too, this is also a good way to get crops you don't have yet because you could find like carrots and potatoes and stuff on these islands. I didn't this time, but that would have been awesome. All right, moment of truth. DIY is a DIY, not a cooking recipe. It is the giant teddy bear. Okay, not a bad item. Giant teddy bear's cool. Not what I'm looking for, but it's cool. We're owed a gyroid fragment, so I'll go ahead and dig up that. And then, I don't know, should we just cut it all down? I'll cut until the trees are gone or my axe is gone. I'm gonna have to craft a lot of stuff. We might even have to settle on a wooden block table later on, but yeah, this is gonna take a lot of crafting, so I'm doing it. Okay, I did manage to cut down all the trees, and my axe didn't break. I could take some shrubs along with me, but I don't know, we only have a few spaces, and I already have shrubs at home that I could just grow in a couple days, so we'll just go. One of my Nook Miles tasks today is to cook a couple of things. I don't think these will be things for the potluck, because I don't really have a lot of options, but we can make a couple of cherry drinks, and that'll at least satisfy that. We need the Nook Miles really bad right now. And I'll be honest, it wouldn't hurt to just make as many of these as I can and sell them. So there we go, 300 points for that. We'll get this stuff sold. My inventory filled up so I couldn't make too many. And then we're gonna focus my attention on this area I was talking about earlier that would become the potluck area. Because like I said, today I really just need to get stuff placed down at any cost, honestly. We got enough to craft materials now. Even if I can't do the big table I wanna do in the middle yet, we can certainly do some stuff around it, and I do have a couple ideas. I've been thinking a lot about the mountain standees. I actually do think those could work here, similar to I was thinking I'd put them or arrange them somewhere. This is probably as good a spot as any for what I'm thinking, and I'm excited to show you. So I think I'm gonna start with a dirt path, and this is just gonna, represent the area where people are kind of gathering, right? I just want to put down something to kind of make the area feel finished once we actually start putting stuff down. So I'm just going to create a big dirt rectangle. I'll taper off all the corners, and then I think I'm also going to create a little entrance to the big dirt rectangle right here. And this is perfect because now I have an excuse to kind of put fences surrounding this. And I'm going to use the country fence. I love this fence. It's incredibly cheap to make, and it looks so good when you're kind of in the position that I'm in right now, where you're forced to make a pretty rustic looking island with mostly DIYs and other random junk that you find. I'm probably going to use this fence in a few places, maybe around like the flower garden later on. That was one of my ideas, and I'm glad we got it. So 30 is way more than I need. I'm not even going to surround the whole thing with it. I'm just going to kind of put a few in front. I'll actually have this stop at the river for now, and then I'm going to put some fences kind of here, and it'll go a bit in like an L shape. And for the time being, we'll have them stop right here at the river. I know you can still like walk around them like this. I might have them eventually meet the river. I might actually pull them back a little bit and throw a tree down. I'm not sure yet, but I just wanted to see how this looked. And yeah, I would say this looks pretty nice. That's cool. Now, with the trees that I grabbed, I thought it'd be kind of cool to have the trees. This is where we get into a little more symmetry, like here and here. So they start to create like a bit of a backdrop, right? To like just the scenery, to everyone eating. And I'll just use regular hardwoods for this. So something like that. And this is cool. This creates kind of like a nice little window, right? So everyone's sitting and eating, and they can look out at the waterfall. And then when it comes to the mountain standees, my thought was that I can use them as a bit of a backdrop for this area. And then I would take, well, let me just show you real quick. I would take maybe one or two of the springy horses and kind of add them to the backdrop. And I was thinking at first, maybe this would be kind of cool for like a stage area. It would look like a little community theater where, you know, there was an old Western show or something. And I don't know, I think that could be fun. But my other idea is, as I look out over there, I think, well, wouldn't it be cool if the mountain standees were way out there and then the horses were also out there with them? But I don't know. Maybe if that area was more centered on this little spot here, because right now I have a bunch of water I can't do anything about, and then so just be in the corner because it's these weird little toys that I put there. So maybe this makes more sense, right? When people are eating, if they get bored, they can jump on the horses or something. And I just think that when you make an area like this, it is important to have a backdrop of some kind. And I don't know, why not this? This is kind of fun. So yeah, I may get another one of these horses, and I might push the mountain standees back even further and have two of them. That could be fun. But yeah, the plan is to have a big table right here with chairs around it. Maybe we put another table right here with a couple other little things like drinks or whatever for the potluck. Another shrub or two like right here wouldn't be a bad idea. I don't want to do exactly what I did right there across the river, but like maybe one shrub right here would be good. And then another one maybe here or something. So yeah, maybe a yellow shrub right here, an orange one right here. I'll take the points for planting them. Wasn't expecting that. And speaking of points, one thing I am certain of is that if I buy 1 or 12 of these, they will all get used. And speaking of backdrops, I think this would make for a really nice addition to the backdrop of this scene that we're creating. In fact, if I can get 2 of these, which I can technically afford, I think that would make it perfect. So I am going to buy 2 with the rest of my Nook Miles. And later when I'm grinding by like catching bugs endlessly, maybe I also take some time to just get a whole bunch of Nook Miles tasks done to try and replenish a little bit, because there's so many cool items in there that would make this so much easier if I had them. And if I put those either in front of or behind these little mountain standees, just like 2 side by side, yeah, I think that'll look really, really nice. With some more points, I could get a street lamp and maybe take away this corner fence and pop a street lamp right here. I haven't done much yet, but this area is kind of turning into a vibe. I like it a lot. I was thinking about the next thing I want to do to this area, and I actually just got a go board from a balloon, so yet another like little game. We could put like a whole little game area somewhere. We have a few things like that, board games. And I don't know what that would look like or where it would go. But yeah, as I was thinking about what else can I do over here, I did want to try something, because it does feel like aligning this path with other stuff would be fun. So I made a couple of swinging benches. I already had one. I took it, I crafted another one, and then I stained them to look like this. And I thought, oh yeah, this could be kind of fun. Just put these next to the path, kind of like this, almost as if they're like fencing or something. I don't know. And it just makes the whole area maybe feel a little more like a hangout kind of spot. I don't know. I might not keep them, or maybe we decorate around them. Maybe I put some flowers around them or something like that, which we do need to find places to kind of fit flowers. So maybe these stay. I don't know. This is kind of cool. And with these in mind, it does feel like our path could actually veer off over to the beach as kind of an invitation to go hang out at the beach. And maybe if we get a couple of beach furniture items, this little sliver of sand right here could be decorated with a couple of fun things. Would love to get like a beach ball or something. But yeah, that kind of making this like faux intersection might be a good way to kind of corner these off a little bit. I don't know. I just like that. I think it looks good. As you can probably imagine though, I am getting a little bit desperate to get items so I can just put things down, and I'm just going into different spots and looking at them and making excuses as to what could go here, there, and everywhere that would make sense. Samson had something for me, a fitness tank. Oh, come on. I was really hoping it would be a piece of furniture, like I was literally just saying, but no, okay, fine. Here's way too much money for a thing I'll never wear. Thanks, Samson. But okay, fine. Since I'm kind of out of ideas for the moment and I need to recharge my brain, let's hit up Harv's Island. And we are here specifically to see the new stock that Leaf has right now. Oh my gosh, he gave me the hedge recipe too. Oh, I didn't know I would get that already. That's awesome. Okay, that's huge. We can definitely use some hedges. But yes, I'm here to shop. Watch it be both carrots and potatoes. Oh, okay. It is carrots, not potatoes. I'll take it. I'll be perfectly honest, I don't know where to plant these. I mean, I guess over here makes the most sense. It's one more little square of dirt. We'll have our carrots. I don't know where potatoes would go if we ever get those. And then if we did, would I think, oh, it would have been cool to put the carrots and potatoes together? I don't know. I definitely want them growing like immediately though. I don't want to wait to plant these. Okay, let's go ahead and move these trees. Let's just shake everything while we're over here, just in case. Yep, all right, yeah, I'll take those. All right, some money, some wasps, no big deal. I guess we could replant them like here. I don't know. We can worry about trees later. Let's just get these carrots planted and watered. Probably a little more work I need to do over here to make the farm feel more tied together because it's getting a little bit away from the decorated part and this stuff is everywhere. But yeah, no, Zucker is kind of our farms are, so this works out. And with that, I think that's all I can do today. Of course, I have some more money making I need to do before the end of the day for me, but for you, you know, tomorrow some more stuff is going to happen. It's day 23 of designing Animal Crossing Island in 30 days on hard mode, and yesterday I did some extra work after I got done recording, and I did this. 138,000 bells waiting for us in the bank account. I was going to use Flick for that because he was visiting us yesterday, but that took forever, so I did some more diving and some other things. And the main thing we did yesterday was just lay down some more paths, get some other stuff going, and then the big project we began was the potluck area, which currently looks like this. I'm hoping to do a little bit more work here today, but ultimately, it's just right now, I'm in a panic. It's just pick a spot and start throwing stuff down. So we unlocked the hedge recipe yesterday. I'm going to try to use some of those. Hedges are nice. They make things feel nice and complete, I think, in certain aspects. So yeah. Also, it looks like people are cleaning up. We got a big pile of old leaves here in the town center. And yeah, I was going to start the day like I always do, kind of doing dailies. Then I thought maybe I should just do my dailies off camera. And instead, I think we'll just kind of, I don't know, I'll chip away at them as I go through stuff. I kind of just want to like jump straight into a building project today. We have a few items in the mail I'm going to pull out here. We got the two, what do you call them, light arch things from the Nook catalog, and then I got my wasp model, which again, I don't know where I'm going to use, but I have it. We also just got Mom's tea cozy, which is just a good item overall. I like that. Yes, the plain party lights arch, a name that rolls right off the tongue. Everybody remembers all the time without fail. And this is an item that I'm specifically using as a way to enhance the potluck area, make it feel a little more festive, give it that kind of party atmosphere it's currently missing. And we're gonna see if I can fit two of them side by side. This is as close to the trees as we can get it. I can probably push each one out like that if we need to. I'm gonna see if I can avoid that by putting down another one right next to it, just like that. And yeah, okay, cool. So if I want to, I can push both of these back a little bit to make room for the mountain standees, but I can probably also fit those comfortably in front of it while leaving room for, you know, just the seating area and stuff, and having to still feel like it's part of the backdrop and not like in anybody's way. Or not. So before I could tuck the mountain standee kind of behind the tree, which I really liked. That is no longer an option. So I guess I will need to push those back a little bit more to see if I can still have that. So these are going to be now right by the river, which is fine. Oh, this one can't go because of the way it's terraformed. So then it does look like our mountain standees are going to be on the dirt a little bit. I got to just decide over time if I'm okay with this. Of course, I suppose there's nothing stopping me from adding a little corner just right here to kind of solve this problem, because I actually don't think I like this. Let me just try something real quick. Okay, so if I can get the party lights arch put right on the very edge there, I can fit the mountain standees like I had them originally. So I do think I will make the rare exception to do the tiniest bit of terraforming just to kind of like get this done the way I want it. Super easy though, literally just involves me adding one tile, not in that direction though, but in this direction. Right there, cutting it off like that. Cut this extra one I accidentally did. It shouldn't affect the bridge that we're going to put down, which I think we'll be doing that today. And it will allow me to place the arch where I want it. Just like that. Okay, cool. And so now when you're back here, you see a much more kind of festive looking, I'm still going to call it a stage, I guess, a stage area. It does look like they're putting on a little play or something. And I think that's kind of fun and adorable, and we're going to just roll with it. Maybe this will be some stage lights. That would be great. Nope, it's 5 clay. All right, so still not a ton of room to work with, but this still does kind of what I want it to do. It just adds I don't know, an interesting looking backdrop to this whole thing. A little more empty space in the middle than I was expecting as well. I think for now, though, I'm going to leave it alone. It's kind of a neat little concept, I think. In my head, it looked a little bit different, but this is still cool, and we can always kind of tweak and move things around as we go. One of the daily tasks I do want to get done. Oh no. Oh, this is the last villager that we need to have a thought bubble above their head. Please don't want to leave. Please don't want to leave. Oh, not a problem. Molly, you don't have a problem. Everything's fine. Oh, she got carried away buying a safety helmet with a lamp. Okay. You know what? I'll buy that from you, Molly. Oh, you'll just give it to me. Even better. I'm so nervous about someone like Molly leaving the island. That is just a nightmare scenario for us. Anyway, the daily I was talking about was trying to find both recipes for the day, because I'm really hoping we get a recipe for a table that would actually work in our little build we're doing, our potluck build. But instead, we're getting a cooking recipe from Faith for pear jelly. We've never seen a pear before. I didn't even know you could make jelly from pears, but you know, let's learn this recipe we'll never be able to make. Hopefully the beach DIY won't let us down. It's going to be another cooking recipe. Oh my gosh. Mixed fruits tart. This is also probably something I can't make because I imagine it requires probably like one of all the fruits. Yep. Yes, it does. Okay, cool. So recipes are not getting us out of this. That is devastating. Another thing happening on the island today is that Sahara is here selling rugs and wallpapers. I might hold off because, I mean, I do need some rugs for my house. I'm hoping I can unlock Sahara on Harv's Island at some point. Maybe I shouldn't hold off. I don't know. But I just want my money to go towards the infrastructure. I just don't think now is the time to be buying up rugs and wallpapers. Tell you what, though, I'll see where our finances are at by the end of the day, and I'll decide from there if it's something I want to do. The bridge we're placing today is going to be the wooden bridge for 168,000 bells, and that bridge will be placed right here, and I can pay it down right away. So here is all of that in one shot. I'm still left with 42,000 bells, and tomorrow the bridge will be complete, and that might be the last infrastructure project we really need to get done in terms of just getting around the island. I like all the beaches to be walkable. While it will be really cool to stick a ramp like right here for the house that we've placed down, which still has not auto-filled, by the way, it's still not necessary. We can put a little ladder and be done, honestly. We don't need a bridge or a ramp there. I would like one. While we're up here, I do think this is an area that is demanding a little bit of our attention, though. I still haven't figured out exactly how I want to use the hybrid flowers that we're starting to collect, or where I want to place them. I haven't figured out how this path is going to connect to all the stuff we have going on this side of everything. And I haven't figured out, well, it's really those two things, how I want to kind of decorate this area too. It does feel like this area is going to need a little bit more just to kind of make it feel whole, you know? So today, let's do just that. I'm going to start placing down some paths, and I'm going to make the back of our island feel a little more intentional. For example, one thing I've been trying to decide is how I want to deal with a path connecting this area over to the flower garden. And I can either run it through here and have like the little circle walkway thing connect to an actual path, or I can bring it all the way around up to here, which would also give us an opportunity to put something as like an entrance to the secret beach, which I'm no longer going to terraform into like a staircase. So I think what we'll do is I'm going to run a path next to this part of the pond. I don't like paths being directly on top of ponds like that. It feels dangerous, but I feel like it feels more dangerous to have it next to a cliff where people could just fall off and hit their head on some rocks. So yeah, this is probably a good compromise. And it's turning out something like this. I just need to connect these two right here. It'll basically be done. Of course, I've put all of my hybrids right in the way of that. But we leave this part open, this obvious shortcut that I'm very likely to use way more often than the actual path, of course. But this is kind of what we're dealing with right now. We got the staircase that comes up to here. You have a villager's house right there. You turn up and over. And if you want to, you can go to the secret beach. Now, it's kind of just a matter of trying to find the center point to this and literally just kind of making a spot like this and tapering the corners. And I think putting somewhere around 1 to 3 ladders is the right call. Either 1 in the middle or 3 right here. So it's just super easy to climb down without having to precisely position yourself in the right spot. So we'll make some ladders, and I think I'll take the country fence and put it along here. So, you know, you're less likely to fall off the cliff, and it's more inviting too when it comes to the secret beach. It's more like, oh, you know, what's this over here? Rather than kind of walking by and potentially missing it. Of course, if there is an interest in putting a path that goes through this little section here, it kind of feels like the way to go about that would be to literally just make the thing I was talking about, right? It would just be a few circles running through this thing. So we have right now we have 1 gap between the path and then the first circle. So is it just going to be a series of paths that only have 1 gap between them? This means we would have to put the next one right down here. We'll have to get rid of a flower. And then, as I feared, it's not going to work unless I move this path over 1 tile because it's asymmetrical now. But this is what I was imagining, just a track like this. I think I'm going to commit to it. I'm going to move this path over just 1 tile. It does take a little bit of room away from the side of this villager's house, which is a bit of a shame, but it's not a big deal. They got all that space back here. We can put something back here if we want to. And, you know, it kind of makes everything fit nicely, I think. This is my tip for you for getting rid of paths quickly, by the way. Do every other tile. Unless you're just doing the grass tile, that's faster. But doing every other tile means that it's not going to keep creating like little, you know, cut off corners like that. But yeah, now we can place down the next... Oh, I was wrong. Okay, different plan. We're going to move all of our circles a little bit so that we kind of leave a larger gap in the middle here. Okay, so now this is still symmetrical. 1 tile between these 2, and then there's a larger gap right here, which makes sense because it's where there's a little diagonal anyway, and then 1 gap between all of these. Perfect. Or, you know, Nintendo could just let us have diagonal paths. That would be nice. That would probably solve a lot of my problems. But this is fine. So now I have multiple ways to kind of traverse through this part of the island. Secret beach right up there, quick shortcut to the flower garden right through here. By the way, with the hybrids, I mean, we only have a handful of days left. At this point, it's important to note, I'm not going for any specific hybrids. I'm not trying to optimize to get purple roses or purple tulips rather, or anything like that. I'm literally just trying to get a few hybrids just for different pops of color in different places. It's not a big deal. In fact, putting a hybrid garden up here makes less and less sense when I consider how few of these I'm getting. There might be a world where I just kind of find a couple places around the island. The yellow and white ones, by the way, I don't even need those. But yeah, a couple places around the island for like a pink tulip or something, and then call it a day and we just put something else up on that cliff up there. Then again, it's probably pretty important to start to grow or start to replicate our hybrids if that is the plan, so that maybe we can get more pink tulips and put those in more places. I don't know. With this little time we have left, this many days left, it just, it's so hard to know what the right call is. So I'm going to do a 2 wide path that kind of comes up to here and stops. And I deliberately put it off center, or whatever you want to call it. I didn't line it up with this circle. This pattern feels a little bit like it's going for a random look. And so I want this path to also kind of feel slightly random, and it does center with this wall, which I'm not terraforming. So 2 ladders right here, and then 3 ladders right here, and we'll have some really easy ways up and down various cliffs that we're just not going to be using enough to justify the cost of a ramp. And then I really need to fix up this over here because this little circle path just kind of is here. So we need to get a circle as close to this bridge as we can, and then move the other circle kind of out of the way. As you can see, it's going to connect there. So we got to move. We'll leave Pac-Man there for now. We just got to move that out of the way. We'll put this circle kind of here. It's not going to align with the bridge perfectly, and I'm okay with that. I'm okay with this. This is fine, right? No, nope, it's not. I'm sorry. New plan. Right here, this feels a little more aligned with the angle of the bridge. So let me just taper off all of these. Then I'm going to pull this path back a tile, and I should have enough room to fit another circle between these two spots, but I don't. I need this pulled back yet another tile. It's really difficult to see with this tree here, but the circles are basically just one tile up from this path. So this path just kind of stops here, and then you just walk on these two circles to get to here. It's a bit odd. I don't know. I don't know why this bothers me. I know this is lined up with our main path, but I think just having the circles not lined up with each other works better for me. It makes it feel a little more like a diagonal is starting to form here. Yeah, I like that better. This tree might move. It's really starting to frustrate me a little bit, but we have some more trees in our way as well. We have this one, and we'll have to put a path in front of this house. This tree might get in the way, but until we get someone moved in here, I'm not going to worry about it because I'm going to have to work around the sign anyway. But as far as having some like infrastructure, I'm pretty happy with the way all of this is kind of turning out. And again, just having paths here creates these little pockets on the island, and it makes decorating so much easier for me. I can wrap my head around where things can go, and where all the paths are means like I know where everyone's walking. And I know if they're going to be walking there a lot or a little bit, and I can make a lot of decisions that way. Our next path is going to be up here. So we're not going to be making a path that goes from where I'm standing diagonally up there. That's not what we're doing. But we are going to be making a path that runs to Sprinkle's house and connects to the staircase. And of course, that ramp I just made a path to. So this path is specifically for just Sprinkle, basically. And there's really no reason to go down in this direction, which leaves it open for, I don't know, we can make like a, I don't know what we'll make down there. I was going to say a campsite. We have a campsite. We'll do something. But yes, this is kind of what I imagined for Sprinkle's path. Very short and easy to get to. As you can see, another tree is in our way, but I'll fix that later. Ooh, it looks like we got a couple fossils up here. And the other weed I was looking for. Nice. The other house, the last house we're going to place down is going up here in this area. It's going to be a pretty big plot. Something I would normally try and reserve for a very awesome top tier villager. That's not really going to be an option. So ends up here, I guess, is pretty lucky. They get potentially a lot of space all to themselves. I'd say this is the spot on the island that I'm most nervous about decorating, just because it's so freaking huge. There's a chance that I just lean into putting a lot more trees up here and letting it be like a really dense forest. But I don't know exactly. A big dense forest is not going to earn me the points I need for 5 stars. So I have to kind of balance that with maybe some furniture. I see the shimmering spot up here. So does that mean this is the money rock? There's not that many rocks to hit today because I got rid of most of them yesterday. And this was not the money rock. I also think this is another rock that gets removed today, unfortunately. They're trying to respawn currently. I cannot have it right here. This is where I'm going to be decorating around Abel's. This is kind of prime real estate, so I have to get rid of this one too. And before I get fences, I need to clear out my inventory. And before I clear my inventory, I'm going to put these trees back somewhere, because if I don't, I will definitely just turn around and sell them at some point. Or, you know, well, I guess that's all I could do. I could give them out as gifts as well. We've learned that. So I'm just kind of putting them around the flower garden a little bit, and then we can start to place down some fences, which will, I think, start to set the vibes up here that I'm looking for. Ooh, I just got a piece of furniture. Cute wall-mounted clock out of a balloon. In terms of moving around trees, though, and maybe even some more work with paths and things, a lot of the infrastructure's done. Still a little bit more to do, but I'm pretty happy with where things are, and it is giving me some inspiration for different decorating projects. So I grabbed the country fence, and now I'm going to go ahead and just put it along the cliffside here. I'll probably need to make more of these. Any excuse to craft, though, and get my inventory clear of more supplies, probably a good thing. I can't put things away in my house anymore, and they're going to eventually, the items on the ground are going to keep us from getting the 4 stars we need. 5 stars too, but I did say the other day that I would like by the end of today to have a larger push towards 4 stars, figuring that if I place enough things down, maybe we start to get into 4-star territory. I am going to check. I don't know if we do it today, but I'm going to check and see if we can get close. This is another spot where I want country fence as well, and we do have a ladder hidden here. So I'm just going to put 2 fences there, and it looks like I'm going to need maybe 2 or 3 fences here. It doesn't have to be perfectly symmetrical or anything, but that's going to leave that gap for us to climb up via the ladder. And then over here, I have the fences placed down like I wanted, but I think I want to actually have them turn now and just at least start going in this direction. And we'll put something maybe like right here, like a tree or something, to just kind of like indicate that, okay, that's all the fence we need. It stops there because I want to create kind of like a natural entrance to the back of this house for whatever reason. I don't know if I'm putting anything back there or not, but there, yeah, that looks good. And then we are going to head over to Harv's Island to do a little bit of customizing. And by little, I mean a very little. I want to customize the 2 cypress plants and that loom we have as well. Maybe the fishing items, I grabbed those, but we have a few trips we need to make here. It looks like the only thing he'll do with this is literally just change the pattern, and I think this is one I can actually change myself too. So, all right, I thought I could change the type of wood in the loom, but I guess not. Cypress plant wise, I'm thinking this probably looks good. I think yellow. I'm gonna go yellow. And I guess that's it, because I noticed I could also customize all of the CJ fishing items myself as well. But the reason I did the cypress plants was to put them around this staircase. It just felt like it'd be nice to have a couple of tallish items kind of flanking the edges of the staircase here. We do have a bunch of stuff we need to do in this area, but yeah, this kind of felt like, yeah, that'll look pretty nice. And it does. It does. I like the vibes of that a lot. Next, I would like to play with, not those, some hedges. Did get some hedges finally. And I've been looking forward to kind of messing with these around the island a little bit. So one idea I have is placing them kind of like this. So we do this, and then we just do one hedge like that, just to start lining the paths with them, right? So we do that, and then we kind of match it over here. And we come out no further than this, where right here, we're going to put like a little display of some clothing. Maybe the loom makes it over here somewhere too. I do want to use it, but it might actually go behind Abel's, maybe right here. Just depends on how much room we have. Let's go ahead and keep adding hedges though. I could literally just put them like 2 next to the houses, just like that, and call it. And then we can have room behind this house and room behind Abel's to do whatever we want to do. And I have a couple more ideas in this vein. Let me pick these up again. I want to show you something here. So I'm going to put down some, oops, not those tiles. I'm going to put down some of the dark, what I'll call soil tiles. And it's going to go like that. And then same thing over here, just like this. And I can curve these if I want to, but the idea is that I was going to plant a couple of flowers in front of this little entrance. So the cypress plants would go back and they would sit on the dirt like that. So just like that, and then we would pick a couple of flowers to just go in front of them. And I think that will make it look even nicer. It starts to have like this kind of like garden vibe here, which I wasn't expecting. Not like, obviously from doing this, I'm expecting a garden, but I wasn't expecting this area to turn into a garden district. I was expecting it to be more of a shopping district. But as you saw, I had some options with flowers. I happen to have 2 pink tulips, and I think pink tulips would look nice over there. I think what we do is we actually try and replicate the pink tulips by just, continue to water these flowers, and maybe we can do all pink tulips over there. I don't know exactly. For now, I could use other flowers. I think I'm just going to leave the tiles blank for the moment. And in a bit, I will come up here and we'll start to like work on our actual hybrid replicating farm. Sounds very scientific. But anyway, with this extra space that we have, I figure something else we could do is put down this little dirt pad here and hide the loom kind of behind Abel's. So we will just take the loom and pop it right there and maybe push it back one. Wow, it's a little more hidden than I was anticipating. Well, it's not too hidden. If you're here, you can kind of catch a glimpse of it. And this is implying that they, I guess, sometimes make their own clothing and they need extra big equipment to make that happen. I think from this angle, having that sliver of path right there adds a little bit of intrigue. And then when you're up here, you can more clearly see what's going on, and I think that's kind of cool. And then the fishing items I have could go in so many places. I have the fishing rod stand, the fishing drying rack, and the anchor statue. All of these fantastic items. So I was thinking it could go right here next to this river, and we could make another little path that kind of brings you to this quiet little fishing spot next to Octavian's house. Octavian is a squid, so that's also, I guess, funny, interesting. I don't know. I don't know why a squid would be fishing. But then this spot I've also been thinking would be a great place for a little fishing setup. And you can already see like the fishing rod stand being right here would work really well. And maybe we put like a little bench or something. I don't know. I could actually just use a regular fishing rod as that decoration and put like a little stump and maybe a sign. We can draw up a sign for fishing. I have no idea. I can work with more items, even though CJ only gave me a couple things. I can make my own stuff too. Of course, Captain's Dock is another place I've been threatening to decorate, and the fishing stuff would go good over there. But, I don't know. It's such a big open area, and I only have a few items. So committing that entire thing to like a fishing display feels like too few items and too big of a location. Let's see all the customizations here. That's it. Okay, if I kept the fishing stand white for a second, what about the drying rack? This one's kind of nice. Okay, so the drying rack kind of has the natural wood look, a darker wood look, and then this reddish kind of wood. Let's keep that texture. Let's change the fishing rod stand to have the natural look so they kind of match better. And then the anchor statue doesn't even need to go with this setup what we're doing, but we have all these options. The anchor statue is one of my favorites. I really like this just for its size. It's just a cool little statue. I love that as a gold variant too. I'm not going to waste the DIYs on it right now, but we'll probably go retro and we might put it somewhere else. I mean, come to think of it, next to Octavian's red house, maybe we get like a different color scheme for it. It wouldn't look bad next to his place. I mean, we could even put it right behind the hedges here. Like if I just pop it right there, what does that look like? It's a bit hard to center. It's interesting. It's like in his front yard. I don't hate it, but yeah, I'm kind of thinking we could try fish drying rack here and then the fishing rod stand like right up against his house, and you don't even have to like squeeze through. You just kind of walk right in. Alternatively, we could flip these. I do feel like the fishing rod stand looks better when it's facing out, like facing the camera like that. And the fishing drying rack probably looks okay to the side like this next to his house. That feels a bit better to me. And this is where we get back into, you know, symmetry and stuff, but I think we could put an extra path behind his house just right here. It might look a bit weird and silly to have all this path back here, so I don't know if I like this, but it would do something like this. Is that only one tile right there? Oh, okay, we can't even like connect it right. Ooh, gold nugget fell from the sky. Okay, yeah, maybe I don't like this path here after all. If we were to keep it and try not connecting it, but we just taper off all these little corners here, maybe this looks okay. I was definitely going to taper these corners like this. So now there's a couple little paths. You can kind of go back here, and then here's the fishing spot. I don't think this looks too bad, actually. So now fishing rod stand there, and then the fish drying rack here. And yeah, I think this is kind of cool. If we were to come out here and look at it across the bridge, you know, I kind of like it. It looks like there's a little bit of activity over there, and it's kind of cool. I think it could use maybe a shrub or two. Maybe a shrub right here. Probably not here because he wouldn't be able to walk. But yeah, maybe just a shrub literally right here would help. There's an orange one across the river, so we'll kind of put down, I guess, a yellow one right here. Yeah, that's pretty good. We even got some points for that. Ooh, it's the last stamp on Shrubbery Hubbery, which was worth 1,000. There are no red statues in all of these different options. I think I will go retro with this. So yeah, kind of having the rusted anchor statue popping up behind the shrub there. It's kind of intriguing, kind of interesting. Could use something else over here, I guess. And yeah, like I said, like I keep saying, I want this to be kind of like a clothing display. I thought I picked up some cherries. So I'll grab these, we'll destroy the rock, and I think we'll have to go ahead and just decide what clothing we want there. The goal for me personally just being getting some of this stuff out of my inventory. Now, I had considered that because we're coming up on Halloween that maybe they're having a sale on costumey items. I don't have too many costumey items. I mean, you could say maybe the Western shirt and the concierge uniform, firefighter uniform, maybe these are kind of close to Halloween items. So yeah, I don't know. That would definitely remove certain things. I guess, okay, let's try it. Let me get these out of here. And then perhaps I could also take the safety helmet with lamp. I don't want to get rid of any of my like fancy hats. There's the Kiwi hat, which I'll probably never wear. Ooh, and we have the wrestler uniform. I just noticed that. Mermaid princess dress as well. I could definitely see that being like on shelves for Halloween. And I'm just going to take the fish pouchette as well. Oh, my pockets are full. So no, I'll come back for that. Actually, I just put something away. So yeah, fish pouchette. The tango dress is kind of cool. So I definitely have some items that I guess would fit the vibe of like Halloween sale in a pretty good way. We'll destroy this rock and yes, we'll get this going. So again, I think I'm going to try to put down some dirt path here. And this is just to, I don't know why. Honestly, don't ask questions. Why do I keep using dirt paths everywhere? I don't know. Okay. I don't know what to tell you. But I'm putting down a stall, and it just feels like putting something underneath the stall is the right thing to do. So we'll just do, oops, for now, just this little pad right here. I need to customize it, but the stall will basically go here, and I might push it back. And then I'm going to put some clothing items on the stall, and then I'm going to put some of our like costumes and stuff scattered about over here, maybe even over here. Let's see what customizations we have for this that might work outside of Abel's. I'll stick to natural wood. And then let's see what kind of patterns we have now, because we have a few different ones from Sable. So, I still really like the Panera pattern I was talking about for Zucker. I'm trying to think of what might match the building well enough, and I'm kind of feeling like we need some red on it, right? So they could use that checkered pattern there. I don't want this striped one. Maybe this one. This one has some red in it. I don't know. Every time I try and customize a stall, I always regret it, but we'll try it. Yeah. I don't know. Should I just do like a little green awning similar to the one over their door? Honestly, this one feels kind of perfect. Let's just use it. Yeah, I think this one's a little bit better. Even the wood of this kind of matches the wood trim on the building a little bit, so that's pretty cool. All right, now, I think what we can do is put the Kiwi hat here, and the work safety helmet here, and the safety helmet with lamp, like right here. There we go. So we got a stand for some hats, and then we just start to place outfits around, I think, while trying not to accidentally put them on, which is actually really hard. Okay, so place this one down, and we'll kind of just push it back a little bit. We can place the firefighter uniform maybe in front of it. Where did that one go? Right here. So there's a few outfits, and then maybe we can put maybe the mermaid princess dress. Wow, there's already a very similar dress in the window right now. Just in terms of like really flashy dresses. We could put this maybe right here though. The dress I think in the window is going to change pretty frequently, so that's kind of cool though. And then yeah, maybe the wrestler uniform facing the building intentionally, and the western shirt as well, kind of like right here. That feels, I don't know, honestly, when I start putting stuff behind the hedges, it feels a bit more chaotic. So yeah, western uniform there maybe, and then the wrestler uniform we'll place like right here. And I know they're a bit scattered and weird. I kind of like this. It kind of feels like they're overstocked on random Halloween items that fell off the truck and they got it at a discount or something. They're like, you know what? I don't care if they get rained on. Just put them outside. We don't have a room in our store for this crap. This means I'll have to find something else to put behind the hedges. But you know what? Even if it's nothing, that's still fine. And just as I kind of like walk through this area now, the hedges alone really give this place a whole different feel. But I like the way it's kind of turning out. It's a bit weird, but hey, we're going to have to start getting weird with our builds because we're out of stuff. We're not out of stuff. We just don't have a lot to choose from. And so we need to be creative. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm going to have to make ladders eventually so we can get down here. And then over here, of course, we'll need a couple ladders to go up there. And I want to go up there right now and place down at least our pink tulips because we have 2 of them, and try to get them watered, so hopefully maybe they make more pink tulips for us. So my plan is to actually make a little flower bed up here or 2. In lieu of that, for the moment, I'm just gonna do this, and at least I've kind of done my job. I've gotten 2 pink tulips next to each other, watered. But yeah, over here, it's a bit empty. We'll figure that out, but it's starting to come together nonetheless. We got our flower garden. We have some fences in front of it now, which is cool. I might do even more with fences here, there, and everywhere. Like what you could put some up here. Probably not diagonal, of course, but yeah, there's definitely room for, I mean, like right now, we could just stick some down. Just like this, which helps, I think, the crafting area too. I think just having extra height above that crafting area is gonna look really good. We can shove a fence right there. Maybe we pop one right over here just to be consistent. I don't know if I like these, but I'll just keep them for now. And after all that placing down of things, where does that leave us? Do we have 4 stars yet? Probably not, but we're gonna check. I'm gonna pick up all the stuff off the ground first, especially the trash items I had to pick up, just because I didn't want them going, well, you were at 3 stars, now you're at 1 because there's trash and people are tripping over it. All right, Isabel says 3 stars still. Okay. Oh my gosh. I don't know, everybody. I'm starting to freak out a little bit. The critique today is to improve the island's natural landscape. So that's a little different. Last time I think it said something that was indicative of like more furniture on the island. I know all of it helps, but natural is good. If they just want more trees and flowers, that's a pretty easy win. So tomorrow, let's work on that. Let's add some more nature to the island and see if it gets us closer to 4 stars. It's day 24 of designing the Animal Crossing island in 30 days on hard mode. Yesterday, we placed down some paths, a lot of paths. In fact, almost the rest of the paths for the entire island. In terms of just figuring out the layout, we've pretty much done it at this point. Today, we're going to work on some other projects, and I also have a new method for trying to finish those projects that I'm going to introduce today as well. Oh my gosh. And here we go. This is the first thing I really wanted to check today. Did we finally autofill this plot? And yes, we did. Who is it? Place your bets. It's Gigi. Gigi's been having a bit of a rough go, down from rank 118 to 379. Almost the worst of the worst. When I invited Rodney to the island, I knew that, there was a risk of villagers in the bottom half of the rankings would start to see Grimvale as like an opportunity. But you know what? This ranking system it's pretty evil. I'm not going to lie. It took a small community effort to completely flip the rankings upside down and put Samson all the way at number 1, knocking Marshall, the rightful number 1 villager, down to number 6. And you know what? It's a mess. The whole ranking system is a mess. You know what? I welcome Gigi with open arms. So today, I have a new method to trying to figure out how to just get more decorations placed on the island. We're still not at 4 stars. I'm beginning to panic. We only have like 6 days left after this, so we need to figure this out. So my plan of action for today is to just craft. We're just going to craft and craft. I'm going to craft a whole bunch of stuff. I'm probably going to craft a whole slew of Halloween items. Hopefully, with all of this crafting. What does it take to make this, by the way? All the bears. It feels kind of mean to stuff a bunch of bears into one giant bear. In order to maybe like make some headway here with this island, I have to have stuff to place down, and the lack of stuff is keeping me from, progressing. So if I just fill my inventory with stuff, it might be easier for me to decide on the fly, like where it should go. So that's kind of my plan of action right now. My inventory, speaking of stuff, is completely full. I just made another flimsy axe because it's time to harvest our orange trees. And yeah, that means I'm going to be spending a little bit of time on dailies and stuff like that. But once I get my inventory sorted and a couple dailies done, I'm going to cut back and we will be working on just filling our inventory with supplies, craft with. Then we will fill our inventory with furniture, and we're just going to pick a spot and we're just going to start decorating. In case you're wondering, I did not spend time off camera yesterday doing a whole bunch of selling of sea creatures or anything like that. I have been doing that, but I got to be honest, I think I just kind of needed a break. So I decided, you know what? We're good. If I can't pay down another infrastructure project today, I'm still really proud of the stuff we've managed to put down already, and I'm pretty happy with the progress thus far. So I'm just going to keep it where it's at, I think. But if things turn around, we come across some extra money and we have the time, maybe there's like 1 or 2 more places I could throw a ramp or a bridge, and that's a bonus at this point. That's how I'm thinking about it. I really hope Molly was the one who lost this. Oh, dang it. It would have been nice to get the free friendship points, but it is Samson, who we are trying to get the photo of still, so that's good. I am desperate to shop with Kix today. I did not specify in the rules that buying clothing from other vendors was disallowed, but it feels disallowed, especially when you put him on Harv's Island and you'll have like 24/7 access to him. The point was that it was supposed to be challenging to get the clothes, and I think if I were to write these rules again, just for everybody else to use, I would specify that as part of the challenge, you can't really buy your own clothing. I do think the tailor tickets, like I mentioned the other day, would be a good idea. Like having tailor tickets be the only way you can shop at Able Sisters feels in line with the challenge, but every other way feels like it's too easy to stylize if you just buy clothing from people like Kix or the Nook catalog on Sundays or whatever. All right, Samson, I have a gift for you, and he's wearing Cora's shirt. I have a gift for you, and I have a lost item as well. So maybe we get a photo? I highly doubt it. Checkered sweater vest, not my thing, but okay. Let's see if this earns us a little more favor here. Long wear shirt. Oh my gosh. Whatever, Samson. And Sherry's wearing Wilbo's shirt. Oh my gosh. Yay. Here's our new bridge, fully complete. And I do think that we end up just putting a ladder right here, honestly. But that is one spot where if I were to put down another ramp, I'd probably do a natural ramp, which would be cheap, and it would go right here. So, well, I don't know. It might, that would run right into the entrance for better or for worse. It might go right here, or it might stick out a little bit, and I don't, maybe it's just ladders. Other than carrots, today all of our crops have grown in. So as we go through this crafting fest of just trying to make a whole bunch of items to play with, we can start to fulfill Kato's weekly challenge of creating a potluck, because now we actually have ingredients to work with. Ingredients which I will promptly drop on my front lawn because storage is a bit tight right now. I do have a feeling by the end of today, I'll have reclaimed a bit of my storage because we'll be using so many things, hopefully. But as of right now, this is our storage box. Zucker's making large cardboard boxes as a DIY. I have cardboard boxes taking up my storage, so I don't know. Maybe we just kind of use all these different cardboard box recipes and we can make like a junk pile somewhere. I mean, at least we'd get something on the island. What do you think? Should we trash the back of Rodney's house with all those? I mean, we could. He's already got bodies buried in his backyard. We could just kind of dig those up like that. And then we can maybe put like some dirt path back here and just fill it with all the trash. I think I have the pile of, you know, loose cords. We could put that back here. I don't know. I don't know why I would welcome Rodney with open arms and immediately do mean things to his property, but it just feels right, you know? And, you know, we could trash Gigi's house while we're at it too. I mean, look at all this space back there. There's all kinds of room for piles of cardboard boxes and trash. I did manage to get one new duplicate fossil that we can use as a decoration today because it's just a little standalone guy. So we'll probably put this somewhere by the museum for now. I'm just gonna tuck it in right here. Okay, so I think I'm done doing my daily tasks for now. Probably a couple more things I could do. Got some Nook Mile stuff to do. I'm gonna sell off my excess fossils here that I don't need to place down anywhere. And I think it's time to get crafting. So first I'm gonna dump all the food items outside and we'll pick these up later once we get to cooking. But we're gonna just begin with crafting actual furniture. It's gonna take a little bit of inventory sorting before we can craft up furniture. And I'm a little disappointed. I was gonna sell these fences because they are worth something. I didn't realize you couldn't sell fences to this box though, which is kind of a shame because they're just taking up room at this point. It's unlikely I'm going to use these, and if I do, it won't be many. It's just easy enough to craft them up. I guess we'll just save them for Sunday. I'll just drop them outside for now, and we'll just kind of keep them as junk on the ground. And then if I really need a different type of fence, I have them available because I think you can sell these to Timmy and Tommy. I assumed you could also sell them to the box. Evidently, that is not true. And then since it's a crafting day, the other bit of prep we need to do is just to make sure we don't have any crafting recipes in here that we wouldn't absolutely use. I think these might both be 2 new fences for me, so I'll probably get those. Manhole cover's just a nice item to have for your path. It's nice and cheap. We already have a stone tablet. I'm not really putting it to good use at the moment. I mean, that's about it. The stone arch and the wave breaker. I guess I could see myself using these, but like super excited about them. I'm more excited about these fences. There's more of an opportunity here. And I think I got the fences. I think I will go wave breaker because this is just a really simple item you could put on your beach. It takes up a lot of room. If you have extra stone, which I do, it's just like a good thing to dump some stone into, and then you get some kind of neat looking big items to throw on your beach. All right, I think I have enough stuff to get me started. So I'm actually going to start by customizing this table because I've been meaning to make it match as closely as I can to this little bench here that Marshall gave us. I think I might also customize the drinking fountain while I'm at it. Yeah, I think walnut will match nicely for the DIY workbench. The gray stone drinking fountain seems like a good idea. I'll put that back to right there. Throw down our new and improved workbench, which yes, does match pretty nicely with Marshall's table, and then back home to start crafting stuff. All right, so a wave breaker costs 10 stone and 10 clay each. That is more clay than I was expecting. I thought this was just a stone item, and I only have 24 clay. So if I have extra clay, maybe we do that. And then the straw fence is one that I think would look good on some of our farms. I'm just going to craft up 1 stack of these. And then I've been waiting for a table, a good table, one that I actually, would feel proud to put down just for all year round, Unfortunately, it just hasn't happened. I have the wooden low table, and that's pretty much it. So I'm going to make one of these, possibly 2. I'm going to make another spooky table. This will be my second one. And then, yeah, I think our potluck area is going to consist of 10 spooky chairs, which is a ton of these. But, I mean, I need to seat all 10 villagers. Apparently, Cato's weekly challenge of creating a potluck area didn't include me, just the 10 villagers. I just get to watch. I guess I'm glad. I don't want to participate in a potluck. They're disgusting. But they're gonna invite me, right? I would assume somebody in the group of 10 would want me there. I should at least have the option to go there and be awkward and not eat any of their food. Watching from the outside, looking in, just feels like even worse somehow than not getting invited at all. I have all 10, now it's time to customize them. And this is where things get a little interesting because I'm gonna need a good amount of pumpkins. 10 chairs times 2 of the pumpkins per customization. I'm going to need 20 white pumpkins. Not to mention the tables are 7 each, 14 more white pumpkins. And currently it looks like I have 40 white pumpkins. So that's actually enough. I can do this. The wooden low table is also part of this potluck build. And I think we're just going to pick a good color for it. I was kind of hoping orange was an option, but we got to pick something else that just kind of goes good with like the fall vibes, probably dark wood. And then I just get to customize all of these tables and chairs. It is merciful that this costs pumpkins and not pumpkins and customization kits, because I only have a handful of customization kits right now. So I can actually decorate all the Halloween items how I want to. And if we are going to be using more items like this, then that's good, because I've been growing quite a few different options. It does mean that I might have to have a lot more options of pumpkin designs everywhere. Like right now we have orange. Now I'm doing this monochrome theme. Maybe we do the green or the yellow somewhere else if we're going to put a lot of these decorations down. I don't think that's a bad thing. It's just usually I would just pick one and that's what would be across the whole island. But we're low on options, so maybe having the different colored pumpkins for different parts of the island will at least make it feel like we have different groupings of items instead of just the same small handful of DIYs placed everywhere over and over again. All right, I think using 2 tables will be an easy win here. Should be enough room to put chairs around and still walk around the entire area, which is important to me. Each square on a table and each food item we place down will fit nicely, with 8 food items in total on the tables if I decide to fill up every square on them. And then the wooden low table, the whole reason I wanted to do one of these was for the extra couple of items of like overflow for the feast, right? So we could just put that right there and maybe just put like a couple drinks or whatever. And that would, if I use up all of the surfaces, that would be 10 items, which was the request. I will say though, just imagining chairs around this with the fenced in area and stuff, is a little tight. I guess it's okay if some of them are not necessarily like super accessible. I'll just start placing them down and we'll see what it feels like. Ooh, yeah, our little, display here is really getting in the way, unfortunately. Gosh, I don't want to lose it, but moving it back a bit is an option, so we'll just kind of do that for now. And one thing I like doing to kind of make things look different when I use repetitive DIY items is I like to find all the different orientations of the things I'm placing down and just kind of spin them, because as you'll probably notice with these pumpkin chairs and tables and stuff, they're, you know, different. Every side is different. So let's see, we put this down and then we could probably flip it maybe that way. And now they're all facing a different direction, which is kind of cool. I could do the same with the tables, but because they have faces on them, I'm just going to leave them like that. And then, yeah, oh boy, putting chairs right here, not really a good fit. Unfortunately, I think I actually have to move all of these chairs back even further than I wanted to, just so I could fit the chairs in front of the tables. So this area is maybe a couple tiles smaller than it should be, unfortunately. But now I have a whole tile of room to walk behind all these chairs up front, and so that's what I want. I know I'm just gonna have to pick all this stuff up again to actually place food on the tables, but we gotta get stuff out of my inventory, and I want to see how this looks. So let's flip each one of these in a different direction, and yeah, there we go. It looks nice, actually. I like this a lot. Then we just need to put the chairs at the head of the table on either side, so one right here that should be in the middle, I think, and then one over here. And it's builds like this that make me feel like 5 stars is possible, because that's 14 new items placed down in just one little section. And I'm not necessarily done either, because I also have the straw fence, which I could put in a couple different spots. I could put one there, and maybe we can even put one, if I move this table out of the way, right there in front of the shrub. I don't know if I like that as much, but the straw fence is such a cool little item to just use here and there. I wouldn't use it too much at all, honestly. In fact, even just that one I've put down, it might be more than enough. If I really want to protect the participants of this potluck as much as I can, I mean, they're eating at a potluck, I could do something like that, and maybe like that. And so now they can't fall in the river, but then I can't fish as easily. So we might get rid of maybe these two. And yeah, now like the fences here, they're kind of like together a little bit. That works. I'll leave this extra one right here. I definitely like the one in the back. I'll leave the extra one just to see if I end up hating it in a little bit. And now, what of the just crafting of a mass amount of items to place everywhere? Well, I've been giving this some thought, and I got a comment the other day that kind of made sense. Somebody said, why don't you just lean into the Halloween stuff? Because the island is called Grimvale after all. And I think a lot of you can see that I'm struggling quite a bit with just getting DIYs for this island that add variety. I think, for example, by now we'd have like a normal table, like a wooden table, if it wasn't for the spooky season. But spooky season has kind of taken over, and now I have so many of these spooky DIYs that it just doesn't really make sense to kind of fight against it. We should just lean into Grimvale feeling like a Halloween themed island. It was made around that time of year, and so it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. And I think that's what I'm going to do. And this is where just a collection of random items kind of comes into play. Because I can just make a bunch of these and I can just put them everywhere. And you know what I might do? I'm thinking of making a ton of spooky standing lamps. I like the spooky standing lamps quite a bit. They're a little smaller than I wish they were, but relatively affordable. Not too much clay used here. I feel like hardwood isn't too difficult to come by, although, wow, 5 per is a little more than I was expecting, actually. And I only have a couple more in my inventory. Oops, okay. So we might have to chop some trees, but my thought was that we could put a bunch of these all over the paths, or maybe at least in certain areas, because right now I can only craft like 4 of them. Luckily, a number of these items just require pumpkins to make, so that's good. My customization pumpkins have grown in, and I hadn't harvested them yet, so that's good too, because with the Halloween items I've just crafted and the additional Halloween items I will likely be making, yeah, like I said, we'll probably want to change the look of some of them. So I want to add more to the potluck area first, and then yeah, from there we think about little lamps on the side of the roads and just other places where these decorations could shine. Other than the food though, I think what I'm about to do will pretty much complete this area. So we're going to start with the spooky arch at the entrance, and it is a perfect fit for the entrance. We'll let it sit on the path maybe a little bit, although I could push it there. I just don't know if... No, it's still walkable. All right, yeah, I'll put it there. And then I made the spooky, I believe, is it lantern set? Yeah, I think so. It has some, like, hay next to it. But, unfortunately, it can't be pushed anymore in the corner, and I have to kind of wedge myself between it. I love this item, but it's not going to go here. I could put the spooky tower here instead. Well, oops. Would hopefully still allow us to walk around it. We can have it kind of face out like that. And yeah, I think that's fun. The spooky lantern set can just go here, right on the corner of the path where it's out of the way. Can you sit on this? No. Okay. For some reason, I thought you could. Yeah, that looks pretty good. And then I made an extra spooky lantern. I don't know. We'll put it like right here with that fence. I think that looks nice. Fills that area out actually in a pretty good way. I like that. Ooh, maybe we get a new recipe from this balloon or something. Oh, spooky lantern set. Wait, I literally just put one of those down. I'm already getting duplicate spooky recipes. I thought by the time I got all the spooky recipes, which it seems like I may have, they would have decided, okay, you did it. You collected those. Now you can just enjoy all the other recipes. There's more fall recipes. It doesn't just stop at the spooky ones. So great. I'm glad that the game is still giving me only spooky recipes. Now just ones I've already collected. Awesome. Probably gonna require more of these. I think I'm just going to line this whole path with these spooky fences. Yep, just a few more. I could put a gap in the fence here, leave fences here to decorate maybe in front of a little bit, and then a gap in the fence here. And these gaps will let me maybe take the path and kind of, you know, invite people onto the beach with it. Something like this. So it's just right there, tapered off, and boom. You are invited to the beach, or maybe, I don't know, we put a couple wave breakers or something, or more palm trees. I don't know what to do with the beaches yet. This one looks like it's just going to be 3 tiles wide, and I don't know if I like that, but it is centered with this little, you know, lip on the beach, so maybe that's okay. We'll go 4 again. Here we go. So 2 different ways onto the beach pretty quickly. It's still very traversable, nice and easy to kind of run over here, do your fishing or looking for DIYs. You don't feel trapped. This is another spooky recipe I already have. Let's find out. It's the spooky treats basket, which, yes, I was right. I already have that too. Well, I think now would be a good time to take a quick break from decorating and let's hit up a cat island. That is going to allow us to go to a place where we can like just decimate the environment, and that'll get us some more, you know, different types of wood, hopefully hardwood and things we need to craft a bunch of lanterns. And then, yeah, if we get that, we can come back and I think just try lining one of our main roads here with spooky lanterns. I might customize them to be a different color, or maybe, I don't know, we use the orange ones over here. There's already a lot of spooky stuff here. I might put them somewhere else. But yeah, oh, you know, it'd be fun. Maybe we put them by Zucker's place, because it's kind of a small path, you know, there's not too many spots where we'd have to put them. And we haven't really started decorating his area for Halloween at all. Cat Islands are, of course, expensive, but not as expensive as grabbing a Nook Miles ticket. And we get to get a recipe for sure. So that's good. Ooh, okay, we got the island with the vines on it. Very nice. Let's check the DIY first, though. Glowing moss pointed cap. Well, it's clothing, I guess. I just wish it was, I don't know, something else. All right, but enough whining about DIYs. I'm here with a job to do. Oh my gosh. I wonder if all these are money rocks? Probably not. But I think I'm owed a money rock right now. There's not a lot of rocks on my island currently. I don't think I've hit all of them today, but I definitely have not found the money rock on the main island today. So, hey, I'll take this. Indeed, they're not all money rocks, but I'm happy to see clay and iron anytime. Okay, not a terrible haul, not nearly as much hardwood as I was hoping to come away with, but, you know, we can make some money off these coconuts. And yeah, it's not too bad. I know a lot of people probably want me to take these shrubs, but I just don't think they're a good fit for this island, so I'm just going to leave them. Yeah, just a little bit of money off the coconuts. Very nice. We'll plant our gyroid fragment and hopefully get something cool. And I guess with supplies being where they're at right now, I'm not going to make a giant batch of spooky lanterns like I wanted to. However, I'm willing to make a couple of them, and they're called spooky standing lamp. There already is a spooky lantern recipe. I don't want to confuse anybody. I'm going to throw a spooky scarecrow into the mix, and then a couple more recipes as well. And these will all go by Zucker's Place, and I am going to lean into just using different colors for different areas. And so for Zucker, we're going to go with the green pumpkin customization. Okay, now I'm going to eat a few cherries because we got some trees that have just been kind of in the way for a while, and we're going to try to move them. I say try because you just never know with me, but I'm going to try to get them out of the way. And I'm going to replace these 3 trees with probably the spooky tree that I made. And if there's room, I could put back a regular tree as well. So yeah, right on the corner, I'm going to put down this spooky tree, and that's going to start to, you know, make Zucker's Place feel like he did indeed decorate for the spooky season. Obviously, spooky scarecrow goes between the 2 farm plots. And then we get into the spooky standing lamps. And so this is where it gets a little bit interesting because I'm probably going to get another one of these to put right on this corner here. And I just want these little lanterns to feel like they were added to this path, just as like temporary decorations. I don't want them to be part of the, I don't know, the lighting infrastructure for Zucker's like farm or any part of the island for that matter. So if I just kind of like stagger them like that, I think that's pretty good. And I do think the spooky lantern set right here is cool, but we already have the similar looking hay bales just right here. So I don't know, would it look too cluttered to put this among them? Actually, no, I kind of like that. We can honestly just shove the spooky tower right there. And, you know, as you can tell, there's a lot more room for even more of these types of items here. I'm running out of pumpkins at the moment, so I can't do too much more. But this fills it out pretty nice. I do like this. I think I will reinstall one of these trees, like right here. And let's see, walking up now, still feels pretty good. We got the spooky tree. We can see it nice and clear. It's not being obstructed by anything. For the time being, we'll just throw another tree right here. That will probably move. I just don't know exactly what I'm going to do with this spot yet is the problem. And maybe one more tree in front of this well, like right here. This closes the area off in kind of a nice way, actually. I kind of like this now. But still needs something. I'm not quite done yet. And I've put down a lot of items today. I've also cleared up a good amount of my storage. I'm going to see if I can fit my crafting materials back in my house and move on to the next thing. Not quite. But you know what? We do have a couple more spooky items. And like I said earlier, there is a lot of cardboard in here. And I have 3 different cardboard items that I can craft. Ooh, this one takes 5. This one takes 1. This one takes 2. All right, I'll go with this one and this one. And indeed, I do have a pile of tangled cords. And I don't know, this tape deck looks kind of old and junky. We'll use that. And I hate to do it to him, but it looks like Rodney's house is gonna get junked up a little bit. I gotta find a use for all these cardboard boxes. I'm sorry. It's a mean thing to do. It's unnecessary. It's cruel. It goes against everything I was saying about Grimvale being this warm, welcoming place for new folks. I mean, it's Rodney, come on. So I'm throwing this tree in this corner, and then I think what I'm gonna do is kind of take the large cardboard boxes and like put them there up against the cliffside, and then the cardboard sofa I'll put here, but I want to pull it out one. I don't know if I can. I didn't realize how much larger the cardboard sofa was going to be compared to just the box pile. I might actually move some stuff around here. I think our tangled cords could maybe go right here. I believe you can, no, you cannot walk on these. How do they look from over here? Yeah, that's kind of what I want. I just want them poking out a little bit. Like, oh boy, what's going on back here? What a mess. What a mess. The HOA is not going to like this. And then the tape deck, I've been kind of looking for an excuse to put a music player outside, because I just want the villagers to sing other songs other than that default song that they sing when they don't know anything else. I have to register the couple of songs that I have to make that happen. But yeah, that also makes it feel like Rodney just does not care. You know, his house is overrun inside with junk and it's just spilled out into his backyard. I don't think this is a good thing, by the way. Rodney should probably be more respectful of folks trying to enjoy the nice little nature walk we've created here. But no, he's not. He's a horrible neighbor. I'm also realizing this is a great use of our leftover corrugated iron fence. Putting that right there and then shoving the large cardboard boxes right here. That gives us the vibes we're looking for sure. Maybe if we get something else that's kind of tall to put in another corner, that would look even better. But for now, hey, yeah, we did it. We created a junk pile. Ooh, maybe our tall junk item is inside that balloon. Unfortunately, it's right over the rivers, so I don't know how I'm gonna get this. I guess I'll just stand here and wait. Ooh, it is a standing toilet, which is close to what I wanted. I could actually just put that in my bathroom, to be honest. And I think I will, because I am out of storage. Okay, now on to our next project. We have an entire potluck worth of food to, get made and then put into a potluck area. So if I'm not mistaken, I need to make 10 different items. And I now have all the different sugars and flours to work with here. This is gonna be a pretty carby meal. I also have cherries to make cherry smoothies. If you just look at what I can actually make right now, it is not much. I think I even have tomato puree in my storage at the moment. I'm just going to start with all of this stuff and then see what it opens up for us. Okay, so when we go back to this tab now, this is everything I can make for the potluck. Now, this is not a big variety. There's no proteins. It's not looking great at the moment. Fortunately, one of my Nook Miles tasks is to catch 5 fish. So let's see if we can go by the ocean and catch some different types of fish that we can actually put into other recipes. That'll add some variety. And as much as I don't like fishing and stuff, the fish recipes in this are actually pretty cool. Like sea bass, yes, this is actually a perfect fish to get for what I need right now. This one could be horse mackerel. That would be nice. And it is a horse mackerel. I think we can cook with this as well. Yeah, like 2 fish in, we have ahi fry, and we also have sea bass pie. So we need to keep fishing. If I'm lucky enough to find a dab on this trip, we'll have another type of recipe we can make as well. All right, 5 fish. Did not find a dab or an olive flounder. I think olive flounder might have also gotten to something else. So here's everything we can make right now with the food items we have on hand. Now, I already have tomato puree in my storage, so I'm just going to go ahead and grab that right here. And I already have the organic bread as well. So those are 2 out of 10 things. Now, Kato didn't say 10 different things, just that I needed 10 things. Although we're really close to having 10 different things, so I think I am going to try to do 10 different things. So we can make the tomato curry, the sea bass pie, like all this stuff, minus the 2 things I already got. And then I'll only need a couple more, options. Okay, I have everything cooked up, and we're going to start with the side table that we did here. And the side table is kind of perfect for our tomato puree, which I will place here, and then the cherry smoothie, which I will place here. So yeah, these just feel like items you would have on the side, I guess, and that's why I'm putting them on the side table. I'm gonna pick up all these chairs and we'll start getting stuff put down onto the tables. I'm gonna spin the tables to kind of get stuff placed down at different, in different orientations. And I'm gonna put the organic bread here and maybe the ahi fry right here. Spin it back around. That's kind of the opposite of how I wanted them placed, actually. I should have paid more attention. Okay, kind of like that. All right, that's looking pretty good. Then I think we could do with a tomato curry right here. And then we'll do the brown sugar cupcakes right here. That's looking pretty good. I always hate the round tables because when you put food on them like this, it feels like they're hanging off, because they literally are. And I don't like that. That gives me a ton of anxiety. Okay, pound cake is gonna go here. Pancakes are gonna go right here. And for now, I think the sea bass pie will go here. There it is. So we are missing 1 item to complete the entire spread of 10 different food items for 10 different villagers. I imagine it won't be long before we get another food recipe, so I'm gonna try and hold out for that. I wanna try to make this 10 different things just for fun. For the time being though, got the chairs placed back down, and yeah, we have a lot of options here. This area is looking really nice. I still think something should go here, even though it might block my ability to fish. It could even just be hedges. I don't know yet. I'll figure that out later. This spot is pretty much done though. I really, really like it. And another balloon. Maybe this is a food recipe. That'd be kind of cool. Nope, it was a gothic headdress. That's okay. Probably not very tasty. We have yet another very important thing to do today, and that is to sell the last plot of land. You saw how long it took to get autofill, get that other plot autofilled. So we should probably get started right away, get a plot place down. Hopefully it autofills quickly. If it doesn't, we'll have plenty of time to go find somebody. But yeah, if we don't do this today, there's just no chance we can get it autofilled. I've already teased the location of this house quite a bit. I don't know exactly where it's going to go, but I've gotten ramps and everything set up so that right up here, we could put down somebody's house. And that's what we're going to do for sure. Wow, wasn't the shimmering spot like right in this same exact area just the other day? So I'm pretty certain I don't want to destroy this rock. And I'm trying to think about where a house could go that would look kind of nice. So Sprinkle's house, and this place right above Sprinkle's house is kind of cool because if we were to put a house maybe right here, it would, I don't know, make this area feel a little more, I guess, neighborly, if that makes sense. Because there'd be a house here, and then there'd be a little spot in front of it where you can put some decorations. Kind of feeling that, actually. Let me see what it would look like if we pulled it back a little bit and tried it here. Okay, so it would be basically right here. Would it be in line with Sprinkle's house? No. Okay, that's good. I actually do want them like a tile or two offset from each other. So yeah, this is the spot, I think. Got rid of a lot of trees. And so if my math is correct, that is the last plot. Yep, we have 8 villagers. Gigi makes number 9, and then whoever moves into this spot is, number 10. Let's take this tree that was in our way and maybe give it back to this house somewhere. We can put it like, I don't know, maybe right here. Yeah, that works. So the path will come up from here. This tree has to move too. It will be like this, basically. Just imagine the tree is not there. We'll put 4 path tiles down, and maybe it needs one more so that we can just have it go right underneath the doorstep of our soon-to-be new neighbor. I do have a lot of food on me right now, so we could just move this tree. And I guess I could just plop it right back down right here. And that should be nice. I think that'll add, a little bit more height. It kind of obscures that house a little bit. For better or for worse, I might move it, but I think that's pretty cool. And we can get this path kind of going. Now, will the path continue going north, or will it just turn and be done, and then the rest of this will be like a big wild forest? I don't know. It kind of depends on what happens right now. Because if we're at 4 stars, then having one big wild forest might be just fine. If we're still at 3 stars, though, that might have to become a theme park or something. So island evals, it's got to be 4 by now, right? It's got to be 3. Oh my gosh. What? Last time Isabel did say the nature wasn't quite enough. Yeah, it's still island's natural environment. So I guess I should start replanting some of the trees that I callously destroyed. Maybe this does call for a big old wild forest. I don't know. There's also like a lot of flowers that I need to kind of like figure out where they go, but there's already a good amount of flowers in the island. I don't want more. I think this is probably a tree problem. And when I look around just by our flower garden alone, yeah, I guess I can see why that would be an issue. There are some big open spaces now, thanks to the amount of trees I got rid of. So yeah, I guess maybe tomorrow we should plant some more trees. I mean, if we don't do it tomorrow, we're gonna run out of time because they take a few days to grow and we don't have much time left. And to be honest, a nature-focused day would definitely allow me to kind of take a little break, gather up some more supplies, regroup a little bit before we do another big item decorating day. So yeah, that makes a lot of sense, actually. It'd be nice to make this hybrid farm a little more official too, because we are starting to get a couple of hybrids, and I'm trying to put them somewhere to see if I can replicate them. So yeah, we can make this area look nicer. Yeah, we got options. So yeah, I guess join us tomorrow for Nature Day. It's day 25 of designing an Animal Crossing island in 30 days on hard mode. Yesterday, we built up this whole potluck area. We placed down a lot of items, not just here, but across the island yesterday. Only to be told we are still at 3 stars. So today, we are going to continue trying to get to 4 stars by spending some time with nature. It is going to be a nature day. I've been cutting down a lot of trees. I've been disrespecting this land since the moment I got here. And so today, we need to plant a bunch of stuff all over the place. I imagine we'll do some furniture decorating here and there as well, but that's the plan. I really need to focus on planting stuff. And of course, we're super prepared because I've only ever bought like 20 saplings, and I've never bought more. So we have so many trees to work with. Yeah, this is going to go great. It is quite the shame that I forgot to deal with my money trees yesterday. I planted one, put it in my inventory, and then never did anything with it. So I have 2 money trees that are going to grow at the same pace now. And with only 5 days left, those are not mistakes I need to be making if money is something that I'm intending on using, and it is. I've pretty much resigned myself to the fact that my house is not going to see another upgrade. It's just, there's not enough time, and that's okay. But there is certainly some other stuff I would like to buy, and yeah, I did kind of mess up there. Although, yeah, I really messed up because now I accidentally covered the hole. I took the 10,000 bells out of my bag here, put them aside, went to plant them, and just covered up the hole, I think. Losing my mind. So yeah, no, I just threw away another money tree. So yeah, no, these are mistakes that I'm gonna pay for. Quite literally. Anyway, if it's trees we're worried about, there's actually nothing stopping me from, of course, just going to a Nook Miles island. It would let us fill up our last plot with just a villager that we find, and I would be able to go ahead and like just scoop up the trees there. So that's an option, and one I'm considering, because although I have saplings just kind of waiting for them to grow, and then not even knowing if they're going to look good in that spot is not great. I could get this plot filled up today if I just go ahead and use the points that I have, which I do have enough on this mission. But I think I'm just going to kind of think about that as I do my dailies today and try to wrap my head around all the stuff we need to do. Let's go ahead and welcome Gigi to the island. She's embarrassed because her home is a mess and has basically told me to leave and come back once the place is set up. Also, Red is here today, so maybe we get a couple cool furniture items from him. Okay, it looks like we have a fake statue today, which is actually really tempting considering I'm doing such a bad job at donating the art. And then 2 small kind of items that would go on tables, but, pretty interesting little items. We could probably use these somewhere. I think I am going to go ahead and buy the fake statue. We just need stuff to place on the ground, and I don't know. I just feel like I could use this somewhere. I'm not super concerned with getting art in the museum. I did say I had to donate the first bugs and fish and stuff, and that was more of like a limitation on making money. The artwork, that's for me, I think. My Nook Miles tasks today are also pretty easy, so getting to 3,000 points is going to happen right after I drink this coffee. And we could use that to also visit a Cap'n Island today if we really want to like grab a lot of different trees and shrubs and stuff. Now, the shrubs on Cap'n Islands are usually different than the ones I'm using on the island at present. And I'm just trying to use one type because they're in bloom currently, and I don't know why. I feel like it just complicates things less. Just, oh, these shrubs are the only shrubs I need to worry about. You know what I mean? Kind of being silly, I think, when I say that out loud. So we could grab the shrubs and whatever trees from a Cap'n Island, which would give us a lot more flexibility and options. Of course, more nature to decorate with. By the way, you know what I just noticed about the cafe? There's windows here. Do you see that? The lighting on the chairs and tables? Wait, there's no windows on the front of the museum. Where are these? I really wish I could see this from the outside because they look nice too. There's detail. There's plants. Well, I guess it's these plants underneath the windows. I don't know. See the little leaves that are waving right there? Right next to me. That's just in the window. I wish I could see whatever this is. It was clearly carefully designed. They should have like made the museum look different when the cafe moved in. Okay, kind of taking a look at my duplicate fossils here. If they just have like a 1-word name, they could be good decorations. Oh, ammonite is always like a good one. We already have that. And we keep getting these things. I don't even know how to pronounce them, but I got one yesterday too, and then we already have one on display. So, all right, we can just sell all of these. Of course, the thing that will completely interrupt my plans for going out and like collecting a bunch of trees and stuff would be if we had new fences to redeem. Ones that I actually really, really want. Let's see. Kind of hoping for them anyway. Okay, bamboo slats fence is actually pretty nice. I already have the block fence. I'm kind of tempted by this one because I can see using it in at least one area. Okay, let's buy it. I'll probably earn enough miles to still go to a Cap'n Island later today. And then before I do any more impulse buying, let's go ahead and just get a Nook Miles ticket. Let's get this out of the way. We will find a villager there. We'll invite them to the island, and then we'll, destroy the entire little island that they're hanging out on for our own benefit. Oh, a cedar sapling in the recycle bin. Perfect. The game knows what we're trying to do. I don't have any new food recipes to make right now, but you know what I am going to do is I'm going to craft up a couple of these, and this is what we're going to use for all the tree scooping, because I always forget that making the food into actual meals gets you more benefit from that in terms of like how many rocks you can destroy or trees you can dig up. I think I will drop the extra flour and sugar that I have though. And later I'll cook these up into something to sell. And maybe I'll just kind of do that with all the raw ingredients at the moment. I don't want to just take a bunch of raw ingredients with me on this trip. And then I made myself a flimsy axe because I want to chop up all the trees before I scoop them up. And I'm going to bring 10 cherries because I don't know if this is going to be enough, this food here. So that at least we'll have something to kind of like eat over there. I guess there should be fruit on trees to some capacity though. Samson wanted to chat, give it all you got. So he's giving me some reactions. I'm going to give him a present and hopefully get a photo from him. I doubt that'll work, but I just want to be one step closer at least. I think this is my last wrapped present too, which is a shame. He's going to give me a simple parka. In the selling bin it goes. Okay, let's go get our new villager and a whole inventory's worth of trees or whatever we find over there. The only thing that would be really bad is if this was a bamboo island. Okay, it's not a bamboo island. It's not a sister fruit island. It's not a money rock island. I think we're in good shape. And who is this villager up here? Oh my gosh. I don't know your name. Is it Sandy? It's Sylvana. Sylvana is in the top 100, number 96 on the list. Not that that really matters. Sylvana's adorable. And a fantastic final villager for Grimvale. Do you really mean it? Yes, move to the island. Okay, there it is. So all 10 villagers have been added. And while I'm here, I am going to gather up some supplies like normal because we ran out of a lot of stuff yesterday and I'm going to need things, but then we're gonna scoop up all these trees. If I have room, I may take some of these flowers as well. They're not the types of flowers I normally would put on the island or that I've been growing on this island, but you know, again, anything we can do. We've been dinged a couple times now on the natural environment, so we got to do something. I swear these islands are so cursed too. Every Nook Miles island I go to just never has a beach recipe. So that's another reason I do prefer the Cap'n Islands, because they're cheaper to go to and you always get something. And then sometimes you get pretty rare stuff. Like yesterday we got the island with the vines and everything, so we got one of the glowing moss recipes. They're just a better value. Okay, so I've hit every rock, which means I can now go ahead and start removing trees. I of course need to make sure that I shake a piece of furniture out of the trees before I do this, but we can at least, you know, drink this and take the cherry trees. I just ate tomato curry and got 5 scoops. I guess I'm just going to call them scoops. Let me know in the comments what the best food is, other than eating like a stack of turnips, which will instantly give you 10 scoops. What is the best food you can cook to give you the most amount of scoops? I've never really looked into this, but I do feel like 5 is one that I've seen quite a bit for some of the better recipes, but I don't know if it goes even higher than that. Here's our furniture. It is cute chair. All right, I think that's my second item in the cute series. One of these should be a bunch of angry hornets. It is this one. The layout of this particular island is not great if you're on the hunt for more trees to steal for your island. There's only a very small handful. We could have gotten a lot of different islands that would have given us a lot more. All right, let's eat our organic bread. That's a little hard to say. And we get 5 from that as well. We will go ahead and scoop up the last of these trees. And since I have one more scoop, I'm going to go ahead and just break this rock so I don't accidentally do something I regret on my own island. So there we go. And nice. Okay, so we got Sylvana, and this is what we're looking at in terms of everything we scooped up. 9 more spots. Do I want to take 9 flowers with me? I don't know. I don't even really know what to do with the flowers I have. So I'm going to hope that maybe it's just good enough that we have extra trees on the island for now. Yeah, we'll just leave the flowers. While I was there, I did forget to chop up the trees too, which is a little disappointing, but that's all right. Okay, now it's time to decide where everything's gonna go, and that's gonna be a little bit mind-boggling. I think I'm gonna just start with the coconut trees, because the beaches are the most empty part of the island that I'm probably not doing a whole lot with. So these are just like free trees when you think about it that way, I guess, if that makes sense. So I'm just gonna kind of scatter these about the island, because yeah, I don't see myself doing too much with them. However, in this area right here, I don't see myself doing so much with the beaches, I mean, but in this area right here, I've been talking about how it'd be nice to get kind of a path of some kind going up to the campsite, and those fences we got earlier might be a great addition. We could just kind of like put them here a little bit and up the beach or something to try and imply that like, hey, wouldn't it be cool if you visited the campsite? We'll have to, you know, really decorate this spot at some point, and that alone should be enough to get people to walk up there. But yeah, I've been trying to think about different paths we could do, and that's an option for sure. I actually think a tree or two back here wouldn't be a terrible idea. I kind of like obscuring tall items like windmills and stuff like that. So maybe that, and then another tree a little more up here would probably also look good. Or maybe that's too many with the one I just added. I don't know. Okay, I actually like that. Maybe I get rid of this one, take this one and move it over a tile. I have cherries. Let's cook up some more cherry drinks. So you pick these up like this, and then I think take this tree. Actually, let's move it back once. Let's see if we can put it by the cliff a little bit closer, just like this. No, that is a little too close to the cliff. So, okay, right here. I think that'll be good. I kind of like it better not clipping into the silo like it was. Yeah, so that's cool. That gives us, I'd say, some better vibes a little bit. A couple more trees. It would be nice to put like an item right here. And maybe that's where the well comes in. Maybe I'll bring the well back and put it here. I don't know. But something there would be good. Additionally, this spot and over by across the river as well, both of these spots feel very vacant. So I'm going to try to just put a hardwood tree right here to see how I like it. Usually right next to the paths like this, I don't know, but this time, yeah, I think that actually helps. I like it. As for up here, I do like running around this pond while I'm fishing. I don't think the tree will block that too much. Let's try this right here. And if I go back across, yes. Yeah, I think that looks good. I think that helps. Now, one project you've probably noticed me avoiding quite a bit throughout these 30 days is my own front yard. I don't know what to do with this space. It's a lot of space. And it even kind of like comes all the way down to here, where it feels like just north of this path it's begging for something else, like right here. We got some spooky decorations. It just feels like something else could go in this spot too, and I don't know what to do. Another area that's a bit confusing for me is all the mountainy areas. I like to be consistent and use these types of trees around the mountainy areas of islands, but I don't have any full-grown versions of these other than the ones that are on the island already. I do have a good amount of saplings for them though. So I think because I want to turn this into a hybrid garden, I'm going to scoop up all of these ones and scatter them in other places, and then we'll plant some new little baby ones here in their stead. And then what I'm going to do is create a path going through this area, and it's going to go up, and it's just going to be surrounded by little tiny hybrid growing spots. What does that mean? Well, I'll show you. Okay, so an L-shaped path like this, or I guess that's more J-shaped, and then we will grab this, this soil here, and literally put down 2 tiles like this, and then go up here and put down 2 tiles like this, and then go to the back and put down 2 tiles like this. And we'll do that on the other side as well. Something like that. And you might be wondering, why? What is that? Well, this is where I'm going to take like 2 different hybrids and try to breed them together next to each other. And if they successfully have offspring, those flowers will be put somewhere else on the island to be used in another little project. So little pink ones, right? Oops. Okay, so pink ones there, black ones up here. And these are gonna get traded out a lot. These are not like hard-coded spots where, okay, this is where only pink tulips go. It's gonna be dependent on what hybrids are available to me at any given time. So I can put the blue hyacinth there. I also have some orange tulips, or at least this one orange tulip, so I can put that up here. I think you get the idea. And I do actually have some extra flowers today, but I don't think any of them are like fancy looking hybrids. And some of what I'm doing is probably all for naught, because apparently there is a, black and black tulip makes purple, and that's cool, but there's no like pink and pink makes pink. You know what I mean? So I'm only hoping and assuming that 2 pink hybrids together will make more of them, but I don't know. Just popped a balloon, got a marble print dress, and 200 points. We now have enough points to go to a Captain Island. But okay, all the different hybrids I have available to me now each have their own little spot at the moment. And yeah, hopefully we can get more. One thing that I'm pretty certain of is that, for example, when I grew blue roses, once I had my blue roses from whatever method I used, I was able to get more of them by breeding blue and blue. I'm 99% sure that was possible. So I'm pretty sure that all of these can spawn more of their exact same type. Let's go ahead and taper off this path though. I do think up here we could definitely do with some fencing. I don't know exactly what type yet. And this is like the perfect place now to plant some extra trees. I've chosen to grab the bamboo slats fencing we just unlocked. I want to see how it looks just right here on the edge of this cliff. I think as a backdrop to our little flower hybrid garden here, it's actually pretty cool. I don't know if I'm going to keep the one that's running north to south or not. It just kind of felt like maybe having one of those asymmetrical kind of L shapes again would be kind of neat. Alternatively, for some height over here, I could plant a tree, maybe like right in this spot, and that might look better just because when you're standing here, it's just so vacant. There's so much headroom. So let's do it. I'll throw a cedar sapling right here and we'll let that grow big and strong. right in front of the fence, and I will keep that tiny little L shape there. And then I think a tree here and here would be kind of cool, although I don't know, because this is so close to this little like cliff thing, I don't know if that'll work without doing some hacks. So, not literal hacks, but okay, so the big tree indicates that yes, I can plant a little tree here. I know it's been suggested that I just go ahead and use like the terraforming tricks people do to get trees closer to cliff edges. I don't like doing that. I just want to plant the trees in whatever limitations Nintendo set for me. It's fine. So yeah, I think those look nice, and again, a couple little items in here wouldn't hurt. So that's something we could do at some point. And then I think for a final tree, we'll put one right here. So there, we got 4 trees up here, 4 brand new trees. That's also getting me points too, planting these. And I think that'll make the area look good. Give it some height and give us some little items to kind of decorate around. This place, I think, would also benefit from some shrubs for sure. I just want to see what it would look like if I added more fencing, like right here. Oops, not right there, but right along like the entrance to this area. Not really. I'm not super into it. We do need something here for sure, but I don't think it's fences, at least not those fences. Now, what about the trees that I scooped up earlier? Why did I need those fully grown trees? Why would saplings not be enough? I didn't really need to have them be fully grown right now, but my plan here is to start putting these down, just in areas that look really sparse to just kind of see it finished like today. So I could put a tree right here, for example, and we can plant that right there. And yeah, I think this is one of those areas that just benefits quite a bit from having trees planted like this. And we have them right here right now. They're ready to go. I've never loved how one of the trees is just blocking this house in the most obnoxious way possible. So I think what I'll do is actually move this one over one. Literally just like right here, I think will look so much better. Just a world of difference putting this there. And yeah, now we can see the house. Still feels like you're kind of in a little forest, lots of trees. I've been tempted to put one basically here, but I'm afraid it's going to block our nice little junked up area that we made. So I don't love that. But we could put one in front of the fence, which I don't think will block too much. Still get the forest vibes I'm looking for. Ooh, and add some shade. I like that. And then this path here, it really feels like we need something. So I'm going to see if I can put a tree in this corner, and if I like that, we can probably put one. Yeah, there we go. And that already helps a lot. And then it also feels like this spot here could benefit from a tree. Now this one, I don't know, are these too close to the path? Like if I slapped a tree right here, which I can't, dang it. I do feel like that would help. I can't. But I do have to be honest, I don't like this tree where it is. I just really don't like it. Something about it is bothering me. I'm going to see if I put it here. And then if we just take another tree and kind of put it, you know what, maybe like right here, which may be too close to the river. Nope, that'll let me do that. Okay, so if I put that there and then I put a tree here, I think that'll make the area feel a little bit better to me. And yeah, a little bit. They're kind of like staggered cedar trees on this nice little dirt path. We'll need more for sure, but this looks pretty good. I honestly think this area is just screaming to have a country fence, like just somewhere along this little path. Not everywhere, but this fence right here, just kind of put along the road, maybe like just in this nice little L shape like this. And then I don't know if a tree goes in here or it's shrubs or more flowers or something, but it definitely needs some kind of clutter. Let's see if I'm right. Let's see if this is the correct call. And already, I love these fences. I just think something like that already adds a lot. It's gonna probably take some items or shrubs to kind of make it feel even more complete. But for the time being, just this right here is good. It gives me a nice little space to decorate and we'll put something here or up here. And I have shrubs on me. I just grabbed my little shrub saplings. But part of me does want to see what Captain Islands might have in store for us before I plant these. Maybe they have the tea olive ones, or maybe they have just another one that I like, and we can maybe put those up here. Maybe we'll use that type of shrub up in the mountain. I think I'm going to get rid of these, though. I just don't like these one-off country fences just kind of sitting there like that. I kind of hate that. And then before we go to a Captain Island, I really want to start to address a project I've been putting off for quite a while. And I don't just mean my front yard. What I mean is Project Windflower. I've been trying to hold on to these because, again, fully grown flowers, lots of points. We don't want to just delete all the flowers, as tempting as it is. I also have these mums. These are the only mums on the island. They feel kind of out of place, but fully grown mums, points. Don't want to get rid of them. So what are we going to do? Well, we're going to take two problems at the same time and try and solve them at once. by making the front of my house a bit of like a flower garden or something. A flower mausoleum? I have no idea, but that's the plan. I'm going to scoop up the mums, and I think I'm going to move them up into the mountains just to put them somewhere. It's kind of weird that I don't have the other color of mums, but this is fine. So here's what I'm thinking. What I do is I make the path to my house kind of like I was always going to do. Now, as you know, I can't pick up my mailbox because I haven't upgraded my house enough, so that is a bit of a shame. It also means I probably should not be putting path underneath my staircase as much as I really, really want to. We'll just have to, crap. I guess we'll just have to make it different, I suppose. So essentially, a 2-wide path that goes over to my front door, but then I also think I should get a 3-wide path going that goes down here and eventually cuts back across to here. So it kind of creates this like, I don't know, little walk that you do from the main road. You kind of walk through up to my house. And in the middle of this, where I'm standing basically, is going to be just windflowers, I think. I don't know if this is going to look good. It's going to need a little bit of engineering because we also have this path that's 4 wide that goes this way if we want it to. And is that going to work? I don't know. Why wouldn't it work, you ask? Well, it's because it goes from 4 wide to 3 wide, but then we also have a 2-wide path, and I don't like all that variation. That's so many different widths of paths in one little area. But I don't know. I might have to do it anyway. I kind of got to do something. Let me eat this because we'll need to move some trees. And let's pick up this tree and start to play around with the paths and stuff. I think I get rid of this rock as well. And I think this tree is also kind of, I don't say in the way, but it's clutter. All right. So now we're just going to commit to the path chaos. I'm going to take this 4-wide path and bring it out to here. I'm going to take a path that goes 3 tiles wide, centered with my house, and bring it down to here. I'm going to have the 2 connect, and this is what we're left with. I just made a skeleton of it for now. So in the middle here, will just be a big patch of dirt. I'm going to put flowers in it. And on the outsides will be trees and whatever other decorations we want. So does this look bad? We have a path that's 4 wide, 3 wide, and then 2 wide. Does this look bad? I ask you again and again, and I don't know. This is not my fault. This is Nintendo's fault for making everything so weird. I need 4 tiles to get centered with resident services, or 2. It has to be an even number. And then an odd number to get centered up with my house. And none of that's fair. It's also not fair that I can't put a little path underneath my front doorstep because I have to upgrade my house a couple more times. I don't like that either. But if we do a good enough job decorating, I think no one will really notice or care. It might look good. This might look absolutely fine. Will this big rectangle fit every single windflower on our island? No, it will not. Not even a little bit. Will it look kind of cool to just have a bunch of flowers in one spot? Yeah. So the 3 different colors we have available to us would be red, white, and orange. And so I'm trying to think about how I would want these displayed. If I wanted them in groups of like 3, so like red, white, orange, for example, that wouldn't really work unless I actually make this path 3 tiles wide like this. And to be perfectly honest, that's probably what I need to do because then I'm only dealing with 2 different widths of path. We have 3 wide and we have 4 wide. So I think that makes it better. Let's go ahead and get these mums out of my inventory real quick. And I guess I'm just going to kind of randomly place them around Gigi's house. I don't know. Having 2 colors of mums just kind of randomly placed around feels fine, I guess. I just wanted the 3rd option, I suppose. I never really got those seeds. I don't think I did anyway. I could just double check. But yeah, we'll just kind of put these around. Pick up the excess windflowers along the way. And now I guess it looks like there's just like a bit of a different biome. There's just different flowers growing here for some reason. Again, more furniture and shrubs will fill this out a lot better. But we're just worried about the nature stuff today. And I broke my slingshot, so I'm going to go ahead and customize my shovel so I don't break it too, because I'm out of hardwood, and I need that for a number of these tools. What I'm going for with this is that I'm putting white windflowers at the top here, and they're going to transition from white to orange to red, I guess. Because I don't know what else to do. And I've been trying to justify, like, why am I doing this? Is there anything I could do that's more creative? I thought about maybe trying to do some, like, pixel art with them. Like, just use this grid to draw some kind of picture. I'm open to ideas, but honestly, it's just difficult to do. This is kind of an awkward space to work in, and I don't have a lot of colors to work with. So this will have to do. And what it represents, really, is just the original flowers that we saw when we first got here. Are they my favorite flowers? No. But they're cool, and they're the ones we got. on Grimvale. And so now we're going to celebrate them kind of near resident services at my house. And I think it'll look nice anyway. I'm out of room for the white ones, and I need a couple more red ones, a few more orange ones. Easy way to get a whole bunch of Nook miles, I guess, if I get one of those tasks for water a few flowers. It'll take a couple seconds. Okay, there we go. So this little flower display is done. Now you might be thinking, moving all your flowers around just from one area to another is not going to increase the amount of points your island has towards its nature score. And I know, I agree. Don't worry. I'm not done. So, like I was saying, I don't love the windflower. It's not my favorite flower. I like the tulips. We already planted some of those. And mums are cool. I like some of the other flowers. I would have liked to get roses, but I kind of gave up on that. We have flowers in my store. I have cosmos. I have more windflowers. I have pansies. I even have more mums. Oh, and evidently I got red windflowers. Okay, let's grab these. We'll put these by Gigi's house. But my thinking was I would just grab a bunch of another type of flower and use that to kind of decorate around the larger parts of the island. But, you know, choose a flower that I kind of like better. If I plant more of these saplings, by the way, this is a pretty easy postcard to finish up. So I'm just kind of randomly planting the rest of these mums up here. And I think I'll go visit Leaf. Maybe he does have some roses or something I like better so that I can enjoy a different type of flower around my island. I think I'll also do some tree moving over here. I think I'm going to take this tree and just kind of put it closer to the cliff edge right up here. And this is for the purpose of like adding some kind of path up here. And then I would like to move this one. I don't know if I can get it out of the way of the bridge because I think the closest I can put it to the cliff is here, which kind of makes it feel more in the way of the bridge, but maybe that's okay. Just getting it out of the way of Gigi's house would be ideal. Yeah, let's move it like literally from there to here. This means I could create a path in front of Gigi's house, no problem, and I still get a nice little tree there to enjoy. And I guess the mums could kind of spread over the river a little bit. Wouldn't hurt anything, I suppose. Maybe kind of like that alongside the river. I don't know. Once I get furniture and stuff put down around these, they won't feel as weird and kind of random. 500 points for planting 50 flowers from the little seed bags. We get another 50 more. That would have to make some really good things happen in terms of like what my points look like on this island. And we get even more Nook miles from it. I don't know if we'll plant 50 more. I'm going to put them away for now though. And we need to deal with the cherry trees. I have 5 cherry trees just taking up space in my inventory at the moment. And I think I have an idea for those. Okay, not as much space over here as I thought. My plan was to maybe line this path with them, but instead I kind of have like a path that runs right up against the river, so I can't really do that. But we could maybe create like a little cherry orchard situation over here where we plant just a little intentional looking cluster of cherry trees just for fun. Maybe we throw some flowers or fencing around it or something. This spot needs something. And I don't know, cherries are a native fruit. Wouldn't be too bad looking, I don't think. Let's see what we can do with our favorite dirt path and a bunch of cherry trees. So if I kind of just made a big patch of dirt like this, how many trees could I fit in here to make it look like I intentionally planted some cherry trees without it looking too kind of cluttered and chaotic? It would appear that I could put them right next, well, no, you literally can't put them right next to each other. It would appear that I put them on the edges of this, like that, and then maybe, no, here, better yet, let's put them on the corners, and then I think that means I have room in the middle for one. Yeah, we could do that. We could plant 6 cherry trees here, and people can come in and get themselves a little, I don't know, cherry snack. If I have other cherry recipes, which I think I do have, like the cherry radio and stuff, those could be fun to put around. Wait, was this a cherry tree or not? I think it was. It'll just have to regrow. But all right, yeah, we won't. Once it grows in, we won't mess with it. Let's throw these down. And little areas like this can also be really good if you have like the stone arch or another type of, oh, the river. If you have like the stone arch or something, you can like put those kind of in here tucked in the trees. I think maybe we can get away with like altering the river a little bit. I don't want to, but I do want to put this here with a tile of separation between this path and this little spot. So yeah, let's kind of try to mess with this in a way that looks good. Like maybe literally just doing that won't look too bad because these types of like forks and rivers look so wide as it is. Yeah, it still looks relatively natural to me from down here. We can even like now have some room to put a shrub or something. So I think that was a good call. We'll plant that right there. There we go. Cool. Or you know what? The little party lights arch, those could look good in here, although they're pretty expensive. But yeah, This is probably a good use of our cherry trees. It gets more stuff on the ground, and that's what we need. And then I don't know what I want to put here in my front yard yet, but one thing I do know is that right now I have 2 hardwood trees, and I just need to get them out of my pockets. So for the time being, they're just going to be planted right there. It still looks good. Even if I don't do anything else to that spot, it looks pretty good. And I do think going to Captain's is probably a good call, but let's just see. Did we somehow do enough to get to 4 stars? I'm going to assume the fences I have placed next to Nook's Cranny aren't enough to kind of, trigger the drop in points from having junk on the ground. It could, though. Oh, no, we did it. Oh, okay. Oh my gosh, that's so good. What a relief. I can't believe we finally hit 4 stars. Okay, well, there you have it. Compared to the last report, more folks are responding positively to our island scenery. Always room for improvement. Like what? Keep contributing however you can. The island will be decorated to perfection. I know there's recipes and items in the Nook Stop that would make a big impact on the island's scenery. Oh, it's interesting that she called those out specifically. I wonder if they, like, the stuff specifically from the Nook Stop can, like, get you extra points? I doubt it. I think she's just trying to help us find more items. Okay. Cool. I think to celebrate, I will treat myself to an item from the Nook Stop. I'm going to order this curved street light. This is going to go by Zucker's place. I've been meaning to do this. And wow, I just can't believe we finally did that. I don't know about you, but now that we've hit 4 stars, 5 stars feels a little more within reach. But we'll have to find out tomorrow if we can make even more progress. It's day 26 of designing Animal Crossing Island in 30 days on hard mode. Yesterday, we invited Sylvana to live on the island, and yeah, here she is now. Just getting moved in. We also planted more stuff all over the island, placed more stuff all over the island. We had a big nature day, and we got to 4 stars. So today we just continue. Today we continue the grind. We try to get more things placed on the island to drive up our score and hopefully hit 5 stars before the end of this thing. Now today in particular is a bit tough because I don't really have a ton of time today. I also don't have a ton of items. Now, yesterday after I got done recording, I did spend a little bit of time going around and chopping up all the trees that I could. Not chopping them down, just, chopping them up a little bit, making them pay for their crimes. And we got a bunch of different types of wood. Not as much as I wanted. We have like a stack and a half maybe of hardwood, for example. But we got enough to like get some things going. And that's really what's important right now is just getting stuff placed down. And to get stuff placed down, I need DIYs, so on and so forth. I did a couple more Nook Miles tasks as well to try and like beef up the points a little bit. But honestly, it was more just like getting crafting supplies that I was focused on. And that's what I did. Speaking of crafting, let's see what Sprinkle's cooking up. The hanging terrarium. If I'm not mistaken, I have this already? Yes, I already have the hanging terrarium. So indoor item, can't really do too much with it, and also I already have it. So we're off to a good start. Looks like we have another crop harvest upon us right now, and this time we get to include carrots in the mix, which means today we probably get to make our last thing for the potluck that we need. Also, I cannot believe a rock spawned right next to where a crop was planted. I've seen them spawn next to dirt paths. That's not the surprising part. And watch, this is the money rock for sure, which means we're not going to get all the money out of it because of that one spot. Let me see. Okay, we were spared. We were spared. It's not a money rock, but it is going to get destroyed for certain. Oh, it's worse than that. It's 2 spots it's taking up. It's not even 1. Oh, okay. Yeah, this rock is going to go. I'm a little worried about the final placement of the rocks on this island. Usually when I have time, I try to make myself like a little rock garden of some kind. Ooh, we got Gullivar today. But this time, I'm not going to have that kind of like time or energy to create a rock garden. So we're just going to have to deal with whatever wherever it decides to leave the rocks. Let's go ahead and do this real quick. We'll dive. He'll send us something cool. Hopefully a furniture item tomorrow. That would be awesome. I'll also accept pirate boots. Any kind of boots. Let me know what you think in the comments. Is Gulliver the pirate the same exact Gulliver that lands near beach not in pirate gear, or is Pirate Gulliver a completely different bird? My theory is that Gulliver likes role-playing a lot. I think he's role-playing being a pirate, on both sides of it. Like, I think he likes being a sailor who, has to deal with like a crew that mutinies him, and I think he likes to role-play a pirate. Wow, we got the phone in the first, no, it was the second try. I just wanted to check it. Yes, I do need to catch 3 sea creatures today for times 5 points. We're going to stay out a little bit longer. But yeah, I think he just likes role-playing, and, he's just really committed. So a better question is, instead of do you think it's the same Gulliver or not, which is still, yeah, go ahead. But I also want to know, if you think who he's calling is actually like his mom to come pick him up or something. Because it's definitely, there's no way it's a bunch of pirates who like threw him off a ship and they're like, oh, sorry, man. All right. We thought you died, but because you survived, we'll come pick you up. All right. Here's his phone back. Again, hopefully we get some furniture out of this. That would be excellent. Times 5 points for catching the sea creatures. It looks like just about all of these are doable. I don't know where we'd spend bells, but everything else I think is pretty doable. Faith is asking me to bring something to Sprinkle for her. This usually results in getting an item in return, so I'm not mad about it. Although, it's always tempting to open up the present that they give. I'm not going to, but I have done it, and I think I might have made a video on it like years ago. So if you want to see what happens, maybe dig through the archives of my channel and see if that video exists, because I believe it would have been there somewhere. I don't know. If I haven't done it, someone certainly has. Lucky gold cat on the beach today for our recipe. We're getting some gold recipes. We have some gold nuggets. It will be interesting to see if the gold nuggets actually survive. And by that, I mean, I'm probably just going to sell them at some point, simply because I'm really, really broke. And I don't know how gold, like, things would really look on the island. I'm not looking forward to kind of like putting gold statues everywhere, which I know sounds bananas coming from someone like me who once made a gold core island, but you know, those days are behind me. You want to have stress dreams about gold, make yourself a gold core island. Let's just put it that way. Our hybrid replicating facility is not doing anything, by the way, in case you were curious. I would say this rock right here, and not because it's the money rock, but that doesn't hurt. This rock right here is probably fine where it is. I mean, like, I'm probably not going to smash it at some point. I was talking about maybe making this area like a seating area, with more tables and chairs, and I probably will. There's a really good chance that this rock can stay put, and no rocks need to get hurt. I mean, it's not guaranteed, but that rock might be cool. And for making this drop off for Sprinkle, let's see what we get in return. If I had to guess, it's going to be another like delivery shirt or something. I don't even know what that is. I'm just going to say it looks great. Faith's fashion choices are always the best. Oh, the item we're getting back is cream and sugar. Okay, that's kind of cool. We could put that over by Nook's because I think you know, I got some coffee mugs that have the little steam coming off of them. We could put cream and sugar over there. Make it look like a little coffee hangout. I don't have the mug right here now. I have cat grass, but yeah, we can set up a couple more of these tables and do that. Oh my gosh, the Nook Stop finally has the log fence. The one fence I've been trying to get, well, basically the last 25 days. This is so cool. This is so good. I can finally put the fences around the farms that I've been wanting to put around them. Specifically the farm around Nook's or next to Nook's Cranny. I always used kind of the default picket fence, and that was always temporary. I didn't want to keep it there. Everyone knows, though, these are the fences you're supposed to use in a build like that. This is going to look so much better. Okay, trying to be careful not to pick up any pumpkins just yet, and let's get our new log fencing and start arranging this. Finally. I was also like always missing a fence right here, so that problem is now solved. Ugh, that feels so much better. I'm so happy. Since we have a little bit of extra spending money, I'm gonna go ahead and get Sahara. I've talked about doing this a couple times. I really could use some like different rug options for my house, different wallpapers, things like that. And a lot of this stuff is also slightly paid for a little bit too, which is good. But yeah, I've been kind of slowly saving up money in the background. Today might be another kind of like money-making day though. Not that we'll get to take any of it home today, but all of our farms have grown in. I should probably cook up all the food and then, you know, sell it. So then maybe tomorrow we could get kicks, and I only want kicks for the hairstyle, honestly. I would say for this hard mode challenge, though, I now feel like I have everybody I could possibly need on Harvs in order to like make the progress I'm trying to make. And we're unlocking Sahara at the right time too, because tomorrow is the last day that I can decorate my house before the Happy Home people come and like evaluate it. And we are trying to get an S tier ranking for this place. So I'm going to have to put all the work into this that I can tomorrow. But okay, that was a lot of babbling and tasks that I just got done. Now we really should probably start decorating. I'm going to begin by making the last potluck item I need and completing Kato's challenge that she issued on Monday. I'm just now realizing too, I should be careful not to sell everything. I think this is our last harvest. And you might be wondering, what do you mean last harvest? Well, the crops take a couple days to grow in, right? And it's day 26. And when we finish the island and we upload the dream address on day 30, I want the crops to be fully grown. I don't want the farms to be freshly plucked, you know? I kind of have a thing about that. I want the flowers to all look good. I want all the crops and stuff to look fully grown, trees. So yeah, I don't think we can harvest this again. And maybe I don't sell everything right away because we're going to need items to place down, and the items that we place down very well could be a lot of food. So yeah, I'll hold on to this stuff for the most part. I guess that means it's the same for pumpkins too. I can't, do too much of these pumpkins. Also, look at this. I forgot to water these one day, and I only got 2 on each plot there. That's not good. If I uploaded the dream address and these pumpkins weren't fully grown, I would be so embarrassed. Ooh, last stamp on executive producer. 3,000 Nook miles coming our way. Ooh, and we get extra Nook miles today for popping a balloon. Excellent, excellent. I'll take that. I need all the miles I can get. I'm starting to buy a lot of furniture with them. It was 5,000 bells, by the way, that we just popped out of the sky, so not bad. Okay, out of everything we can make, it looks like we have 2 different items, the carrot pottage and the carrot cake. Both of these would represent a 10th dish to put at the potluck, so let's make this. Is it pronounced pottage? That doesn't seem right. Like literally just say carrot soup. I don't understand. All right, and there it is. Challenge complete. 10 seats at 2 big tables for 10 villagers with 10 different food options. I think we did a pretty good job here. I'm pretty proud of this place. This is probably the nicest spot on the whole island. Certainly feels like it's the most decorated spot. Speaking of decorations, let's check the mail. We got a career jacket. I think that was from Molly. And then I got the beautiful statue from Red. And then for Zucker's place, we got the curved street light. The last one I wanted. And that's just gonna go, yeah. I feel like it would look better without these lamps, to be honest, but it also doesn't look bad. I think the lamps still add some Halloween whimsy, so I'm gonna leave them. But I'm considering this place mostly complete. I keep coming back to this and saying, with the exception of this, if this right here, if nothing happens with it, it's not the end of the world. I still think maybe another fence of some kind would look good around the table and chairs, but And then, of course, I still need to customize this stuff, which I'm holding off on because I don't really have a lot of customization kits. That's going to be a job for Sunday. Oh, boy. Are you thinking of leaving? Oh, no, he can't catch a rice grasshopper. I guess I'll get one for him. I'm not going to try, really, but if I happen upon one, I'll grab it. I think he'll give me something for it. If it hurts my friendship points with him to just ignore the request now, it doesn't really matter. But okay, time to make a huge mess. I'm just going to drop all this food stuff just around my house, I guess. And then I'm going to start crafting. I'm going to get all the pumpkins I can and I guess make some Halloween items, or better yet, maybe some stuff for the campsite. Maybe we decorate the campsite for Halloween. I don't really know. I've been thinking about the campsite a lot, actually. It does seem like a pretty easy win in terms of just spots to decorate. Campsites are relatively easy to decorate, but I don't feel like anything in here would look good at the campsite, right? Like just kind of scrolling through, and yeah, like you're not going to need a full-blown sewing machine on your camping trip. These globes are actually pretty fragile. You wouldn't want them to get rained on. I suppose the camping cot is not a bad item. I usually hold on to this just for stuff like this, so I guess we could put that somewhere, but it's not a very big area. Finally got my 2 songs registered to this radio here, and I was just digging around. I got a couple more radios. I don't need 2, but yeah, a couple things I guess to put around the campsite. Nothing I'm too super excited about, but it's a start. Then of course there's always the craftables. Remember how I said I wanted something here to kind of like insinuate that it would be a really good idea for you to go up this way to get to the campsite from this path? I think I figured out what I want to do. I don't know if this will look too good, but let's just give it a shot. So I went and grabbed the remaining bamboo slats fencing that I made, and I thought maybe along the beach here, if I were to put a couple of fences suggesting that this itself was kind of the entrance to a place, you would already kind of feel like when you walk down this path, like, oh, I'm already in a place. You know, this fence is kind of like signifying a place. You know what I mean? And then along this place, what if we put some lighting like this? What if we had some tiki torches kind of lining the beach going up to the campsite? I don't know the best placements for these. I think I just made 3 of them. Maybe we kind of try and spread them out a little bit more like this. But yeah, we can turn these on real quick. It's getting dark anyway, so we'll go ahead and light these. And it kind of feels like something, right? I didn't make a path, of course, but this is still kind of cool. There's a little more room here than I remember. So if I put the camping cot maybe like right here, kind of like near-ish to the fire, I guess that makes some sense. I also made a DIY workbench, and I think I can maybe tuck that over here somewhere. I'm going to have to put some more stuff around it, though, so it feels a little more, I don't know, intentional, because just kind of randomly placing down a workbench like that, it doesn't feel great. But we can put a couple other little things here. I also wanted it close by because I figured I'd probably want to craft some more stuff. For example, a water pump. And maybe that can go kind of right here. And so, you know, Zucker's restaurant can use it. The campsite folks can use it. But there's a way to get some fresh water here at the campsite. And I was going to put this near the campsite, but for now, I'm just going to put it here. I'm not excited about the clothesline at all, but it is here. It's a thing. They usually look pretty cool. It's just not really working for this, but I don't know what else to do with it. I might get rid of this stuff over here. I don't know yet. It's pretty cool, though. I mean, the hitbox on it is really small, so yeah, I was able to tuck it kind of right behind the workbench there, and I don't know why it's by a crafting station. They do feel right together for some reason, but ooh, I did just think of a good spot for the cream and sugar, though. That actually makes a lot of sense. I like that. Oh my gosh, I just got my second ever pair of pants from a balloon. And they're actually like decent. Oh my gosh, they're all singing that song I hate. Okay, there is a way to fix this. Let me show you something. So we have 3 villagers singing a song right now, okay? It's the song they sing when they don't know any other songs. I don't know what it's called. I don't know why it's like this, but check this out. Now that we have stuff loaded in our tape deck at home, I can actually turn on one of the songs. So there's New Horizons. And if we run back, and I'll just keep talking the whole way along with you here so you can see this happen without any cuts. We're going to run all the way back, and you will see they're now singing the New Horizons song. Check this out. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Do it. Keep singing. Keep singing. I told you. And it works if you change the song, too. I only have 2 songs, but yeah, let me show you. We change it over to Spring Blossoms, the only other song I have. We head back over. Yep. So that is the thing you can do. If you didn't know, now you know. And that was a huge waste of time on a day where I said I didn't have too much time to waste. Okay, crafting is the cure to not getting things done. So here's what we're going to do. I'm going to make a whole bunch of these. I think I need at least 5, if not like more, to place the ladders I wanted to place around the island. This is going to cost us a lot of supplies, but once they're built, they're built. And yes, I know I can use vines. I just don't know if I want to. I don't feel like I have enough naturey stuff to make the vines look good, you know? Like, vines are very powerful on their own, don't get me wrong. I don't... you know what? There's one spot where I'd use the vines. I'll show you that too. So the ladders are going to go where I've been threatening to put ladders forever. 2 are going to go right here. And the reason just for putting 2 next to each other is because that's how wide the path is. But also it just makes it super easy to run up to this quickly and hit A without having to align yourself kind of perfectly with it. And then 3 are going to go right here. Is 3 a complete waste? Absolutely. Am I doing it anyway? Yeah, I already made them. So yeah, I'm doing it anyway. Oh, hang on. Is it actually not going to work? Let's see. Oh, there's no usable cliff nearby. What? Oh my gosh. Are you kidding me? Is it because of the rocks or whatever? It won't. This is technically not a tile you can place stuff on. Oh no, this is horrible. This is actually tragic. Okay, not all hope is lost, but I'm disappointed. So essentially what I'm gonna do is this and this and this. And I lose my little cool path that I made, but at least we can fit a ladder now. And then, wow. Oh, what? Oh wait, can we put one here too? Okay, can we put one in the middle too? Wait, can I still use 3? You know what's weird is it's not letting me do the middle. Oh, it did. Okay, I can still use 3. These other 2 ladders are completely useless because of the fences, though. So I could pick them back up, I guess. Should I just pick these up? That's so odd. Everything that just happened is odd. Okay, well, I guess this kind of accomplishes what I want. It makes it easy to climb up and down, but it doesn't look how I was expecting it to look at all. I may keep this. I might change it. But for now, I'll keep it because I wasn't planning on putting those ladders anywhere else. The vines would go over here. Ooh, stand mixer from a balloon. Okay, that's good. We can probably use that in the house, honestly. But okay, yeah. So I figure vines could go over here and we can do some cool stuff with them. So I can hang this vine on a cliff And like right next to it, we can hang another vine on the cliff, and then maybe over here. So this whole area, I was like debating, oh, where could I put a ramp? Should I put a ramp? I don't know. Should I put a ramp, guys? And I think actually just doing this probably for the best. Now we have a couple different ways to get up, and kind of like the biomes we did with the mums on top of the cliff, biomes with heavy quotes around them. This is like the only spot on our island where vines will grow too. So yeah, something's weird in the soil here. I think it's probably radiation, but we have, you know, vines and mums growing on this side of the island. And then I guess the next thing I should be crafting are Halloween decorations, because got a lot of pumpkins and not a lot of other crafting supplies. So Halloween it is. So let's craft up our usual fare. Oh my gosh, these arches take up so much hardwood. I guess we're not gonna be doing too many spooky standing lamps, but I wanted to do an arch. I also wanted to do one of the big trees, and that's probably going to be the rest of my hardwood. Oh, so disappointing. And this time for the customization, we're going to go with the yellow pumpkins because we haven't used those anywhere yet. And the next area we're decorating for Halloween is going to be the Able Sisters part of the shopping district. And I think this one's going to be pretty straightforward. We're going to start with the spooky arch, just kind of like leading up to the hills here. So yep, right through there. And in front of it will be, I think, some other stuff. So the tree I made, I imagined going like right here in this big empty spot. And honestly, I think this is kind of perfect. It actually can't go any further, any closer to the river, and we can still get around it for fishing purposes and stuff. I kind of like the idea of the scarecrow by Able Sisters, you know, as if it's like one of the mannequins with clothing, except it's just a pumpkin with a rag on it. I think that's kind of cool. We'll throw down a spooky lantern set right here. I love how happy these particular pumpkins look too. It's great. And then I'm going to put a spooky tower like right here tucked in next to the lantern set. Well, I'm going to try anyway. It's going to be a little bit challenging. So I was thinking something here. I can't get any closer to the bridge though. That's a shame, but I was going to just do that. It just looks a little bit awkward right here, so maybe not. I suppose we can just hide it right here next to Octavian's place. It blocks the fishing area from being walked into unless you go around the secret entrance to it right here. So that's an added benefit. Actually, I don't think we could ever walk in front of this, so I guess it was blocked already, but it looks even better. The standalone spooky lantern, always kind of fun to put on top of the spooky lantern set just to add a pumpkin to it. So that's looking pretty good. I want to see about getting an extra acorn as well. Hey, what about a branch-only island? We can only decorate with items that you can craft from branches or with the branches themselves. Should that be the next challenge? Or maybe after this, I should just take my planned Animal Crossing break and not try and think of new ideas. Oh my gosh, finally got an acorn. Okay, so trying to get an acorn so I can make one of these and put it there-ish, maybe a little bit further back. But yeah, I love these things. How about, yeah, I like it kind of on the path. It looks like all the leaves fell off this tree and they threw some pumpkins on it. Looks good. Then let's make one of these. And I just wanted to place it here next to the campsite. I think at one point I talked about maybe doing a swinging bench up against this hill here, just for the campsite folks. And yeah, I just need stuff to kind of fill out this area a little bit more, but I also need to maintain the walking path kind of through it to interrupt everybody's nice time so I can look for shells and Gullivers on the beach. So this kind of works because now we have a place for people to sit and enjoy the view of me running through their vacation. And I'll do even more with this spot another time when I have some more things, but that's where it's at for now. Then another random little bit of decorating I thought I would do real quick is kind of take this tree back away from resident services. I never really liked it there. And then take this tree, not that, this tree and move it a little bit further back from the museum. So kind of plant it here, and then maybe the cherry tree could go, I don't know. Yeah, how about right there? So we'll put you here. And then that creates this little spot here. Then we can take our fake beautiful statue and boom, right there. And I like that because it still fits in with the theme of the museum, where on one side we have some fossils, now on another side we have some fake art. I guess I kind of wish it was the real thing, but it doesn't really matter. And that's cool. I like that it's a fun little way to decorate the museum without, you know, actually having enough items to decorate with. And once I get the fences I want, those will probably go in front of these fountains here. And this little guy is probably temporary. This looks good though. As I said though, I just don't have a ton of time today. Tomorrow I'll prepare a little bit better, and it's crunch time. We got to get some stuff done. So that's the plan. It's day 27 of designing Animal Crossing Island in 30 days on hard mode. Yesterday, we didn't do quite enough at all, actually. Just didn't have a lot of time, but I did decorate for Halloween a little bit more around Abel's. We kind of placed a few things here and there. Ultimately, not a super productive day. And today, things get a little more dire because today is the last day that I can possibly work on my house to see if we're going to get it to an S tier ranking with the Happy Home folks. So we will certainly be looking into that today, and we're going to see if Gulliver gave us a piece of furniture. That would be awesome. Hopefully it's a really big pirate-themed item. Let's see. It is the pirate ship cannon. Okay, that's awesome. For now, I'm just going to kind of slap that here. It does feel like putting this near a river could be kind of cool. I don't know what other stuff we could put on display with it, of course. We'll have to like figure that out as we go. But this item is awesome. It is a New Horizons classic. I love this item. So for now, I'll just kind of place it there, and who knows? Maybe some Halloween decorations around it could make it look pretty cool. I'm gonna try not to get too sucked into my dailies at the beginning of the day here. I have a really bad habit of just knocking out a whole bunch of chores and not focusing enough on just the immediate problems that we have in front of us, which, you know, are, hey, we have very little time left and very much island to still decorate. Also, I never made a custom flag, even though that's in the rules, so we need to do that before the end of the 30 days. So chaotic around here. All right, usually I put the tree one tile closer, but you know, this fossil was here, so I'm just gonna be lazy and bury the money tree there. And it looks like we are back up to, no, I don't think we're up to technically 4 in the rotation yet, because now we just have 3. Yeah, missing a money tree day was a shame. But literally, that's all I'm going to do right now. I'm going to go back home, and I'm just going to start taking inventory, seeing what items we have at our disposal, and we're just going to start making some decisions about what is now in my house permanently. Oh, no what? No. Okay, see how it happens? I'm not going to go in my house yet. We are going to go straight to Harv's Island. Today, we've unlocked Sahara. So we need to buy rugs first, and then we can decorate my house. All right, I'm excited to see what's available. This will be my first trip to Sahara's ever. And oh boy, okay, so we have the 2 of my favorite walls here. Antique brick wall always looks really good. And then the shutter wall is criminally underrated. If you want to make like a garage and you want to use one of your walls in a room for that, it's like perfect for that kind of thing. So I'll buy these. I will say what's a little unfortunate is I'm not super thrilled about the rug choices. I was kind of hoping for one of those little like maybe 2x3 wooden floors that we could place underneath my kitchen. Unfortunately, I have these to work with. Now, I would say for my kitchen, that maybe the yellow argyle rug is okay. I don't really want carpet in a kitchen, to be honest with you. I'll buy it because it'll give us some options. Maybe there's other ways to kind of separate things out so we can have like a kitchen area. But yeah, these are actually terrible. And I don't really, this is it. Like, I don't really have time to try and get something else. So I'm buying everything but like the pink snow leaf rug because I just don't see myself using that anywhere. And then I guess I'll buy the 2 floorings as well, the circus one and the desert one, just in case, I don't know, just so I have it. I just want to check my ABD real quick. Do we have 100,000 on us right now? Oh my gosh, we have way more in here than I thought. Okay, let's withdraw all of this. And I'm going to unlock Kix. I've been talking about Kix hairstyle for a while now, and yeah, I really want it. And I could get red for some more like different statues and stuff to put on the island, but to me, just having my character look the way I want him to look is also important. So this one's for me, all right? This one's for me. All right, tomorrow I'll come back and do all the hairstyles, and then my character will look more like himself. And now it is literally just a matter of deciding everything. How is this room gonna look? What are we gonna do? So we only have 2 rooms to work with. Normally, these types of restrictions would be fun, but I think by now I was expecting a 3rd room in this stage of the challenge. I never got there. So we'll work with what we got, which is not a lot. I mean, it's a mess. Maybe the sloppy sofa is kind of the way to go. If this is going to be like my main room for living, working, and eating, maybe the sloppy sofa makes sense because this place is going to be a disaster. I don't know, but I do feel like the back room that I've, you know, made into a bathroom is funny, but also not good. I mean, this is not going to get us S tier. I just think they haven't even been back here, to be honest. I think I'm sitting at a B rating right now. They've just clearly not taken the time to even look in this room. So I understand why I'm at a B right now based purely on the front room. This room, though, I think we focus here first, and then we can look into, you know, some other stuff in the main room. Now, for this, I do think a bathroom was not a bad idea, but I never got an actual toilet. And I like now that I have that big like garage door wall. And so I'm wondering if like a garage kind of storagey room makes sense for us, because we just need stuff placed down in the house, right? And I don't like the idea of just spamming a room with items going, look, I got S tier. Like that just feels really phoned in. But if I make a garage and place things down somewhat chaotically and also intentionally, that could be kind of cool. But in order to do it the way I want, I do need to spend some Nook miles on one thing I've been avoiding. I'm going to need the Pro decorating license. Now, I think I mistakenly said at one point that the custom fencing also was built into this license. That does not appear to be the case because I see it right there. But I'm pretty certain this is the license that allows you to place accent walls, which is kind of what I'm referring to when I talk about leaving one wall for the garage door. So we're going to do a garage door accent wall, maybe the antique brick on the rest of the wall, and that will already feel a lot like a garage. Also from Gulliver, got a rusted part and yet another cardboard box. So our cardboard box collection continues to grow. So now I think you hear and understand my plans for this room. It's going to be kind of a garage. Then the front entrance is going to have to handle everything else we want to do in life. But I'm going to just take a quick look for our 2 recipes for the day, just in case we get something kind of cool that could be used in the house. Yes, okay, Zucker is going to be crafting. And he's cooking something. What do we got? Some salad. Okay, I don't really know why is the frying pan out for that. Boy, I am really glad that we got this salad recipe after we finished Kato's challenge, because I can't imagine anything more disgusting than a cold, soggy, uncooked salad from a potluck. Could you imagine what nastiness awaits you the next day after eating a potluck salad? All right, bone door plate was our beach DIY. I'll quickly just check the beaches to make sure there's no more stranded Gullivers. I don't think he'd show up back to back like that, but it's my responsibility to check every single day. And yeah, we got to decorate the house. I need to do something about my inventory. I need to do something about the floor. My house is covered in food. It's a mess. It looks like well, it looks kind of like a potluck in there. 2,000 miles, by the way, for this DIY. So that almost earned back all the miles I just spent on accent walls, which is great. Okay, Pro decorating license is in. We can do all kinds of fancy things now, hanging things from the ceilings, etc., etc. I don't think I have any ceiling hangables at the moment. That would have been kind of cool. That alone would have been an achievement given the way we're playing. Let's go ahead and just start tearing this room up. I'm going to begin by taking our new floors and walls, actually, which are in my pocket, and we're going to get those pasted down. So let's start with the antique brick wall, which we will place on the wall like that. Turn this way and then pop that accent wall in. There we go. All right. For the flooring, I actually have a DIY for this. Never underestimate your craftable floors and walls. So with the steel flooring and then the different walls and stuff we've chosen, I think this gives us some cool opportunities. We can go ahead and, well, I want to get rid of this stuff, but I don't have any room. We actually should just go ahead and start putting the things down that we feel like would make this kind of have a garage vibe. So I already have a mini DIY workbench in the other room, and I do think a chest freezer and a vacuum cleaner, stuff like this, feel very garage to me. There's excuses for all kinds of stuff. Like you put anything in a garage, but I'm trying not to like be cheap about this. I'm trying to like make sense of the items I have at my disposal and use them responsibly. Like what would actually realistically be in our garage while allowing myself to put down some stuff just because, well, we need stuff. This is tough. There's definitely a lot of excuses I can make for some of this stuff. Let me go back into the other room and start crafting some things. In fact, we should just move this crafting setup into the other room, honestly. And now that I've taken some stuff out of my inventory, we can go ahead and start picking the things up that are just in our way. Oh, not that though. Okay, here's where we're at so far. Just kind of place some things down in a way that kind of makes sense. Bathtub has to go still, but I need to clear out some more room. But I'll come back to that. I'm going to start crafting some things to make this feel more garage-like. I also turned off the radio because I just can't stand the randomized KK tracks. Let's start crafting. I do badly wish I had the 3 skateboards to make this particular DIY possible. It'd be a perfect item for in here. I think we go with some iron wall lamps, the classic villager gift turned perfect garage item. Maybe we'll do like 4 of those. And for placements, I think maybe putting them up here and just doing like a symmetry thing, doing the exact same on this wall out here is probably the way to go. And it looks like they're in my pockets, so I'll grab them from here. And we can put one there. I'll move this fan kind of over here for now, and then we'll put this right there. Okay, cool. For wall hangables, there's not too many more things other than maybe like a poster or something if we have one, which I don't think we do. This is pretty good though, and I love what it does with the lighting in here, because if we turn off the lights now, it really creates kind of a cool mood. I like that a lot. And I'm desperate to put this bathtub away, but my inventory is still full. This is doing nothing to get things out of my storage. Honestly, I think it's just about time for a sell-off. There's certain supplies I'm just not going to use that I've been holding on to for dear life, but I really do think that it's just making it hard to maneuver and get this done. So I'm going to take a break to sell some things, and I think I'm going to start with all of these different bags of flowers. I think I'm good. I think I'm good on flowers. I'm not getting dinged for nature anymore. If we do, I can always, out of desperation, go to a Nook Miles Island and dig up some flowers, but they're taking up a lot of space at this point. I also think I could stand to lose a few sticks. I've just been kind of grabbing them when I see them. We could sell tomorrow. We can sell some fences and stuff. But yeah, I got to get stuff out of here, and I don't want to get rid of the pumpkins for sure, because we need those. I don't think we need the random one-off pumpkin starts or wheat starts. We're good on food there. So yeah, there's definitely some stuff we can get rid of. So for the time being, I'm just going to make like a pile of garbage on the road here. And then I'm going to go in my storage and just grab the things that are taking up too much space. I will just never use. I don't know if I need 2 of these tapestries, although maybe I can see what Harv customizations can be done with them, and maybe I can make them like flank my bed on either side. That could be kind of cool. I'll keep them. I did collect multiples of these items to try and like think, oh, maybe I'll, I don't know, need some multiples of things. I'll keep the homework sets because I think there's some interesting customizations. I'm only going to keep one of these little ironing sets if I even use it. Maybe in conjunction with the sewing machine, we can use it. And I'll keep the couple painting sets, it's fine. The diner stuff is really interesting to me. If we can get like a couple more pieces from this set, it would be really cool. I don't know if that's possible, but I'm going to hold on to this stuff for now. I don't think we need 2 bidets. I have 2 Mr. Flamingos. It would have been nice to get a Mrs. Flamingo. I'll just get rid of one. Well, I'll keep them just in case. And I think selling off all of this will help a ton with getting ourselves at least in a position where decorating the house is not as challenging. So we'll make a little bit of money off of that. I missed one thing just like that. And we'll go back to decorating as we've been trying to do all day. Okay, with our storage a little more tidy, I can now do things like that. Just get rid of stuff that is blocking our garage doors. I know the ice chest is technically blocking the garage doors as well, but that's okay. It's on the side. It's okay. Not everything has to be off that wall completely. And I still need a craft, of course, but I'm feeling a little bit better now about just looking at everything and going, okay, I can imagine what may or may not work in here. Since we have an extra cypress plant, we can maybe put that in the corner, like right here, with the vacuum. You know what? Even sticking out of off the wall a little bit like that is probably fine. Stuff like that makes the garage feel properly cluttered. I like it. And then if I were to go to Harv's Island and do some customizing, is there anything in here I would want to look at? And I will start with the tapestries. I think these have more prints on them, and I could be wrong about that, but I think they do. I think the stand mixer in its current form is good. We'll probably need some kind of counter or something to put that on, but I don't know what we'll have just yet. I'd say a different lantern would be good. Maybe we can make this portable radio a different color because we have 2 red ones. It'd be nice to get something else. Maybe as well we can do like the digital alarm clock. I keep saying these homework sets have different customizations. Let's grab a couple. Let's try it. I think I'm also going to grab some of the stuff in my quote-unquote kitchen. We'll do something a little more serious for this. And those can be customized. I'm going to take this coffee mug too. I have 2 of these, so I just want them to match. We're going to need some cash for this. I have 32,000. I think before I leave, I'm just going to look for the money rock real quick. It would be nice to maybe have a couple extra bucks to do this. And perfect. It's the rock right outside the house. I'm glad I checked. Ooh, we're getting some fog on this pond this morning. That's awesome. Oh my gosh, on the rivers. I forgot this was a thing. I so rarely see this. I love that effect. That's so cool. We do have a number of things here that can be customized in the homework sets. Are not one of those things. So I guess I'll be selling these. I'm going to go through all of these. I'm not going to like bring you along for each and every decision, but these are the different tapestries. And you know what? I think because we are coming upon winter, this would be kind of a nice one to do, right? I don't usually see this one, and it's kind of cool. And I pretty much got everything customized that I wanted for now. We probably have more trips in our future, but hopefully that'll be good for today as we keep designing the house. I think I'm going to make, I don't know, just a couple of like tables or surfaces I could put stuff on. I think wooden mini tables are great for things like nightstands and stuff like that. I also wanted to do a plain sink to replace our very bathroom looking sink we have in the kitchen right now. I think the plain sink looks just a little more neutral, just a little bit. And yeah, let's start dropping some stuff on the ground. So I redid the gas range and the serving cart, and I think I should probably customize the wooden low table and the little table I also just made in the garage. I'm just going to start calling that the garage from now on. And let's see, what else? As much as I like this bed, Luna's dream bed has kind of like darker wood vibe that I like, and it also takes up a lot less space. So I might try this, which would allow me to, you know, have a little more room for decorating around it. I'm going to try to put away some of these ingredients I've spread all across the floor. And yep, inventory full. I kind of expected that. Let's get some customizations going. I only have a few of these customization kits left. That's probably enough to do the things I'm trying to do right now. I'm going to put the mini table in the corner. I'm going to throw, I think, our alarm clock on it, just like this. I mean, the style doesn't really match the bed. Looks terrible with that little nightstand, but there's just not much I can do at the moment. I'm going to take this tapestry down because I'm going to put it in the garage, I think. And then I'm going to actually move the cat tree here. I'm going to take this stove, and it's going to be like the focal point of my kitchen. And I'm going to do a few things here. So I'm going to put this stand mixer on this low table. I'm going to put the stovetop espresso machine here. And then I'm going to put the serving cart kind of like also just over here in this spot. And the reason for all of this is just to create like a little space, obviously for cooking. And that is going to give me some surfaces to put some things on as well. That's also where the sink comes into play. And it still looks very much like a bathroom sink. But listen, I'm just doing what I can here. For a collection of items, they're supposed to, you know, make a kitchen come to life. I guess this is something. Just throw a bag of flour here for now. This is such a... Oh, we're not going to get S tier. There's no way. I'll throw a cup of coffee right there. So yeah, it does look like we're definitely doing something in there. And we you know, if we could only get our hands on like a proper counter, we'd be cooking. Like this place would look awesome. I'm going to keep our lamp, put it over here for now. Cardboard box. We can put it by the cat tree. Cats like cardboard boxes. And we should start to make some decisions about the floors and the walls. So what if I did a blue floral flooring and then something for the wall that kind of like fits the vibe? This is kind of nice. I mean, it has this island vibes that the blue floral flooring offers. Is there anything else we can do? There's the blue intricate wall, but that's a little too much now. As for craftable walls, I think out of these two, I prefer the one I already have. Maybe I can kind of use this as an accent wall. What if I did this and then did this? How does that look? I'll admit it's a bit odd, but I don't like accent walls that are on this side of the house. You have to turn the whole camera just to see it. But you know what? If I flipped the entire room, maybe it would look kind of cool behind like the kitchen-y area. So something more like this, except I have to flip the stove and the sink again. But yeah, something like that. I don't know. Do we like this? I certainly like the kitchen with that wall behind it. But, you know, overall, this is just still a very, very odd looking place. And what about our yellow argyle rug that we bought? It's so ugly. Oh my gosh. On this floor, it's just not the vibe. What about the brown argyle tile flooring? No. Oh my gosh. What have I done? Oh my, this is bad. This is not good at all. Throw a little gyroid up here, just to add some whimsy. I think we're in need of that for sure. Since we're leaning into a little bit of blue, I guess we could use these tapestries, but not around my bed, but just kind of like that. It just looks so, this is so weird. I don't know. I don't like to be down on myself and, you know, talk about how I'm doing, I'm doing a bad job. This house is so ugly. But this is the one time where I'm taking like a collection of random items that I have and it's not working like at all. I think what I would need to do is customize all these things again to have a lighter wood tone because of the really light wood tone wall, which makes me wonder if instead I just use this as my backdrop wall. Maybe that will help a little bit. The backdrop is certainly not helping here. So if I do that, that's a little better, but it's still now the contrast between the dark wall and the light walls in the rest of the house is a bit much. But I don't have anything better. I don't feel like I have any better wallpaper. Tomorrow at Nooks, like maybe we find something cool, but it'll be too late by then. I would almost, I mean, maybe one of these two, like if we go in and do that, somehow that looks better to me. Or this, but this looks too dark. I kind of feel like this prison vibe is maybe a better, safer bet. Unless we go with like this intricate wall, which is too blue. It's too blue. It's too much blue. There's the crown wall. It's too dark. I mean, that calls for a really fancy flooring. Like maybe we can get away with this one now, but it's this is a horrendous mess. I am just appalled at my choices right now. Nothing's vibing. Everything is so, oh my gosh. Okay, it's fine though. It's fine. You know what? The only reason it looks bad is because I keep saying it looks bad. The trick is to embrace it. Listen, everybody, this is actually kind of cool. And what you're witnessing right now is like someone's ability to take a collection of very interesting and valid items and put them together in such a way that, you know, it all comes together and it looks pretty awesome, actually. Yeah. I'll have to make some more stuff. We got to fill this place up with more junk, and I'll see what I could do. At least I'm getting some miles here for like putting some stuff down. Maybe we can go buy ourselves a new recipe from the Nook Stop that could help, you know, make this whole build feel a little bit better. But I'm just going to grab like a handful of my crafting materials right now and see if I can make anything happen. Okay, I'm officially out of customization kits. I think I have the perfect way to explain to anyone maybe like visiting the Dream Address who didn't watch the series what's going on. I think if you just own the problem and work with what you have, everything can make sense, right? So, you know, people decide to tour the island, they come in and they look around, and at first they might be really unforgiving, you know, like, what was this person thinking? Why this collection of these items in this arrangement? This is awful. And then instead of casting that judgment, they walk in the door and go, oh, okay, I see. This person is struggling and they need my help. And no, there's no better proof of that than just looking around the very room that you're standing in. So with this kind of like solved now, we have a lot more creative freedom and we can express ourselves in ways we couldn't before. Like, for example, I could take the sewing machine and the ironing set, and we can have the freedom to make a little like crafts station or sewing station or something, right? We can maybe take a table that we were previously afraid to use because people might cast judgment, and we can like take the sewing machine and put it here, and maybe take the ironing set and put it over here. And like now you have a place to do two things, right? Like you can sew entire sets of clothing, or like when you're done, you can like iron that clothing. And this table serves a dual purpose until we get like a proper counter and ironing board. Also, like the rock guitar, there's no way I'm going to use this outside, but like in here now it's like, oh, they wanted like a radio for their kitchen, but all they had was this guitar. Like they're struggling. They have to make their own music. I mean, okay, well, there's a radio here, so I guess that's not what they would think. They would think, oh, they like need space to like start a band, and their garage is too much. It has too much crap in it, so the garage is like spilling out into the main room. So yeah, that's probably like what this implies. And then there's also like, there's this magic circle rug, for example, which normally you wouldn't use because it doesn't fit in here at all. Like the colors clash, none of it makes sense. But now it kind of looks like, oh, this person has like rare items, but nowhere good to put them right now. But they're so proud of them, they're just displaying them. So like, you know, these choices are beginning to make a lot more sense in the grand scheme of things when you really look around this room and you see everything for what it is, with this being the focal point of everything. Like, what a shame that this person has to try to like make food in their kitchen, but they have not enough surfaces, so they got to walk all the way over here just to look at the recipe that they're trying to make, and then come all the way over here. Like, if only they had more money, so they could afford a larger space for all of their ambitions. The last item I made was the hanging terrarium, and I think I can just kind of put that in the kitchen well, maybe on this wall. There's nothing on this wall currently, so we can just kind of put it there. It's hanging a little low. We'll put it up here. And that just kind of gives, you know, the impression that like, yeah, we have nice things and we care about plants and stuff. It's just that we just don't have like the best place to display them. But we're owning it. We're owning it, and we're proud of the things we have. Meanwhile, in the garage, it's still pretty empty. But we have license to be creative. We've given ourselves that permission. So I did a couple of things that I think are kind of cool. I went ahead and made 2 of these sleighs. This is an item I got early on in the DIY category, and I thought this would be like a cool one to decorate with. I just haven't really understood how to decorate with it until now. And so I thought like, these actually do make kind of a cool garage item. It'd be even cooler if we could hang them on the wall somehow, but just doing them like that gives the impression that, hey, sometimes, you know, when it's cold or snowy, we go on sleighs and ride down hills into the ocean. I also have some other pretty cool garagey things. Like, for example, I have this electronics kit, and that can just go right there. Not on a proper table. We'll get there. We'll get to a proper table at some point. We have a globe. Globes are cool. I like globes. I don't know what else to say. And there it is. I think the sofa in the middle of the garage is cool from like a man cave kind of perspective. That's not something I really want for this space, but it kind of like makes sense in the grand scheme of things. You know, you come in here and it's just, there's all kinds of chaos. I don't know exactly where it should go. There's all kinds of chaos, but you see that like sometimes when I get done after a busy day of crafting and stuff, I just need to like take a load off, and there's your sloppy couch. That's what it's for. I like the vacuum where it is, but if I do that and then I kind of put this fan here, the reason I like this a little bit better is because it makes sense that like while I'm crafting, it might get warm in here, so I just put like a fan right next to me as I'm trying to work. I don't know. I am like legitimately, I'm just trying to clutter the place up, and I'm trying to create a bit of a story behind every item. You know, why is this stuff here? Well, I'm trying to give you those reasons for why it's here, why it exists in the first place. Could I put more things in here? Technically, yes. I could technically fit more things in here. Am I out of things that I can justify? Yeah, at this point, I think I am. Without making it so it's like really difficult to walk anyway. It's just hard. But there's a lot more stuff in here now than there was before. We even got an achievement earlier, or stamp earlier, for putting more things in our house. And prior to this chaos, I was at a B rating. At worst, we're at an A, but it's possible this might have hit S tier. Believe it or not. If we don't get S tier, it's okay. It is a goal. And if I find some more things today that I can put in here, certainly I'll throw them in somewhere. But I feel like I've done all I can do without literally just spamming the items down, which I am against. I want it to like look like I actually tried and put some thought into the build. So yeah, I think I have to go with it. In the meantime, there's definitely more work to do around the island, and I'm going to try and get a little more work done today, you know, outside where it really matters. The 5 stars. That is like the ultimate goal. I have to try and get 5 stars. I have to try. I have to get it. I just have to do it. Like, you can't just have a 30-day challenge where the main goal is 5 stars and then not get 5 stars. You know what I mean? That would just be embarrassing. Some flowers sprouting up today, but no hybrids. No new hybrids spawning from these gardens. We'll just do our best to water them, and maybe tomorrow. Who knows? Also, no new hybrids up here, but that's not too surprising. This is kind of a long shot, it still feels like. I think one area where I want to focus some effort on today is actually up here on the cliff top above Gigi's place. I crafted up some random kind of items, and I just want to like plant some stuff and throw some stuff down just to make the area feel a little more finished. So like, for example, I made the golden dung beetle. We have like the log stakes, which we could put kind of there. I can also put some like in this corner over here. Oh, it looks like I have more than I thought on me. So like, I don't know if I can still walk here though. Let's see. Can we do, no? Okay. Not there. But like, you know, golden dung beetle just kind of like proudly holding its ball of golden poo over the cliff like that. Just kind of looks funny to me. And then like, yeah, log stakes kind of peeking out like that is kind of neat. I don't know. Just items like this, you can never have too many of them, I would say. The wooden stool like this, and it just kind of looks like there was once a forest here and it's just been through some changes. Got another banded dragonfly. I just like catching these to show off at this point. Oh, it's so good, and they're worth a lot. But I also grabbed some bamboo shoots. I've been trying to figure out what to do with this area. there's just nothing here. And I did talk about how, oh, it's like another biome. There's vines and mums. So I figured we could lean into that, and I could plant some bamboo shoots instead of these trees. Like I could take these trees out and just maybe try bamboo shoots instead. I have 4 different ones. So I'm going to cut these down because I do think we have like quite a few trees now. And I think the bamboo shoots will probably take the place of them in terms of like island points. And I'm going to plant, yeah, all 4. And I think first what I'm going to do is create some paths just to like the vines and stuff. And that's just to kind of give me some like structure as to like, okay, what else am I going to put here and where am I planning on putting it? I don't know how possible it's going to be to make this path feel kind of like slightly random and chaotic in a way, but I'm going to try. Essentially, I'm kind of doing this, and then I'm just going to have it like abruptly kind of like jerk over to the left. And what I'm trying to do is just create a little path to the vines. It's kind of like showing people, hey, you know, if you were trying to like get to the upper part of the island from here, this would be the way to go. But then over here, I would probably have it like come off in this direction. Actually, maybe what I would do is realistically, I think the path would kind of like go right here. This is like the natural way I'd probably walk to these vines. So I guess this makes sense. We could temporarily like take it off the cliff, and then we can kind of like put it here and here. And I would just round these corners, I think, and call it a day. So yeah, something like this. I might even put an extra tile here just because I think that looks a little bit better. I don't know. Looks wacky. Looks random. And let's put the vines back and hang that right there. And that looks pretty cool, kind of on the dirt like that. And again, this gives me kind of a place to start thinking about like, okay, well, if I'm going to do bamboo shoots here, I could put one here. And then maybe we can kind of put one, not there, like right here. So it kind of obscures the silliness of this path a little bit. And then we can put one like over here. And then maybe we just put one like back here. Hopefully I don't accidentally eat any of these because I only have 4 and I don't feel like getting another one. Will these have time to grow to their fullest potential? I don't know. 3 days? Probably not. I think the dream address gets uploaded with these not fully grown. It'll still look kind of cool though. I think that'll make it look even more unique. You know what? I'm gonna say that was on purpose. While we're at it, we can plant some shrubs over here too. Once I get some more customization kits, I think I'm gonna make a couple of these, and I'm gonna make these the beach furniture I talked about the other day, where I said, oh, if I get some beach furniture, I could put that here and here, and this path will kind of come over to the beach. That's what this is going to be. I'm going to take this one. I'm going to get another one. We'll put it here. Honestly, a lot of the stuff around these houses, we could probably do with just more trees. And I could steal those trees from Nook Miles Island at this point, because like I said, stuff isn't going to grow. We need something. It's giant spaces like this is what I'm nervous about. We need stuff in here. So, oh my gosh, I'm freaking out right now. Maybe telling myself today's the day I'm going to randomly place stuff down was not the best thing for my mental health, because realizing that we only have a few days left after this to get 5 stars is making me panic big time. Is that a second Papa Bear? Do I have 2 of these now? Why can't I get the full set so I can make the giant bear? That's not fair. I think this area is begging for a couple things, so I made a couple things. We have the where is it? The tire toy, which is just an awesome junk item to put down somewhere. And it's also begging for a gyroid to be dancing to this music. Although, you can't put things on the tire toy? Oh, I thought it was treated like a table. Okay, well, that's okay. We can put the gyroid there. I mean, look at it. Look how happy it is. Actually, I changed my mind. I think log stool here, maybe positioned a little bit like that, and then the gyroid on top of the log stool. I kind of like him sitting up a little bit higher like that. And then I still think the tire is a great item for this place. And this place doesn't have to be walkable necessarily. So I can still put it like here and kind of block that sofa, quote unquote. And that kind of has the same effect to me. Just a completely junked backyard. What the heck is going on back here? I don't know. Ask Rodney. I don't know what to tell you. I also threw down this succulent plant. This is made with literal trash. It's kind of cool. So yeah, again, just another great item for a build like this. And I've currently depleted, a lot of crafting materials, and also a lot of the items that I've crafted and found. And after I get finished watering my crops, I'm going to hit up the Nook stop, because that is going to be really important. We can get a couple more recipes out of it that are kind of cool. And if not, we can at least order an item or 2 that's nice and big and maybe fills up a couple of our more large open areas that we haven't quite figured out anything with yet. So we have 11,000 points. We have both of these fences already. Still not getting the one last fence that I want. The stone arch, always a great item. we can probably use a few of these around the island. I have a ton of stone. So I'm going to go ahead and get this. It feels like a waste not to at this point. Manhole cover is cheap and just a solid DIY. You can definitely put these down just all over your paths if you really want to. I think at intersections and stuff like that, we can place some of those. Anything we can do to get some points on the board, we got to do it. That just leaves the stone tablet in here out of the recipes I would need to craft. What else? There's construction sign, fire hydrant. These are the one-off items we can buy right now. And they're all reasonably priced. We can get up to 8 things if we stick to this, top end of the list here, which is a lot. Well, we can only get 5 because you only get 5 per day. But like the steel trash can, I think is good. Like we can use this in a number of places. The street lamp is really good. I like the topiaries. They're pretty cool. Utility poles and traffic lights, these are like really good if you are literally going for city vibes. I know I've used the word city a lot, but I'm not really going for literal city vibes. Other stuff though, I've talked about a few times making a kind of a waiting area for planes coming in, and a drink machine and like a curved street light and another bench or the public bench, for example. These are good items for like a spot like that. Okay, so I think I know what I'm going to do. I am going to try and focus on the entrance of the island and try and think of things that would make it feel more like you just arrived somewhere and like this is kind of like the outdoor waiting area. So steel trash can, check. I think the streetlights we've already used by Zucker's place, the curved streetlight, a little more expensive, but I want to be consistent, so we'll use this. Check. Drink machine, again, expensive. Do we want that over the snack machine? Same price, a little more. I think it's larger. I think that's why I like it more. I'll grab it. Now, just under 4,000 points left. If we want to get 5 items ordered, so they'll be here tomorrow, I should stick to this top end of the list. And there is something to the construction sign portable toilet. I just don't have any other construction-y things. So I'd actually rather spend it on like the lifeguard chair because we don't have anything on the beaches either. And there's a couple other beach items we could maybe look at that could go well with the lifeguard chair. I can't afford it, but one thing is like the lighthouse. Any of these plaza items would actually look pretty good on a beach somewhere. I don't want to focus too much on beaches, to be honest, because I have enough big empty island. Oh, the volleyball net was one I did want, but now it's 3,000. I can't afford it. Alternatively, we could just get another one of these. I really like them. I don't see anything better. No, I'll do the park clock. It's becoming clear that like the entrance to the island is going to be an issue, and the park clock is probably going to make sense if we decide to, make a park out of it. So yeah, right now, this is what our entrance looks like. I think tomorrow's goal, I'm going to try and fill all this in with something. And I have a couple ideas that could be kind of fun. I also have ideas like the stuff we just bought that makes it a little more like intentional. Like, oh, this is where people wait for the planes to come in. But I was also thinking we could do like a hedge maze here, since it is like more of a holiday season anyway. It could be a simple one, but it would distract from the fact that the airport and museum aren't centered. And yeah, it could add something. That's a possibility. There's honestly so many things we can do with an area like this. And now with some like interesting items coming our way, we'll figure it out. But yeah, so my goal I think for tomorrow is that area and maybe this area over here or just another large space. I need to make some decisions very quickly about what to do with giant spaces like that. If we need to start getting more repetitive with more items or start doing even more Halloween decoration spam, then that's what we're going to have to do. I'll tell you what though, the situation is dire. So join us tomorrow to see if we can make it out of this alive. It's day 28 of designing Animal Crossing Island in 30 days on hard mode. Yesterday, we decorated our house. Today, we'll find out if that got us to the S tier ranking we are hoping for. That is, of course, one of the goals we're trying to achieve with this challenge, and this was the last opportunity we had. So let's go outside and check the mail. I'm really hoping for good news here. There's the Happy Home Academy. We did order some things from the Nook Mileage program that have also arrived, and we did it. S tier ranking. Your home topped the 20,000 point mark. That's cause for celebration and a special gift from the HHA. That special gift is, and I'll explain my inventory in a second, the bronze HHA plaque. There are a bunch of these little gifts you can unlock, so I'm glad we got the first big one, and we'll definitely be hanging this up somewhere. All of this stuff you see here was me playing a little bit off camera. I managed to get one of my favorite DIYs going to a Captain Island yesterday after I was done recording, and that was the angled signpost. This thing is pretty cheap and has a few different customizations, a perfect item to spam in different places. We can have one here that points to Nook's Cranny. We can go over here, have one that points to Able Sisters in this direction. There's a lot of cool little opportunities we can have. We can make a really silly thing where there's just a bunch of them next to each other pointing in different directions. Just a fun item to place in as many places as possible. We're going to be doing all of these Nook Miles tasks and more probably today because we need the miles very badly. We're under 2,000. Even though I did try and get some more after I was done recording, I spent 1,000. Oh, here, I just got it back. I spent 1,000 just going to a Captain Island to try and get some supplies, which worked out beautifully. We'll be doing that again today. And yeah, it's going to be a busy one. I kind of am going into today with a bit of a determination to get some big projects done. I think it was yesterday that I mentioned, they're all running together at this point, that we will be trying to decorate a couple of larger areas on the island today to get ourselves into a position where, one, things feel more finished, and two, it just kind of stacks up the points. So the stuff we ordered yesterday will kind of help us out with that. It'll give us some larger items as like focal points for different builds. And yeah, I mean, buckle up. This one's gonna be really busy. It is, of course, our last market day as well. So we get a couple more items to play with, which is always exciting. I'd say these are decent items too. The generator is always a fantastic item for the campsite. Ship in a bottle is just a cute little item to put somewhere. We have the blue trash can, and that could also be a campsite item. And then this old-timey radio. I don't know if I would put this outside. Maybe if we make like someone a yard sale, which I actually think I have an idea for that, we might do that. This is a great item, I think. I think this is the kind of thing you would see at a yard sale, is the big, premier item that someone would put out. We're going to buy our last piece of candy, and we're just going to try and make the most of our very last market day. I don't think it'll let me buy another one, right? Yeah, one per customer. So sad to have Halloween upon us and you can only buy one little piece of wrapped candy. And we need to buy wrapping paper. We need to buy customization kits. I did this last time where I looked at everything and then I didn't come back. So let's at least start. Let's at least start to buy like a lot of these. If we don't get wrapping paper at this point, I don't care as much. But the customization kits are crucial for getting this place to look and feel how we want it to. Those tiny little details really like come to life when you have the customization kits. Otherwise, you put down a stall and you're stuck with the default way it looks, and you can't really make it fit the area that you're trying to make it fit. And while it might get you to 5 stars, you won't feel very fulfilled having used like the base item for every single thing you put down that was from a DIY. The good news, by the way, is that I don't think I need to buy any more floors or wallpapers. I feel like I have everything I need. The house is S tier now. I'm not going to worry about that. I'll save our money and spend it on more customization kits. And yeah, I will have to come back for wrapping paper. I can't forget that, but I'm running out of money already. This bell boom ordinance is taking its toll right now. All right, last batch for the time being. I've spent most of my money on this. If I want to buy some wrapping paper, I'm going to need even more money. And if I want to buy the furniture, I'm going to need even more money. So let's not go too wild. I think we probably have enough. Yeah, 71 customization kits on me. And if we were smart, today would be the day we customize some of the items that have been standing by, waiting for customization, because if we need more kits, today's the only day to buy them. Another thing that happened while I was playing a little more yesterday is I got the inflatable sofa, which I'm going to grab because it's just a great item to stick on the beach. I'm also grabbing it because there's, too much stuff in my storage again, and I'm trying to empty out my inventory. And yeah, I think I'm going to grab an assortment. Oh, I got this outdoor bench from, I think, Samson too. I'm sorry I didn't record any of that. I think I'm going to try to grab some items that I feel like would make sense for a little yard sale because, like I said, that is like an idea that I have. One of the reasons I'm doing a yard sale is because I just have this random stuff and it's like such a good excuse to like, you know what I mean? Just like put things on the island, random things that just have no business being anywhere else. And now what I'm going to do is just go around kind of doing my daily tasks of digging up things like gyroids and fossils. And as I go, I'm going to start placing down some extra shrubs. I did grab some shrubs on the Captain Island because they were there and they matched the ones we're already using. So I figured, why not? Let's just grab some. And I'm going to empty out my inventory, you know, one shrub at a time. A couple of big trees as well that I grabbed because I don't ever get the opportunity to get fully grown versions of this particular tree. And we talked about maybe making this like a big dense forest. So I thought, hey, you know, we have like 3 of these extra trees. Let's kind of use them in more of the bald spots here in this area just to kind of like get them down somewhere. And this is going to be the kind of build where we just kind of throw things in it as we go. It's going to be densely packed with trees. And by densely packed, I mean I'm adding 3 trees to the trees that are already here. And that's the build. And then, yeah, we're going to make little foresty items to just kind of sprinkle upon it because I don't know what else to do up here. I feel like I have all the farms I'm going to need. Maybe if we happen to find potatoes or something today, we'll make a little potato garden somewhere. But that's about it. So yeah, this area is going to be a forest. And I do feel like this is our garage sale, and it's going to be Silvana who's trying to offload some stuff. She moved here, and her parents decided that, like, oh, maybe you can hold on to some of this crap for us. And she doesn't have room. You know, her new place is a little bit smaller. She's downsizing. She's trying to live a simpler life. So Silvana's going to be hosting a yard sale, and we're going to be building all that out. Silvana, or we could do Sprinkle. No. I think we'll do Silvana. Silvana will host a yard sale. So I'm going to drop all the items that I want in the yard sale right now, which is, not that. Probably not going to be everything for the moment, but I grabbed the manhole covers that I had made. I made those to just get some extra Nook miles, and I'm going to put those around the island. But yeah, these things here are going to be part of the display, if you will. I'm going to keep the inflatable sofa and go board for like a beach build. Bronze HHA plaque obviously goes in my house, but yeah. Okay, so 4 things. We'll get more. Love that it's raining today, by the way. Don't have to water any flowers. It looks like we did get a new pink tulip. So we're going to go ahead and grab this. I'm going to pop up here and see if we have another one from the very bad flower breeding garden we have here. And it looks like, aha. So these tulips did happen to spawn something. It just wasn't a pink tulip. It was a red tulip. A little disappointing. We'll try again tomorrow. I'd love to get one more of these for one spot on the island I'm trying to get 2 for. Otherwise, I could steal it from here. I don't want to steal it, but we could. Remind me to put some vines on the side of this cliff. And by remind me, I mean by the time you remind me, I'll have, it'll be too late. But remind me to put some vines on the cliff because this is a spot I'm going to be climbing up and down from a lot, and we have vines down here, so it would make sense. And yeah, our bamboo shoots are starting to come up, which is great. It looks like they're already sprouting more bamboo shoots. Oh, it's a fossil. I didn't think they could spawn bamboo shoots so fast. Okay, cool. Gonna put an orange shrub here, or at least I'm gonna try. I don't even know if that's a tile that can be walked in. Let's try that again. Yes, okay, cool. So we got an orange shrub. We can throw a yellow one down right here, perhaps. Let's kind of alternate between different orange and yellow shrubs. These look so nice. I do love that, we just have ones that are in bloom right now. That's why I chose those specific ones. And I think, they add a lot. I think just having stuff like this just adds the exact right amount of clutter. I'm just now realizing this too, and you probably caught it before I did. Those red mums that I planted were red windflowers all along, and I'm just now seeing that. That just hit me. I'm like, why are there red windflowers? I don't remember putting those there. And there's a rock right in the middle of the path too. That's great. Okay, there's so much to do. There's a lot I need to do on this island in terms of new things I have to put on the ground. Having to clean up more messes is not what I need right now. That is the opposite of what I need. I'm setting myself up for failure at every turn with Grimvale. New recipe though, trees bounty lamp. I'm not sure if we're gonna have enough supplies to make this. It's just 6 acorns and 4 clay. It's a little guy. We might make one. Let's see what a shrub would look like right here. I did imagine that this area would have stuff like shrubs and things kind of around. And then if I put a shrub behind the fence right here, would this look good? I think so. Yeah, it's really hard to plant a shrub and then regret planting that shrub. I don't think I've done that too often. So yeah, we can definitely scatter some around these cliffs. All right, last pre-gathered shrub, and I'm gonna try and put it right here. If it'll let me. Nope, right here. There we go. Okay, we'll need more items up here, but for now that's pretty good. Let's also take the pink tulip and put it here, and it's getting watered right now. We'll hope that a 3rd pink tulip encourages a 4th pink tulip. I guess I'm gonna go around picking up the red windflowers. I know that that's a little bit of a shame, but they just don't make any sense to me here. I'm trying to be somewhat organized. Maybe we'll get lucky today, and on our Captain Island we'll find mums and more shrubs of the exact same kind we're already using. And that can be, you know, how we like make up for it. We get some red mums from that island. But yeah, I don't want to keep them. I'm sorry. Bye, red windflowers. Let's hope this is yet another recipe. I am just desperate for anything right now. I thought this was going to be such a better month for getting DIYs. It's a layered tank dress. So no, not another recipe. As I run around, I'm also trying to kind of like take care of little things that I'm putting off, such as this, like putting this path up underneath the bridge. Stuff like this is just never going to get done if I don't stop what I'm doing to get it done. And I'm here to put down the inflatable sofa here on the beach. I like this color for it. I'm not going to have it customized. And I'm going to put the Go board down. And I'm going to consider putting some chairs around it of some kind. Or it can just be something people play standing up. But it just feels like this beach can be a little more of like a party area if I just put a couple little items on it like that. So I'm happy with that. As for the manhole cover, like finding little spots for it, I'm looking for like corners and intersections where it kind of makes sense. And these are always a little bit hard to place. You can't push them, so you have to like stand in the exact right spot. And yeah, that's still not looking quite right to me. We'll put it up a little bit higher maybe. Maybe I don't love this corner for the manhole cover because we already have like an item kind of on the path anyway. Can we center one with the museum? Let's find out. Yep, that's centered. I like that. Okay, cool. Looks like we have something else buried here. And somehow we ended up with 5 fossils today. I must have missed one from the previous day. Let's go get these identified. Maybe we get another little fossil. I keep finding little fossils to decorate with. He took none of them, so I guess I'm just going to go ahead and sell off some things. Maybe I'll keep one fossil to wrap up for Samson. But other than that, we just got to get our inventory cleared out here. We're back up to 26,000 bells, which should be more than enough to just buy out the store. Ooh, got 2,000 points for buying up some stuff, which is great. We definitely need it. Samson is cooking something, and also the villager I'm here to give a gift to. Not a bad recipe to get, pumpkin cupcakes. He's giving me a jester's mask. And now I finally look on the outside how I feel on the inside whenever I give Samson a present. Okay, back to placing down some items. More manhole covers. I think we'll put one here, and then we're gonna put one by the airport. I think to me, these are all pretty good spots. We don't need to spam them everywhere, just kind of like imply that we have a sewer system even though nobody has toilets. And I grabbed a few more items for the yard sale. So with these, I want to talk a little bit about money. We really, really need money today. We have some, I bought 2 generators. One's going to be for the campsite, but I want to go customize it. So I'm going to need money for that. But I also cannot use crops or fruit to make money anymore. And the reason I'm imposing that rule on myself right now is because we only have a couple days left, and I don't remember, but I think it takes like at least 3 days for the fruit to grow back on the trees. The crops take a few days to grow, and I would like all the crops to be fully grown when I upload the dream address to this island on day 30. So I'm not going to harvest any more crops. They're now fully decorations. The good news is that we have diving, so I can definitely go diving for a little bit and try and get money that way to just at least, you know, get our money tree planted and buy the customizations we want from Harv's Island. Before I go diving, I'm just going to get this customization, or this, this HHA plaque out of my inventory. That's not really where I meant to put it. We just want this on the wall somewhere, just to help everybody understand that, like, hey, even though the house looks a little bit in disarray right now, and we still are collecting money for the Better House Fund, listen, we know what we're doing. We have an S-tier house still, even though it is absolute chaos in here. And one last thing I'm going to do before diving is I'm actually going to taper this corner. It's been bothering me for a while, seeing this kind of like sharp corner by the staircase here. I thought it'd be fine to leave it kind of natural, but I don't know. This to me just looks a lot better. So good. That's done. Let's go make some money. Oh, wait, before we go, I forgot. All these fences here can be sold for money, which is what I'm trying to earn right now. Also, I think I'm going to cook all of these into something. I don't know. I'm still hesitant to sell any food. But look, we have 50 simple wooden fences, which will earn us something. I have 15 hedges, which I think I'm actually going to keep for another build. Everything else can go. All together, these fences earn us a total of 5,972 bells. So they're, yeah, okay, we need to go diving. Fences are not some get-rich-quick scheme. So I'll just be here doing this for a little while, and then when I'm done, we'll see how much money we end up with. Probably a good amount if I'm already finding pearls. And one just about full inventory later, minus my tools and this mermaid dresser DIY I got from Pascal, we've earned 55,000 bells. That's excellent. this is going to be more than enough money to customize all the things I want to customize over at Harv's Island. I'm trying to grab those things now. There's actually not a ton of stuff in my storage currently that I want to customize. I did forget to hang this up, not that it mattered, but I do think that looks really cool in the garage. I think there's only, like, let's see, just a few things. The outdoor generator, the diner sofa, and the Papa Bear. One of my 2 Papa Bears. I want to try customizing those. And then a lot of my customizations are actually stuff that I can just do myself, like the stall and things over by Zucker's place. I've just been, you know, out of DIY kits, so I haven't been able to. So nothing here. I might have just done all that diving, not for nothing, but just not. It wasn't diving I guess I needed to do urgently now that I'm looking around. The red cot, the camping cot's fine. No, I think I'm pretty happy with the way a lot of stuff looks. Oh well, I wanted to go there anyway to get my hairstyle, so we were destined for a trip anyway. Ooh, maybe we can customize this bench into something that looks a little bit better for this kind of like visiting bus stoppy area we're going to create. And by the way, when I talk about filling up big areas today, this is like my main goal, getting this one done. Anything over here to the right is just kind of a bonus. Today is getting more involved than I thought, so tomorrow we'll have like more free time to kind of like do DIYs and stuff. So I don't know, we'll see. I'm just warning you now. I guess I'm warning myself too. I don't exactly know how much decorating I'm going to do today, and I feel like I say that every day, which is a great sign for getting 5 stars in 30 days. In fact, let's take a vote. I know a lot of people watch and they don't comment. I'm going to encourage even those of you who don't comment to just leave me a quick comment. If you think we're going to get to 5 stars, just leave 5 stars in your comment. In fact, leave the amount of stars you think we will end this challenge with. I imagine we will see mostly 4 and 5 stars, with some of you putting less than 4, assuming that I'm going to mess this up somehow so bad they take stars away from me. But we're currently at 4. Do you think we end this challenge at 4, or do you think by, you know, day 30, in a couple days, we can actually do it? We can actually get to have 5 stars in 30 days. How are you feeling? Let me know with just some emojis, star emojis in the comments. This mask is absolutely horrifying, by the way. I guess because we've kind of inadvertently created a Halloween island, it's kind of the perfect thing to wear around, and I don't have my beard, so I may as well keep it for now. But watching my character like get something done, like a haircut, where normally they make really animated facial expressions and it's just this weird plastic smile that I'm just stuck with, is a bit terrifying. Also, I can't get my hairstyle, it turns out. We got Kix here yesterday, and because I haven't been unlocking the hairstyles, I wrongly assumed I could sit in this chair and get all of them in one shot, and Kix was the last place I put down. I can't get my hairstyle because I screwed up. I guess I'll just have to pick a different hairstyle. There's some hairstyles I haven't unlocked in Nooks yet. Oh man, I can't believe I fell for that. Okay, so Papa Bear has a few different designs here. I'm trying to think of something if we put them outside that would look good. And this one looks really cool, but more for like, I think, a Christmas themed island. Let's see, any like good ones for fall? I mean, not necessarily. The Choco one and the cream one both feel to me like, you know, they're a little bit different than the caramel mocha that we currently have. Maybe we'll go with Choco. And again, all the ribbons feel like they're leaning into the wrong holidays for this island, so no ribbon. Outdoor generator wise though, I always like the orange one. It just kind of reminds me of like something you'd pick up at Home Depot, like after you get to the campsite and you realize, oh shoot, like I actually do want power. So you run over to the town's nearest Home Depot and just get whatever. I'm doing this diner sofa because I already have other diner items that match this particular color scheme. So instead of resisting it and trying to just change all the diner stuff to match a color I would actually use, I'm just going to make it at least conform to what I already have. Just in case I like do get some more diner stuff. And then our lecture hall bench only has 2 variants. I thought this had more. I could have sworn it did. I'm just going to stick with the light brown, and there's a chance I replace this with something else because it isn't quite the right item anyway, and I know we could get the proper one from the Nook Stop, the seat that kind of looks like that, but it's different. And I guess that's all the business we have in Harv's today. I can't exactly buy shoes. It's not allowed. I'm so disappointed in myself for not thinking ahead on that hairstyle thing. If I had just gotten one hairstyle yesterday, like maybe that wouldn't have worked still. I've been here so many times, I could have definitely gotten all the hairstyles by now. I can't believe how badly I've played myself. All right, well, I'm gonna start preparing to decorate some areas. For the time being, the lecture hall bench is just going to be the bench I use. It's either going to be the bench or it's going to be a placeholder, and I might buy the other bench that would look better there. I think our Home Depot generator could maybe go right here, behind the campsite like tent. I could put it in front too. I don't know. I feel a little bit weird about putting it right next to the water, even though I do want something here. But I just don't think your gas generator should be as close as possible to the ocean. It just feels a little irresponsible. Maybe we put it like in front of the campsite, like at least not like fully like on the edge there, and we can still walk around it. I might plant a little shrub or flower or something there, but yeah, it's working for me. I think just having a generator at the campsite is always a good item to use. And then the next thing I want to do is start customizing Zucker's place. Oh, the menu board. I think I wanted to change that too over at Harv's, but you know what? We're fine. Let's take all this down. I'm going to redo all of this. We're going to do this chair in black. We're going to maybe, let's see. I think we keep all this stuff the way it is. Maybe we do the well in a different color because it's kind of like not next to Zucker's house as close to it as I thought it would be. So the red roof is, well, it's not bad actually. No, I'm going to keep it. I'm going to keep it the way it is. I thought, oh, red roof, red door. But it's, you know what? The more I look at it in like this kind of forest environment, I actually kind of like it there. Do we have the stonework kitchen in a design that works for the vibes here? This white one with the red brick looks really nice. And I would say out of all these different kitchens, this is probably the one that looks the best for indoor use. But for the different like colors and stuff I'm using at Zucker's, it just isn't working for me. And this is one of those things where, and when in doubt, I'm kind of feeling like this is a good one to use. It kind of, I like that outdoorsy ruins kind of vibe. Really what it should be about though is, does it match or does it go well with this brick oven? I think black's one of those colors that goes with everything. So I'm kind of wondering actually, if I make this black and then I make the stonework kitchen black, that might be the best color scheme we can do for this, especially because this has that touch of like red brick in it. It'll match Zucker's door still. Okay, I think I'm gonna go this route. What does that mean for our stall though? Do I want to use like a dark brown wood? Do I want to use like the black wood because now I'm using a different color scheme for everything else? I did decide a long time ago that the Panera bread pattern was the one I wanted to go with, which is this one right here. I don't know if anyone agrees that pattern reminds you of Panera bread, but I felt that way for a while. And I do think it looks nice with this dark brown kind of stall, so I think we can go with this combination. Happy to take 2,000 miles for all the customizing we've been doing. That's so good. I couldn't help myself. I came back to Harv's just to customize the menu signboard. I suffered all those loading screens for you to do this. I also did happen to check that the the haircuts are still not on offer anymore today. I just sat down again just to see. Apparently Zucker is going to serve coffee, and I don't mind it saying coffee. That's not a big deal. I just want the color of the wood to match the stall that we just made. The good news is the other item that we've been using with the stall the last couple days was the cream and sugar item, which I wasn't even going to customize. But since we're here, we can use the silver tray and make it fit into the scenery nice and cleanly. And I guess we can like throw a coffee mug up there too. We never got a cash register. I would have liked to get one. But yeah, now Zucker's place is specifically selling coffee, and the cream and sugar make more sense. I'm not sure what makes him think he can compete with Brewster, but he's trying. He's certainly trying. Okay, so there's our brick oven and stonework kitchen together. Somehow, even though they're both DIYs and stuff, they just really don't blend in together as well as you would think, which is a bit of a shame because these are both brick kind of like cooking themed items. You would expect them to kind of like go together more, but they don't. It's okay. I'm still going to use them. They still both look really cool. I've always loved the smoke coming out of the oven, the brick oven. So I'm gonna roll with it, but I'm a little surprised. Okay, the menu chalkboard on the other hand goes very well with our stall here. That's looking real good. And then this chair that I customized here is ready to go. So we'll put that right there and good. Yeah, I would say the customizations we did with Zucker's stuff make this area look a lot better. I like this way better now. And I didn't even realize his thatch roof matches the kind of like that mocha color of the stall and sign really, really well. So, you know what? His coffee may not be anywhere near as good as Brewster's. I don't know. Maybe it's better. I have no idea. At least this area is looking pretty sharp now. I like it. I still don't have the stone and iron fence available to me. That one time it was there and I forgot to get it. That was probably the only time we were going to see it. And there's more hairstyles. I just didn't realize there was this many more hairstyles. I'm a little scared to gamble on these and grab only like one when one of the ones I really like might be in one of the other two. So maybe I could look up which ones are which, but I was coming in here really to see like, is there anything else I want to spend my points on so that tomorrow I have even more options, even more things to work with. This public bench right here is the bench I was thinking could replace the lecture hall bench. And I am going to go ahead and grab this because I think it's just going to look better. As for everything else, again, tons of really cool stuff in here. I think I'm going to wait until I've used all the items I'm going to use today before doing anything else. And the reason behind that is because I just don't exactly know what I'm going to do. You know, we're just going to grab items, we're going to vibe, and we'll see how it turns out. And then I'll decide if there's anything else we should spend some points on. Time to get everything we ordered yesterday out of the mailbox. And let's just see what all this stuff together could look like. I think we can make this look pretty nice. So first things first, let's kind of decide where certain items are going to go, right? There's some more path work we're going to do here. But we pretty much have everything we need now for like this little bus station kind of rest stop area. I don't know about rest stop, like waiting area for the airport, right? The snack machine, it's a bit tall, but we can put it there just for the time being. Curved streetlight, I imagined would go somewhere in this build. I don't know, maybe exactly like that, or maybe it could actually go at the very entrance of the island. We are going to need some stuff in the foreground as people kind of like enter the island. So yeah, this might be a good spot for it. Kind of put it there right off the path. That looks pretty good. And what else? If I decide to make this little area a park-like experience, I did get the park clock. And I do love the park clock. Such a good item. And it does really make me want to make a park. So that's probably what I'm going to go with. And then the steel trash can, I think, again, is just a good item for, you know, this kind of setup. We have a snack machine. People are going to be buying snacks while they wait, and we want them to be respectful and throw away the trash from the snacks. I guess what would be kind of interesting is what if we created, like, using some more paths and stuff, what if we created a section that wasn't just off the road like this, but it was actually a little waiting area, which doesn't make much sense when I say it out loud. I'm talking about an area that is a little more intimate and like closed off. So the chairs and stuff kind of like sit in there with the snack machine and the trash can in a way that's not just right off the road, but maybe the items can kind of face each other a little bit more. So what if we did this? We made kind of like a box. We kind of like surrounded it in fences or hedges or something. This would probably be easier to kind of like see the vision if I go and decide what kind of fences I want to make. So here, let's look at that real quick. I think given the items we're going to use, the iron fence is probably the best one. And I can go ahead and just buy the customization, the fence customization thing, so that we can make them kind of match everything else, the park clock and stuff like that. I did grab myself a mini DIY workbench though, and I'm just kind of using this temporarily to craft over here. And I can't imagine needing more than 10 of these, but who knows? I change my mind on this stuff all the time. Let's get custom fencing in a flash for 2,500 points. Eating into my hair budget. All right, we can do this customization on our iron fences. And yeah, I just want to see what it would look like if I surrounded this area with this fence. And thanks to not being able to count so well, I did need more than 10, it seems. We need some more fences. A quick tip with customizing fences, it's better not to do what I just did and customize them in batches like this, because you can use, I think it only costs one customization kit for customizing the whole stack. Yeah, so one customization kit, if I had a stack of 20 instead of 10, it still would have only cost one customization kit. So I am kind of wasting materials right now. But yeah, this is kind of the idea, right? And then just to see for a second, what would it look like if I kind of like made the fence come off like that and then stop? It feels kind of unnecessary. I won't do it. But imagine that we put the snack machine here, and maybe we kind of like move it down like this, and then we put our waiting bench just across from it. So that would go here. And then we could just put our trash can kind of in between the two, and it would just go there. I honestly thought this would be more room, and I don't like it. I actually hate this. Everything feels cramped and weird. I like that this is like a little area that's its own offshoot that's supposed to be like next to the airport and a waiting area for flights to come in, but I definitely don't like how it looks with those things facing each other. What if we did this instead? So it's still fenced in, we've got the snack area, and then the trash can kind of be like near the front of the area. I wish I could go closer to the fences, honestly. That's kind of one of the things that's tripping me up right now. But yeah, the trash can, maybe what we can do is kind of put it like this. It gives the fence kind of a good reason to be stopped where it is. In fact, what we can do is move it to the other side like that. And then let's take this lamp and put it over here. We can pull it in one if we want to, or keep it centered on the fence like that. And now the area feels a little more balanced. We have a tall thing here, a tall thing here, a tall thing here, and then some more stout items here and here. Yeah, I think I like that better. What I might do is take this lamp and the trash can to halves to customize them so that they match everything. And yeah, I think that'll look pretty good. What that does too is leaves room over here for the park clock. More in this area for more people to be able to enjoy, both by like the town center and the rest stop area. Just creates another tall item in the background. I kind of like that. And this build is also the reason I've not visited Captain Island today, because I was trying to decide if I was going to want more trees. And at this stage, we need the trees to be fully grown. And I think I do. I think I would like to line some trees right here. And that'll do a couple things. It'll just kind of like separate the museum from the airport, which we kind of need because they're not lined up. And it will just add more, you know, foliage and stuff around here, which we desperately need. This is just looking like a desert right now. And then over yonder, we have this area that's becoming like our one like beach hangout. So I thought, what if I add the lifeguard chair here? And I'm going to customize this too so it matches the inflatable sofa more. But what if we kind of like pull this over here-ish? We maybe take this guy and like pull it up here a little bit more. I feel like kind of centering it between these two benches is the right call. But that could go there, and then we can also take ring toss and kind of tuck it over here so we have like a place to relax, someone can be on lifeguard duty for people swimming, and a couple places to play games. And the last thing I'm going to do before I go to the Captain Island is I did grab the vines. Thank you if you left me a reminder. I'm going to put a couple extra vines up here by Gigi's house. We'll hang one right there, and I think we can put like two next to each other right here. And that gives me a couple different ways to get up and down on that little cliff area that I otherwise don't have too much business hanging around in, but once in a while we got to pop up there. I'm going to sloppily drop everything in front of my house here, and then we're going to head over to the Captain Island with the intention to grab up all the trees. We're just going to scoop them up, and I may not use every single one, but that's the idea, is to plant with them. There are areas that could definitely use trees. I mean, where this hole is that I've been planting gyroids in, a tree could go right here and I could put some fences around my house. That would be kind of nice. There's definitely a need for some more trees, and we do not have time to wait for them to grow. I hope Captain doesn't do bamboo islands. That's going to be disappointing. Ooh, I think this is the closest you can get to a bamboo island. I am disappointed because it only has coconut trees. More vines, which I wasn't asking for right now. I guess it depends on what recipe is here. Unless it's shoes, it better not be clothing. Ruined broken pillar. Okay, this is a cool recipe, and it does require vines to make. Cool. I'm so disappointed. Like, I really was not wanting more of these trees. I don't think I'm even going to grab any. I might take some coconuts because I could use the food for some other things. It's just that I really didn't want to spend 2,000 miles on a Nook Miles ticket because I need my miles. And now I'm going to have to have spent 3,000 miles trying to get trees. It was a risk. It was a risk coming here. It always was. But I just, I didn't think it would be like this. I'm so distraught over this. It's a shame too, because normally this is the exact kind of island I would want from a cat and boat experience, especially when I'm trying to collect all those recipes. Okay, I've hit all the rocks, I've grabbed up all the vines, and that's not really all I feel like doing. I'm glad I got a cool recipe out of this. It wasn't a full waste or anything, but now I got to risk a Nook Miles ticket bringing me to a bamboo island, and I'm not excited about that. It would be nice to have fully grown bamboo for that one spot on the island where I would like fully grown bamboo, but it would not make up for not getting just normal trees, which is what I desperately want right now. Now, I know nobody feels bad for me, okay? Let's be real. I get it. This is all my doing, okay? If I had just not chopped down every tree every single time it got my way, I would have extra trees right now to play with. If I had planned ahead a little bit better and gave myself more time to decorate certain spots on the island, I could have just planted the saplings and I would have trees right now. So the irony of this problem is not lost on me, okay? I understand. If you want to rub it in the comments anyway, fine. I'll take the engagement. Go ahead. But I'm just making it known that, yes, I know this is my fault. I know that was my fault too. Now I have to make a new shovel. The thing is, there's actually more stuff I would like to spend my points on today, so I'm actually not going to go get those trees from a Nook Miles island. Instead, I went ahead and crafted some of our new ruined pillars. And I figured this would be like a good way to get, one, even more stuff on the ground, but two, just like get this area, this cool little area we're starting to make, like filled out even more. So I don't know exactly where to put these yet, but I also have the stone tablet again too. Let's go and put this over here. I do think maybe something like that. Maybe we can kind of shove this ruined pillar back by the cliff like that. So it's kind of cool to see like just 2 pillars just like that when you get over here. And then I think the stone tablet could go right here. Oh, but I forgot to customize it. I want this to be like the mossy variety of the stone tablet. It's also a little larger than I remember it too. Maybe it can go somewhere else. Yeah, I think this item, like now that I have the pillars on the right side of the paths, I think the stone tablet will look good over here on the left, just from like the perspective of like walking over here for the first time. Or maybe things balance out a little bit more if we trade the ruined pillar and stone tablet like that, because now it looks like this tablet is here telling people about some kind of like, I don't know, ancient arena that used to be over here. And you have the ruined pillars by the cliff. That's kind of cool. I like that. I also thought, given the jungle vibes, it'd be kind of cool to put like a couple of these tiki torches in here, so I could put like one on the corner of the path like that, and then maybe one like over there in the back. No, again, I'm kind of having a trouble with balance. You know, if I have fire here, it feels like there should be fire over here. Okay, so not a tiki torch. The other thing I did grab though was the pirate ship cannon, but the more I think about this, the more I wonder if a pirate ship cannon kind of makes sense with all this other stuff. You could maybe justify it. I do kind of wonder if I just tuck it like slightly behind the ruined pillar, if that looks kind of cool. Maybe it tells a little bit of a story. Maybe there was like an old civilization here, and this is kind of like a monument to it. And so the pirate cannon represents like what happened to that society. I don't know. I'm grasping at straws here. I will say, just from like a visually appealing standpoint, I like it back there a lot. It just feels like a cool vibe. So yeah, I think this area looks pretty nice. I'm just gonna leave it. In terms of other things I want to try, I figured it'd be kind of cool to try putting hedges right there and then matching it on the other side of the museum. The problem is, of course, none of this is like symmetrical at all. Having this many hedges here is fine, but then I can't put the same amount over here, and the fountain doesn't quite work with that. So okay, probably not going to do hedges here. Alternatively, I could put the hedges here, and so we line the path with them, and this will do a couple things. It does create, you know, I don't know, a more finished vibe, and they can act as the backdrop, as just part of the backdrop to this, like what will eventually be some trees lining the area, right? So if we just do this to a certain point, I don't know how far to make this go. If we leave it right where it is, that is 3 tiles past this iron fence on either side, and that looks pretty good, I think. I think we could just do that. And that should mean the trees that we plant will also be, you know, in a symmetrical number. I want to say even or odd. I'm not sure yet. I haven't counted it out. But yeah, that will look pretty cool. It does mean we'll need an item right here of some kind, but we'll figure that out. Real quick, let's get our street light customized as well as our trash can. And we'll get everything placed back down where we like it. And I think this has like the beginnings of something kind of cool. I do like this. I think with a few more items, maybe right here and maybe right over on the right there, it would look pretty cool. And of course, the trees. Tomorrow we should have a tree that's fully grown from this batch, right? This tree here will be a money tree, and I can go ahead and like take the money and then replant the tree. So that'll be good. Speaking of money tree, I almost forgot that I didn't grab this today. And while we're up here, let me go ahead and I guess start work on the garage sale. I'm gonna give this space its own little concrete pad. And I don't know why exactly, it just feels like it kind of needs something. This is one of the situations where if I could put rugs outside, I would absolutely put a rug instead of this path. I already kind of decided a while back not to use the custom designs, even though they'd be awesome. It would cause me to go on to like Nintendo Online to get them, because I'm just not going to give myself the time to make any. And then that feels kind of like cheating. So we're just making do with what we have. Going to use the outdoor bench to display a couple things. We're going to display, not drop, we're going to display the Gothic mirror and the bottled ship. I think that looks pretty good. I'm going to take the old retro kind of like radio. The retro stereo, it can go right there. We can still walk between those. That's good. I think the outdoor generator can kind of go there. That's a good item for this. I'll put the traditional tea set kind of like right here. And then I also grabbed a Mr. Flamingo. I think this guy can kind of go there. This does kind of feel like a garage sale. I actually really like this. I think the baby chair is a good little item. So that can go there. And maybe what I can do at some point is add a couple little fences around this area and then a sign. I think it'd be kind of cool to put a sign like right here that says yard sale and points up, just so people kind of know what the heck this is. And it's always fun to make like a little sign like that. In the meantime, this cedar tree being moved down here will help kind of obscure the mess up there. So that just feels like a good spot for that tree. And before I leave Nooks for the day, I'm going to just go ahead and buy up even more customization kits. I'm probably going to regret using my money this way, but then again, no, I'm not. There's bound to be more things I want to customize, and if I run out of customization kits again, I'm going to be so sad. And to be honest, at this point, I just want to finish up these Nook Mile tasks and then see how many miles we have, because I want to buy a couple more things to have on order for tomorrow. Chopped up my 10 pieces of wood. We're at 3,000 miles now. I'm going to do my fishing at the river because I think, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think you get a better chance at getting things like old boots if you fish at the river. It just feels like that's, in my experience, where I've gotten the most trash items from. And the other day when I was fishing, I got those 3 pieces of trash. They were all from the river. So for good luck, I guess, at the very least, I'm going to try and get a boot. I really want a second boot so I can make some kind of shoe by the end of this. Oh, I caught something new though. A neon tetra. Nice. Got my 5 bugs. Pretty easy. Hopefully this has something good in it. 5,000 bells. All right. Yeah, I'll take that. I did manage to get a piece of trash. It just wasn't the right piece of trash. All right. Another fish caught. Not quite 4,000 points yet. We have some pretty easy tasks I could do if we need to get there, but I'm going to just kind of shop and see what the heck I even want to get. First, I'll make sure to donate the neon tetra. And yeah, there's, as always, definitely some really coveted, highly coveted items in here. Like the volleyball net is a pretty easy one. You can put it on any beach. It looks awesome. The problem with the volleyball net is like 3,000 Nook miles for just one kind of neat item. I don't even have a volleyball to go with it, so maybe not that. The 4,000 and up category does have some of the even more coveted items like the pergola. I could do a couple things real quick and just go ahead and order this. Would I use it though, is the question. And I think I might actually, because this is the kind of thing where you can kind of put it in like a big empty area and decorate around it in a pretty cool way. Like I've been wondering what to do with this spot here in front of Samson and Molly's houses. And yeah, you could put the pergola right here. We can move these trees a little bit. We could throw some flowers down. And I do have extra flowers I want to kind of like put somewhere. So yeah, we could maybe make like a little pergola garden-y kind of area. I might do that, honestly. I gotta find a spot for this too. I always like putting these somewhere, but I don't know where. You can cook with these, by the way. They are a utility item. Yeah, okay. I already talked to one villager. Let's talk to a couple more to get the 3 villager task done. We'll chat with Molly, who's very excited about the pumpkin decorations. There's so many stages set for Halloween. Get ready. We're gonna have more. I hope. This might be all the orange pumpkins I have in the world if I'm not going to harvest anymore. So, okay, there'll be some more pumpkin decorations. So that's an extra 200 points. And catching one specific bug is never that fun. I can cook real quick. I just cook one item. Or I could grab shells for an easy 200 points and some extra money. I just found a beach DIY. I thought I got this today already. It is a cooking recipe. Spaghetti marinara. All right. Yeah, not a bad one. I think we are certainly going to need to, put more food somewhere. One potluck area, unfortunately, might not be enough. What a miserable place Grimvale is. All right, 8,400 bells for selling some shells. And cooking up a storm is literally like cook one item, so we'll just do that real quick. And that does put us over 4,000 Nook miles, which is all I wanted. We also get some additional miles for shells, which means another 1,000. Nice. Okay, we're gonna save that particular amount of Nook miles because I'm probably gonna need to buy even more stuff tomorrow. Let's just get the pergola. I think this is going to be 4,000 miles well spent. And with that, day 28 comes to a close. We are left with only 2 days before we can finally call this done and hopefully be at 5 stars. It's day 29 of designing Animal Crossing Island in 30 days on hard mode. And yesterday we did a ton of work around our island and just all kinds of projects. Today, we're taking a little field trip. You may or may not recognize this island, but this is Whiz, the island that I made during my previous 30-day challenge pretty much a couple years ago now. actually. And I thought it would be fun to take a quick visit because we are about to try to hit 5 stars on our island. Oh, look, there he is. We're about to try and hit 5 stars, and it's not going super well. We just hit 4, and we have today and tomorrow to hit 5. So I thought it would be good to walk around and take in all the scenery, because this is what a 5-star island looks like. That was done in 30 days. Granted, there were more things going for this island because I was time traveling to get the different DIYs and things like that. So the island has a lot of diversity, but as I walk around Whiz, I want you to take it all in and consider how many things you're seeing, both in terms of the foliage and the amount of items. We need to ask ourselves, is this enough? Are we able to compete with Whiz, of all places, a perfect 5-star island? Over here was my house plot where I was growing potatoes. Of course, I did fully upgrade my house in this run. We have different little nature walks similar to what we've been creating in Grimvale. And this back here, this is kind of interesting actually. I've been meaning to kind of revisit to look at this very spot. This is like a forest where I just didn't have any items or ideas of what to put. And so I just kind of decorated with shrubs and flowers. This was the entrance to our secret beach, which I managed to throw some items down on. And as I look around, I'm trying to decide how I feel. Do I feel like I've done enough to compete with this island in terms of getting 5 stars? Because it's not easy. It's not easy to get 5 stars. There's a lot of stuff you have to put down. You have to, everything counts as points. Every tree, every item, every flower, the stages of growth for all of those things, they all, various amounts of points towards 5 stars. I can already tell you that Whiz feels like it has a lot more trees than we're currently working with on Grimvale. And there's a lot of stuff overall. There's still certainly areas like this that don't have a ton of items on them. Like we can still see plenty of grass. It's not like your island has to have an item on every square inch of it or anything like that. But there's a lot here. There's a lot to see. One area in particular that I remember decorating a lot was this spot here, which was just like I have some kind of like good mushroom kind of items. I wanted to put them down somewhere, and so I made that whole little kind of area that looks a little bit overgrown. We had 5 stars long enough on this island to actually get these flowers, which was pretty impressive. And look at this, we even have a potluck on this island too. It seems like this is a recurring theme. I'm always gonna have a potluck on the island. Up here is actually pretty vacant when you look at it. It's just kind of a picnicking area with a couple trees and picnic baskets, and that's it. Really nothing else. So are we doing enough? Can we get 5 stars today before the last day of this challenge? I don't know, but we're gonna try. It sure would help on our way to 5 stars if I didn't keep forgetting very, very basic rules of Animal Crossing. For example, if you're going to harvest money trees every single day, it's probably for the best that you keep planting them every single day. And so yesterday I scooped up this money tree, but I didn't replant it. Now it doesn't matter. Some of these trees were never gonna grow in time anyway. Today, we'll be taking the money off this tree gently, and we can actually just use the tree now as a decoration. Not far away is the beach DIY. Hopefully we get something kind of cool. It's the Ironwood Low Table, or as I've been referring to it, as a Marshall's table this whole time. We got Marshall's table. And Molly's cooking for the other DIY, so it doesn't look like we're getting anything we're going to be able to actually, use as a cool decoration on the island. I was noticing on Whiz we had the mum cushions, for example. So cool. Stuff like that is really nice to have. Just items that you can use multiples of. Like I made really good use of those in the previous 30-day challenge. At least we're getting some decent miles though. We need these because we're gonna have to raid an island or two today to try and get the last foliage we need for this island. I meant to say last bits of foliage. Trees, maybe flowers, stuff like that. And, oh, I forgot to customize this. See, I have all these grand plans. But as you can tell, this island, I'm just running around trying to do all this stuff before the time runs out. And I keep missing things. Things that I know I said yesterday I was going to do that just didn't get done. So I'm going to call it right now and say that, yeah, I'm not feeling that great about our possibility, our potential for reaching 5 stars. But we'll check the rating before the end of the day. We'll see. In other bad news, our pink tulips didn't even spawn another pink tulip. Oh my god. At least now, though, we have some more hybrids to join this side of our little hybrid garden. So if nothing else, it looks a little more full and finished, and I do like that. I'm going to go ahead and not plant a money tree today because I just don't see myself harvesting it on time. So yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and we're gonna retire that money-making method. In fact, at this stage, money itself is no longer really a concern. I mean, as I get the money rock, we're really pretty good now. I can't really order from the catalog anymore. I'm not trying to fund any more projects around the island. You know, we're good. What we need are Nook Miles. By the way, in case you were wondering, there is indeed no weekly challenge today because, well, tomorrow's the last day, so we don't really have time to complete one. But those were a lot of fun. I want to thank Cora, Wilbo, and Kato for sending those over. I really enjoyed, being thrown some curveballs. And I know that, some of them could have gone even harder in terms of, like, challenge level. But to be fair, with Wilbo's, we just got really lucky, almost in a way that felt scripted. And with Kato's challenge, it took a while to get cooking up and running to where we can actually get, like, 10 different things to put on tables and stuff like that. So, Cora's challenge was definitely the nicest in terms of completability, and it was a good first challenge to tackle. So I appreciate how they kind of like in different ways ramped up in difficulty. If I ever did this again though, I might encourage people to, throw me even harder curveballs and see what happens. And it looks like I've earned an item for getting my daily cup of coffee, the recipe for the Roost Sable Cookie. I was hoping that the first item was like an item, like the bag of coffee or something like that, but that's okay. I was just crafting up some items and Samson barged into my house, but this is the one time I actually would like to see somebody, especially Samson, because I have a present for him. And I mean, again, this is one of our last opportunities to maybe get his photo. Kind of doubt that'll happen here, but let's entertain him for a bit. We'll talk to him, we'll play a game, and then I'll try to give him his photo. Who knows, maybe this visit amplifies our friendship points to the point where he's like, yeah, hang this on your wall. He brought us an apple. So I think I did speculate early on that villagers can bring you a fruit, and maybe that's the way to get all the fruits that you couldn't normally get as of, the 2.0 update when they started barging into your house. But I already have apples. So maybe it's just sister fruit. I don't know. Tell me your experience about getting rare fruits from villagers when they barge into your house. He wants to play some high card, low card, so he's going to give me a firefighter uniform that I will immediately sell, I guess. Oh, of course, it's right in the middle, too. I'm going to guess high card, I think. And I was right. I get a firefighter uniform. Yay. Okay, so he won't let me give him a gift, and he is tired of being here. So he's going to leave, and then I will just go find him again and give him a gift. All right, let's see if this works. I'm just going to give him a fossil that I got earlier, and then he's going to give me a cardigan. I really don't think, and I'm glad I didn't make it a goal to get a villager photo, but I really don't think we get his photo by tomorrow. So on my person right now are a whole bunch of random items, and I'm going to try to use them to make some sense out of some of the builds here on the island. Starting with a Mr. Flamingo. With all the colors here, I'm actually probably not going to customize the lifeguard chair because, I think when it comes to beaches, it's fun to have like a lot of colors and stuff. And then over here, ooh, wait a minute. What's this? It is a pennant. That's a wall-only item, so we can't really do much with that out here. Over in this area, I realized that, hey, I have a bit of glowing moss from our few trips to Captain Islands. So I thought it'd be fun to just kind of like plant a little bit and jungleify this area even further. I always forget I have this stuff. I think it makes like really good like natural looking clutter. I'm not gonna put too much. I'm just kind of like spamming a bunch to see what kind of variations we get, and then just picking up basically what I don't want. So yeah, we can kind of have it look like that, I think. We'll throw one behind this shrub here, and then maybe one behind the sign right there. But see, sometimes they just turn out to be exactly the same, so you got to keep like planting until you get ones you want. We can even go so far as to put one all the way back here. And I think it would be even, good to put some on top of the cliffs up by the house as well. So yeah, less of it up here, but just in a couple spots here, here, and here. Not in the way where people would walk necessarily. And I only have a couple left on me, but I think I have more in my storage. This is the kind of stuff that we can also put in the kind of other forest by Sylvana's place. And yeah, it just looks nice. It's like a fun item to play with. Oh my gosh, I just got so lucky. This is the hairstyle. Okay. I thought I was gonna have to wait until I went through all the other ones in the order in which I unlocked all the different characters, but we got it. Harriet took mercy on me. Oh, I could take off this mask now. My character feels whole again. I don't have my beard, but I mean, this is absolutely okay. The real reason I was here was to try and get some of this stuff customized that I actually grabbed before I left, and we'll go ahead and do that. Well, first, let me see the stone arch. Okay, there's a mossy variety. We'll go ahead and, I don't need the money. We'll have them do that. But yeah, I have a whole bunch of items on me that we ordered yesterday. And so I thought we'll get them customized so we get ready to actually start our building projects today. In case you were curious, because today the stock turned over, Leaf never gave us potatoes. We couldn't have grown them anyway because, as I said yesterday, I want to make sure that we're growing food that is going to be fully grown by tomorrow, but it would have been cool if he had that last vegetable for us, or a bit of produce, not really vegetable. Now that we're back, we can start to just get these new items placed down, and I'm going to begin by putting down this chair, wherever it is. I customized the public bench, just made it, black and white, and yeah, looking good. This place is now feeling a little more intentional. As I've said 100 times, trees, we're going to be putting those back behind it. It's going to look pretty good. We probably don't need this table anymore. Over in this area, we're going to be putting the big pergola. And I think what I'm going to do is probably weave some little dirt paths like around it and underneath it. And then we'll decorate around those. So I don't know if it's going to go here exactly, or maybe it goes like right here, giving us an excuse to put a little path from Molly's house to Samson's house or something. Or something in between there. I don't know yet. The idea behind the stone arch is that I was going to make more of them, but we just have one. And it was going to go in here. As you can see, that's not really working out, is it? What if it went over here? From the other side of the river, I bet that looks pretty cool. Then we get over to the campsite. Oh, the campsite. I'm going to do a little tiny bit of path work. Something I just saw when we were on Whiz. Was a thing that I like to do under these benches that I forgot to do, and that was to put like a little dirt path just underneath them. And that's, I guess, a way to show that, like, oh, if you use the bench a lot, the grass underneath will probably wear away, I guess. So, I don't know, this little kind of like way of designing when you're not using the custom paths from the internet is nice. I kind of like the way this can end up looking. We put it just like that, and I think that looks a lot better. I also got the camping sign, the campsite sign. And I could put it here, or I can make it kind of part of the backdrop to this place, which is kind of tempting. If I move the cot, especially, I could put it maybe right here. It's pretty big, but yeah, it could fill in this spot kind of nicely. And wow, it lets us push it pretty far back too. So that's kind of cool. We could even still put the camping cot in front of it if we wanted to, but I had some other stuff too. I have the portable radio, which, as I've mentioned in the past, plays a bunch of random songs, and I don't really like that. I also got another lantern, which I think is just always a fun, nice little item to put down for campsites. However, putting it here prevents you from kind of walking over. Well, you can kind of walk over here. If you needed to fish here, it makes it a little bit more challenging. Well, maybe not. So yeah, we could just put the lantern here. In fact, better idea. I think we put down some more dirt paths. And this one is a bit tricky. I believe it's possible to place a path underneath part of the campsite on the right here, where this tiny little sign is with the tent on it, because you can place one here. And I remember going through this in the past, and people said it's just really tricky. And so I'm going to attempt for a little while to try to place a dirt tile right underneath that sign. Ooh, I got it. Okay, so if you go from this back corner here, you can absolutely put a dirt tile underneath that sign. It's going to be a little bit tricky because I also want to like curve all of these little corners. But all I was trying to do was create a dirt pad underneath the front of the campsite, just like that. And if we're going to be putting items like a generator and lantern and stuff, that's just kind of felt like the right call. Okay, there we go. That was nice and easy. So we'll put the generator back. We'll put the lantern somewhere. I actually think the lantern up front like that works. We can walk around it really easy. And it's on the dirt. Yeah. Okay, this is looking good. The camping cot next to the fire like this makes me a little bit nervous, but I also feel like I have the item. I gotta use it somewhere, even if it's not like my favorite thing for this kind of build, just because it doesn't make a lot of sense. At the same time, think about it. If they didn't bring any chairs, what would you sit on? If you wanted to like cook in your little campfire while you were camping and you forgot chairs, you would bring out your little camping cot and you'd sit on that. So it does make sense. I can absolutely justify it where it is. It's just, it's still making me nervous. So what if I pushed it back? Like right about here, at least we can walk in front of it now. So I do think that looks a little bit better to me. So for now, that's our campsite complete. And I say for now because if we're still at 4 stars tomorrow and we're desperately trying everything we can to get to 5, the campsite might become another point of interest for us. I also grabbed my mug that I had an extra one of. I threw a coffee cup design on it, and there, Zucker's little coffee station is complete. I'm realizing this picture actually makes no sense now that it's like a coffee place, but I can put a kettle here. I have this kettle right here. Also, my house is done. We're at S tier, and I was just gonna leave everything in here as it is, but I'm actually gonna take this sugar away and put something a little more appropriate. Put something a little more appropriate on this cart, because it's just been bothering me, this like bag of sugar facing the wrong direction. I have a few items, like Mom's tea cozy might be good, just like right here. Well, it's kind of falling off. Or one of these just fancy coffee cups. Yeah, that looks better to me. So yeah, we'll bring out the kettle. Is this the right item for here when I had the more appropriate one sitting on my stove in the house? Probably not, but I think it makes more sense than the classic pitcher at a place that's serving like warm, hot coffee. Now, another item I grabbed was the marketplace decoration. Oh, Sprinkle has a surprise for me. Oh, please be furniture. Furniture. Oh, is it a beard? Please be a beard. It's octagonal glasses. Dang it. That would have been too good to be true. They're not bad though. That's kind of fun. I'll keep them for now. LaBelle's probably gonna make us change anyway. But anyway, I grabbed the marketplace decoration. And originally when I set up Nooks, I thought I was creating a symmetrical thing where there's going to be a path and then areas around either side where we could put something. But then it turned into all of this. And so I'm probably not going to go with marketplace decorations here. Maybe I come back and do it. They might be better over here or maybe by the island entrance. Like coming in and having the big marketplace flags on either side of this is like an option, although everything else is just probably not the right color because they're green and you cannot customize them at all, which is a shame, by the way. And then I can also put them in front of the museum instead. But the problem is they're so tall, and we're gonna do all this work to try and like distract from the off-centeredness of the museum and the airport. I think if I put the banners here, they'll peek over the trees and then you'll be like, wait a minute, that's not symmetrical. I'm leaving. This island is terrible. I don't know. I have them and I really want to use them. I guess another area they might fit in is here. If I were to take both of the decorations that I've given to Abel's and I've given to Octavian, and I'd kind of pull them away from these corners, I could fit them in the little corners where these hedges are. One could go right. Oops. Oh, they're very big. Let me try this again. Uh-oh. Okay, just put this back. Nobody saw anything. Don't mind me, not messing anything up. Okay, they do kind of fit behind the buildings. That's kind of interesting. And then you could still get back here and use the loom, right? Yep. And then over here. Okay, to me that looks a lot more finished. And the colors aren't bad either. We're using the yellow pumpkins, and Octavian's house is red. So, you know what? I might keep those there. We're still going to add flowers here, too. This little tiny spot is going to be the most cluttered on the whole island. Oh, and I almost forgot. I have some cherry speakers as well that I made. I always thought that this area would be nice to kind of like add cherry stuff to. So I'm going to put these speakers, no, facing the little cherry garden is good. And we can register our new song, KK Cruisin'. Turn up the volume. We have some music playing while people come here and either read a book under the cherry trees or just start stealing from the cherry trees. And then the last thing I bought was the fortune cookie cart, which I can put here. This could go in so many places. It kind of feels like outside of Nooks is appropriate. And we can kind of put it like that. It does feel like if I put it here, we need even more stuff going on behind Nooks, or behind the fortune cookie cart, like right here. And that might not be a problem. We might actually be able to fill this in with something kind of neat. And if not, then I will put it somewhere else. It just feels like it needs to be among a lot of items. It needs to be a bit cluttered. And then you probably saw I had the wasp model on me. This is going to be one of the many random items cluttering up the woods up here. When you have a wooded area like this, it's just good to have items, whatever you can. So I might put that on top of a stump or something, but my plan is to make a bunch of stumps and log stakes and stuff and make it look like this is a forest that people are kind of chipping away at to maybe, I don't know, build their houses or something. But before I go randomly placing down logs and log stakes and everything, let me head over to resident services. And I think I'm just going to make a habit of checking every time I place down a bunch of stuff. Are we already at 5 stars? You might be thinking there's absolutely no way, but we were just on Whiz and I had at least four of those lilies that grow when you have 5 stars. And I got those before day 30. I had to have. So Who knows? Unfortunately, no, though. We're still at 4 stars. Not a big surprise. Let's see what she critiques specifically. Compared to previous reports, Island's natural environment is getting positive feedback, so they're still happy with the trees and flowers. However, it says we need to improve the island's natural landscape. We have to work harder. Uh-oh, the critique here is specifically flowers. Okay, this makes me a little bit nervous. Whether I like it or not, I think I'm going to be spending a lot of Nook miles today on traveling. We have 4,000, so we can visit a Nook Miles Island and a Captain Island. I think we can't afford not to do that. You would think a giant cluster of flowers would satisfy this criteria, but apparently we're not even close. In that case, what I'm going to do is something pretty extreme. I am emptying out my inventory of pretty much like every tool that I have. I'm going to craft an extra shovel. I'm going to bring extra food, and I'm going to go to the islands and just scoop up all the different flowers that I possibly can. I don't necessarily need foods for specifically the flowers, but I expect that with such an empty inventory, I'll also be able to grab the trees that I want, and the trees are also incredibly important to me. So I'm gonna bring just a few meals so I can like have energy in my belly to scoop up trees too. Okay, here's everything I'm bringing with me, and we'll start with a Captain Island. Looks like we got carrots on this one, but that is not what I'm here for. We have mums, we have red mums too. Which is great. And we have exactly the kind of trees I've been looking for. And we got a cooking DIY on this one, which a little disappointing. Plain cupcakes, even more disappointing. Those are called muffins, by the way. This island also has the same shrubs we're using, which I'm trying to decide if I want. I should have probably brought my ladder with me. Bunch of flowers I can't get. I forgot. I knew I was going to forget something really important, and I was thinking, well, Captain will sell me tools if I forget anything. He will not sell me a ladder. Yeah, no ladder. In that case, I think we'll just go ahead, take the rest of the trees, grab the shrubs, and be on our way. Oh, that is a shame because there's like a lot of good stuff up there. There's different trees. Oh well, it's okay. We did get pretty much everything we came for. Just, you know, not enough of it. To be fair, I suppose I could make a ladder. That's not impossible. If I have him sell me an axe, I could get the materials necessary to craft a ladder. It would take a little bit, but yeah, let's give it a try. For reference, the ladder is 4 of each type of wood, and we have 2 now after chopping these couple trees. I guess I'll have to replant some of the trees that I scooped up, only to then chop at them. I can only do this up to 5 times. I'm taking these trees with me. All right, just need one more piece of that. That's it right there, the regular wood. Perfect. I'm just gonna go ahead and break this axe because it's just another broken tool in the stamp book. There we go, that's done. And we can take our trees back. Okay, got our ladder. Now we can continue destroying the environment here on the island. All right, pretty much everything but one shrub I can fit in my inventory, as long as I want to keep my new ladder, which I do. And I do want to keep any extra types of wood we get just because I am that low. And yeah, I got every flower and I got all the trees I wanted. That's definitely the most important thing. I don't even know where we're going to put these shrubs, but I figure we should probably get them. All right, before we go to the next island, now I got to find places for all this stuff. Obviously, the #1 place we want the trees is here. I'm sure you're tired of hearing me talk about it by now. So we'll pull the park clock up a little bit and we'll begin deciding where we want these trees just by digging up a little bit of the area. All right, so I have 4 evenly spaced holes right here. I'm not going to tell you how long it took me to get these holes in the orientation that I wanted them because it's a bit embarrassing, but just know that I'm not good at math. So there's probably right here a good amount of trees now that will, you know, set up a nice backdrop for a little bus stop or, you know, airplane hangout. And I think they'll do a good job covering up the museum. So just like that. No, I do like this. I think this is good. Now the museum's back there. You could definitely tell if you're paying attention that it's not lined up, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because this is all lined up and it looks good. How does it look over here though? And I would say it looks fine. I mean, you're mostly not probably gonna be paying too much attention to the tops of the trees and where they fall compared to the museum. If you are, it's only because I'm pointing it out so much probably. So, you know, it'll be fine. As for our shrubs, maybe we put like an orange one here on either side. Again, just trying to clutter this area up a little bit more. And now we definitely have some shrubs to spare. Honestly, just those couple of things make this whole area feel so different. I like it a lot. I'm gonna move this park clock. I'm actually gonna put it on the other side since there's more space between this house and, you know, our waiting area compared to resident services in the waiting area. And I know I need to like figure out what to do with the furniture around these 2 houses. I'm probably not gonna keep this birdhouse here. In fact, just get rid of it now. I'm probably not gonna keep the clothesline there. We gotta really kind of do some quick work there. But yeah, park clock can just go right here. And that does a nice job of kind of filling in this visual gap we have by this literal gap with the hedges. I mean, maybe I could push it back one more and pull it in one more just so we can see it from here. And we can. Yeah, that looks good. The red mums can finally make their way on top of this little hill here, as we were trying to do before. And then as I organize my inventory a little bit just to get a count of everything we have here, we have more white mums than anything, then 4 yellows, 2 reds, and this is like the breakdown of the different trees and shrubs we currently have to find homes for, or just sell. I think the most important thing is to get the mums placed down and then just see what Isabel says. Will she then switch to like, oh, well, now we don't have enough trees or something like that? Will she still want more flowers? We should probably make that judgment call, you know, one step at a time. So I think scooping up all the windflowers from our little forest up here and replacing them with mums makes sense because the other like highest cliff point on the island has mums on it. So we can kind of carry that over to this spot now. I will say this spot is kind of begging for some kind of tree, and we do happen to have one fully grown cedar, so we'll just plant that right here at least. And I'm also gonna be planting these shrubs along the way as well. Okay, last shrub by the entrance ramp here. I think a shrub next to a ramp like that always looks good. And then I just have a red mum and a white mum. Guess I'll put the red one back here in front of this tree. Ooh, oh, I don't have my slingshot. No, oh gosh. There's no way I can get that in time, right? It's all the way at the entrance. There's no way. Okay, got the slingshot here. If I run up along the beach, maybe? Yeah, I don't think so. I'm not seeing a shadow. I'm not hearing it. Okay. Wait. Oh, there it is. Oh my gosh, I'm about to lose it. It's just so far. Oh, wow. That should be an Olympic sport right there. And we got a cushion as the item, as a reward for this. Let's see. It is, oh, look at that. Yep, as advertised. Honestly, that's a pretty good item. They're very versatile, especially if you customize them with stuff. Like, you can make a little bag of something. It could just be a seat. So that's a good one. I wish we would have had that yesterday so that I could have ordered more from the Nook stop, but that's okay. One is more than we had. Faith is thinking, I don't think this is a leaving bubble because Faith wasn't thinking earlier today. I wanted a cushion, but they're all sold out. I knew I should have jumped on that when I had the chance. No. Just my luck. I'm like sitting here actively talking about all the reasons the cushion is a great item, and then they try to steal it from me. Anyway, so our last mum will just go right there in the back. And yeah, I've started to clutter this area and make it feel a little more like a forest. If I can get more of these trees on our next island, that'll be even better. Speaking of next island though, where we probably won't need to go, if Isabel's like, oh, no, you did it. You're 5 stars now. Actually, we shouldn't even check. I just remembered I put a whole bunch of stuff on the ground, and that's exactly what everyone's going to talk about. This is the most frustrating part of having your inventory completely full. Just trying to, like, juggle all the different scenarios in which, like, okay, I need to decorate, but I need things to be in my storage. The things can't be on the ground. People are going to complain, so on and so forth. You know, one thing we could do to alleviate some of the storage pain is get rid of some of this wheat and replace it with some of the other food that I'm saving, because this like 3 stacks of wheat right here give you a lot of flour and stuff. So we don't really need that much. I also have cherries and coconuts, which I don't see myself crafting with a whole lot. Okay, I'll keep the cherries just in case. And I'll get rid of the coconuts. I don't think I have any coconut crafting recipes anyway. We're definitely not going to be using the saplings anymore either, or the tea olive starts or anything like that, because we, are past that point. So yeah, I'm going to sell all of that stuff, and then that should get some things off the ground. Okay, now let's look at the evaluation. Still at 4 stars. Let's see if flowers are no longer a thing though. Granted, I did pick some up to plant some other ones, so they could be. Yeah, island's natural environment. Let's get more greenery on this island by planting fruit and saplings. When it comes to tree varieties, we could really branch out. Wow, okay. That's completely unnecessary. I can't resist such low-hanging fruit. Seriously, like, you have to stop. Well, luckily for us, we did happen to grab 4 cherry trees, which, 4 fully grown cherry trees probably wouldn't look too bad right now when it comes to our island rating if fruit is the complaint, that, we don't have enough fruit trees. So, yeah, I think the perfect spot to put those is indeed behind resident services. We have all this area here that I don't know what to do with anyway. I just don't want them to line up perfectly. Let's see. Put one here. Yeah, I'm glad I let the fruit stay on the tree. I wonder if it counts as a fruit tree, if the fruit is shaken off the tree. And as I said earlier, we're definitely going to do something with this area and this pergola, and that's going to include trees, I think. I also got to figure out what I'm going to do with these money trees. Okay, so, should we start working on this? All right, unfortunately, I think this rock is in the way, so we'll get rid of this. And the goal here is to maybe have an excuse for like a path between these two houses that is kind of like a nature-y way of getting over to Molly's house from Samson's. So we could put this kind of in the middle here. The problem is, as much as I want this to be kind of part of a larger path setup, Octavian has fleas, this area is way too big and empty. And I kind of feel like it's a disservice, the pergola, to put it in such a cramped environment when we have all this space we have to figure out. So actually what I'm going to do is get rid of this tree. And by get rid of, I mean just kind of like, gotta find another spot for it. For now, just back here is fine. I think all the money trees will eventually move. And I think what makes more sense is to actually get a dirt path between this house here and then like have it go through the pergola or something and go to like Samson's or something like that. I don't know. Let's play around a little bit, shall we? So I'm going to create a 2-wide path, and it's going to not connect to this path here, okay? This needs to feel like a natural stopping point, but then you're like, oh wait, what's back here? And then you kind of find yourself on a completely different road. And that road kind of twists and turns in little interesting ways. It's not really clear why. And eventually leads you to Molly's front door, as well as the beach and over into town again. It looks a bit odd, and I wouldn't normally do paths like this, but that's kind of the point. I want it to look a bit odd. I want it to look like paths that I wouldn't normally do. Oops, all of my tools are not where I usually keep them. We got the acorn rug. That would have been nice to have a couple days ago. Of course, I'll be tapering off all the corners. And with this very strange path, I just need to figure out where the pergola would go. Because I want it to go over some of the path. I want it to be something you kind of walk through. Unfortunately, I think that would be like right here. That would be like the most ideal spot. And that's exactly where I don't have path. So I'll keep playing around. Okay, this one's a little less chaotic. This road right here kind of stays connected, if you will. And then there's this up here that goes to the house. There's this big empty dirt patch, and then down here to get to these houses. So the pergola can now go in the middle of this dirt patch, kind of like this. The only problem with that, of course, is that it literally blocks every walkway that it's supposed to be like enhancing. You walk here, boom, you hit this pillar. You walk on this side, boom, you hit this pillar. So I still did not do this very well. I guess I'm supposed to create like a 4-way intersection starting underneath the pergola and then, you know, go from there. So I guess the pergola would need to move like one tile over, and then I suppose this road needs to just like come down this way. Okay. So maybe no weird wavy path. It'll make sense like why this is here the way it is, and you just walk under it. And now we have all this room around it to kind of play with, and we can plant hardwood trees and cherry trees, and they can all just be kind of here around the spot. Kind of like this. And just like looking at this area now with all the trees planted, it already looks a lot better. Like this is cool. I like walking around here. And again, still room for shrubs, still room for flowers if that's what we want to do. I'm guessing that's probably still going to be a thing. Like, well, there's not enough flowers now. But we'll see. We'll see. One more tree here wouldn't be bad. And yeah, it kind of like covers the path nicely, creates some shade. So since that assessment, we did plant 4 more fruit trees. Now Samson's thinking, is it about giving me a gift? He wants me to stop by. I'm gonna say sure. I don't want to. The last time this happened, I was taken hostage for quite a while. But I really want his photo, and maybe, who knows, maybe this pushes us over the edge for tomorrow. He's been saying the same 5 things over and over. He won't play a game with me, but he is letting me leave with Rockin' KK. I get another song. Oh, that was worth it. Okay, now I can go check the island rating. I'm pretty certain it's still gonna be at 4 stars, but right now, as you can tell, I've just figured I should probably go with the flow. Whatever Isabel says, I should probably just do. Still 4 stars, still natural environment is the thing. More greenery, more fruit saplings. Okay, so I have to go out yet again and like find even more fruit trees, it seems. But I need a break. I really do. Let's talk to LaBelle and see if I can get some shoes tomorrow. That would be nice. LaBelle has a lot of different socks and shoes, so the chances of her sending something like that in the mail tomorrow, if I do this, and if I win anyway, are pretty high. Or wait, she doesn't send those in the mail. I'll get them immediately. Okay, so yeah, we got to do this right now. She wants me to put on a party outfit. I probably have enough chaotic clothing to make this happen. A fancy soiree. Just imagine the fabulous clothes you'd wear. Okay, I'll give you some party clothing too. A space parka? I honestly thought I knew where she was going with that until I got the space parka. Okay. I don't really know if any of my full outfits here will get me through this one, but I think the small silk hat would probably count as a party item. I definitely think a jester's mask has got to work. And I still don't have any shoes, and I have these bags. I don't know if any of them would count towards a party outfit. I don't know if they would take points off. Like the fish pouchette, is that any more odd than the small silk hat? I don't know. I think I'm just gonna go with this. I'm nervous. I just want a pair of shoes. That's really, truly all I want. I'll take socks too, because I can always get shoes from the river if I fish enough. Oh, I have to wear a top and a bottom. Okay, I gotta go get my pants back. Actually, should I wear the label shorts? It kind of goes with the, hoodie I have, and they are label shorts. So, I don't know, would you wear these to a party? She's definitely gonna have some really strong opinions about her own line. Like this, they still look like basketball shorts at the end of the day. Okay, no. I'm gonna wear these. Nothing is really going our way today for the most part. I mean, we did get the island we need, but it would be really nice to just like end the day with a pair of shoes. I see, yes. Wonderful, that's it exactly. Oh, that's so good. That's probably the maximum amount of Taylor's tickets right there when you get that response. Please take this. Shoes. Oh, no. A label knit shirt. This was my last chance to get label shoes. Oh, man. I guess it kind of goes with the shorts, but we have just failed. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to call the day there. It has been a very, very long one for me. I don't know how long it's going to be when it's all edited up, but thanks for watching. Tomorrow, we have to figure this out. We have to get 5 stars. We'll see. We'll see what happens. Yeah. I'll see you tomorrow. It's day 30 of designing Animal Crossing Island in 30 days on hard mode. It is the last day. We're still at 4 stars. The good news is all of my dailies are done. I wanted to be prepared today to just start spamming items, doing everything we can to get that 5-star goal met as fast as possible. So I'm free to work on the island, which is great. There is one thing I've been putting off though, and that is the designing of an island flag. I'm sure people were placing bets that I would forget to do this part. But no, it's just a task that's been haunting me from day one. And I'll be honest, I still don't know what I'm going to put here. This blank canvas is very overwhelming. But after giving it a little bit of thought, I think we should do something like this. I've begun by stamping down 5 stars, which when you look at the pixel form of them, they don't really look like stars. But if you look on the left here, they actually do. They do kind of look like stars. So we have 5 stars here, right? This is, you could argue this is me trying to manifest something that might not be possible. We're going to try. But I wanted to also see what would happen if I tried to like hollow out one of the stars. And yeah, it's really tough. I suppose if I went with a different background, something maybe blue, I think that's fine. And then simply played with the color of this star, making it maybe white or something, that would kind of make that one spot look kind of empty. Like we have 4 stars for sure. We just don't know if the island is currently deserving of 5 stars. I do think putting some text though at the top to outline our achievement here, whether we get 4 or 5 stars, is going to be important. So I'm going to go ahead and maybe commit to this. Actually, I don't think I like the 0 without the hard corners. And since it's such thin font, I'm trying to just kind of do something a little fancy with it. So I think that's what I'm going to go with for 30 days. And then for some kind of symbolism, I decided to throw a pumpkin on it. I just don't know if I love this. In fact, I know I don't love this, but I'm in a rush. And unfortunately, the pumpkin kind of became like the ultimate symbolism for Grimvale. So I guess that's just going to have to be. I mean, there's probably a lot of things you could think of that would be a good symbol for Grimvale. I'm going with the thing that you're going to see a lot of on the island, and that is pumpkins. I don't even know if blue is the right background, but what I like about it is that it has enough contrast with the yellow stars and the pumpkin. So what we're going to do is hang this flag up, and here's what I'm thinking. If we manage to get to 5 stars today, I'll update the flag. Otherwise, if we fail, it's going to be a monument to how bad we messed up this challenge. Because I do feel like if we fail today, it's completely on me. It is my failure. I think this is possible to do, though, and we're going to try to do it. And I figured while we're here, we'll get an appropriate town tune to jam out to as well. Let me know in the comments if you know what that is. You know, Isabel singing it makes it sound even more accurate. That was great. Okay, so we'll grab some quick and easy points for updating the flag and the town tune. And now it's time to get to work. So today is not only about finishing the island, but it's about getting the island to a position that we're proud of. And so I do feel like there's a lot of problem areas that we're left with right now. One is in front of the museum here. It just still feels a little bit naked to me. We, of course, have to naturify a lot of sections of the island, including this one here. And to do that, I am going to turn to, I think I mentioned this yesterday, stumps and things that make it look like there were forests where now there are not any forests. But there's also some other pretty empty spots like this one here. Like, I think I've talked about putting a tree here before. We probably end up doing that. Maybe even a tree behind the house as well. We just got a lot of stuff. Yeah, you know what? Enough yapping. Let's actually start doing things. So I do have a few trees on me. I did go earlier to some islands and stuff. I actually have some cedar trees that I got from a Captain Island, and I have some extra cherry trees as well because I remembered that Isabel was still talking about fruit trees. And I think shoving those trees behind my house, not a bad place to start, except that's a little close, I guess. How about right here? There we go. Of course, the extra cedar trees, I think, need to just go in this forest over here. We've been trying to kind of make this forest a thing. So 4 more trees ought to make it feel a little more dense. Put one towards the back here. I think the very back of islands gets neglected quite a bit. I think we can afford to put one right here at the corner. Even more so, it's going to be nice to get Rodney's little area a little more shade, I think. I feel like he spends a lot of time back there. And there's not a lot going on up here by the entrance to this little mountaintop, so we'll throw a tree right there. And that still leaves us plenty of room to work with in terms of just putting down more clutter. I also talked about maybe putting a yard sale sign somewhere. I think that would probably go right here. So it looks like we're not done in the custom design tools just yet today. I do also have some more shrubs that I grabbed. And it seems like we have wild windflowers and things like that. I was thinking of replacing these with other flowers, but we're short on time. So I'm probably just going to have these flowers still here on the cliffside, and I will accompany them with some of these shrubs along the way. But I'm going to plant this here a little bit closer. And I just think scattering more shrubs here, there, and everywhere is probably a good call. We can even start to put some over on this side of the woods where there's a little more paths and things like that. I've been trying to decide if I want something maybe right here, because I've been walking through this now since we made it, and I'm trying to figure out what part I walk on the least. That makes sense? Just to make it feel a little more natural. So if I put a shrub right here, for example, does that kind of block my natural path? And I don't think so. I actually think I still run into the bottom part more than I even would come up against the shrub at all. I think we take another one and maybe put it back here just so it doesn't look so alone and weird over here by itself. Maybe our last one could even go at the entrance to the entrance to this place. Something like that right there. So yeah, a few more little shrubs here and there. And now we have, at least in the hills and stuff, a good kind of scattered amount of shrubs. It's pretty normal to see them just everywhere across the island, but hopefully they don't feel too overused. Right here, for example, feels a little bit cramped. It's just kind of about, how do I explain this? Stopping in one spot and just kind of looking at everything and going, okay, is everything feeling a little too lined up? How can I spread things out a little bit more? Speaking of spreading things out a little bit more, we have these tulips here, and I've been talking about how I want them to replicate one more time. They never did, but I'm going to steal 2 of them, and I'm going to put them where I've kind of always planned on putting them. And should I grab a couple other hybrids to join them? I think I will. I think I'm going to take the 2 black tulips as well and bring them where I want to go. And that is down here on these little dirt patches that we set aside for this ages ago. So we're going to do a black tulip here, a pink tulip here, and we're just going to mimic that on this side, just like that. So now when you walk up here, I guess it would look a little better if I maybe used orange and black ones because of the theming around here, but I don't have any more orange. I just have one. So this will have to do, and I think it makes the entrance to the cliff top here look nice and welcoming. As for the rest of the flower garden, it is a shame that I never got a yellow hyacinth fully grown here. I do have one in my inventory that finally spawned from these, but it's not fully grown. It's currently just a bulb head kind of thing, and I don't like that. I'd rather not have it at all. So instead I might put a watering can here or a gyroid or something. I'll put something in that little corner so it doesn't feel so weird. But yeah, this flower garden pretty much staying as it is. And other than maybe a couple of little clutter items up here, I really do like the way this side of our cliffs turned out a lot. I just kind of committed to some sort of theming, and it worked. This turned out really nice. This right here is where our bamboo stalks are gonna stay for the dream address upload, by the way. A little bit bummed out by that. It's a shame, but it's okay at the same time. I'm not too bothered by it. They look kind of cool, actually. You don't really get to see bamboo stalks in this stage of their growth too often. So those are the plans. Let's get to crafting. And with the crafting done, I'm going to start up here in the woods. So I've crafted a whole bunch of log stools and log stakes. And I always figured it would come to this. I always figured what I would have to do is start just spamming items, DIYs, that I had already. Ones that are spammable, ones that make sense to see around, you know, often. But I do want to make it clear that I don't love this. This is not like something I was looking forward to doing necessarily, although I do think it will look kind of cool. I think certain items used in excess could actually look neat. This is my last log stool. I didn't make enough. I was just kind of seeing, you know, what the vibe kind of called for up here. I'll probably need a few more, and maybe even some more log stakes as well. But already they do kind of look cool. I think you're kind of also seeing that I'm not customizing them. That's because I do like that variant quite a bit, but I might use some over by the pergola, and I will customize those. There's another variant I think that would look good by the pergola. I need to be careful too because this is the last of my hardwood, so I don't want to run out of this stuff completely based on just like maybe needing some other stuff. So I'm just going to craft 3 in total. And if I need more, I can always chop at some trees here. Earlier, I did chop pretty much all the trees up in this forest we're working in right now, but I think that was the most chopping I did on this island specifically. So there's definitely other trees we could target if I need to like harvest some more materials today. I think one right here is fine though. I don't know how many more I should really put. We've kind of cluttered them over here. There's 3 in one spot here. Maybe one could go kind of in the back, and that might be good. Maybe like right here. Yeah. And then for the log stakes, these can also go in just about any spot at all. I kind of like the idea of maybe putting them next to the stumps in some cases, kind of like cluttering together some of the woods to make it look like there was a whole bunch of stuff growing in that spot at one time. I can't get any closer, but I could turn it this way. And yeah, I think that kind of creates, I don't know, a little bit of something. We could put one there in front of this tree and flower. Maybe we could put one here, maybe turn it, no, I think I liked it closer to the tree like that. Probably one by the entrance a little bit. Maybe just back up a little bit. Yeah, maybe something like right here would look pretty good. I was going to save the last one, but this spot is just so empty that I gotta use it. I'll put it like right here. And yeah, facing that way looks good to me. Let's go ahead and pop down our sign right here. And yeah, that's gonna kind of naturally guide your curiosity up this ramp. I should put it closer. There we go. Up the ramp. You have to assume that this is the sale. I shouldn't need another sign pointing straight to it. Although that would be kind of funny. Fine, you know what? Let's do it. Right there. There. So, yard sale, boom. Can't miss it. Unless we had a sign pointing down as well, just to make sure you actually... What if you just run off the cliff, not knowing that... No, I'm going to leave it like that. The next thing I want to do is play around with the angled signposts that we got access to a while back. I have 2 of them here. This one points to Nook's Cranny, and this one points to Able Sisters. This is not the most ideal path for these signs, but I do want it, at least one of them here. So what if I tried putting it on the path, like right by the bridge? We'll push it to the edge of the bridge. We'll turn it this way. And that does kind of imply, and it actually kind of points directly at Nook's Cranny. So it does imply there's something over here kind of to the right. You got to go up and to the right, which is why having an angled post works really nicely. As for Able Sisters, I thought about putting another sign like over there where the Nook's one is, but I'm thinking there's not a lot of stuff up here anyway. So it could be kind of fun to actually put this one in an unexpected spot right here on the corner. So we kind of put it here, we turn it this way, and imply that down these stairs, basically again pointing directly at the roof of the building, is Able Sisters. I can definitely see getting carried away with these signs, but even just using these 2 alone, I like them quite a bit. I've said for a while now that I thought this whole area just needed more. So I did go ahead and craft another set of table and chairs like this one, but I'm going to customize these to match, which I just finished doing, and I'm going to kind of put them in, I don't know, similar spots. This one was like right here. I'm going to put one maybe like right here, and again, this might call for some even more fencing or other items around it, but at the very least, I think it's going to look nice having like these two little sets back here. So I'm going to put this one here, and I kept the cat grass with it. I did make them that rust color. We just haven't used that a whole lot, but I think it, you know, it matches the vibes. It's fall. I'm kind of looking at different colors that are more, you know, brown and things like that, maybe forest green. Speaking of, I got this item customized, Mom's Tea Cozy, in a forest green. I think that looks really nice. And originally I thought making this area a little more professional, like putting down some different floor paths and stuff to try and make it seem, I don't know, I guess more intentional, but yeah, I kind of like it like this. Just these things placed here. I guess I could put little dirt patches under them, but I don't know if it needs that necessarily. Honestly, just like a little fence or something right here would help a lot. Maybe another item right here. And then I may re-customize it, but I did craft another silo. And I thought that could go basically right here by Nooks, because this area is just so like intense with farm vibes. So I figured a silo like this over here would probably look good. It would just add like a nice tall item to this spot. And I do kind of like it there. The trees are blocking it a bit. And I love that customization for the silo, but yeah, like I said, it would probably need to be re-customized. And I have to rethink the trees and stuff here. So there's another spot I was thinking it could go. Up here by the flower garden, we just have like nothing. Like nothing. So it could maybe go nice next to this waterfall here. Maybe not even like right on top of it. I could put it by this angled part of the cliff. I don't know if I like it there. Yeah, I keep putting it behind trees. It doesn't look good tucked behind a tree like that. But if I got rid of this shrub and this flower, and I mean, we have plenty of places we can put them instead, and just put it by the waterfall, that might look cool. By the way, no one ever stops to think about how awfully heavy some of these items must be that I can just easily push around like nobody's business. Yeah, I kind of like that. I think putting like the shrub and the flower next to this now would look a lot better. In fact, even better idea. I just don't think this tree needs to be right on top of the flower garden. I think this tree could go here, and it's not fully blocking the silo, but it's a tad closer. It gives a little bit more distance between it and the flower garden. And as for the shrub, I guess that would look good, kind of like maybe right here. Yeah, that's not bad. And then we can put the flower wherever it wants to land. I'll just stand here and hit plant. Yeah, that seems fine to me. So yeah, they are kind of tucked back there, but it looks pretty good. It adds something nice and tall over here. For a while, I've been thinking of coming back to this idea, by the way. This is a little thing, but I don't know. I just don't like how close this lantern rock thing is to the drinking fountain. And I think putting it here works, or maybe right there. This looks strange to me too, but I like it farther away from the drinking fountain. So I think I am going to leave it there. That's going to be, that's going to be permanent. I also have this one last cherry tree, and I'm wondering maybe if it goes here, it would look nice across the river. So I could just do that. Almost forgot, we did talk about putting a gyroid here. This gyroid kind of looks like a flower. So yeah, that works. And we have all these stumps, so I could take another gyroid that I customized and maybe put it right here. And that one is really nice. I customized this one brown. You know, it's in the woods. It just looks really cool. And I've had this stump here for a while. I figure, why not? Let's get another gyroid down. And there's still a ton to do, but now feels like a good time to take a little break and see where we're at stars-wise, because I did add more flowers. This cluster of flowers here is temporary. We're going to be moving it. And, I mean, if we hit 5 stars right now, it takes a lot of pressure off. All right, what do we got? 4 stars still. Okay, let's see what specific feedback we get. Okay, Island's natural environment is getting some positive feedback, and it's still natural landscape. More greenery by planting fruit and saplings. I gotta be honest, I'm a little bit disappointed in that feedback. I've added a lot of cherry trees since I got that last bit of feedback, and I don't have any other fruits to plant. I also don't think saplings are going to be something that kind of drives our rating forward. I never release dream islands that are 5 stars with little saplings on them. So I kind of feel like if I just place down some more items, I can probably just get around her feedback of like, oh, we need the natural environment to look better. I think I could get enough stuff on this island to where it won't really matter. That said, I do have one more Nook Miles ticket, and I can afford more of them too. So there is a chance going to like a Nook Miles island and grabbing like coconut trees could be enough to kind of like stop getting that specific feedback. I do usually plant a few more coconut trees than we have on this island at this current time. One thing I want to make sure that I do, and this leaf pile might be in the way, is plant some flowers around these trees though. I want the flowers that I've kind of like set aside to serve a specific purpose. So these are going to become decorations here by the entrance. I guess the real question is, will I have enough? Because I guess my plan was to maybe steal some of the ones by the cliff, but now they're kind of like, they have a job to do. So like these two here, we don't need two right next to each other for sure. We do need a new shovel though. I think I'm probably good to steal them from over here. Another spot on the island I've completely forgotten to consider. And after a bit of thievery, I have some flowers planted around these trees, which is something I've been meaning to do for a while, just to fill those little dirt patches out a bit more. And I like that. I like that a lot. Feels nice and dense. It looks good. Place the leaf pile back down right here. That looks good as well. Actually, since there's already one right over here, maybe what we can do is maybe place it somewhere over here, like, oops, maybe like that. And yeah, that clutters this up even more and expresses that indeed this island is suffering from the fall season. It is kind of weird that these trees keep all their leaves, but yet you can make these leaf piles everywhere. And then I just have 4 more white wind flowers to plop down wherever. And I guess I'm kind of glad she's not saying that we need like more flowers and stuff, because I really don't feel like getting more flowers. Of course, it's very temperamental. Like it goes 1 minute we're fine on flowers, the next minute once we fix like the tree problem, it's like, well, yeah, but there's like no flower. I also have 1 more shrub, which I guess I'll just put like right here at the corner of this waterfall. And then because I'm just running around randomly doing stuff, trying to get my inventory a little more empty, so I can get even more stuff crafted, I have the rest of my glowing moss. Let's just put it over here. Let's just continue to clutter this forest area with more of that glowing moss. Okay, yeah, kind of scattered it around, just here, there, everywhere. And that's a pretty good use for that stuff. I wish I had more glowing moss recipes. We'd create even more of that stuff, but just what we have for now is pretty good. So this is nice. Oh boy, Octavian's thinking, you know what? It would be the last day of this challenge that someone wants to leave. Let's see. Oh, hey, maybe you can answer me this. Oh, I already had a flashy jacket. Okay, he just wants to give me a jacket. This is what it looks like, and you know what? It is flashy. I don't think I deserve to wear anything like this. I don't think I've earned this look. And I've gone ahead and crafted even more things, starting with some fence. I was gonna use a different fence here, but I'm really low on materials. So we'll just go ahead and use this fence, which is also very nice. Let's see. So we're gonna go ahead and just make it kind of like section off my tree and everything from the rest of the path. I think something like that is good. I can actually still walk around it, which is ideal. I want to still be able to traverse the island, but you know, little touches like that kind of separate things in a nice way. I crafted some hedges too. I want to see if this looks any good. I just felt like maybe it would look better if we did something like this with the trees. It would kind of like signify that these specific trees and everything going on here is all for this area. It has nothing to do with the museum. I kind of like that. I like the way that looks. Meanwhile, over in this area, there's a lot of forgotten space, and I've been thinking about this too. I'm really low on materials for getting even more stumps everywhere. And while I know I need to be repetitive with some of the items I'm doing and placing down, crafting rather, I know that even for me, that's a little too repetitive. So I thought what I would do is just create like a seating area over here. And I might have to expand this little rectangle I've created, but let's start by placing down a swinging bench that faces away from the pond, and it's more of just like a gathering spot for multiple people to kind of sit down and just enjoy each other's company. A gathering spot that indeed I do think I'm going to make a little bit larger. In fact, I think it would look good right up against the river. Excuse me, Butte Pond. We're gonna flank the swinging bench with a couple of rocking chairs. And this is not looking as good as I thought it would. But here, give me a minute. I think if I maybe put these a little further back, maybe something like this. This isn't too bad. We have a couple extra flowers we can put around the area. And I think I'm gonna move these trees just down a tile each. I don't know why. I just think positioning them a little bit lower would be better. Oh, a balloon is getting away. I see it by the beach. This could contain an item that would make the island 1000% better, and I'm not able to get my slingshot out in time. We definitely missed this, right? Yep. Oh, there it goes. Oh, man. I haven't seen a balloon all day, and I bet that was something nice. Okay, anyway. So I think this is the start of something. It needs more. This spot is begging for more stuff. Now Molly's thinking about something. Wait. I was on my way to do something. Now that you're here, maybe you can help me with a problem. It better not be moving away. I got carried by buying a lunch service cap. Why is it always clothing? I need items right now. I can't deal with this. I just don't want your old clothing garbage. Ugh. Anyway, I came over here to try something. I can only do what I'm about to do one time, and if I don't like it, I can't move it. Okay, I'm gonna show you something that not everybody knows about. I've been feeling like this spot right here, this spot right here, this is as close as I can get with the hole. No, that won't work for me. If I pull the rocking chairs up like that, maybe, I'm okay with that, I think. Can I dig a hole like right here? That kind of works. So I've been feeling like this spot in particular needs something. So see these money trees that don't have time to grow into the money we need? There's something you can do with these that, again, once I do this, I can't undo it, okay? So I really hope I like what I'm about to do. If you take this tree and chop it down though, like that, you get to keep that stump. That's a permanent stump. And you can do this with a lot of different trees. Well, I think all the trees. You can cut it down a little early. And yeah, it just adds some nature, I think, that you wouldn't normally get to see. Now, I do like this. It does make it seem like they cut down a tree and decided to use the wood to like build this bench and stuff. So who knows how many trees they cut down for this. It needs more around it. If you don't like it, you can just dig it up, but you can't move the stump. You know what I mean? That's a one-shot deal. I also have this money tree, which is slightly smaller than a regular, hardwood tree. So I could give this a friend and put the other money tree here. Again, it does need something. Ooh, I gotta be careful with the shovel here, there. But I could put it right here and cut it down. Or I don't know, I could leave it and put other stuff around it. Like I made the wooden fish, which is an item I don't use too often. It's a very interesting little item. And maybe it could just go here to add something. Wow, that stump takes up a lot of space. I can't push it any closer than that. I do think to balance things out a little bit, maybe I plant the undergrown money tree here, the larger one, and we just chop it down from this spot. So all we'd have to do is 1, 2, 3, and we have a slightly smaller stump than we normally would have if we cut down a tree. And I have this little recycled can, thumb piano instrument thing, and that can go there. I don't know why the two items I'm putting as clutter are both instruments. I'm actually going to push it a little closer to the stairs over here. I'll find some more clutter for this spot, I guess. Meanwhile, among the other items I crafted, I made another manhole cover just for this part on the street here. It's another little intersection. I figured, why not? And where there are silos, there are excuses for hay beds. So I made another hay bed. I made 2, actually, but I don't know if I have room for 2. Oh, I almost forgot. Over by the water, I actually grabbed the shark tooth pattern fossil because I'm starting to realize I don't probably need more fossils by the museum. And yeah, I thought it would look nice by some water, and indeed it does. Gonna go ahead and pop down another signpost on the corner here and point it straight at my house. Not sure why I'm telling everybody that my house is there, but I am. And maybe look better actually closer to the tree, tucked in like that. And then something I thought I would try that is actually working out is putting hedges here. Even though I talked about how they might get in the way of the fountains or whatever, it's not letting me put them like angled in at all. But I was wondering if we just literally just cover the fountains like this. We use a symmetrical amount of hedges on either side. I could probably just put an item right here, and that would distract from the hedge just kind of abruptly stopping. I just want to check real quick. I indeed cannot push the fountains any further back. Okay, if I could, that might change things, but no. And with that random cluster of activities I just did, placing items wherever, I think the next thing I need to do is go to a Nook Miles Island and chop up all the trees to get more crafting supplies, and then we need to move on to crafting more Halloween decorations. I have the pumpkins to craft a handful of things, and all these big empty areas that I'm kind of like scratching my head about would probably, be well suited for, some pumpkin stuff. I don't have a ton of orange pumpkins other than the ones that are planted that I refuse to scoop up. But I think I have enough to maybe put a couple more items around to decorate for the season and again add points. Before I go, let's just check and see if we're still at 4 stars. Please give me some good news here. Is it? No, it's still 4 stars. The feedback might be changing here. When you consider natural beauty, what is the first thing you think of? Flowers, of course. Now it's flowers again. Spend some time watering the island's flowers, and soon you'll have a blooming paradise on your hands. Okay, let's go get my Nook Miles ticket. I just want to be clear that in all this time I've spent today decorating, I didn't add more fruit trees. Since the last bit of feedback, I didn't add a single tree. I also may have added flowers because I was moving things around. I may have had flowers in my inventory last time I checked. I don't remember. So I'm just going to put this stuff away. I've cleared out some of my inventory at this point. And yeah, we're heading to a Nook Miles Island. Oh, you know what? There is even one more tree that I picked up while getting that feedback. So yeah, we have less trees than before, and Isabel went back to flowers. So it is difficult to know exactly like what makes this whole thing tick. And I do think it's unlike older games, it's not specific. You don't have to have a set amount of flowers and a set amount of trees. I think if we just focus on one particular thing, we'll be fine. We just have to like spam a bunch of something. We have a pretty good island here for our spamming purposes though, because this island contains like all types of trees. We have cherry trees, we have cedar trees, and we have coconut trees. Now the coconut trees are what I'm here for. I think I end up chopping down the cherry trees, and I think I take some cedars with me because I just have so many areas on the island at this point that are very, very bald. There's just not a lot going on. And spamming more of these trees will probably, yield pretty positive results. I will, of course, hunt down a piece of furniture that will surely fall from one of these. There it is. And freezer. Okay, yep, freezer's fine. I only have 4 more coconuts. I'm not going to take the coconuts from the trees I've already scooped up. Oh, I guess I could take the cherries. I was going to cut those down anyway. But yeah, we'll be able to gather up all these cedars then. With my remaining inventory space, I think I'll go ahead and grab the windflowers that are here. I mean, she did literally just tell me to plant more flowers. It'd kind of be a slap in the face not to take these with me. And that's about all I can hold. I could probably drop a couple things, but I'm not going to. We should be okay. I think some more fully grown trees will be nice. I think that'll be a nice little hack for getting even more points. And you know what? We did not plant flowers. I think we'll be good. Besides, we can always head back out to another Nook Miles Island today if we need to. Speaking of Nook Miles, I got back from that trip and got 1,000 points for miles for miles. So that's great. Okay, so I specifically grabbed red and orange flowers since I have used the most of those in that project by the entrance. And I thought now would be a good time to maybe replenish them over by the cliffs. So we're going to focus on these areas here that just don't have like anything going on at all. Especially like right over here, there's just nothing. Ugh, there's one white windflower. We'll put this over here. And then I think we'll sneak over. There's this spot. And granted, it did have windflowers at one time. I just stole them. So now I'm going to have to put some back. So I've planted those around, and I think I'm okay with the amount of trees we have up top on that cliff. It's actually over here where it wouldn't hurt to just have some more. So like right here, for instance, there's like a few trees and that's it. Like just nothing going on. So I think we can maybe strategically plant a couple more. Like maybe not one right on the path like that. Let's see if we can fit one here. It's not like I have a ton of these anyway. It's just kind of making like like a big line of trees here that looks odd to me. I'll fix that in a minute. Let's come up here and yeah, not a ton of trees in this spot where we could really use some. I've been thinking about this right here for a while, hoping that I got like an item that made sense. If not, it is kind of the perfect spot to just kind of plant, boom, a tree right there. Here, let's move this one. I was thinking maybe we could put it like right here, just continuing to line this little path and just create some more height and stuff. Yeah, I like that. And I have 3 more, which feels like a lot. I can put one here. This spot just feels like it desperately needs a tree. So we'll put one right here. When I saw this earlier, I'm like, oh gosh, I wish we had more of these trees. I'm just so glad we were able to get like a handful more. And yeah, maybe one right here, continuing to separate the campsite from the cliff. And that looks better. It's a little more dense. And if I did decide to put some stuff in here, I wouldn't need to put too many things. It would just be kind of like a few little items that you could see from like the lower part of the cliff, just kind of woven between the trees. But we'll see if it comes to that. I think what could really throw some points on the board is these few coconut trees that I picked up. So we have 4 of these, and it looks like I just saw another cedar as well that I missed earlier. So we can put one here. We can put a couple back here. I'll put like the last 3 there. And then that's pretty good. Once I find a spot for this last cedar tree, I think this will look pretty nice. Now, I've not put any cedar trees on the lower tier of the island, and that was on purpose because I just felt like they were more like mountain trees, if that makes any sense at all. But I have this stuff here. and I don't really intend on getting rid of it. Why don't I just put one cedar tree on this bottom part, because it's close enough to the mountains anyway, and it can be part of this little weird crafting display that I decided to make on a whim. I don't know why I decided to make this. I just did. But if we just put a tree right here, I also have a hardwood tree that could go here instead. It could help make this feel more complete, I guess. I want to use the hardwood tree somewhere else. So yeah, I'm gonna put the cedar here. And look at that. Look at that. It's great. It's fantastic. I actually want to put the last hardwood somewhere over here because once I got rid of the trees in this spot, I always felt like this area was kind of barren. And you know, my fault. We've been through this, but this feels like a good spot for this last rogue hardwood tree, which was once a money tree. So, you know, it's bringing its own kind of value. Okay, let's see if we have 5 stars before we get into the Halloween items. We brought her flowers. We brought her regular trees. We brought her fruit trees. We've just ticked all the boxes just now. Good news? Great news. We did it. We took Grimvale to 5 stars in 30 days with no time traveling. I've got real strong feelings for that island. It's such a catch. As soon as I made landfall, I knew I was hooked. Even the scale of the place schools the rest. Plus, everyone there's like my chum. Yeah, it's fantastic. Well, there you have it. Yes, we finally did it. Grimvale, once a deserted island, untouched by civilization, earned the best possible ranking. Thank you for all your hard work. You were a key to this island's success. We get the golden watering can recipe, and we get to breathe a sigh of relief because I have to tell you, I didn't know if this was possible. I mean, okay, I knew it was possible, but I didn't think it was possible without really like spamming just the most ridiculous items all over the ground, because the game doesn't actually care how you put stuff down. It's not able to monitor how good you are at design. All it knows is whether or not you have enough things on the ground. So this last star, yeah, I think we definitely earned this because for all of the odd spots on this island, it still looks pretty good in certain areas. Also, I've always wanted to try that. It didn't work. I thought if you change a design, like the flag design or something, it would instantly change what was on the flag. Kind of like if you change a path design, it changes it instantly. But no, if you have an island flag taking up a design slot, as long as you don't plan on ever changing it, you could absolutely just get rid of that and put something else in that design slot. I was going to update the flag, but hold on. Let me walk back outside. And yes, I can confirm that updating your flag doesn't update your flag. You have to actually tell Isabel to put up the new flag. So you're probably thinking, okay, well, the video's over now, right? Well, no. I do have a couple of things I want to tackle before we officially call it done and I release the dream address. Okay, the flag is up to date. Yeah, let's go ahead and craft the Halloween items, because there's still a lot of emptiness. I just want to fill it in a little bit more. So I really only have a few more, pumpkins. Not much hardwood. If I want to craft one of these, for example, it's going to take the rest of my hardwood. It means I wouldn't be able to make... No, I can make this. I wouldn't be able to make the little lanterns, which actually I'm not seeing here. Okay, let's assume I can't make those anyway. Okay, so I guess if I do this tree, I'll get one more of those. I can't seem to afford the arch. Oh, I need clay. Okay, I need clay for this too. So the arch also costs 10. I can really only afford one or the other. And I don't want to spend hardwood on these too much. I could maybe make one of these. But here, yeah, let's make this, and let's make some other little pumpkin items. And I did indeed use every last pumpkin that I have. It leaves me with not a lot of options for decorating, but I think what I'm going to do is just place some stuff around. We're just going to have fun with it with what little items we have. So I made a spooky tower. I said we wanted something in this spot to kind of give the hedges a reason to kind of like stop where they're at. And so this continues to like keep things decorated for the season while stopping our hedges. I did make the spooky tree for this area over here. This big empty area has just been bothering me for quite some time. So the spooky tree can go right here, and I probably should move it around a little bit. Oh, I don't like this clothesline here. I should probably move it a little bit, but it definitely fills in this gap pretty nicely. Let me just move it here. Yeah, it makes the town feel like it's really gonna like always be decorated for all the different holidays, which is not true. I want something between these houses, so let me place down this spooky chair and the spooky treats basket, which we can hold. We can do all kinds of stuff with that, but I'm going to put that like right here. It needs a backdrop of some kind, so I don't know. I'll come back to it. Or maybe I'll just put it right here. I don't know why only this villager has a spooky treats basket. I know why. It's because I don't have enough candy. And Faith is in here. I'm hoping to find Samson. I wanted to try and give Samson one last gift, but I haven't seen him all day. Anyway, I did craft a few more things to kind of like place around. So one thing I thought I would try was the spooky lantern set next to this silo here. I thought the pumpkins were on the opposite end of it. It still looks good right there. I did this with the other silo, so I may steal that back for somewhere else, but we'll see. And then over here, I made a couple of scarecrows, and I thought just having like 2 of them up here, like imagine the wind kind of blowing a little bit. They have these little scarves that blow in the wind, and I don't know, I think they would look kind of creepy up here. So yeah, I thought let's place one here. Let's put like another one maybe by these trees over here. So we kind of pull this out, have it face kind of the other way. And I think this is where we kind of have fun just kind of placing a couple little items just around the town as a reminder of the season that we're entering into at the time of recording this very series. Put a spooky tower right here. I've always felt like this area needed something, and now we have something. We'll pop a spooky chair right in that spot. And it just adds something because it's kind of naturey, but also in case there's not enough seating here, it kind of adds a seat someone can grab, I suppose. Or better yet, let's do this. We'll plop the wooden fish on top of it, and now it just looks really odd. Let me turn around like that so I can see the vines and stuff. Yeah, that does mean this random stump still needs something next to it. How about this flower? What does that look like? I don't know, something. Oh, I forgot. I do have one last spooky chair. Okay, yeah, we could do this, and we could put it here. And that to me just looks better. Because I do still want something over here, I grabbed a few more things. And I think this might look better if I just kind of, I don't block the path between these 2 houses. Not that there is a path, but like the ability to walk between them, I want to maintain that. And I think what I'm going to do is put down, I have a bunch of random stuff here. The clay furnace, which is a cool little item. It's something I've been thinking about putting back for a while now. So clay furnace there. I did the birdhouse again. I should say I customized the birdhouse so we can place it down again. And it looks like this now. And I think it kind of matches these houses pretty nicely. It also is in the way. But we could put it like right next to the house here. Now you can walk right through it. So this already looks way better with the ability to kind of walk through like this. I have an extra log stool that I just wanted to put somewhere over here. And yeah, I think just taking up more room in this area with natural little stuff like that in general is something I've wanted to do. I'm just kind of out of stuff, so there's only so much I can do. But, you know, a little tiki torch there adds a bit of, like, lighting, and I have random, but I have a coffee cup that could look good there. Why do I have this coffee cup? I actually didn't mean to grab this. I don't know why. No, it's not the coffee cup I was thinking I had. Okay, so not that. The hay bed, though, we could just put that right there. And I actually don't know if I like that in this spot. Maybe we'll do this. Kind of pull it back, kind of put it like that. Yeah, all right, that's a little bit, I don't know. This is kind of giving like early days in Animal Crossing vibes. And technically it is. And then over here, I've never liked these 2 items here because this is early days Animal Crossing. Like, please just let me place down Molly's house kind of stuff. So, I don't know what I want to replace them with, but I did get this cooler box from a balloon the other day, and I thought I'd put that on the beach, actually. So I think that looks kind of fun. Here, how about this? We'll throw the tiki torch down over here, kind of, again, like guiding you to the beach a little bit. This kind of looks nice. It implies that, you've arrived somewhere kind of cool. And then we'll go ahead and do some real quick customizations. And we're going to put this stuff back, but in a bit of a different way. And I'm going to say that this is like the area Molly likes to hang out at when she just feels like being by the ocean and looking out at the stars. I put a stool back there, and I think I can put maybe another one. I have 2 of these now, and I've customized them the same way. So maybe kind of like right here next to the path. I think that kind of balances things out nicely. I went ahead and customized this cushion to be the same as the pillow. So we can kind of put that next to the the bench here. And I don't know, it implies that sometimes she uses an extra pillow, or maybe sometimes someone hangs out to kind of chat and enjoy the view as well. How would it look on top of the stool, though? Because I just don't like it on the ground like that. That's really bothering me. Let me see. If I put it there, I don't know. It's also a bit strange. It looks better. Yeah, it's an extra cushion to use on the bench. Just, it's an extra cushion. I always felt like next to Samson's house, ever since we made this path, could benefit from some fencing. So I was waiting for the right fencing to come along. It never did. So we're just going to use a little bit of this fencing. And I'm probably not going to do anything else, to be honest. I don't really have anything else to put there, but it does feel a little more complete. I don't love that the only thing I have over here is this fire pit and a couple stools, but there's a lot of things I still don't love about this island. I know I've been asked to go more than 30 days, and there's plenty more finishing we could do if I decided to do that. But for the time being, I am going to call this complete. I need to do one last thing, though. I have some medicine because I noticed Sherry was sick. And then, yes, I need to find Samson. If Sherry gives me something really cool, though, I'll put it next to Samson's house. Starting to feel better and want to thank you with a humble sweater. No, I humbly decline your humble sweater. He says he's having fun somewhere else, though. We need to find him. I have to give him this present. Unfortunately, that means I'm going to have to explore the entire museum. Well, maybe I should start at the cafe just in case he's having some coffee. Okay, good. Nobody's here. If he was having coffee, I don't think I could give him a gift. But all right, I'll explore the whole place and see if he's in here. And maybe we get his photo. I don't know. That's how I want to end this, though. If we can find Samson, and on the 30th day, after gifting him just about every day, giving him nice things, saying nice things to him, letting him kidnap us, playing high card, low card, after 30 days of all that, I think I deserve his photo. And there he is, checking out the bugs. What's the latest? He's just going to talk about bugs, but I'm talking to him just to see if I have to increase the points that way. Will you please give me your photo? We got you to the #1 spot. Please, come on. You have to reward that. Look, you love fossils. You're in a museum. All right, time to flex my gratitude muscles. Please, 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 please. Relay tank. That's, you know what? No, he sent us away with a relay tank, and I honestly can't think of a better last present. Another 30-day challenge in the books. I want to thank all of you for watching. The dream address is on the screen now, so you can come and visit the island. I think I'm gonna upload it when it's like this. This looks pretty nice right now. You know, got the lighting showing up pretty nice, but it's also still a little bit daylight out. So enjoy. And click the video on the screen now, which will be right over here if you want to see the next thing I get up to, or a previous thing that maybe you didn't see before. And if you become a channel member, your name too could be scrolling by on the screen, just like everyone else's here is. Thank you all so much, and I will see you again soon.